Chapter 2101. Triss's face changed slightly. Then we must hurry. I'll find a way to contact the Black Abyss Walker and see if we can take this opportunity to capture the Soaking City Lord. Levi said. I'll do it. In the fully enclosed Shadow Realm, ordinary communication devices find it very difficult to connect with the outside world. He has the Twilight Round Table, not to mention within the Shadow Realm in other worlds, he can also contact Nora. Tower of Summer Flowers. 100 Flowers, in the midst of her cultivation, sensed Levi's summons. Didn't he go to the Shadow Realm with Triss? Levi rarely disturbed her cultivation through the round table. In this case, it must be an emergency. 100 Flowers, contact the Black Abyss Walker, the Soaking City Lord is in the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm. Upon hearing this, 100 Flowers quickly asked. Levi, how are you and Triss doing over there? Going smoothly? You didn't encounter any danger, did you? Levi said. We are very safe. You don't need to worry. 100 Flowers immediately conveyed this matter to the Black Abyss Walker. Central Realm. The Black Abyss Walker heard about this. The Dragon Ruins mysterious realm. The Soaking City Lord went to great lengths to seize the demon dragon whip. He's targeting the dragon soul inside. He's given up hope of advancing to Grand Wizard himself and wants to take a crooked path. If he had the time, he might have gone there. Unfortunately, he is currently refining the second Seven Sins blade, Arrogance, at a critical moment and can't leave. Mattia, go to the Realm Management Office and let them locate the coordinates of the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm and bring back the Soaking City Lord. It's best to capture him alive, but if not, kill him on the spot. In the blink of an eye. 7 days have passed. Levi and Triss ventured deeper and deeper. But for safety, Levi had previously left the Death Ember Divine Palace in one of the catacombs. Continuing exploration, luck was good, and he managed to hunt several demon lords. On this day, he arrived at a large catacombs. The demonic aura was dense and impenetrable. Triss said. This place should be occupied by a demon lord, and possibly a level 7 one. We are almost at the bottom layer, once we finish here, we should stop. Going further might encounter the Soaking City Lord. Levi said. Miss, please guard the exit while I go ahead. Monocle manifested, and he gazed at a strand of refined level 7 demonic aura leading to the center of the catacombs. Besides, there were various low-level demonic auras, intricate and chaotic. Before long, he reached the source of the demonic aura. In the distance, a giant tree reaching 3,000 meters tall, like a towering mountain, stood majestically. The trunk of the giant tree was covered with pitch-black dragon scales, and sparse fruits grew on it. This is Dragon Vestige Giant Tree. Levi's heart stirred. Unexpectedly, there is more than one Dragon Vestige Giant Tree in the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm. Previously, he had found a 1,000-meter Dragon Vestige Giant Tree and transplanted it to the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm. But due to its young age, the dragon scale fruits it produced were few. That's why Levi established the world's first dragon tournament every 10 years. And this Dragon Vestige Giant Tree far surpasses the previous one, whether in quantity or quality. This is a great harvest. With this tree, the growth rate of the Dragon Palace members can further improve. Levi was joyful, this trip was not in vain. On the Dragon Vestige Tree, there was a nest, and the level 7 demon aura emanated from there. A creature resembling a four-legged snake, slender in form, coiled within, savoring the dragon scale fruit with its crimson tongue. The four-legged snake was covered with dense black scales, which intermittently released black water streams. No wonder the fruits are so scarce, they've all been eaten by this demonic creature. Even dragonologist Levi could not identify its species. But regardless, using it for Golden Brilliance Dragon secret medicine is certainly feasible. The Earth Element secret medicine for Golden Brilliance Dragon had been resolved with the level 7 Earth Splitting Dragon. And for the Water Element secret medicine, this one would suffice. This saves Levi from spending additional time hunting in the Land of Darkness. Confirming there were no other dangers in this catacombs, Levi took action. Silver Thunder Mountain descended with rumbling echoes, and the Wind Illusion Realm encircled the giant tree. The four-legged snake sensed the danger and let out a hissing roar, crashing into the barrier wall, only to be ruthlessly bounced back. Danis descended from the sky, and his spiked club collided violently with the black water spat out by the four-legged snake. The black water recoiled, the spiked club striking it into the ground. The giant foot, like a mountain, stomped the four-legged snake to the ground, a giant hand squeezing its vital spot with force. The black scales, able to withstand 7 circle spells, exploded after a resounding impact. "Be careful, don't kill it." Levi's form appeared. Danis said. "Rest assured, Master, I know what I'm doing." The four-legged snake struggled continuously. Its crimson eyes shot out red beams. The giant easily blocked these attacks with its palm, then forcefully smacked the four-legged snake's head. "You little thing, daring to attack, think you're tough?" "It's a joke," with Danis by his side, such a creature required no effort from Levi. After some thrashing, the four-legged snake finally stopped struggling, taking on a dead fish appearance. Levi used crimson enslavement to temporarily capture it, awaiting purification to grant its freedom. He released Long. "Loosen the soil around this giant tree." Long burrowed into the ground and began working. With a whole specialized team, efficiency was high. Soon, Danis embraced the bonsai as tall as himself and transplanted the giant tree into the ancient Banyan fairyland. Chapter 2102. The members of the Dragon Palace saw the new dragon shirt tree and their faces lit up with excitement, rubbing their hands eagerly. Dragon Turtle Ratty asked. "Lord Dragon King, is this a new reward?" Levi replied. "That's right, everyone work hard, cultivate diligently and perform well. In the future, the rewards of dragon scale fruit will be doubled." As soon as he said this, the members of the dragon clan let out joyful roars. Over the years, the Nightmare Domain has mainly relied on the members of the Dragon Palace for guardianship. "These guys have a very good work attitude and are worthy of praise," Triss said. "Let's go back." Although she didn't achieve major successes on this trip, she collected a variety of herbs, which was quite satisfying. Levi thought it over and decided to return. Even though he wanted to find more demon dragon grass, the sense of crisis deepened as they went further down. It seems, as the deep-sea swordsman mentioned, the immersed ancient castle really is below. He had no power to stop all this, and now he could only wait for the sea-covering wizard to come and rescue them. Before that, it was enough to protect himself and Triss. With 7 days left until the secret realm closed, Levi returned to the surface. At this time, many wizards had already come out, one by one with poker faces, guarded against others. Alexandra and Elsie came out too, and seeing Levi and Triss suddenly added a sense of safety. In the deepest part of the Dragon Ruins' mysterious realm. "Awaken, slumbering dragon abomination," Cedromelon. A black-robed wizard wielding the demon dragon whip, tried hard to lash at the front. There, stood a massive black demon mountain stretching for thousands of meters. The demon mountain vaguely resembled the shape of a giant dragon, with various arrays and rune patterns carved atop. "So many years have passed, the seal has weakened to this extent, and yet you are still unable to break the seal." The Soaking City Lord's heart was shocked. This was the power of a legendary wizard. But no matter what, he must obtain the dragon soul. Suddenly, the demon mountain began to tremble loudly. Rocks fell, black lights shot out one after another, straight to the sky. Boom! The demon mountain exploded, and an extremely illusory black demon soul emerged. Its dragon wings spread out, reaching 20,000 meters, with a slender body covered in black scales, revealing a powerful presence. A black flame filled with sulfuric scent exhaled from its nostrils, accompanied by a sinister laugh. "Ha ha ha, human, did you grant me freedom? Very well, what kind of reward do you desire?" The Soaking City Lord grasped the demon dragon whip, his lips curled up in a cold smile and said. "Lord Black Flame Disaster Cedromelon, the reward I want, is you." He suddenly threw out a jet-black shifting scroll and retreated rapidly. 9th Circle Spell, Whale Fall. Within a radius of thousands of miles, all water elemental power began to roll, forming mighty rivers and flowing east to the sea. A giant whale like a leviathan descended from the sky. An ocean of immense suppression power surged forth. The demon soul was nothing but a soul, plus being sealed for tens of thousands of years, weakened immensely, no match for a 9th circle spell. With no suspense, it was sealed by the giant whale. The Soaking City Lord tossed out the ancient city treasure, which radiated a strong allure, emitting a powerful suction. The demon soul roared indignantly. "How dare you offend the great Black Flame Disaster Lord, you!" The Soaking City Lord sneered. "You what, you old thing, become my stepping stone for advancing to 9th circle." Suddenly, an unforeseen change occurred. A middle-aged wizard in a blue robe appeared suddenly. He transformed a gigantic blue hand covering the sky, reaching for the ancient city treasure. The soaking city lord felt a terrifying ninth circle might descending and his face changed dramatically. Sea covering wizard Mattia, how do you know I'm here? The extremely precious ninth circle spell scroll he possessed was only one, and it was prepared for the dragon's soul. Facing a grand wizard, he had almost no power to resist. A sixth, seventh, eighth circle wizard is called a primordial soul wizard, beyond the ninth circle, entering a new stage. Mattia, without saying a word, pointed a finger and a droplet appearing only the size of a grain of rice emerged. Talent spell, water drop. Swoosh. The droplet appeared instantly before the soaking city lord. Plop. His protective force field and various methods crumbled. In the next moment, the droplet pierced through his brow. The soaking city lord muffled a grunt, severely wounded already, and his spiritual force began to wither, with his aura weakened. Mattia then swept a stream forming translucent chains, impaled the soaking city lord's limbs, locking him down. Even the primordial soul couldn't escape. In the sky, the opposing ancient city was gradually losing power, trembling with a buzz. With a gesture, Mattia summoned the demon dragon whip to his palm and sealed it. He controlled the soaking city lord and cast another spell to take away the ancient city treasure. Suddenly, a streak of black ghostly light broke through the sky. Mattia's expression changed slightly, enhancing the protective field. The ghostly light dispersed instantly upon hitting the field. In the next moment, Mattia inwardly sensed something wrong, looking towards the soaking city lord. His form melted like snow, his aura dissipated, his soul started disintegrating. The soaking city lord, dead. Black Sun, it's you again, this time you won't get away. Mattia shouted angrily. At this, the black-robed figure chuckled lightly. Mattia, don't boast, you won't be able to keep me here, not even your teacher could do that. He threw out a chain, capturing the demon soul, followed by a black sun with a diameter of 1,000 miles emerging vividly. Endless black flame covered the heavens and the earth. This was a confrontation of grand wizards, under terrifying spells, all was annihilating. Bang! The soaking city lord's storage ring shattered in the aftermath of battle. Countless precious ether stones, wizard tools, rare treasures, medicines, and more streamed into the chaotic void disappeared. Among these were 3 ancient-looking weapons seemingly made of luminant gold: a spear, a large shield, and a chain hammer. But in the heat of battle between the 2 grand wizards, naturally, they paid no attention to these items. The Black Sun noticed those 3 ancient weapons and mused to himself. The immersed ancient castle actually has the Sea Clan's monarch's treasure key, but this item requires 12 tokens to open, quite time-consuming and labor-intensive to gather, plus the treasures within are likely useless to me. His main purpose for this trip was the demon soul, everything else was unimportant. As for the soaking city lord, and the 100-beast mad witch Arthur, they were merely pitiful creatures used for scouting the path. Chapter 2103 Dragon Ruins Mysterious Realm. On the ground, a group of wizards sensed the intense tremors from below, their expressions changing. They didn't know what exactly was happening beneath the demon land. They could only feel 2 unimaginable forces clashing. Every clash seemed to make the entire mysterious realm tremble. On the ground, occasionally strata would crack open, releasing waves of destructive energy. An unfortunate 5th circle wizard was struck and instantly reduced to ashes. Levi transmitted to Triss. It seems that not only the sea-covering wizard has come. Triss said. Unfortunately, the teacher is too busy. Otherwise, no matter who the enemy is, as long as it's not a legendary wizard, the teacher could handle it easily. I'm a bit worried now. After all, the sea-covering wizard is just a newly promoted grand wizard, likely among the lower tier of grand wizards. Not everyone is a freak like Levi, invincible in the same realm immediately after advancing. Levi said. Let's watch and see. The worst outcome is that the dragon ruins mysterious realm, this secondary plane, explodes, and we're exiled to the land of darkness. The secondary plane is also a part of Nora. However, their location is somewhat special. But if the secondary plane dissipates, the things inside will definitely return to the land of darkness. With the primordial soul strength of Levi and the others, they just need to waste some time flying back to Nora. It's not like they'll perish with the plane. Look quickly, what is that? My god, a giant dragon! Suddenly, a wizard exclaimed. But they saw the skyline of the dragon ruins mysterious realm crack open, a crimson fissure stretching for 1,000 miles. Two enormous dragon claws tore open the sky, unfurling wings 30,000 meters wide, descending with a shock. It was covered in crimson scales, with countless lava flowing over its body, and on its back lay a series of continuous active volcanoes. Father! On the other side, Alexandra couldn't help but murmur. Elsie was also stunned. Why is your father here? Triss's expression changed. This is Lord Leod's, the guardian of the sleeping dragon realm, now one of the few remaining complete pure-blooded dragon clan in the wizard world, also Alexandra's father. Levi's eyes were filled with shock. This was his first time encountering such a legendary creature up close. A true complete pure-blooded dragon clan. Too powerful. In the face of this momentum, he was like a fragile boat, on the verge of capsizing. What on earth is happening with the sleeping dragon realm to attract so many high-level figures? The molten giant dragon coldly spoke. Black Sun, release the dragon soul of Cedromelon. Hearing the familiar name, the wizards present all turned pale. Black Sun? That number one dark wizard of the Endless Sea. The leader of the Black Sun steeple, rumored to have advanced to Grand Wizard hundreds of years ago. Why has he come too? This Black Sun is truly audacious, having joined the council of 10,000 clans yet daring to come to Arnora. Panic, unease, and despair spread like the coming of the apocalypse. In the face of such ninth circle level power, everything seemed pale and powerless. On the horizon, a huge black sun continued to expand, as if it was going to squeeze the mysterious realm until it bursts. The molten giant dragon opened its mouth and inhaled, swallowing Alexandra and Elsie into its belly. If you don't want to die, follow me. Its dragon wings stirred up a storm, sweeping all the wizards in the mysterious realm, including Levi and Triss. The horrifying shockwave from the explosion, like a chain reaction, tore up the layers of the demon land of the mysterious realm. Caverns began to collapse, and the demonic creatures and demons living inside turned to ashes. Afterward, Levi and Triss didn't know what happened because they were inside Alexandra's father's belly. Upon opening his eyes, Levi curiously surveyed the world before him. As far as the eye could see, it was a series of continuous volcanoes, magma lakes, and rivers. Scorching storms swept across the sky, bringing the smell of sulfur. There were even many fire elemental spirits or fire-type creatures living within. Alexandra transmitted to Levi. This is my father's inner heaven and earth. I used to play inside, then he fell asleep and trapped me inside, and it was the Golden Dragon President who awakened my father and saved me. But rest assured, here, we are very safe. Levi laughed. Thanks a lot. Just now, that move by Black Sun was truly vicious, intending to kill these juniors within the mysterious realm. Inside the inner heaven and earth, the wizards were all panicking, especially the dark wizards of the immersed ancient castle. They were gathered in a circle, shrinking together. Volcanoes flew out, suppressing these dark wizards. Inside this inner heaven and earth, these primordial soul strong men had no power to resist. These people need to be handed over to the Wizard Council for handling. A rumbling voice came, it was that molten giant dragon. It seemed that this dragon was also a member of the Wizard Council, or perhaps a partner. They didn't know how long they stayed inside the dragon's belly, but Levi and the others could sense that there seemed to be fierce battles outside. Presumably, the sea-covering wizard and the molten giant dragon were fighting fiercely with that Black Sunday. Black Sun has only advanced to Grand Wizard a few hundred years ago, yet he already possesses such strength. What is the origin of this person? Levi wondered inwardly. This was his first time witnessing the power of Black Sunday. If this man becomes a legendary wizard, it won't be good for the Wizard Council. I hope the Council can eliminate him as soon as possible. Chapter 2104. But since the Black Sun dares to return, it must have something to rely on. Now the blood battle is intensifying, and I've heard that on the Abyss side, demons above level 9 are gradually arriving at the battlefield. The next 1,000 years will surely be the hardest times for the wizard world. The Council of 10,000 clans will definitely seize this opportunity to launch more terrifying attacks. Only by becoming a Grand Wizard early can one have the qualification to contend in such a civil war. Levi whispered to himself. After a few days, a molten giant dragon, waving its scorching wings, descended from the sky and landed in the central realm. A fully armed wizard battle group was already waiting here. Leading them was a Grand Wizard. It was Lady Chains, Andrea, who had previously cooperated with Rowling to destroy Boiling Beast Blood. Lady Chains smiled and said, Thank you for your hard work, Lord Leods. Leods nodded slightly and said indifferently. A trivial matter, but unfortunately, the dragon's soul was still taken away by Black Sunday. It turns out he has a level 10 treasure, no wonder he's so confident. There must be a powerful level 10 backing him. Not long after, the sea-covering wizard also descended from the sky, looking somewhat weary as if he was injured. He sighed and said, "The dragon ruin's mysterious realm is shattered. It should be completely sealed off from now on." Lady Chains said, "Is the soaking city lord already dead?" The sea-covering wizard said, "Yes, his storage ring shattered in the fight with Black Sun, and the spoils were swept into the void currents, leaving only a demon dragon whip, which my junior sister Triss once obtained from the mysterious realm." Lady Chains said, "It doesn't matter. The demon dragon whip is no longer useful. Lord Mattia, you should return to heal, and we will deliver the reward to your residence later." From the mouth of the lava dragon, silhouettes flew out. The wizards exploring the dragon ruin's mysterious realm returned unharmed. The dark wizards in the immersed ancient castle, like mourners, were shackled with chains and shackles by Lady Chains and others, with magic prohibitions set on them. Levi and Triss looked around and sensed 3 grand wizard-level presences, knowing they had arrived in the central realm. Lady Chains said, "The dragon ruin's mysterious realm is abandoned, you all can disperse." The wizards expressed their gratitude, still feeling lingering fear. If the wizard council hadn't arrived in time, things would have been dire for them during this expedition. The sea-covering wizard said, "Triss and Levi, follow me." He took the 2 of them to the Black Abyss Tower. The Black Abyss Walker, seeing the 2 safely returned, smiled and said, "It looks like you have reaped well in the mysterious realm." Triss said, "Thank you, teacher." The Black Abyss Walker said, "We also have to thank Levi for relaying the message in time. Lately, we've been busy with the blood battle and indeed had no time to waste with those people. Didn't expect such a big twist." Levi said, "Just a small effort." The sea-covering wizard handed the demon dragon whip to Triss and joked, "Hold on to your whip better next time, don't let others snatch it." Triss was filled with gratitude and trepidation. "Thank you, senior brother." Even though she had the Black Queen now, she still missed the demon dragon whip. The Black Abyss Walker said, "I have important matters recently and cannot divide my attention. If you need anything, contact Mattia. Also, congratulations to Levi on advancing to Senior 7th Ring. The fungi and green tribe organisms you submitted to the Congress seem to have yielded preliminary research results. Once the experiment is successful, your ancient dragon continent will have priority access to the results. The intensity of the upcoming war will increase, and large-scale battlefields will no longer be limited to the god-forsaken continent. Be careful when organizing your forces. Nothing else, focus on your cultivation, strive to reach your highest realm, and leave no regrets." This Grand Wizard, for some reason, had many words of advice. Upon leaving the central realm, Triss handed her black dragon scale token to Levi. "This thing isn't much use now, but the dragon scale itself is top-grade material for weapon refinement, take it." Levi paused, then accepted the token. "Thank you, my lady." According to the deep-sea swordsman, the dragon scale was indeed a genuine level 9 scale. Though there was only one, it was extremely valuable. After parting, Levi returned to the ancient dragon continent. What a shame, the dragon ruin's mysterious realm is gone just like that, and it still had many resources. Damn that immersed ancient castle, cutting off my financial path. He merely complained, knowing revenge was impossible. The soaking city lord had already been killed by the sea-covering wizard. Yet now, he had come to terms with it, not holding any lifelong regrets. He was a man aiming to become a legendary wizard, and these minor villains were not worth his effort. Black Abyss Tower. Mattia said, "Teacher, during the fight with Black Sun, I accidentally broke the soaking city lord's storage ring. I saw 3 tokens of the monarch's treasure, but they got swept into the void currents, and are most likely destroyed now." The Black Abyss Walker said indifferently, "The monarch's treasure, a place of inheritance that the Sea clan has been longing for, actually doesn't have much of value, just some chances to achieve level 9 at most. Let them be lost. The Sea clan is no longer, and finding the remaining 9 tokens is like finding a needle in a haystack. As tokens of the treasure, they shouldn't be destroyed and might become a fortune for some lucky individual in the distant future. Who can say for sure?" Chapter 2105. Maddie nodded slightly. And that black sun, this person actually carries a rare level 10 treasure. What exactly is his identity, and why is he so troublesome? I see that lava dragon Lord Leod's, being a level 9 late-stage giant dragon, seems to be somewhat apprehensive of him. Black Abyss Walker thought for a moment and said. Black Sun is extremely mysterious, and we know very little about him. However, based on the current intelligence I have, I suspect this person might be a duplication of some existence. Of course, not from our Wizard Council, but from the Council of 10,000 Clans. Maddie frowned and said. The Council of 10,000 Clans? It seems they have long been plotting the invasion of Nora. Perhaps the previous war of dark and righteous wizards also had their machinations behind it. That soaking city lord is completely just a pawn in Black Sun's hands, being used without even knowing. Black Abyss Walker said. When it comes to level 10 existences, you shouldn't dwell on it. Just focus on healing. Although you've been promoted to Grand Wizard, you still need to train diligently. Ancient Dragon Continent. 100 Flowers saw Levi was unharmed and continued to close themselves off in cultivation. Levi buried the deep-sea swordsman forever in the sea of the ancient Banyan fairyland and marked it. If luck is good, in the future, perhaps a Morning Star level oddity might be born. He also exchanged for the corresponding bounty reward from the Central Realm. It was another 3 choices, 1 flame, 1 earth, 1 lightning. Levi chose lightning without hesitation. Because that oddity was precisely a sequence artifact of the Thunder God series. Morning Star level oddity Thunder God's Eye. He quickly refined it, and his spiritual force increased by 50 points. On the proficiency panel, Thunder God body was still incomplete. However, he could feel that it was much stronger than before. With a thought, he summoned the Thunder God projection. The 3 parts of his right hand, heart, and eyes were already solidified. Like a puzzle, Levi felt that the puzzle was now 1/3 complete. It shouldn't be necessary to gather all the organs to complete the Thunder God body. Just combining a few crucial ones and some other organs could form the whole. Thunder God's Eye did not give birth to a special spiritual creature. On the contrary, Levi could feel that Si lay in his mind had become even stronger after refining this oddity. He speculated that sequence artifacts might also be able to evolve into special spiritual creatures. In any case, he would pay more attention to oddities of the Thunderbolt system in the future, striving to collect the complete Thunder God series. As for other sects, he didn't fantasize about them as the difficulty was too great, he would go with the flow. Collecting the main sequence artifacts of every sect is 100 times harder than the infinite primordial soul. 2 years later, Nora 365 year. Ancient Dragon Continent Training Ground. Levi repeatedly cast the Heaven's Net lightning spell. Then he sat cross-legged, meditating to restore his spiritual force. As expected, after the magic rune reached level 3, casting speed significantly improved, reducing casting time by 20%, which is indeed useful. The same spell can be cast simultaneously, paired with the Ancient Tower Scepter. I can basically guarantee a 100% first strike, and my spell's power far exceeds other wizards. This made Levi look forward to the magic rune even more. After practicing the Lover's Rune for a while and with the improvement on the proficiency panel, Levi brightened up. In his mind, as the rune model of Aries constellation shone brilliantly. A ray of starlight shot straight into the sky. A moment later, a giant beast covered in white curly fur, with a fat body and slender limbs, somewhat peculiar, landed in front of Levi. Me me me. The soft bleating sound echoed in Levi's ears. His eyes narrowed slightly, then he wondered. So, the essence of the Lover's Rune is a sheep. This Aries was as grand as a mountain, yet it did not bring Levi any sense of oppression. This was entirely different from the horned bull and heavenly horse before. Every astral soul has a completely different personality. The stubbornness of the horned bull, the arrogance of the heavenly horse, this Aries seems gentle, without the slightest aggression. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Lover's Rune, Level 11, Special Effect, Power of Aries Constellation, Level 10, Star Soul Aries. Power of Aries Constellation, Level 11. The rune language communicates with the Aries constellation, amplifying your luck with the power of stars, currently boosting luck by 100%. Besides this, your personal charm and fertility have also improved. Star Soul Aries. Star name, Gothic White Pet. Justice, cheerful, optimistic. Star language, luck. Level, 7. Ability, Luck's Joy. Luck's Joy, Aries performs a joyful tune for you. After the tune ends, you'll have an hour of lucky period, during which your luck index is doubled from the current level. Please note, those who smile often, their luck won't be too bad. After Lover's Rune reached level 11, Levi's luck boost officially came to 100%. The introduction of Aries also surprised Levi somewhat. Gothic white pet, cheerful, optimistic, indeed so, this level 7 star soul has no desire to attack at all. Overall, the Aries star soul is a completely supportive star soul. Its only useful ability is Luck's Joy. Listening to Aries' tune doubles the luck value. The doubling here is on top of the 100% base increase from the Lover's Rune. If Levi has 10 points of luck, after the boost, it's 20 points. And after listening to Aries' tune, it becomes 40 points. Chapter 2106. This hour can be said to be Levi's moment of absolute luck. So, if used well, it could not only help in treasure hunting but might also have unexpected effects in battle. After all, it's only an hour, so if used for treasure hunting, it might not be enough. Interesting, Aries, give me a little tune. Levi plans to test if this luck value works. Aries glanced at Levi and then lazily began to sing. Baa 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 baa. Levi. Listening to the sheep's song is like hearing celestial music, ears suddenly clear. After Aries finished singing, its form slowly dissipated as the duration had ended. Levi also felt that his spiritual force seemed somewhat fatigued. Although it's just an auxiliary astral soul, the consumption of spiritual force is even greater than the heavenly horse and the horned bull. Let me see if anything interesting happens in the next hour. Levi plans to take advantage of his absolute luck period to stroll outside, perhaps picking up something good. He didn't wander around the ancient dragon continent, he had already explored every corner, and there was nothing good left. He simply headed to the land of darkness, hoping to test his luck. Time passed by second. Half an hour later, nothing happened. An hour later, nothing happened. Levi couldn't help but sigh. What was I thinking? Luck is such an elusive thing, even with absolute luck, miracles can't happen in just an hour. This skill should be activated just before exploring relics or opening blind boxes from the netherworld market. Its effect is similar to the card drawing anthem Good Luck from my previous life. Levi didn't feel disappointed upon returning home, he had plenty of opportunities in the future. Tower of Summer Flowers. 100 Flowers had just come out of seclusion. She lazily stretched and suddenly sensed something like a shooting star across the sky. Could it be meteorite iron from the land of darkness, falling on the ancient dragon continent? Quite a few rare metals have been obtained by wizards through this method. For example, luminant gold or even more precious elemental metal. 100 Flowers arrived at the spot where the shooting star fell, discovering a small pit on the ground. In the pit, a radiant gold spear was embedded, still buzzing and trembling. Hey! A luminant gold weapon. Could it be that someone was fighting here? 100 Flowers looked around but didn't perceive anyone, it seemed to be an unclaimed thing that fell from the land of darkness. Although luminant gold wasn't valuable to her, with a strong sense of frugality and good housekeeping virtues, she decided to take it. Passing by the Emperor's palace, she saw Levi with his hands behind his back, looking like he'd just returned from a stroll, still deep in thought. 100 Flowers asked. Levi, where have you been? Levi replied. Just took a stroll around the land of darkness. Have you broken through? How's the cultivation going? 100 Flowers replied. Quite well. I just saw a shooting star land on our ancient dragon continent and picked up this thing. Although it's not valuable, today's luck is pretty good. She took out the radiant gold spear to show off a bit. Seeing this, Levi's expression tightened. This thing. Saying that, he took a trident out from a long sealed storage ring. This trident was also made of luminant gold and appeared to be a simple weapon. It was something Levi obtained from a first circle wizard on Whale Song Island during his apprentice wizard days. In his weaker days, he had used it as a weapon. However, as he became an official wizard, it slowly got phased out. Several times during this period, Levi thought of melting it down to create a luminant gold alchemical creature, but he kept it for sentimentality. After all, it was a relic and had commemorative value. 100 Flowers saw the trident. Hey, you have one too? Where did you get it? Did you just pick it up? Clearly, although the trident and spear differed in appearance, their craftsmanship style was from the same series. Moreover, they both exuded an ancient aura, indicating they were ancient artifacts. Levi laughed and said, I got it long ago. You just picked yours up. 100 Flowers nodded. Levi looked at the Ares talisman model leisurely grazing in his mind, pondering. Did it work? Or was it something that would have happened anyway? Never mind, let's assume it worked. My first time using it, there should be some sort of newbie bonus, even though this thing seems useless. Levi said. Give it to me, I'll collect it. 100 Flowers gladly agreed, and Levi took the radiant gold spear back to the ancient Banyan fairyland. Days later, Leon made a disc of the deep-sea swordsman's memories. Levi reviewed the information on it. Not bad, gained 3 7-ring spells. As Leon advanced to level 7, and with Hell's Centennial Blind Box event, he was spending less and less on primordial soul spells. Of course, if he came across a good spell, he would still buy it to collect in the spell library. Old habits die hard. Wait, Monarch's Treasure, Sea Clan Token, Ancient 12 Monarchs. Suddenly, some memories related to the Sea Clan surged into Levi's mind. After digesting them, he took out the radiant gold spear again. Sea King Spear. Soon after, the luminant gold trident surfaced. Poseidon Trident. The trident I unwittingly obtained in the past is actually the key to opening the Monarch's Treasure. Chapter 2107. This matter, Baghdad might also know, but I've never used this thing in front of it. It doesn't know I have the Poseidon Trident, so I've never mentioned it. As for the Monarch's Treasure, which is the Sea Clan's dream, Levi isn't very concerned. The Sea Clan, to put it bluntly, is a civilization with an upper limit of level 9. The only level 9 expert is most likely their ancient sea god from the Antiquity Age. However, the sea god has long been dead, tens of thousands of years have passed, so what could still be in there? This thing is just the lifeline or faith in the hearts of these oppressed Sea Clan people. Aware that they can't resist the wizard civilization, they can only pin their hopes on this Monarch's Treasure, which may not even exist. Tokens are needed to unlock the Monarch's Treasure. And Levi has only 2 of them. As for the remaining 10, he can't possibly waste time looking for them. So, it's still just a collection of antiques. Levi put away these 2 weapons, sealing this matter in his memory. If in the future there's truly an opportunity to obtain those 12 tokens, he might explore it. Treasure hunting and such, isn't it the romance of men? A year later. Nora 366, Blood Battle 152. The 790-year-old Levi, after many years, embarked once more toward the god-forsaken continent. According to his divination and danger perception, the previous commotion should have passed. For cautious consideration, he didn't intend to use corpse demon Danis refined from dragon descendant giant during this demon hunt. Now Levi has 6,800 points and 63 million war merits. With his shadow dragon talent, as long as there's an appropriate opportunity, he's confident in racking up to 100 million war merits in a short time. God-forsaken continent. Looking down from high above, the once black land is sporadically scarred with blood. These stains are from demon blood and wizard blood. Levi's monocle revealed millions of chaotic demonic aura floating in his vision. He pursued the areas with denser demon aura and started his hunting journey. Time flies, 10 years passed. Nora 376. Midland Continent, Gondor City. Fire Dragon Shop. Unknowingly, 50 years have passed. Holy Infant opened the window of the wizard tower, gazing upon the blue sky and basking in sunshine, lazily stretching. After advancing to the 6th circle for over 4 centuries, finally reaching maximum today, even branding 15 witch marks. It's been a long time since I've worked on weapon making, and I'm inexplicably itching to do so. Once I advance to 7th circle, I'm definitely refining until the sky turns dark. With the Fire Dragon Shop on the right track, talents are coming in increasingly, letting Holy Infant live a somewhat idle manager's life. To achieve maximum so quickly, those truth oddities and various soul stones, netherworld soul dates, fire dates bestowed by my true self, are indeed invaluable. He glanced in the direction of Gandalf Pharmacy, knowing that the old man hasn't reached maximum yet. Body tempering technique doesn't require branding witch marks, only condensing body refining runes and spiritual force, which seems simple. In reality, the difficulty of cultivating body tempering technique is not easy at all. Gandalf intends to reach 6th circle maximum, needing to condense nearly 10 million body refining runes. Moreover, he's cultivating the most challenging 1000-handed ancient god body refining technique and 10-winged sky dragon body tempering technique. Coupled with unavoidable engagements or socializing. Being left behind by me is normal. Master, you've come out! Alexandra exclaimed joyfully. After being rescued by her father, she and Elsie didn't stay long in the Dragon Descendant Priory and soon returned to Fire Dragon's shop. Holy Infant smiled. The spiritual force of you two ladies has also greatly improved. Elsie replied. We also refined a Morning Star artifact. After returning from the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm, they also exchanged for their own random oddities. Elsie obtained the burning oddity Red Flame Blood Rose, Alexandra acquired the frost artifact Ice Spirit Dance. Isn't this also a kind of absolute luck? After refinement, both women improved considerably in strength. Each of their talents has been enhanced. In fact, before this, they also refined some earth and sky level oddities. But Morning Star level was the first time. Thus, they still have much room for improvement. Unfortunately, they didn't give birth to any Long. For a master with several Longs, naturally, they were very envious. Overall, it's still too few oddities being refined, with more, there will always be 1 or 2 Longs appearing. Alchemy Room. Silverbeard and his team were still researching alchemical creatures, seeing Holy Infant come out, their faces lit up, expressing warm greetings. Soon after, a dark-skinned, boldly dressed, somewhat foreign-style blonde beauty, walked into the shop wearing boots. Hello, my name is Zion, and I'm applying for the position of weapon craftsman. After understanding the purpose, a young witch smilingly led Zion to Holy Infant's office. She is Mia's successor, Mina. Her talent is good, with double affinity, now she's also a second circle wizard. Mina was an abandoned infant that Mia took in while working on the mortal continent. Back then, Mina was nearly killed by dark wizards, but Mia intervened to save her. Seeing Mina's decent talent, Mia took her back to the Tower of Dawn for cultivation and later to work at Fire Dragon's shop. As for Mia, now with white hair, she has retired and returned to her homeland. She's gone back to the ancient dragon continent to live a reclusive life, waiting for death. When Mia initially broke through the 5th circle, she was already old, now much time has passed and she's nearing her end. With Holy Infant's help, Mia received the medicine to break through to the 6th circle and attempted advancement. Chapter 2108. Unfortunately, it failed. Fortunately, the Holy Infant granted her a treasure ahead of time, sparing her life. However, she has no hope of reaching the 6th circle level in this life, but Mia still feels grateful when leaving. For her, if it weren't for the help of the Holy Infant, she might not have even advanced to the 5th circle. Now, falling before the universally recognized sky chasm of the 6th circle, although defeated, she takes pride in it, feeling satisfied. And for Mia, the Holy Infant has been exceedingly benevolent, as the infinite primordial soul method of the true form comes from her. Moreover, Mia's uncomplaining efforts over these centuries were seen by him. At one time, Mia had some feelings for him, but they gradually faded away with the passage of time. In the shop, the wheat-skinned beauty Zion looked at the Holy Infant, visibly a bit nervous. Although she is also a primordial soul wizard, compared to the renowned Holy Infant, she is at most a little transparent. The Holy Infant smiled. I see your resume says you specialize in refining artifacts, may I ask who your mentor is? Of course, if it's inconvenient, you may choose not to answer this question. Zion hesitated for a moment, then asked doubtfully. Master, if I don't answer, will I lose this job? The Holy Infant chuckled, indicating that was indeed the case. Zion said. My mentorship was gained years ago from ancient ruins, from Mr. Doster Karen, who was a somewhat famous ancient artifact maker in the Endless Sea. Upon hearing this, the Holy Infant felt moved. Were you in the Yellow Earth continent when you discovered it? Zion replied. Yes, it seems the master is also knowledgeable about the history of the Koran family. Zion, now 500 years old, derives her knowledge of the Koran family from some relics or documented records. The Holy Infant thought to himself, when young, he had dealings with the Koran family and witnessed its downfall firsthand. The Holy Infant said. This is our contract, please take a look at the details, it might be quite strict, so once you make a choice, there's no turning back. Of course, as compensation, you will become part of our Fire Dragon Shop family. He had already investigated Zion's background. This person is indeed a rare treasure maker. This profession is very ancient and long replaced by weapon craftsmen, now scarce in number. The few remaining treasure makers have all been recruited by official and top wizard organizations to repair their ancient rare treasures. Compared to wizard tools which can continually advance, the high cost and non-advancing rare treasures indeed can't keep up with the times. The biggest advantage is that they are unrestricted by level and can serve as protection passed down from elders to juniors. But low-level wizards also find it hard to fully unleash their power. Often, they're not even as good as a top-grade wizard tool of the same level. Zion said. All right, Master, give me some time to think it over. The Holy Infant replied. All right, but I'm going to retreat soon, so hurry up. A few days later, Zion still found the Holy Infant, expressing her willingness to join the Fire Dragon Shop. The elders like Silverbeard, Iron Teeth, Copper Ear, and Golden Eye all came to congratulate her. Silverbeard laughed heartily. Congratulations, madam, on joining our family, you will come to love it here. At Fire Dragon Shop, he ended his life of wandering without support. Here, he could do what he loves without worrying about expensive primordial soul cultivation resources. Moreover, due to the widespread fame of Master Fire Dragon, others also treated them elders with a special respect. 6 months later, shortly after joining the Fire Dragon Shop, Zion made an important decision. She copied the artifact inheritance she acquired and gave a copy to the Holy Infant, in return for asking him to take her as a disciple to teach weapon making. She wanted to have a more rounded skill set, finding it difficult to rely solely on artifact making. The Holy Infant was naturally pleased, eager to study artifact making knowledge in case it became useful. And later, he also learned that Zion indeed possessed rare treasures similar to the Wind Disaster Pearl. What she acquired were the Earth Disaster Pearl and Thunder Disaster Pearl. The Holy Infant then exchanged these two pearls from the young girl with a 6th ring top-grade wizard tool. Thus, the true form has now collected 4 disaster pearls: Earth Disaster, Fire Disaster, Wind Disaster, and Thunder Disaster. Unexpectedly, there's still Water Disaster, Cold Disaster, and Gold Disaster scattered outside. Now the Fire Dragon Shop has gathered every type of weapon-making talent, achieving consummate success. The Holy Infant happily took out the Flame Demon Potion refined by the true form, planning to make a concentrated effort to advance to the 7-ring realm. Meanwhile, Gondalf has been silent for a long time with no more deeds reported. Only Lord Victor intermittently heads to the God-forsaken continent to hunt demons, earn war merit, and practice the path of the secret sword array. Refining the 7th level Heavenly Star Sword formation is a systematic big project. He needs to wait for the Holy Infant to reach 7 rings for both to refine together. Years passed swiftly, and 4 years went by. On the level 8 Demon Slaughter list, Lord Victor played his sword and sang highly, advancing in a comeback. He pressed forward triumphantly into the top 100, soon surpassing 10 million points. Clearly, this secret sword sect hierarch, after reaching the 7 rings, showed no inferiority when facing those long-famous predecessors. On the 7th level demon slaying list, Gondalf and Ace had long dropped out of the top 100. One by one, emerging stars began to show their prowess on the battlefield. And among these stars, the most dazzling few were known to all like supernovae. For example, the Demon Tier's Divine Sword Link. In the Blood and Fire of Slaughter, he advanced to the 6th ring within less than 100 years and then advanced to the senior realm of the 6th circle, becoming one of the few senior 6th circles on the demon slaying list's top 100. Now recognized as Little Victor. During an interview with Blood Battle Daily, Link helplessly stated, "Though I deeply respect Senior Victor, I still dislike this title. It makes me feel like I'm living under the senior's shadow." Among the supernovae of the 7th level demon slaying list, there are several who are the strongest talents of various top wizard organizations. Some also come from unknown backgrounds, suspected to be nomadic wizards or prominent figures' offspring. Among the supernovae, there are also 2 knights. One of them is the Fire Dragon Knight of the 7th level demon slaying list. He is the only knight in the top 100 list. He once killed a 6th level later stage demon with his 6th level mid-stage cultivation, more than once. In the combat projections circulating in the wizard world, after revealing his true form, he appeared even larger than a demon. He smashed a powerful demon lord with his mountain-like greatsword, just like crushing garlic. The other is the Supreme Knight of the level 8 Demon Slaughter list. After more than a decade of reappearance, he surged with terrifying speed from the 20th rank to the top 10 of the list. This time, he is first. Chapter 2109. 14 years. From being ranked in the teens, fought back to number 1. This difficulty is greater than fighting from rank 200 into the top 10. After the top 100, the strength gap between 7 circle wizards is not significant, and the points difference isn't large either. Basically, increasing some points can advance 1 rank. However, the top 100 are monsters and demons. The further ahead the wizards are, the more monstrous they become. The top 10 are primarily composed of the 7 circle perfection wizards, all of whom are geniuses and outstanding individuals among them. These people, more or less, have records of contending with 8th circle wizards. Whether they have surpassed their level in battle or not, they are by no means ordinary people. The top 3, needless to say. Destruction Realm Thunder, Light Divine Sword, and Hand of Fire God, these 3 bosses dominated here for many years. They pulled away from the gap after the 3rd rank. And this time, witnessed by everyone, the Dusk Palace Master, with an unbelievable speed, rushed to rank 1. First place, Dusk Palace Master, points, 120 million. Second place, Destruction Realm Thunder, points, 118 million. Third place, Light Divine Sword, points, 100 million. Thus, in the 166th year since the start of the Blood Battle, the first position on the level 8 Demon Slaughter list has finally changed hands. God-forsaken continent. Having accumulated 100 million war merits, Levi embarked on his journey home. In the past decade or so, it hasn't been smooth sailing for him. The Burning Expedition Army's 8th Circle demons pursued and intercepted him many times. However, he successfully escaped each time. With his current ability to save himself, even a level 8 powerhouse couldn't do anything to him. Not long ago, they even dispatched 2 level 8s to ambush him. He knew he needed to leave for a while. After over a decade of slaughter, Levi no longer remembers how many demon lords he has hunted down. Even level 7 demons, he has killed quite a few. The accumulated high-level demon materials alone are enough to make him incredibly wealthy. Among the 10,000 Shadow Dragon group, there are dozens of 6th level shadows. About a third are level 5 shadows. The rest are mostly level 4 shadows. The shadows alone show how frenzied Levi's slaughters have been over the years. Because his emergence is always accompanied by the Shadow Dragon group. Gradually, among the demons, the title of Shadow Demon Hunter started to spread. Shadow Demon Hunter Levi, master of incredibly powerful shadow magic, commanding thousands of powerful shadows. When you find this person, it means you are already surrounded by shadows covering the mountains and plains. He alone is a legion. Gradually, many wizards also learned the secret of Levi's invincibility. Seeing Levi controlling so many shadows, the genius wizards from the Shadow School of Thought even began to doubt the authenticity of their shadow magic cultivation. Some were unhappy, thinking this method was cheating. However, since the demon-slaying bracelet judged there was no problem, these voices were ignored. No matter how many shadows Levi summons, he is using his own spells, which is not an issue. Aside from the shadows, Levi's own strength also leaves them speechless. After climbing to number 1, more and more congratulations and flattery arrived. Major newspapers also made it the headline. Although Levi didn't want to be famous, with the ranking there, he couldn't stay low-key. After exchanging for Hand of the Winter Emperor in the Central Realm as he wished, Levi returned to the ancient dragon continent. In the container is a skinny arm, exuding a chilling cold breath. The arm's surface is covered in fine frost, with countless frost truth runes shining within. Levi let out a long sigh of relief. The upper-level oddity of the Ice King series is in hand, milestone complete. When the Holy Infant reaches 7 circles and refines this, the Ice and Fire Holy Body should be completely balanced and can be further improved. With the Holy Infant's aptitude, the 7-circle cultivation should be smooth, surpassing those ordinary top-level geniuses, and I won't have to worry. He put away the Hand of the Winter Emperor, and the Holy Infant has already gone into seclusion to advance to 7 circles, unable to emerge anytime soon. Only Gondalf has yet to reach his maximum. It's not that Levi is biased and unwilling to prepare oddities for Gondalf. It's just that the War Merit store doesn't have any Bright Moon artifacts suitable for Gondalf. Like the pure refining body artifact Elephant God's Proof, they are too scarce. It's better to let Gondalf accumulate war merits himself and slowly exchange for those random oddities worth 50 million war merits for luck. If it's not suitable, he could just take them for cultivation. Apart from Hand of the Winter Emperor, there are some decent-looking Bright Moon artifacts from the non-random oddities. But Levi doesn't plan to exchange them. These oddities cost more than double that of the random oddities, lacking cost-effectiveness. Once he finishes using his chances for the random Bright Moon artifacts worth 50 million, he'll start saving points. He wants to go all the way in exchange for a glorious Sun-grade oddity. So far, disregarding the random glorious Sun-grade oddities valued at 500 million. There are only 9 selectable glorious Sun-grade oddities available for exchange by the 7 Circle Wizards in the War Merit store. Each of the 7 Elementalist schools has one, the remaining 2 belong to Shadow and Death. The value of these oddities is generally above 1 billion war merits. Some popular factions exceed 2 billion. For example, the Burning Faction's Flame Emperor's Sword, valued at 2.3 billion war merits. The Earth Faction's Gaia's Heart, valued at 2.2 billion war merits. The Ocean Faction's Water God Palace, valued at 1.9 billion war merits. The Storm Faction's Undying Wind, valued at 1.7 billion war merits. Chapter 2110. Aside from that, the Shadow Faction's Shadow Emblem and the Lightning School of Thought's Thunder of Destruction are all quite valuable. These sun-refining artifacts were dazzling in Levi's eyes. Honestly, he wanted all of them. However, according to the exchange rules, each person can only exchange for 1 random sun-grade artifact, plus 2 more that are non-random. So, Levi could choose up to 2 types from them. It is foreseeable that the traditional 4 major elemental factions of Earth, Fire, Wind, and Water will have fierce competition. There are only a few, yet a large number of geniuses want them. The top of the demon-slaying list is filled with wizards from these factions. The factions of Death, Lightning, and Storm are not faring much better. Overall, the competition within the Bronze and Shadow factions is relatively smaller. These 2 factions currently only have some grand wizards, not even a single legendary wizard. They have a few top talents, but compared to other schools, both in quantity and quality, they are lacking. From the officially stated value, the Shadow Emblem worth 1.6 billion points is likely inferior to the first-ranked Flame Emperor's Sword. According to the Illustrated Guide of Strange Items, Flame Emperor's Sword indeed stands out among the Sun grade. But Levi still regarded the Shadow Emblem as one of his must-pick artifacts. Sun grade artifacts have one important function. That is to enhance one of a wizard's innate spells, raising it to a new level. Generally speaking, innate spells are already set after advancing to the primordial soul. Because they have already been solidified into a wizard's innate instinct, they can only increase in power as the realm advances. But the spell itself is difficult to evolve. At most, some simple structural optimization can be done through truth oddities, but that's not a qualitative change. Sun-grade artifacts are things that change fate against the heavens. They are powerful enough to conduct significant secondary strengthening of a wizard's intrinsic talents. This strengthening is a true qualitative transformation. Thus, if Levi is to choose his first sun-refining artifact, it must be the one that provides him the greatest benefit. Aside from 10,000 Dragon's Birth, his most powerful innate spell is the Shadow Dragon group. If it can undergo a qualitative change through Shadow Emblem, the power of this talent will be even more terrifying. Spells like Fire Dragon Tribulation and Water Dragon's Song would benefit less from enhancement. Levi believed that after strengthening the Shadow Dragon group, his shadow summoning creatures would surely receive a different kind of boost. Of course, if he had a choice, Levi would more like to strengthen his 9th talent, 10,000 Dragon's Birth. However, this spell is somewhat special, as it is of Chaos attribute. Currently, he can only access single attribute Sun-grade artifacts, making it difficult to achieve enhancement for it. According to the Illustrated Guide of Strange Items, Chaos attribute artifacts are all legendary artifacts, too distant from him. Shadow Emblem is valued at 1.6 billion war merits. Even with his Shadow Dragon group, it's impossible for Levi to accumulate so much in a short time. Fortunately, he looked through the Shadow School of Thought's demon-slaying list rankings and felt reassured. Currently, on the 8th level demon-slaying list, the strongest in the Shadow School of Thought is a 7-circle perfect wizard named Ghost Shadow. At present, ranked 15th with 40 million points. As for those 8th circle wizard bosses on the 9th level demon-slaying list, they will not participate in the exchange for these oddities. They have their own prize pools and do not need to compete with the 7-circle wizards. Otherwise, with the strength of 8th circle wizards, there would unquestionably be nothing for the 7-circle wizards. Thus, as long as he doesn't slack off too much. Occasionally going to the god-forsaken continent for demon hunting, this oddity should be secure. Levi even felt if there was enough time, he could first go and exchange for the popular Flame Emperor's sword. Then, in turn, exchange for the Shadow Emblem. After all, with the fierce competition in the burning school of thought, once he finishes exchanging for the Shadow Emblem and accumulates 2.3 billion again. Liver Emperors like Hand of Fire God are probably already ahead. As for the random oddity worth 500 million, exchange for it last, as everyone can guarantee one exchange opportunity. With a new goal in mind, Levi immediately felt motivated again. But after demon hunting for more than a decade continuously, he's also a bit tired and doesn't want to go to the god-forsaken continent anytime soon. He plans to change his mood and relax a bit. Through Leon's memory disk, he learned from the memories of those demon lords that he is now the number one wanted by the burning expeditionary army. The army commander of the expeditionary army has placed a bounty on him with a level 9 abyss heart reward. This is also why those level 8 demon lords keep giving him trouble. If not for his mastery of the Death Ember Divine Palace and danger perception, these heaven-defying abilities, he would likely have already perished, buried on the god-forsaken continent. As far as he knows, currently in the wizard world, there are not many wizards with a bounty of a level 9 abyss heart. Lucy from the Deep Blue Expeditionary Army is one of them. And a few others, all 8th Circle Perfection Battle Group powerhouses. And he, Levi, is the only 7th Circle wizard to receive such honor. Even Destruction Realm Thunder and Bright Divine Sword do not enjoy such treatment. After resting for a while, he arrived at the ancient Banyan Fairyland, gazing at the Black Soul Demon Tower and the Book of the Undead in his hand. It's been a while since I crafted artifacts personally. He plans to upgrade the Book of the Undead to 7 Circle and combine it with the 7 Circle Black Soul Demon Tower, emulating 100 Flowers Star Ring and Tower of Summer Flowers to refine it into a combined wizard tool. Then, he'll repair the Black Soul Demon Tower a bit, temporarily using it as a wizard tower. Chapter 2111. Take this chance to practice creating your own wizard tower for the future, and familiarize yourself with the process. With that said, Levi immediately began his secluded refining. 7 years, a blink of an eye. Nora Calendar 387. Blood Battle Year 173. Unknowingly, only 30 years remain until the next opening of the ancient tower. Midland Continent. Gundor City, Fire Dragon Shop. Rolling fire elemental power, stirring the winds and clouds, crimson sky and dancing flames. Everyone stuck their heads out from the wizard tower, faces filled with shock. But this was not the end. Suddenly, a boundless force of frost entered like a northern wind passing. Cold waves, chilly winds, frost, snowflakes, many natural phenomena intertwined, magnificently beautiful. The area spanning more than 20 miles was dyed red and blue. One side was a fiery hell, with scorching winds, the other was a realm of ice, an ice age. This, dual cultivation of ice and fire, its master fire dragon. Finally, has this day really come? It's been less than 500 years since the master ascended to the 6th circle, and now he's reaching the 7th circle? This progress is too fast. What do you know, for a genius like the master, it's actually considered slow. I guess the master deliberately delayed ascension to imprint more witch marks. That's a genius for you. We wish to imprint the 9th witch trace as soon as possible and rush to ascend, racing against time, while others aren't hurried and have options. In the red and blue world, resembling a yin-yang fish, rolling and spinning, forming an element tide over Gundor City. Daybreak Tower, Lord Victor sat at home, before him the secret sword was poised. If any enemy dared to interfere with the Holy Infant's ascension, he would surely use lightning methods to kill them. Upon closer inspection, in the yin-yang fish, the flame side seemed slightly larger than the frost, clearly unbalanced. Though it doesn't affect ascension, it still looks uncomfortable. Lord Victor murmured. As the Origin Holy Emperor said, balance of yin and yang is the ultimate truth. Half a day later, all those element tides surged into the Fire Dragon shop. The purple primordial soul, flickering between reality and illusion, stood in the void. A purple divine dragon spanning 1,000 meters coiled around it, its somber purple scales shining with a majestic aura. The divine dragon's supple mane fluttered in the wind, its dragon eyes surveying the inquisitive essences within Gundor City. The larger the tree, the stronger the wind. Not everyone holds Master Fire Dragon in reverence. Some people wish for Master Fire Dragon to fail and remain defeated, becoming a fallen genius. Feeling the divine dragon's gaze, those intents quickly retracted, silent sighs echoed in Gondor city. They knew their ideal calculations were once again void. Fire Dragon Ace successfully ascended to the 7th circle, leaving many wizards behind on the path of pursuing truth. From now on, he joins the ranks of top-level strongholders in Gondor city. Looking around the wizard world, he's near the upper levels of the pyramid, increasingly close to the summit. Most intimidating, with the talents of Master Fire Dragon, perhaps even achieving 8th circle wouldn't fail. These malicious expectants have no chance to rival him anymore. Among them, there were the spies from the Council of 10,000 Clans. Fire Dragon Ace has become unstoppable. Yes, report to Lord Snake Master. Seeing Ace's successful ascension, Lord Victor withdrew the poised secret sword and continued his own cultivation. Next is Gonduf. Only upon stepping into the 7th circle can one truly appreciate the marvel of this realm. Especially for a top-level genius. Within the wizard world, among the stronghold forces in various schools' subdimensional portals, few can pose a threat to them. Beyond the leaders of top-level wizard organizations, 8th circle wizards and grand wizards, most are in central realm holding key positions. In some sense, the 7th circle stands as the pinnacle of worldly combat power. In fact, with the strength of Gondor's 3 heroes, they could easily secure a decent position in central realm. However, they adhere strictly to their master's advice, cooperating with official entities but never joining them. Fire Dragon Shop. The Holy Infant opened his eyes, unleashing the aura of the 7th circle. Though he lacks danger perception, through inherent primordial soul wizard intuition, he can still sense some lesser threats carrying slight animosity toward himself. Earlier was merely a minor warning toward them. 7th circle. I can finally start weapon making again. The Holy Infant's heart was filled with excitement. No rush for now, stabilize the realm first, and then refine the hand of the Winter Emperor, balancing my ice and fire holy body. The Holy Infant felt a headache as he sensed his unstable primordial soul within his mind. With the ascent to the 7th circle, this imbalance grew even more intense. In the future, care must be taken, ice and fire are inherently incompatible. If development fails to balance, over time it will damage my foundations. I cannot pursue speed blindly. Generally, dual cultivation wizards are associated with underground fire, wind and thunder, or water and ice. In short, there are very few with water and fire, ice and fire. Like the Holy Infant, he is a special case. Congratulations, Master! Alexandra and Elsie, who were in seclusion, also felt the change from this ascension and awoke one after another. The enthusiastic Red Dragon Queen couldn't help but hug the Holy Infant. The Holy Infant laughed heartily, stepping back a bit. I've reached 7th circle first, ladies, keep striving. Elsie pinched Alexandra's arm slightly. Chapter 2112. Pay attention to appearances. Master, please consolidate your realm first, we won't disturb you. Oh, by the way, I refined a top-grade wizard tool a few days ago. Alexandra pouted. Now the whole city knows that you refined a top-grade wizard tool. The Holy Infant encouraged. That's great, being able to refine a top-grade artifact is the mark of a mature 6th circle artifact maker, and a testament to the honor of every craftsman. Top-grade wizard tools are rare and hard to come by. Of course, he was an exception. Next, Silverbeard, Iron Teeth, Copper Ear, and Golden Eye all came to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, shopkeeper! The Holy Infant said. Thank you all for your hard work. How is the progress of those alchemical creatures now? They replied. The Thunder God weapon, Ice God weapon, and Golden Divine weapon have all been refined. We also took Godnik from the Tower of Dawn and re-refined it. Next, we can merge and refine them to ascend to a 7-circle alchemical creature Titan. The Holy Infant said. Alright, I'll work with everyone soon to craft this artifact, which represents the pinnacle of ancient alchemical artistry. The reason it's called ancient is that since the advent of mechanical paths, the traditional school of alchemy has essentially transformed. Alchemy was originally derived from imitating the mechanical school. Now that the righteous path is paved, naturally, the right track should be followed too. Mechanical creatures are actually the epitome of advanced technology. Therefore, the Titan Giant Divine Weapon is the last brilliance of ancient alchemical creatures. Everything must have a beginning and an end. For the Holy Infant to refine it would also fulfill Wizard LeMay's wish. Treasure Maker Zion looked at the 7-circle Master Fire Dragon, feeling an obscure joy in her heart. She felt as if she had joined an advancing organization, on its way up. In this trend, even she might be able to ride the east wind further than if she were alone. A year later, with the realm stabilized, the Holy Infant left Gundor City, looking back at the little drugstore. "Old thing, it's just you left, keep it up." Land of Darkness. The Snake Envoy quietly listened to the reports of his subordinates, his mood as calm as an ancient well. "He's 7 circle now, haha, I lost." He suddenly laughed up at the sky, seemingly relieved. The Snake Envoy recalled his life. He was endowed with the bloodline of an ancient giant beast, the Komodo snake, hence the self-proclaimed Komodo snake. He grew from a small snake into a dominator of a world, reaching level 7 realm. Later, in pursuit of eternal life, he became the master of his world. He cautiously sheltered his world, living a life undisturbed by the world in this dark land. Originally, all this should have been perfect. Until the great collision of planes began and his world started collapsing uncontrollably. He could feel that the will of his world was also weakening continuously. He, once a level 7 late-stage powerhouse, gradually fell to the current level 7 early stage. Not long ago, the world will fell into slumber. Next, this world will become part of Nora. He will also turn to dust and never exist again. Over hundreds of years, he witnessed Master Fire Dragon go from a 5th circle wizard to the 7-ring realm, becoming a peer of his own. And as a top-tier genius, Fire Dragon Ace's strength was likely to surpass his own spent barrel. He saw the wizard geniuses led by Fire Dragon Ace as the quintessential embodiment of wizard civilization. Hypocrites, plunderers, colonizers, destroyers, the arrogant. He hated not Fire Dragon Ace, but the wizard world. A profound and enigmatic voice sounded by the Snake Envoy's ear. "Are you prepared? After this battle, you are bound to die." The Snake Envoy replied. "Lord, I am ready." The voice said. "Very well, in a few years, when your world converges with Nora, take this medicine. It will temporarily free you from the bonds of the plane. Remember that you only have 1 day, after which you will turn to dust, even your soul dissipating. I don't recommend you kill Fire Dragon Ace, doing so might render your death meaningless. Currently, the organization rates Fire Dragon Ace as a 7+ threat, only a level 8 powerhouse can take him down stably. Of course, everyone has their own obsessions, you have been with me for a long time, and I respect your choice." The Snake Envoy resolutely said. "Lord, I understand, I still wish to find Fire Dragon Ace. If I can drag him to hell with me, it'd be best. If not, I'll drag as many wizards to hell as possible." That voice was silent for a moment, then said. "I wish you success." Nora year 388. Ancient Dragon Continent. In the Fairyland, the Holy Infant took the hand of the Winter Emperor. To prevent unforeseen changes, Levi instructed him to refine it on the spot in the Fairyland. After all, during the period of refining the oddity, the Holy Infant couldn't do anything else anyway, so refining it anywhere was the same. The Holy Infant naturally agreed and started refining his first Bright Moon artifact. Meanwhile, Levi continued researching the Black Soul Demon Tower. 2 years later. Nora year 390. In the ancient Banyan Fairyland, the land of Little Cold Mountain, the surging frost power awakened the slumbering heaven crystal dragon ant. During this time, it had been opening up wasteland in the nightmare world, both mentally and physically exhausted. The butterfly effect from the 8 Kings Rebellion gradually spread towards the Black Dragon territory. Members of the Dragon Palace had been through battle after battle over the years. High above the sky, a figure in a purple robe sat upright beneath the firmament. A primordial soul, alternating between reality and illusion, was surrounded by a Taiji diagram made of blue and red fire elemental power. Chapter 2113. This time, the power of ice and fire is finally balanced, appearing harmonious and united. In just 2 short years, the aura of the Holy Infant, who just advanced to the 7-circle level, has grown stronger. Within the primordial soul, those solidified organs shine with a distinctive luster. The right arm blazes with red flames, twisting space. The left arm radiates frost, spreading frost across the sky. The Holy Infant casually unleashes a fire dragon tribulation in an ice dragon prison. The ice dragon forms a domain that freezes everything, while the fire dragon roars and rotates within it. The power is stronger now. With so many oddities enhancing it, it fully rivals that of a senior 7-circle wizard. The Holy Infant then places a hand on the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual Force, 7260/12060. Spiritual Force has also increased by nearly 200 points, saving decades of arduous practice. This is the power of the Bright Moon artifact. This way, I have more time to specialize in weapon refinement. The Ice and Fire Holy Body has improved its affinity with elements once again. With my current talent, alongside Netherworld Soul Dates and Soul Stones, advancing to Senior 7 Circle within 200 years should not be a problem. Unfortunately, this refinement did not produce a special spiritual creature, but this little guy, Snow King, seems to have undergone a mutation. The Holy Infant's consciousness arrives inside the Divine Ring Tower on the 7th level. The Lion King snores loudly in sleep, while Roman curls up in a corner with the snake head buried in the corner. It was bullied, with the culprit being the Lion King. Of course, the Lion King was just joking with Roman, but the difference in strength between them is too vast. Even though it's playful, the big cat's paw can easily swat the helpless Roman against the tower wall. The Holy Infant wakes the Lion King, grabs it by the mane, and reprimands. "Do not bully Roman, you rascal. Special spiritual creatures are not true living beings, they have no soul but have their instincts and personalities. The side effect of having too many spiritual entities in the mind is like this, a happy kind of trouble." At this moment, Snow King is in the corner, looking with puzzlement at its left arm. Its round body now sports a muscular arm, with veins bulging like a Kylan arm. This is the mutation born after refining the hand of the Winter Emperor. Snow King's special spiritual creature from the Cold King series seems to have evolved a second time. The Holy Infant can sense the terrifying strength contained within Snow King's Kylan arm. With one punch, ordinary 7-circle wizards would probably not dare to face it head-on. When he goes demon hunting on the God-forsaken continent next, it should be a good chance to test its effect. Ace, you should return to Gundor City. Next, upgrade both your and my top-grade wizard tools. Take all these level 7 demon materials. Levi has accumulated heaps of high-level demon materials over the years of demon hunting. Leaving some for pharmacy, he hands them all to Ace to make full use of them. He lets various organizations handle and process the low-level and middle-level ones. These resources can facilitate the continued development of the ancient dragon continent. The Holy Infant departs, and the next phase is joyful weapon refinement. Just on his side, he has the Falling Star Ring, Snow Iron Dragon Armor, and 5 other top-grade wizard tools that need upgrading. His duo bows pieces need not be mentioned. Months later. Nora. Outer Sea Region. Unconsciously, another medium-sized continent emerges on the sea surface. Such occurrences happen periodically, and wizards have long grown accustomed to them. The area of present-day Nora is already a third larger compared to before the major convergence, and this is only the beginning. A group of young wizards from the Wizard Academy on the mortal continent happen to be trialing here. As the first witnesses of this new continent, some are fervent, thinking it's an opportunity. Perhaps they can seize this chance for some gains on the new continent, so they explore it quietly. Completely unaware, a black-robed figure appears, it's the Snake Envoy, disguised. Is this the aura of Nora? It casually flicks a few streams of black light, instantly killing the group of young wizards. Then it transforms into a small snake, and swiftly dives into the body of one young wizard. Moments later, the young wizard moves muscles and bones, expressionless. Using a secret technique, it shields its aura, its gaze tranquil. Fire Dragon Ace, we're finally about to meet. Gundor City. With the help of a spy, the Snake Envoy successfully infiltrates. Feeling the faintly present formidable auras in the city, its mind is complex. Can the ideal of the Council of 10,000 Clans truly be achieved? It doesn't rush to act but leisurely strolls around the city, sensing the unprecedented bustling ambience. Haha, Dawn Tower, Fire Dragon Shop, Gandalf Pharmacy, the organization of Gundor 3 heroes. Rationally, it knows attacking Gandalf offers the highest chance of success. Among the 3, Gandalf alone hasn't reached 7 Circle. Nevertheless, the Snake Envoy focuses its attention on the Fire Dragon Shop. Launching an attack after infiltrating the city is undoubtedly a suicidal assault. For it would quickly alert other strong figures and the arrays within the city, trapping and leading to its demise. To date, no one attempted this in Gundor City and lived to tell. But since it has only half a day left to live, it naturally does not fear. Inside the Fire Dragon Shop, Ace is refining the main material for his amethyst light sword, the Ancient Amethyst. Chapter 2114. The large piece of amethyst left by the ancient times, if used wisely, is enough to refine both the wizard tools of his original body and his duplication. After all, not all wizard tools require amethyst. Suddenly, his figure moved, disappearing from the weapon refinement room. A terrifying aura rose between heaven and earth. Soon after, the exclamations of some wizards could be heard outside. The grand and luxurious wizard tool exhibition hall of the Fire Dragon shop collapsed with a bang. Some of the customers visiting the shop fled in panic. A massive black serpent, nearly filling the building, was exuding endless poison, flicking its snake tongue. Many wizards were devoured on the spot by it. The glow of the array lit up, enveloping the Fire Dragon shop. In the area of the weapon refinement room, the light of the seven-ring formation shone even more vividly. Thanks to the protection of these arrays, the weapon refinement area where only customers step foot remained intact. However, the public area had turned into a ruin. No matter how strong the array, it couldn't prevent a suicide attack from within. Streams of primordial soul energy flew out from the weapon refinement room. Colorful attacks flew toward the giant serpent. In order to avoid large-scale casualties, everyone restrained their assaults. Throughout Gundor City, various protective arrays lit up one by one. Above the city, a gigantic array sealed everything off. Beneath the sky dome, the giant serpent wreaked havoc. When a level 7 expert is willing to risk life and death, the consequences are dire. Ha ha ha, die, die. You pitiful insects, if it weren't for Fire Dragon Ace residing here, you wouldn't have been caught up in this. The maniacal roar of the snake envoy echoed throughout the city. Snow King. A white snowball shot out, appearing above the giant serpent's head. The snake envoy had long studied the battle methods of the Holy Infant, naturally knowing this was his companion spiritual creature. It's useless. Although I've fallen in realm, I'm not something a mere companion creature can shake. It swept its tail, and a destructive black light spewed from its mouth, shooting toward Master Fire Dragon. The snow iron dragon armor surfaced, barely resisting the terrifying attack. Its surface showed fine cracks. Even a 6th ring top-grade wizard tool couldn't withstand such an attack from an expert like the Snake Envoy. The Holy Infant's expression changed slightly. He had yet to upgrade his wizard tool and didn't expect such a turn of events. Fortunately, the material of the snow iron dragon armor was mostly of the 7-ring level, so it wasn't a major issue. It had already been damaged several times in previous battles with demons, and could be patched up for continued use. Meanwhile, the Snow King's form crazily expanded. It transformed from a snowball into a frost giant towering 1,000 meters tall. The giant, resembling the statue of David, exuded a beauty of art and philosophy. Except its head, which remained a round ball. The giant's left arm was muscular and well-defined. Hand of the Winter Emperor. Boom! The endless frost power erupted, instantly engulfing the 1,000-meter giant serpent. Crack, crack! Accompanied by the sound of ice forming. The serpent's body turned into an ice sculpture suspended mid-air. While the snake envoy was inwardly shocked, what overwhelmed it more was sorrow and despair. Today, I'm not even a match for his companion spiritual creature. It desperately burned its own strength, intending to make Fire Dragon Ace forever remember this day. Fine cracks mended the surface of the ice sculpture, with pitch-black mist seeping out. Crack! The ice sculpture split open, freeing the snake envoy. With its still frozen body, it rushed toward Fire Dragon Ace, aiming to destroy him by self-detonation. A star-like light shot through the air. A delicate secret sword pierced from the mouth of the snake envoy. Like a zipper being undone, the 1,000-meter serpent's body split inch by inch under the razor-sharp gold element sword chi. Afterwards, the snake envoy's body was cleaved in 2 halves. A fragmented snake soul fled from within. With an unyielding howl, the snake envoy received another punch from the Snow King, dissolving into smoke. From the snake envoy's sudden onslaught to its obliteration, it all happened in a flash. It initially intended to cause as much havoc as possible in Gundor City by entangling with Fire Dragon Ace for as long as it could. Never did it expect that a single punch from the Snow King would extinguish it. The terrifying frost power immobilized it. Afterwards, a sword strike from Victor pierced through the serpent's mouth, splitting it in 2 internally. Such deeds Victor had performed many times before, and he handled it with ease. The colossal body of the snake envoy toppled to the ground. The Holy Infant remained with a calm demeanor. It was evident that the opponent was a powerful member of the Council of 10,000 Clans. At level 7, it was already at the envoy level. The Council of 10,000 Clans actually dispatched an envoy to launch a suicide attack on him. No wonder they had been lying low, never making a move. It seemed they wanted to act directly at the safest place while he was off guard. However, he had already reached 7 rings, and had refined the Bright Moon artifact. Even if it weren't for Victor's intervention, he was absolutely confident in exterminating the foe. Nevertheless, his methods had too extensive an impact to be used within the city, as it might affect innocent bystanders. Luckily, the Fire Dragon shop did an excellent job of protecting refiners. The artifact refining area was safeguarded by the 7-ring formation, preventing any outsiders from entering. Coupled with the swift end to the battle. Thus, this terrifying attack resulted in minimal damage. The greatest loss was the innocent customers caught in the crossfire. These aftermath tasks had to be done well, otherwise it would affect the reputation of the Fire Dragon shop. However, upon seeing the enormous level 7 serpent's corpse, the Holy Infant suddenly felt that this time, it didn't seem like much of a loss. This is excellent material for weapon refinement. This serpent must have at least been level 7 late stage at its peak. In the sky, the Gundor City Lord, who was in seclusion, was also awakened by the disturbances of this terrifying attack. He frowned deeply, arriving at the Fire Dragon shop. "Lord Ace, are you all right?" The Holy Infant said. "I'm fine, but the enemy's attack caused some collateral damage. I'm considering whether I should move the Fire Dragon shop to another area to avoid such incidents, sparing innocent lives," the Gundor City Lord said. "No worries, stay in Gundor City, there's no need to go elsewhere. I can use this incident as a pretext to apply for a military-grade advanced rare treasure from the Central Authority. I've applied several times before but never got approval. The cost is too high, the quantity scarce, and some are reluctant to allocate it for the nomadic wizards of the Nether capital. This time, let's see what excuse they can use. Losing a high-level talent like you would mean sacrificing a potential grand wizard." The Holy Infant felt a surge of happiness, quickly expressing gratitude. "Thank you, City Lord." Chapter 2115. The kind of rare treasure the City Lord mentioned, the Holy Infant had heard of it before, known as the Heavenly Eye Crystal. Its function is similar to the Demon Mirror of the previous world, and now Gundor City also has a similar low-end version. During the war, Gundor City was not free to enter and exit, everyone needed to go through security checks and inspections by the guards. However, these methods may not be sufficient for some level 6 and above experts. Especially that giant serpent just now, which seemed to possess exquisite concealing breath and transformation abilities. In fact, even with the Heavenly Eye Crystal, it is impossible to completely intercept all dangers outside. The higher the path, the stronger the devil, there are policies above and countermeasures below. As the Council of 10,000 Clans intensifies its attacks, it's still important to ensure one's own protection. On one hand, one's own strength must be strong enough. On the other hand, Fire Dragon shop itself also needs to enhance its security protection. After the Gundor City Lord expressed his gratitude, he hurriedly left. As the City Lord, he should be thankful that the Master's strength was powerful, almost instantly killing the enemy. Otherwise, he would be hard-pressed to escape responsibility for the large-scale casualties. Of course, everyone did not expect the Council of 10,000 Clans to go as far as sending a level 7 emissary to carry out a suicide attack. To put it bluntly, even if this emissary killed a group of low-level wizards and was finally surrounded and killed, the Council of 10,000 Clans suffered a huge loss, because the cost of training a level 7 is too high. It can only be said that the Snake Envoy, due to repeated mission failures, has become somewhat distorted internally. It concentrated all its hatred towards the wizard civilization on the Holy Infant, the representative figure, forming an obsession. In the end, it flew like a moth to the flame, walking towards death. Even its soul, due to consuming that medicine, could not reincarnate, never to have a next life. Alexandra and Elsie looked at the chaotic Fire Dragon shop, faces heavy, angrily saying, "After the blood battle ends, we must settle accounts with these guys. Yes, it's too outrageous. Earlier it was intercepting Master halfway, but now they directly come to Gundor City to raid home, really intolerable." The Holy Infant calmly said. "It's okay, civil war, this loss is nothing, this is just the beginning. In the future, I'm afraid the entire wizard world will have no place of peace." He collected the giant serpent's carcass and prepared to slowly study and utilize it. The management staff of Fire Dragon shop began handling the aftermath. The relatives and organizations of the unfortunate ones affected within the shop received a certain amount of casualty compensation. Most wizards were still relatively satisfied with Fire Dragon shop's handling. According to the current laws of the wizard world, such terror attacks are irresistible. Fire Dragon shop itself is not responsible. Even the security system of Gundor City did not detect the Snake Envoy's identity, so it's normal for the shop not to detect it, understandable. Encountering such trouble during normal business activities, Fire Dragon shop could only resign to bad luck. But because of the Snake Envoy's deliberate words to shift blame before dying, some wizards still had some criticisms. A genius wizard like Master Fire Dragon, who is so easily targeted, should not live in the Nether capital, otherwise it will only harm us ordinary people. That's right, those people just want to buy wizard tools but lost their lives, too unjust. Listening to these remarks, the Holy Infant remained calm inside. He knew that there must be adversaries in the shadows stirring the public opinion. This cannot be completely stopped. In the darkness, there will always be such pests breeding, harassing. Every power under the spotlight is not immune to spiteful criticism. He just continued with weapon refinement, while dispatching some wizards to investigate the source of these public opinions. He didn't mind these malicious words, but if they indeed were done with ill intent, then it was still necessary to suppress them a bit, to not affect Fire Dragon shop's wizard tool business. Although it's a wizard world, public opinion battles are also important. Soon after, the news of Gundor City being attacked by a level 7 expert from the Council of 10,000 clans spread across the Midland continent. This was the first time since the blood battle that Gundor City encountered such a level of terror attack. When everyone learned that the level 7 expert was instantly killed by Master Fire Dragon and Victor and others, they cheered and rejoiced. Fortunately, Gundor City now had the 3 heroes sitting in town. Especially the Dawn Divine Sword Victor, with him, all evil can be slashed in one sword. After this battle, Master Fire Dragon's powerful companion spiritual creature left a deep impression on everyone. With a punch, it could briefly suppress a level 7 early stage expert, terrifying as such. The mere companion spiritual creature had such strength. How strong must Master Fire Dragon be, who did not even make a move? And he only recently upgraded to the 7-ring ordinary wizard realm just a few years ago. Once he reaches senior 7-ring and 7-ring perfection, under the 8th circle, he might be invincible. This terror attack also made the security measures and alerts of the major wizard capitals in the wizard world rise to another level. Land of Darkness. Deep in space, a pair of ghostly green eyes opened. The gaze like a spotlight, looked toward the distant direction of Nora in the darkness. Poor little creature, it just wanted to live a peaceful, untroubled life. Alas, wizard world is truly full of evil deeds. The voice faded away in a sigh, a shadow several hundred miles long, entwined with pitch-black demon flame, disappeared into the void, a terrifying aura lingering, distorting space. Chapter 2116. Midland Continent. A secret location. Crowfeather Demon King Victor looked at the news of the death of the Snake Envoy. The Snake Envoy is like a moth to a flame, seeking its own destruction. Ever since the failed assassination attempt on Gandalf, Victor went underground, never showing his face. He now has an important mission. That is to secretly spread the 9-headed hell snake body tempering technique for the Lord Snake Mother, and strengthen the Hydra organization in the shadows. Now, thanks to the chaos caused by the Blood Wars, the Hydra has grown robust. Just recently, a promising young 7-headed snake, equivalent to a 6-circle refining body wizard, was born. This young one was an orphan named Rhys Guest, whom he took in from a small village in Midland long ago, a descendant of the Snake Emperor Knight family with high potential. Given time, he will definitely cultivate the body refining technique bestowed by the Snake Mother to the 9-headed realm, completing the Snake Mother's task. As for the assassination of Gandalf, Victor has already given up. He has taken hundreds of years to barely recover to a level 6 late-stage power. Whereas that Gandalf is probably about to advance to the 7-circle realm. Once such a genius grows, it cannot be restrained. If action is taken, the outcome will be the same as with the Snake Envoy, a road to self-destruction. However, the Snake Mother has promised that if Victor completes the Elder's task, he will help Victor restore his full strength, and even advance further. Victor is quite looking forward to this. With a promise from a level 9 expert, why shouldn't he have the chance to soar to great heights, and reckon with past grievances? Time flies like an arrow, the years go by like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. Year 400 of Nora, year 186 of the Blood Wars. In the ancient Banyan fairyland, the now 824-year-old Levi burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this black soul demon tower is finally repaired. It must be said, a wizard tower compared to a regular wizard tool, is truly a massive project. The spells, arrays, and weapon-making knowledge involved are exceedingly complex. Even though Levi is a 7-circle senior wizard. But since this wizard tower was not refined by him personally, there are many areas where continued research, experimentation, and trial and error are needed. During this time, it cost 600 million ether stones. If not for the 3 avatars being profitable, along with him having collected many materials and resources himself, Levi, who recently emptied his pockets, wouldn't have such a large amount of money. The wizard tower indeed is time and energy consuming, but its completion is certainly rewarding. Using the Tower of Summer Flowers, coupled with special spiritual creature accompaniments, prior demon hunting by Elena on the god-forsaken continent could easily slay a level 7 mid-stage demon. Encountering a level 7 late-stage demon, it could hold its own for a bit and then calmly retreat. And the 100 Flowers still is a relatively crude wizard tower embryonic form, as it hasn't yet been built to the 7th floor. 2 more floors are needed to finish the capping. The wizard tower's inherent large-scale array and many functional modules make it a mobile war fortress. In this kind of civil war, it's certainly very useful. The Black Soul Demon Tower, though crafted by an ancient wizard, is quite good. It can create a small world within itself, which in itself, is a rare treasure. This is why Levi spent decades and so much capital to repair it. With the assistance of this tower, exploring those unknown ancient ruins, he feels confident even when faced with a level 8 powerhouse. When his own wizard tower takes shape, this tower won't go to waste. It can be given to Gandalf for him to use. Looking across the body refining wizard community, those who own a wizard tower are very few, perhaps non-existent. When Gandalf advances to the 7-circle realm, coupled with the Black Soul Demon Tower, in the current era of body refining decline, he might become one of the top experts in the body refining world. With a thought from Levi, the 7-story black tower towering thousands of meters before him grew with the wind. Rumble. The tower grew from 1,000 meters to 3,000 meters, then 10,000 meters. A 10,000-meter-high giant tower floated above his head, exuding a vast aura. Simultaneously, an ancient book opened automatically at the tower's apex, releasing countless undead spirits that flew out, circling the ancient tower. As the giant tower rotated, an endless atmosphere of negative energy death formed a pitch-black death storm domain in a radius of 100 miles. 2 dark evil souls, exuding a level 7 mid-stage aura like gods of death, each 1,000 meters tall and wielding a scythe, lurked in the death storm, waiting for the opportunity to harvest the enemy's life. The strength of the dark evil souls depends on the undead quantity within the tower, and theoretically, with Levi's 7-circle realm, as long as the undead are sufficient, these 2 giants can reach a maximum power of level 7 peak. The power of the Death Storm domain likewise follows the same principle. The current Book of the Undead has become a part of the Black Soul Demon Tower, serving as a gateway for the undead. Additionally, after combining the 2, the Black Soul Demon Tower's capacity to hold undead has dramatically increased, and the size of its inner heaven and earth has also significantly improved. Furthermore, the Book of the Undead also serves as the control panel for the Black Soul Demon Tower. Levi wishes to implement operations and commands can all be executed through this book, making the operation of this wizard tower, which wasn't originally crafted by him, much smoother. As the space of the Black Soul Demon Tower advanced, Levi's previous undead army now seemed insufficient. After some time, he plans to revisit Dragonfall Valley to gather more undead. He recited an incantation. The Black Soul Demon Tower continuously shrank, finally reducing to only 7 inches tall, floating in Levi's right hand. Tisk tisk tisk, from now on, I shall be the reincarnation of Heavenly King Li. Chapter 2117. Levi placed the demonic tower into his mind. He placed his hand on the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual force, 9436/13079. Not far from 7 rings perfection. Over the years, he mainly focused on refining the wizard tower, but he didn't neglect his basic cultivation. He kept half of the soul stones brought from hell and gave the rest to the 3 avatars and 100 flowers to accelerate their cultivation speed. Opening the demon slaying list, after not hunting demons for a while, he had been pushed to 3rd place by the kings of brevity. The likes of Destruction Realm Thunder and Light Divine Sword had already reached the limits of their spiritual force, their talents were outstanding, and they had grand ambitions to brand more witch marks and advance to the 8th circle. Levi didn't compete with them. For him, the priority was still to enhance his spiritual force and knighthood. This was the perfect time to lay low and let the demons cool down their hatred towards him. In recent years, his spell cultivation had mastered most of the 7-ring spells. Both Heavenly Net Lightning and Undying Thunder had reached the level 15 7th circle standard, so he chose a few more spells to start a new round of branding work. Eventually, he chose the spells Fire Jump and Earth to Prison. These were the only 2 spells worth learning from his current spell library, the rest were rather ordinary. Next, he needed to find a way to acquire more excellent, top-grade spells. Fire Jump, a top-grade spell, is a life-saving spell from the Burning faction. It also touches on space manipulation. Once cast, the user becomes fire and can move freely within a 5,000-mile radius among flames, whether it's underground fire, a bonfire, or flames from another wizard's spell, for 10 seconds. It was a purchase made by the Holy Infant at an auction, costing a fortune. Earth to Prison, a top-grade spell, creates a prison constructed by the earth under the enemy's feet. If cultivated to the maximum, it can trap a 7-circle perfect wizard for a while. Levi estimated that with his spell power, he should be able to transcend realms and momentarily trap an 8th circle wizard. Not long after, Levi managed to initiate these 2 spells, barely achieving the branding of 9 witch marks, reaching the minimum standard for advancing to the 8th circle. During the years of refining the demonic tower, besides basic cultivation, he hadn't forgotten to spar with Danis to improve his combat technique proficiency. Combined with the demon hunting experience on the god-forsaken continent, Wandering Snake 9 changes had been successfully cultivated to the maximum and merged with the Extreme Deo strategy, unlocking the 7th martial art of the 10 evil martial arts. Heavenly Snake Deo. Heavenly Snake Deo is agile, versatile, elusive, navigating the deadly weapons like an art form. Moreover, Levi discovered that Heavenly Snake Deo and Skypeng Deo seem to form a perfect complement. Like the natural relationship between eagles and snakes, Skypeng Deo and Heavenly Snake Deo have a mutually generating and overcoming flavor. He sometimes activates the Nightmare domain, allowing the Nightmare avatar to use Skypeng Deo while he uses Heavenly Snake Deo, continuously promoting both techniques to reach their zenith in the Supreme Realm through this 2-fronted combat method. Then, he discovered a special usage technique above the basic 10 evil martial arts forms. That is the Rock and Snake Path. Combining Skypeng Deo and Heavenly Snake Deo, sometimes soaring through the skies like a rock spanning 9 heavens, sometimes probing and darting like a spiritual snake, unpredictable and impossible to defend against. Drawing analogies, by combining different martial arts forms, he developed some new moves. Dragon Snake Path, the dragons and snakes rise from the ground, tumultuous. Dragon Whale Path, 1 dragon, 1 whale, supreme strength. Similarly, the 10 evil martial arts isn't rigid, it can be applied flexibly. Rationally combining the advantages and traits of different martial arts forms grants better practical results than ordinary single martial art forms. Infinite Blade technique had also been practiced to the peak of the 6th level, unlocking the Limitless Path form. Levi could now willfully, instinctively transform his body's flesh into weapons with various special effects. For instance, transforming his fist into a flesh spike with strong penetration, which Levi called armor-piercing nail. With his current body attributes, he only needs to use a portion of his strength to easily pierce through Danis, whose physical defense was inherited from his mother, the mother of Copper Giant, exceeding even a 7-circle perfect wizard's protective force field. Were he to exert full power, even an 8th circle wizard's protective force field might get penetrated. Additionally, there's the soul-breaking blade, where his entire forearm turns into a blade edge, and the life-chasing teeth, transforming his upper body into serrations, each possessing incredible effects. Limitless Path combined with any martial art form can create a powerful killer move. Each move is more domineering than even ancient fierce beasts, making Levi the undisputed king of close combat. Dusk Holy Temple. Today marked the 711th round table meeting of the Knights. In recent years, Levi, due to secluded meditation, had been less frequent at meetings than before. Usually, unless it was something major, he remained in divine concealment, only browsing through reports during leisure time. With the Blood Knight overseeing tasks, he was at ease. Considering he hadn't appeared for too long, he planned to attend today's session to make his presence felt. From the sky came a loud eagle cry, only to see a white giant eagle with a wingspan of several hundred meters spiraling down, exuding a level 6 upper level aura. On its back, the Blood Knight stood upright, with a long sword at his waist emitting a faint demonic aura, clearly just returned from slaying demons. Chapter 2118. This Hast Eagle, known as the White-Feathered Sea Eagle, is a level 6 late-stage transcendent creature that descended upon the human ocean during the plane convergence when the Dark Wave revival occurred a century ago. This creature attempted to attack the creatures raised in the giant beast paradise but was trapped by an array. The Blood Knight led a team and, incarnating as Maya, subdued it, making it his mount. The White-Feathered Sea Eagle, possessing the Mya bloodline, is considered a superior secret medicine for the Blood Knight. Thanks to this, he also benefited and progressed further in cultivation compared to before, having just recently advanced to the level 6 peak, becoming the top in knighthood, second only to Levi. Even the Supernova Fire Dragon Knight, in pure realm terms, does not surpass the Blood Knight. In fact, the Blood Knight primarily worries too much for the organization. After all, being a vice commander, the responsibility is there. Otherwise, if he devoted himself to demon hunting, he could also achieve a decent rank. He has lived the longest, being the most senior member of the 18 Twilight Cavalry, having witnessed countless dynastic changes, and has long looked past fame and fortune. For him, leading the commander's team well and striving for higher realms is his only pursuit. Not long after, the other knights, riding their respective mounts, also descended one after another. The mounts were diverse, including giant oxen, white peacocks, giant apes, the weakest still held level 5 strength, with quite a few similar to the White-Feathered Sea Eagle being level 6. After more than 700 years of development, the current 18 Twilight Cavalry have been completely reborn. Everyone has their own mount, which often also serves as a secret medicine provider. Levi and 100 Flowers had long been seated at the round table. "Hello, Commander. Long time no see, Commander." After everyone sat down, the meeting began. The Blood Knight reported on the work done during this phase, partly concerning the organization's internal management, and partly about the situation of the demon blood battles, including the losses and gains of different battle groups. Currently, with the strength of the Dusk Holy Temple, they are still sufficient to handle the intensity of the blood battles, but indeed, the casualties are increasing day by day. This is an objective fact. As for the 2nd century of the blood battle, almost every year, there have been demon lords invading territories. Of course, with demon extermination shuttles, Sky Dome system, and other reconnaissance and interception defense means from the mechanical school, these casualties are all within the acceptable range for healthy organizational development. In fact, after a horizontal comparison, Levi found whether it's the civilians of the ancient dragon continent or the damage rate of each battle group, his situation is already much better than many areas governed by top wizard organizations. The ancient dragon continent is not large, with the advantage of being able to concentrate more strength for defense. Levi estimated that the frequent attacks by demons on the ancient dragon continent should not be unrelated to himself. He should be somewhat well known among the demons. To retaliate against him, the demons would inevitably increase their forces. The losses of the armor of each battle group also increased significantly compared to the past. However, with the blood battle battlefield, nightmare world, and the endless supply of extraordinary creature materials, mineral resources, and other supplies from hell, new standard battle armor is mass-produced on assembly lines to meet war demands. To make full use of these various biological resources, biology and material science have become important subjects at the Tower of Dawn. The future of Nora will be the century of biological materials, with excellent job prospects. Besides, although the fungus-breeding gear biological mecha has significant side effects, it can also mass-produce mecha warriors, reducing war costs. However, these mecha users are all prisoners from the ancient dragon continent or recruited sacrificial soldiers. The fungal bomb has also become a standard item for each battle group. When facing demons, the first move is a round of bomb throwing. Then, one puts on the music fungus and plays Levi's specially improved extraordinary music. One by one, they rush out, full of fighting spirit, making demons flee scatteredly. On the ancient dragon continent, everyone is Huang Fiheng and Xiao Feng. Of course, aside from the demon threat, with the geniuses of the ancient dragon continent active on stage and appearing under the spotlight, there are occasionally assassins from the Council of 10,000 clans who take advantage of the chaos to assassinate them, successfully doing so several times. Those bastards dispatch primordial soul wizards to use secret swords to ambush young knights executing tasks, then flee after their strikes. This has indeed given the organization some trouble. In response to such rogue behavior, on one hand, the organization is cultivating more level 6 experts to cover the ancient dragon continent comprehensively, with level 6 guards everywhere. On the other hand, Tower Master Herman is also developing more advanced reconnaissance and strike machinery, striving to track and strike level 6 experts capable of void travel, daring them to pop up, only to chase and combat. In fact, not only on the ancient dragon continent, the entire wizard world has no very effective methods against such behavior. Primordial soul experts are elusive, coming and going as they please. If they use the secret sword flow to bully the weak, conducting guerrilla warfare and void tunnel tactics, there's really no way to deal with them. Similarly, the demons are also troubled by this, because many wizards also use this method to hunt demons. Aside from warfare, Levi also learned that currently, the Dusk Holy Temple already has more than 6,000 formal members. Among them, level 5 knights have already exceeded 100. This ratio, looking across top wizard organizations, is very strong. The main reason is that the Holy Temple has always adhered to a strict top quality route. Chapter 2119. Times have changed. Besides official members, there are also auxiliary personnel. These are those whose conditions are not quite met but still possess potential, and their numbers are quite large. Because the ancient dragon continent can be said to be the Knights' holy land of all Nora. So over the past 100 years, globally, whether in the human realm or the subdimensional portal, half of the Knights' share resides here. Many Knights who originally served as wizards' servants flocked to the ancient dragon continent, hoping to gain more respect and become figures like the 18 Twilight Cavalry, renowned even in the wizard world. If the auxiliary personnel achieve superior war merits or later grow to display excellence, they can become official members, thus serving as a talent reserve. In a civilization-scale war of immense size, entirely pursuing elite warriors is impossible, numbers need to be amassed. The rampage of demons has destroyed countless families in Nora. Thus, this generation harbors a strong fighting spirit. Many have become esteemed Twilight warriors, stepping onto the battlefield without hesitation to avenge their closest kin. Moreover, among the 18 riders, the old generation Black Knight, Ash Knight, Divine Light Knight, have all reached level 6 late stage. The others are generally level 6 mid stage. Emperor Mu, this Chi sect prodigy, also gained enlightenment during a certain battle, becoming a level 5 Chi sect, now advancing towards level 6. Though his wizarding talent is very poor, unable to accomplish much, his progress in Chi sect is unexpectedly smooth. The middle generation knights are currently still at level 6 early stage, yet to have any reach level 6 mid stage. Contrarily, the new generation Fire Dragon Knight is already level 6 mid stage, and it seems he will soon advance to late stage. This descendant of the King of Giants has rapidly risen in the blood battle. His talent now seems not inferior to that of the dragon descendant giant and even possesses greater potential for growth. Among the new generation knights, only the Halberd Knight, Feather Knight, Pheasant Knight remain at peak level 5, yet to reach level 6. They are just a step away from advancement, merely requiring a chance to break through. Compared to the wizard calmly researching in the steeple, knights are more suited to temper themselves in the blood battle. Refine the killing combat technique, exercise a strong physique. From ancient times up to the Doomsday era, knights have been the centerpiece of mortal battlefields, and those who build their careers are all great knights. Their strength is forged in blood and fire. Finally, at the end of the meeting, Levi also informed the knights. If they are ambitious and wish to pursue higher level breathing skills, they should start preparing early. If conditions permit, evolve their breathing technique to mythical level before advancing to level 7. So far, except for him, the 18 riders are all at the legendary level breathing technique. By most standards, this is already enough. With a level 9 limit, becoming a grand wizard-like powerhouse, what more could one ask for? However, he believes that those present, being the 18 Twilight Cavalry, they are the emblem of the Dusk Holy Temple, leaders of the battle groups, sole figures of the knights. If they can achieve mythic status, then in the distant future, they will have the qualification to stand shoulder to shoulder with the wizard civilization. It is foreseeable that with the advent of a golden era, the reincarnated legendary wizards will return. The number of legendary figures in the wizard civilization will surely exceed 20, far more than now. If eventually, the knights are left with only him as the sole level 10 knight, it will seem inadequate. At the very least, have several level 10 to support the stage, only then can they become a transcendent path alongside wizards. Of course, Levi will not force these matters. After all, while the mythic breathing skill is excellent, the difficulty of cultivation greatly increases. It still requires knights to act according to their abilities, talents, and circumstances. After inspections of various organizations on the ancient dragon continent, Levi then left the human realm. Hell, 7th floor. Levi's figure emerged. Currently, it's still many years until the next netherworld market. This time, he came to replenish the Black Soul Demon Tower with undead and to send the Flame Demon Potion to his second brother. With the Demon Dragon Grass, he successfully refined 3 potions, leaving one for Gondaf, with one remaining. Days later, the prison demon sword hurriedly arrived, face full of joy. "Big brother, I have 19 witch marks," Levi said. "Not bad, keep it up. Here is the breakthrough potion I prepared for you. It should be top quality amongst similar potions. With your talent, advancing to 7 circle is a certainty, but since you already have 19, consider enduring for 100 years, trying for 22 before advancing." Prison Demon Sword nodded and said, "I think so too, considering that no body-refining wizard has ever broken through 9 circles since ancient times. Although I used Gondafa's thousand-handed ancient god body-refining technique as a reference, whether I can advance to Grand Wizard remains uncertain. A broader path offers more choices. If body refinement fails, then I'll break through via the path of spells, and after achieving legendary status, I'll come back to research body refinement," Levi said. Exactly. The two exchanged information on materials, and after Levi obtained some hell resources collected by his second brother, he bid farewell and left. The familiar Dragonfall Valley. Levi waved his hand, and the Black Soul Demon Tower grew against the wind, turning into a towering steeple. The Book of the Undead flipped quickly, runes flew out, sealing heaven and earth. Around the Black Soul Demon Tower, black gas tentacles stretched out, sucking in all undead encountered along the way. Inside the tower, the number of ghosts and undead spirits is countless. Chapter 2120. They were a dense mass, filling the heavens and earth. Where Levi passed, not a blade of grass grew, and the undead retreated. Occasionally, some level 6 undead creatures would symbolically struggle a bit but were soon sheltered by the giant tower. Thus, a month passed. On this day, following strong warnings from danger perception, Levi felt a stir in his heart. That woman is here again. Boom! The Black Soul Demon Tower spun wildly, covering a 200-mile radius with the Death Storm domain, appearing out of nowhere. Now, the Demon Tower had absorbed enough undead, its power was unprecedented. Countless undead wailed, death energy like ink. Even in hell, such a scene was extremely terrifying. 2 dark evil souls emitting late level 7 aura emerged from the storm. They wielded death god scythes, cutting out 2 grey rays of death. The rays slashed toward the void, colliding with a blue ghost claw. First, the void shattered, sparks flew, and then a thunderous sound swept through. The ghost claw was shaken back, and the 2 dark evil souls dispersed into smoke. After the death storm dispersed, the Black Soul Demon Tower and Levi were long gone. Only a teasing voice echoed in the valley. "Madam, until we meet again." High above the unrivaled beauty of a skeletal head, the death demoness lounged on a throne with her legs crossed. The ghost fire burned in her eye sockets. Damn! Just a few decades, and this little thief already dares confront me head-on. These days, wizards of the Wizard Tower are rare. Forget it, for a netherworld soul date, I won't fuss over it, wasting my time. The death demoness decided that as long as this person didn't come to Dragonfall Valley to provoke her, she wouldn't make a move. In these years, her informants in the human realm had already discovered this person's identity. Dusk Palace Master Levi, master of the ancient dragon continent, the wizard world's supernova genius, leader of the new generation of gospel knights, his strength is rare among level 7. This person is also among the top 3 on the wizard world's demon-slaying list, having slaughtered countless demons, and can command the terrifying Black Shadow Army. Various achievements all prove this person is not simple. Such a person must have great fortune and big background shelter. This encounter today also confirmed her suspicions. Thinking this way, even though she was a level 8 powerhouse, the fact that she couldn't take down this person after several attempts was reasonable, not embarrassing at all. Humph, but if he still dares to provoke me, I'll ask my sister to deal with it. Once I capture this little thief, I must properly discipline him to relieve the hatred in my heart. As a level 8 undead, how could she not have backup? Among Hell's 72 pillars, Lady Whitebone is her sister. A level 9 expert comparable to a demigod is hands-on, capturing that little thief with ease. Even if big shots from the wizard world behind that little thief come knocking, she isn't afraid. Because behind her sister, there is someone. Her brother-in-law, one of the 4 great pillars of the 72 pillars, a level 10 strongman, even in the underworld, holds status and can converse and laugh with the Nether Emperors. Ancient Dragon Continent. Levi carried the Black Soul Demon Tower, landing gracefully. This death demoness holds grudges too much. When my strength advances further, I will find a chance to capture her as the tower spirit of the Black Soul Demon Tower. It feels so great to have the Wizard Tower. It's different. Previously facing the death demoness, I could only flee in panic, now I can fight back. When I achieve 7 rings perfection, perhaps with this tower, I can subdue that demoness. Although there were some twists, the Black Soul Demon Tower is also considered refined. The number of undead in the tower is also about right. With preparations, it's ready for travel. Time fleeting, 4 years later. In these 4 years, Levi mainly focused on patching up various cultivation systems, striving for a small breakthrough before traveling. After some efforts, Levi's Fool Rune reached level 6, with a 50% amplification of power of fooling. Meanwhile, the Magic Rune also reached level 4, with a 30% increase in casting speed. Most importantly, after long cultivation, his Golden Brilliance Dragon Breath technique and Crimson Emperor Dragon Breathing technique both stepped into level 7 middle stage. Initially, the cultivation speed of Crimson Emperor Dragon held advantage and broke through first. However, with the possession of level 7 Earth-splitting Dragon and 4-legged Snake, Golden Brilliance Dragon caught up. This shows that for knights, the bloodline path, secret medicine indeed is crucial. So next, he must urgently seek level 7 Fire Dragon Clan, without delay. Otherwise, with this situation, the cultivation of Crimson Emperor Dragon will gradually fall behind, not aiding in the growth of the Black Lotus Beast. After level 7 middle stage, the diameter of Primordial Magnetic Field reached 15 km, while the diameter of Red Emperor Domain terrorized at 20 km. In terms of range, Red Emperor Domain now matched the range of the 7 Rings Perfect Wizard's World Power. The attribute bonuses brought by the domains showed significant enhancements. With defense and strength both progressing to level 7 middle stage, the increase in basic attributes made Levi more confident in the upcoming exploration. The Holy Infant there also upgraded its commonly used wizard tool to the 7th circle. The materials used to create these wizard tools are of the 7th level. Previously hindered by insufficient weapon refinement realm, could only refine them into 6th ring top grade. Now the Holy Infant advanced to 7th circle, upgrading to 7th circle is no trouble. If it wasn't because the Holy Infant enjoys weapon refinement, Levi would have refined it himself. This is also considered contributing to its growth, deliberately giving the Holy Infant opportunities for weapon refinement. Among the 5 commonly used wizard tools of Levi, Falling Star Ring and Snow Iron Dragon Armor are 7th circle top quality. Bag of Gluttony and Purple Holy Crucible are 7th circle ordinary. Amethyst Light Sword is the only 7th circle top grade, just shows the strength of ancient amethyst. The Holy Infant recently upgraded to 7th circle, refining such 2 top quality and 1 top grade. Levi was very satisfied. Once the Holy Infant becomes more skillful, it can be gradually elevated to top grade. Nora 404 year. The 190th year of the Blood Battle. Only 10 years remain until the next opening of the Dark Ancient Tower. Emperor's Palace. After indulging in the entangled clouds and rain with 100 flowers for more than 10 days, 100 flowers leaned on Levi's chest, playing with Levi's coarse hand. Although I really want to travel, it's a special time now, I can't accompany you. Levi said. Thank you. During his demon hunting, it was 100 flowers holding the fort on the ancient dragon continent, and now he travels, still needs 100 flowers to guard. 100 flowers said. We are family, no need for formalities, if you didn't often feed me dates. I couldn't have ascended to senior 7th ring so quickly. Not long ago, on the eve of 100 flowers' 1000th birthday, she successfully ascended to senior 7th ring. Chapter 2121. As a longevity dragon of the Earth Element Dragon clan associated with the World Tree, the immortal Banyan Dragon is renowned among the legendary dragon race. Comparable to it is the single-horned dragon turtle, whose lifespan far exceeds other sub-dragons. Using the lifespan of those dragon descendant wizards as a reference, an ordinary dragon descendant gains 10% more lifespan. Levi, though he hadn't heard of any dragon descendants of the immortal Banyan dragon, assumed its proportion would be even higher. As a level 6 immortal Banyan dragon knight, the longevity of 100 flowers is undoubtedly greater than that of dragon descendant wizards at the same realm. Levi estimated that if 100 flowers could advance to a 7th level knight, her lifespan would probably exceed 3,500 years. Moreover, let's not forget that 100 flowers also practiced the path of the energy sect, which should offer some enhancement. If 100 flowers accumulates enough war merit and refines the bright moon artifact, her talent could improve further. In this way, in the 7-ring and 8-circle realm, slightly more witch marks might just need to be added, and it seems feasible to fill them in now. To expedite 100 flowers cultivation in the path of knights, Levi decided to seek a deal with the immortal Banyan Dragon Lady upon his return from the Land of Darkness. The immortal Banyan Dragon Lady has a good temperament, even though Levi didn't obtain the Holy Grail before, it never blamed him. Thanks to the giant 3,000-meter tree transplanted in the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm, the production of dragon scale fruits has increased several times. Some can be traded with this lady. By slightly exchanging more bloodline essence without affecting the immortal Banyan Dragon Lady's growth, there should be no problem. The two chatted with laughter, talking for a long time, from starry night to dawn. 100 flowers reminded again. Be sure to stay safe on your journey. Though your strength is formidable, the perils of the Land of Darkness are far beyond what the wizard world can compare to. There aren't as many predecessors from the wizard world to care for us there. If you encounter unsolvable danger, contact me through the round table, and I will seek Ms. Lucy. Levi laughed and said. Don't you know my ability to preserve myself? After preparing for several days, Levi was ready to embark on the journey. Suddenly, a message came through the communication device, and he looked towards the Tower of Dawn with a complex mood. Just now, Melon left. This day had finally come. The Great Tower, the place where Wizard Levi's dream began. Counting on his fingers, it had been exactly 800 years since he joined the Great Tower. He started as a novice in the wizard world, full of aspirations, and walked step by step to where he was now. Along the way, he bid farewell to Mr. Tim, Mr. Marco, the fat owner of the material shop, and the first tower master, Salmon. Now, he finally had to say goodbye to Ms. Marlene. 100 Flowers also heard the news and immediately thought of Levi. She knew that the group from the Great Tower held a special meaning for Levi. In this emotionless cultivation robot's heart, the Great Tower was like an anchor and harbor. With the sediment of years, it carried even more nostalgic filters. Let's go and take a look. 100 Flowers gently said, holding Levi's hand. The Tower of Dawn. Before Melon's remains. Teachers and students who heard the news stood silently by the side. Winnie's eyes were slightly red, her expression sorrowful. Herman, who was overwhelmed with work, also came to the place. It's unclear if his mechanical heart could also feel sadness. White Snake Horman lay quietly on his shoulder, watching. Levi's figure appeared, and everyone greeted him. He nodded and came to Marlene's rocking chair. It seemed she had laid there and quietly passed away. Perhaps before her death, she was still looking at the scenery outside the window, reminiscing about her almost 1,000-year life. In her arms was a thick notebook. Melon's pharmaceutical manual. Levi gently picked it up. On the cover was a simple, clear hand-drawn picture. A cerulean sea, creamy white clouds, a serene island, and the towering grey twin towers. On the front page, the ink had yet to dry. Life truly is a long journey. Melon Olivas. In the silence, only the rustling of Levi flipping through the pages was heard. Inside were Marlene's nearly 1,000-year insights and knowledge from her time at the Great Tower as a pharmacist teacher. Including teaching notes and some thoughts on medicines. Of course, for Levi, most of the knowledge inside was already familiar to him. He even noticed several omissions. However, he read with great seriousness. He said, "Next, I will personally revise this book and place it in the organization's knowledge base for teachers and students to access for free." Winnie said. The teacher previously mentioned wanting to be buried on our island in Area 9 of the Outer Sea region, but after checking, the island was no longer there, probably sunk during the war. So, she finally wished to be cremated, with her ashes scattered in her private herb garden, to be reborn. Herman said. Then let it be so. At this moment, the one likely feeling the most pain was probably him. His beloved teacher Salmon and beloved apprentice Melon had both left him. Old acquaintances have departed, leaving only his cold mechanical body to linger in this world. Stella sighed and said. Winnie, Leah, you must strive hard. She didn't want to experience such things again. Winnie and Leah smiled and said. We will strive hard. In reality, their hearts were incredibly bitter. After cultivating until now, they each had a sense of their potential. In this lifetime, achieving the sixth circle seemed almost impossible. Chapter 2122. Especially Winnie, after 100 years, will most likely follow Ms. Marlene, but she has accepted it peacefully. Winnie couldn't help but wonder, if not for the fate with Levi 800 years ago, her 3 affinity talents would not have much chance of reaching the 5th circle realm. She didn't have luck, nor was she as hardworking as Levi. She was just an ordinary witch in the wizard world. Her greatest fortune was meeting the group from the Great Tower. Everyone, disperse, when the time for the funeral comes, remember to attend. Levi took the 100 flowers, carrying the notes, and disappeared into the Tower of Dawn. A few days later, he revised a new version of Melon's pharmaceutical manual. On the title page, he added his own words. Every journey has an end. Anonymous. Then, he incorporated Melon's pharmaceutical manual, which carried her final efforts, into his own knowledge base. At the same time, he made a copy and placed it in the Tower of Dawn's library. A few days later, after attending Melon's funeral, he once again said farewell to the 100 flowers and set out on his journey to the land of darkness. There are 10 years until the ancient tower opens. According to Levi's estimation, with his speed of traveling the void, he should be able to reach that distant plane within 5 years. After all, he'll need to replenish the power of the Sky King Dragon along the way and can't travel without rest. After his exploration of the relics, it is uncertain if he can return to Nora within 10 years. If time is insufficient, he will enter Hell and the Dark Ancient Tower there. However, doing so means that after returning from the Dark Ancient Tower, he will appear in that plane, and only then, will he leisurely return to Nora. He also needs to find new fire element sub-dragons in the Land of Darkness, which will also consume considerable time. In short, he has already prepared for being away from home for many years. To ensure the safety of the ancient dragon continent, besides having the 100 flowers continue to guard here, he also left Danis, who possesses late-stage level 7 strength, in the Emperor's Palace as a trump card. With Danis here, ordinary late-stage level 7 demons would be easy pickings. He also informed Triss that if strong demons invade, she should lend a helping hand. To reassure Levi, Triss temporarily moved to the ancient dragon continent for residence. Elena was overjoyed. This way, she could occasionally go to the god-forsaken continent for demon hunting. Moreover, there were Lord Victor and the Holy Infant, who seemed like ordinary 7th circle but were actually senior 7th circle battle power duplicates that could provide support at any time. In addition to guardians like the Giant Whale King, the Ghost Bone Dragon, the Snow Mountain Dragon King, and the Giant Elephant King, the ancient dragon continent's level 7 experts were already numerous. Moreover, with organizations like the Dusk Holy Temple and the Ancient Dragon Empire having combat groups of high standards, even without level 7s, they could use formations and other tactics to defeat stronger foes. Levi's personality inclined towards a saturation defense strategy, always worrying about insufficient firepower and unexpected failures. In fact, in the current wizard world, apart from 8th circle wizards, none of the top wizard organizations surpassed the ancient dragon continent. The present ancient dragon continent was undoubtedly a dominant force in the wizard world even without him. Among the hundreds of new continents in the human realm, its comprehensive strength was among the top. Those continents officially guarded by hand were, due to a lack of manpower, not as secure as the ancient dragon continent. Land of Darkness. Levi transformed into a gust of wind and thunder, surrounded by the phantom of the Sky King Dragon, soaring to unfathomable heights. During this blood battle period, one must be cautious to avoid encountering level 9 or level 10 strong demons in the Land of Darkness. Despite having the ability to travel the void, carelessness can't be afforded. According to information from the succubus side, demons are currently using Nora as a center to continuously build abyss wells in the surrounding dark lands, preparing to use overwhelming numbers to form a siege around the wizard world. The Black Abyss Walker's injury was likely due to a battle with a strong demon in the Land of Darkness. Although the Wizard Council primarily employs a strategy of defending Nora, they cannot allow the abyss to continue surrounding them. In the Star Realm Ruined Sea, stars twinkled in the dreamlike ocean. From time to time, grand and magnificent spectacles or powerful creatures leapt above the sea. Of course, this appeared to be an ocean but was actually not water, rather a star-like illusion. Similar to the nightmare world, many rules of the astral world cannot be measured by the common sense of the prime material plane. Levi, in the persona of an observer, traveled while documenting his journey's sights and experiences. His knowledge base consisted of several important sections. Namely, magical creatures, dragon clan atlas, curiosities, and 100 herb garden. Because of the gods, the astral world is always cloaked in mystery. He planned to gradually unveil it during this journey. Before he knew it, half a year had passed. Levi had traveled a distance that would take an ordinary 7th circle wizard 15 years to traverse. Along the way, he discovered a phenomenon of wonder. The astral world, like the wizard world, was shrouded in warfare smoke. Along the journey, shattered stars and giant skeletal remains floating in the sea of ruins were frequently seen. Based on his researched materials, the stars in the astral world are the residences or divine kingdoms of the gods. Within the divine kingdom resides the angels, saints, and the souls of fanatics accepted into the astral world. The shattering of a star and the vanishing of a divine kingdom signifies the fall of a god. Along his journey, of the shattered stars he personally witnessed, there were as many as 3. Chapter 2123. This means that 3 gods have fallen, and the culprit responsible for all this should be the corpse of the creature he saw earlier. These creatures are somewhat similar to the totem insect golden aberration insect that Levi sealed, but not the same. Levi estimates that the culprits responsible for the destruction of the Atharian Empire, those terror bugs, and these creatures ought to be connected intricately. Insects. Levi murmured inwardly. These creatures remind him of some interstellar insects from past games and movies. Judging from the corpses, the bodies of these insects are highly specialized and distinctively divided. There are even insect corpses, hundreds of miles long, clad in hard armor resembling some kind of giant war fortress, emitting an aura comparable to demigods. Around such giant insect corpses are tens of thousands of other insects of varied forms. A civilization of insects capable of causing the mass downfall of gods has never been recorded in wizard world. It is likely to come from far beyond the Sauron plane, not within the wizard's observation scope. Levi preliminarily determines that the insect civilization is a super civilization that can match astral world, abyss, underworld, and nightmare, with power surpassing the current wizard civilization. Luckily, the insect civilization is being restrained by the astral world. Given the astral world's strength, this war between the god race and the insects is vast in scale and scope, and lengthy in duration, far surpassing the blood battle between wizard civilization and abyss. In the blood battle so far, the fallen level 6 and above experts from both wizard and abyss sides are just the tip of the iceberg for either. Here even level 10 gods have died, more than one. The wizard civilization still needs to grow. Hopefully, after this grand convergence of planes, it can stand on equal footing with these super civilizations. In the vast sea of ruins, Levi transformed into wind thunder power is as small as dust, recording everything along the way like a traveler. His knowledge and experience are continuously growing with the ongoing travel. He wanders intermittently, resting in the land of darkness when tired, and 3 years pass in the blink of an eye. Levi cautiously advances without encountering any danger. A resonant eagle cry rings out, its sound waves stirring and spreading, causing the nearby sea of ruins to boil. Unknown weak creatures fly up in flocks. Levi looks in the direction of the sound. In the boundless high sky, a golden eagle with a wingspan of nearly 90,000 meters sweeps across the sea of ruins, leaving a golden rainbow that pierces the heavens behind. Levi's heart can't help but be stirred. This is Maya, King of Eagles, Sky Overlord, Astral Traveler. He has gained such ability thanks to Maya. Levi discreetly records Maya's soaring image in the slate. Show it to the Blood Knight later, for a bit of cultivation motivation. The Blood Knight also possesses a similar ability to travel the void, but he's busy with work, lacking travel opportunities. Like the legendary rock of the past, truly magical. Among level 9 beings, Maya should be a leader. Its aura feels slightly stronger than Alexandra's father. Maya's powerful and free gaze was sharp, its eyes glanced down at the sea of ruins below, seemingly penetrating different dimensions and seeing Levi who was traveling. It surged its wings, transforming into a hurricane, rushing into the 9 heavens clouds. A golden feather enveloped in a sky full of golden glow slowly floated down. Levi's expression changed. A level 9 divine bird feather, what does this mean? He is currently just an observer of a different dimension, unable to truly interact with the sea of ruins. Similarly, those beings in the Sea of Ruins can't touch him either. Levi continued his journey. Even if he could reach this divine bird feather, he wouldn't dare to take it. With such an existence as means, it might track him through the feather. Maya looked at Levi, who continued his journey indifferently, with deep and unwavering eyes. It waved its wings and vanished into the world. After witnessing Maya in person, Levi felt that this trip was already worthwhile. At the very least, he knows that Maya has not gone extinct and is still living. Generally speaking, such travel-loving creatures usually have gentle temperaments, and various civilizations rarely proactively attack them. Maya, wind illusion dragon, swimming dark whale, all are like this. 2 years later. After a long 5-year journey, crossing countless mountains and seas, witnessing numerous magical creatures, Levi finally saw the plain marked on the dark treasure map. With a thought, he vanished from the Sea of Ruins, returning to the land of darkness. Appearing before him was a plain radiating faint red light. The traveling wizard called it, Burning Rock World. Nora year 409. 195th year of the Blood Battle. Midland Continent. Gundor City. In the cultivation chamber that hasn't been opened for a long time, Gondaf opened his eyes, and a divine light shot out, vanishing into void moments later. The Seven-Ring Realm is stabilized. Compared to spell wizards, his advancement to Seven Circle lacked earth-shattering anomalies, being a quiet breakthrough unknown to others. He inwardly viewed his mindscape where a sturdy dark golden primordial soul sat cross-legged, with 10 million spell runes shimmering on its surface. Looking inside his body, his organs, blood vessels, and nerves were also coated with layers of dark bronze ancient god runes. These runes caused his blood to change to a faint dark golden color, akin to rebirth, like undergoing a full-body blood transfusion. If spell wizards aim to spiritualize the body and become incarnations of absolute truth, then where should body-refining wizards tread? Chapter 2124. Gondaf murmured to himself. Throughout history, perhaps many body refinement wizards have pondered this question, but none have proposed a solution. Because no grand wizard has been born among body refinement wizards, how could one speak of the legendary? This is destined to be a path for only a few, as the way forward is unknown, filled with thorns. However, it also makes it more challenging. Constantly condensing body-refining runes, eventually transforming the flesh and blood cells, like a knight's divine palace, into individual body-refining runes, using the primordial soul to govern these runes, forming a life entity composed of runes? Or will there be new changes after the 9th circle? This, Gondaf does not know yet. Currently, he can only explore along the path of his predecessors, continually condensing body-refining runes to acquire a stronger body. As a body-refining wizard, I and the Purgatory Demon Sword are already among the top 10 powerful entities in the entire wizard world. Apart from the Ocean Abyss Alliance and a few hidden nomadic body refinement wizards, there are no fellow travelers. In the future, I can occasionally visit Hell and exchange insights with the Purgatory Demon Sword. A trumpet-like sound was heard, and the white elephant spiritual object appeared behind Gondaf. As he advanced to the 7th circle, the power of this companion spirit has also increased significantly, now likely able to clash head-on with ordinary 7-circle wizards. The 10-winged heavenly dragon body tempering technique has also been cultivated to the 6th circle perfection. Before I become a senior 7 circle, I should be able to integrate it with the 1,000-handed ancient god body refining technique, allowing the ancient god body to advance further. From the current performance of the 10-winged heavenly dragon, the more powerful 1,000-eyed titan body refining technique itself is very likely to lead directly to the 9th circle, and should not be much inferior to the 1,000-handed ancient god. However, throughout history, no one has cultivated it to become a grand wizard. Gondaf's speculation has some basis. The ancient 4-body refining techniques, after all, emulate some powerful creatures that once truly existed. The 8-armed demon god, in fact, was the most powerful sea aristocrat in ancient times, with level 8 peak power, infinitely close to the 9th circle, second only to the sea god. The 9-headed prison snake is said to have once appeared in Hell, known as the Hell 9-headed snake, a legendary creature at level 9. The 10-winged heavenly dragon, scientifically named Sky-winged dragon, is a legendary level dragon race, at level 9. Among these 3 creatures, the sea aristocrat is the weakest, with the power increasing successively. But the last one, the 1,000-eyed titan, according to the books Gondaf consulted, is a mythical creature. Titan is what the giant tribe calls their strongest beings, somewhat equivalent to gods of the giant. In the heyday of the giant tribe, besides frost giants, fire giants, mountain giants, sea giants, thunder giants, copper giants, and other elemental giants, there were also some special giant tribes, such as the multi-eyed giants. This tribe, extremely rare in number, is naturally powerful, more terrifying than most dragons. The young stage of a multi-eyed giant is the weakest one-eyed giant, which is already a level 7 expert at that stage, gradually becoming stronger as the number of eyes increases. The 10-eyed giant is level 8, the 100-eyed giant is level 9, and the 1,000-eyed giant is called the 1,000-eyed Titan, meaning god of the multi-eyed giants, the supreme of this tribe. Therefore, from the prototypes of these body refinement methods, one can see. Although they are all called the Ancient Four, in reality, there are differences in these 4 body refinement methods. However, limited by version, body refinement wizards have always been unable to break through the 9th circle, which has led to these 4 body refinement techniques being indistinguishable in level, hence being called the Four. As is well known, some become special level spellcasters because the highest level is special. Of course, just because the body refining methods originate from level 10 creatures doesn't necessarily mean the upper limit can reach level 10. This requires body refinement methods to break through the 9th circle and for him to validate it himself. Ultimately, body refinement methods are a wizard's restructuring using spell knowledge through body refining runes to emulate the cultivation methods of powerful creatures. This is essentially different from the Knight bloodline path. Now, Gandalf feels that various body refining methods only provide a direction for wizards. Initially emulating powerful existent forms, then gradually integrating in the later stages, carving out their own paths. Not confined to the prototypes, but directly reaching the essence, pursuing higher levels of power. After sitting for hundreds of years, with my buttocks getting numb, it's time to take a tour of the god-forsaken continent. Gandalf knows he is the last to advance to the 7th circle. Women have hindered my cultivation, he muttered as he arrived at the fire dragon shop. Old stuff, congratulations on reaching the 7th circle. The holy infant smiled. Finished, he handed a brand new piece of witch armor to Gandalf. Gandalf asked, "Is this the snow iron dragon armor?" The holy infant replied, "Yes, but I've included the carapace of that level 7 mid-stage famine raider. The quality is even better than the simple dragon scales of the Snow Mountain Dragon King. It's a 7-circle top quality piece that can be called Dragon Locust armor." Gandalf chuckled. "Thanks." This Dragon Locust armor shone with a deep black luster, and one glance told it was extraordinary. According to the holy infant, it could withstand a strike from a 7-circle perfect wizard. The holy infant said, "Your purple crystal wand and radiant King Vajra bracelet, I've also upgraded them for you. Though they are of ordinary 7-ring level, they'll do for now, you can forge them anew later. As for your soul artifact Radiant King armor, that'll require some time to refine, being a soul artifact. Proper preparations must be made." Chapter 2125. Gandalf was moved to tears. Since the holy infant's promotion to the 7th circle, he hasn't even had time to upgrade his own wizard tool, always busy with the original body and himself. He's truly wonderful, no wonder the original body is so fond of him. As for the soul artifact, it's temporarily unavailable, but it doesn't affect Gandalf much. After all, with a set of 7-circle witch artifacts and an invincible body, it's enough. He said, "I'll go to the god-forsaken continent to hunt demons for a while, earn some war merit, and gather some materials for weapon refinement." Gandalf had been in seclusion for too long, his skills itching for an opportunity to be unleashed. "Go ahead. By the way, during your closed-door seclusion, Soraya came over once, but she didn't say what she came for." God-forsaken continent. Gandalf opened his bracelet, and after advancing to the 7th circle, he also joined the level 8 demon slaughter list competition. However, like the holy infant, he was ranked beyond the 200th mark, with only 5 to 6 million points. Victor, on the other hand, pushed his way into the top 100 and now has 12 million points. It seems Victor is going to be the first of the Gondor 3 heroes to exchange for the Bright Moon artifact. Let the games begin, my fists crave demon blood. The eccentric old man did not rush into action but first contacted Soraya. At the Mountain Giant Wizard Group station, Gandalf saw Soraya, and his expression changed. She was lying in a specially made vessel, her eyes closed, seemingly lifeless. "Laplace, what's going on? What's happened to your cousin?" Gandalf asked anxiously. "She was fine before he went into seclusion." Laplace said. She encountered a level 8 sleep demon during her mission and fell victim to the deep sleep curse. Gandalf's heart tightened. The deep sleep curse, a terrifying technique supposedly only powerful sleep demons can implement. Those cursed fall into eternal slumber, akin to death. Laplace said. You shouldn't worry too much. I've already asked my father to lift the curse for her, it just requires some time to recover. His father's Grand Wizard status ensured resolving a level 8 sleep demon's curse wouldn't be a problem. If it were a level 9 sleep demon, it would be troublesome. Only the intervention of a legendary wizard, or the slaying of the level 9 sleep demon, could lift the curse. Gandalf said. That's good. I heard she came looking for me before. Do you know the purpose of her visit? Laplace said. I don't know. She didn't say. Oh, and congrats on your promotion to the 7 Circle, becoming a rare 7 Circle body refining wizard. In a while, the Wizard Council's body refining department will have a reward policy for body refining wizards you might want to pay attention to. Gandalf asked. When was the body refining department established? Laplace said. It's always been around, just with little presence and not many members. Normally disappearing by natural selection over a few thousand years is expected due to the flow-following nature of individuals. The better practice is chosen. Now, during this blood battle, the losses spell wizards suffered due to gargoyles and various aliens like those from the Amethyst race appearing in the Council of 10,000 Clans. Conversely, knights from the Dusk Holy Temple performed exceptionally. Some old folk with ideas proposed that official entities could allocate resources to intervene slightly to prevent the body refining wizard legacy from being completely severed. If fostered, it could play a role in blood battles and future civil wars. Of course, one direct reason is our intelligence revealing the Council of 10,000 Clans is scheming to assemble a special forces unit highly immune to spells targeting spellcasting professions. Though it sounds unreliable, if they manage it, it's quite troublesome. Therefore, while the Wizard Council promotes knights, it's also planning to reform the body refining wizard path. Currently, a legendary wizard and a dozen grand wizards are leading research projects, focusing on talents like you. And I'm sharing this because of my sister, so don't spread it for now. Gandalf assured. My lips are sealed, rest assured. It seems the Wizard Council is starting an arms race with the Council of 10,000 Clans, even willing to support the body refining path. Laplace said. Let's give it a try, it's better than doing nothing. Gandalf said. Indeed, thanks for the heads up. I'll stay here for a while to wait for Soray's awakening before leaving. Also, send me the information on that level 8 sleep demon. Laplace quickly said. Don't be reckless. My sister doesn't need you to avenge her. Even though you're a top-level talent, there's a major realm gap, it's not to be taken lightly. Gandalf said. Relax, I just want to remember, I'll settle it later. Only then did Laplace provide the sleep demon information to Gandalf. Gandalf murmured. Sleep demon Lady Sucatala. Sleep demons are fairly rare in the Abyss. However, among their species, there is no shortage of strong individuals. According to the original body's Abyss Atlas, the formidable Lord of the Abyss's 657th layer is a sleep demon. Her name is Eternal Slumber Celestia. The brain, heart, and crystal core of sleep demons are top-quality materials for pharmacy, the raw ingredients of some advanced meditation potions. This debt must be settled, but there's no rush. A month later, Soraya finally awakened from her sleep. Her face was pale as if she had experienced a sort of nightmare. Upon seeing Gandalf at the bedside, she smiled. Chapter 2126. You've reached the 7 rings? Congratulations, old fellow. Gandalf smiled and said. Yeah, I'm at the same realm as you now, feeling nervous. Soraya rolled her eyes at him. Why should I be nervous? I'm not competing with you, and besides, I'm about to reach 7 rings perfection, so you wanting to catch up with me still a long ways off. By the way, what brings you here? You never come to see me unless there's something up. Gandalf said. Do you believe me if I say I just wanted to show off my 7-ring cultivation? Soraya said seriously. If it were Ace or Lord Victor, I wouldn't believe it. But with your thick skin, I do believe it. Gandalf said. Ha ha ha, you know me well. By the way, what's up with you? Soraya stood up, holding on to Gandalf's arm. After drinking some potion, she regained her energy and strength. She took out a somewhat ancient parchment and handed it to Gandalf. After Gandalf finished reading, he was shocked internally and asked, "Where did you get this?" Soraya said, "I accidentally discovered this after killing a level 7 sleep demon, and because of it, I was ambushed by a level 8 sleep demon. If my battle group companions hadn't driven the demon away in time, I might have been buried on the god-forsaken continent." Gandalf patted Soraya's shoulder solemnly and said, "I won't forget your kindness." Soraya pouted. "Hope you mean it. But this thing, you're not sure if it's real or not. Don't go unless you're completely prepared." Gandalf nodded. "Rest well and heal. I can help take on some of your battle group's tasks. I want to accumulate some war merit recently too." Soraya said, "You should find Laplace. I won't recover my strength for 3 to 5 years." Gandalf promised confidently. "I won't leave the god-forsaken continent until you've recovered." He turned and left. The little note Soraya gave him was a map of the relics, marking an ancient relic left by an ancient wizard named Tyrone Stanley. He was also famously known as the Titan Witch. The creator of the foremost of the 4 great ancient body refining techniques, the thousand-eyed Titan body tempering technique, was Tyrone. This person is extremely ancient, having become a 9th circle grand wizard and an 8-ring body refining wizard in ancient times. His history predates even Sauron. But Sauron later surpassed him to become the first legendary wizard and founded the Wizard Council to resist the Heavenly Father, thus achieving the greatest wizard merit and influence, earning the title Ancestor of Wizards. That Soraya is quite considerate. I just casually mentioned wanting to witness the prowess of the thousand-eyed Titan body tempering technique once, and she really remembered it. Gandalf muttered to himself. Unfortunately, this Tyrone relics is in an extremely dangerous place, a place Gandalf currently dares not venture. The 53rd level of the Abyss. He also didn't know why Tyrone would leave the relics in the Abyss world, but it's certainly troublesome. The Abyss is extremely far from the wizard world, and without the methods of a grand wizard or a legendary wizard, trying to get there would take a lifetime, and he still wouldn't make it. Of course, there is a shortcut by utilizing the Abyss well crafted by abyssal strongmen, but that would be as good as courting death. His 2 undercover agents, the Succubus is on the 13th level, and the Mind Flayer, now in the wizard world, originally hails from the 27th level, which is closest to the 53rd level. No rush on this matter, first thoroughly master the 1,000-handed ancient god and the 10-winged sky dragon. Without strength above the 8 rings, sneaking into the 53rd level of the Abyss would be pointless. Days later, Gandalf arrived at a certain cave. According to Laplace's information, there was a level 7 demon entrenched here, who'd built a demonized creature factory to continuously demonize Nora's creatures and even mortals as cannon fodder. He casually grabbed a demon that frequently entered or exited the chasm and stared into its eyes, casting a mesmerizing glow into the demon's mind. This was ancient god condensation, enough to destroy the enemy's willpower and throw them into chaos. After advancing to the 7 rings, he could even temporarily control creatures. He controlled the demon to scout out the cave thoroughly. 1 level 7 early stage blade demon, and 5 level 6 demons. Let's use you guys for some practice. He stretched his muscles, with the roars of giant elephants and the cries of dragons echoing within him, his terrifying aura shooting straight to the sky. Boom! Gandalf activated invincible mode and began his infiltration. Not long after, amidst the chaos of demons, a kilometer-tall demon with a head like a ghost blade abruptly swung down, shattering the void. Radiant King Dragon Elephant Fist. The 1,000-meter-tall demon suppression Ming King Witch image behind Gandalf abruptly rose, merging the white elephant spiritual object and witch image into one, covering it with elephant armor. The King Kong bracelets clattered as the Radiant King's 1,000 arms, like illusions, blasted out together. He unleashed the most formidable profound meaning of the Radiant King martial way, with thousands of body-refining runes sparkling, transforming into 10 rampaging heavenly dragons and colossal elephant phantoms, howling forward. Roar! The dragon and elephant's rampage led to many demons losing their heads, and 2 level 6 demons were crushed without resistance. Boom! The blade demon's assault was shattered, as the 10 dragons and 10 elephants collided with the blade demon's upper body. With a cracking sound, the ghost blade head of the indestructible blade demon was directly broken off, falling to the earth. The headless body did not perish, charging at Gandalf, who lifted the Sun King's sword and fired a shot. The holy light passed through, causing countless demons to perish. Gandalf just felt his bracelet persistently notifying him, sounding incessantly. The blade demon's chest was blown through, finally ceasing to live. Earning war merit is not hard, watch me catch up to Victor. The Radiant King stood atop the clouds, slapping down at the scattered fleeing demons with his giant hands. Burning Rock World. Looking around, this place was scorched for miles, smoke billowing, with a strong smell of sulfur. According to the treasure map clues, this world had an indigenous civilization, but its strongest was only at level 6. I didn't expect Gondov to obtain a clue to the thousand-eyed Titan body tempering technique, maybe I can send a demon spy to check it out in the future. Levi's hermit runes flickered as he mused to himself. Soon, he saw a ruined relic nestled among the mountains ahead. Suddenly, his nose twitched, and then his eyes flashed with divine light. With a wave, a red scale emitting intense heat flew from the stratum beneath. The undying bird hasn't been found yet, but I've caught a scent of the dragon clan. Chapter 2127. After dealing with the dragon clan for a long time, Levi was familiar with the dragon clan's aura. Judging from the aura emitted by the scales, it should be a 6th level dragon clan. Although it's not the 7th level dragon clan Levi needed the most, it could lighten the burden of the Black Lotus beast, which is still good. This world is not large, and Levi searched it at the fastest speed. A few days later, he returned empty-handed and went back to the relic. Only after inquiring with the local natives did he learn. Hundreds of years ago, a powerful evil dragon named Flame Executioner Therese invaded the Charred Rock realm, intending to enslave the natives here to mine gold for it, but was driven away by the great hero Dick at the time. The place where he found the dragon scales was where Dick fought the evil dragon. What a pity! Anne rejoiced for nothing. He forgot about it and looked at the relic ahead, his gaze solemn. He muttered under his breath, flicking out a fate coin in his hand. The smile. According to the divination of the destiny coin, it should be not very dangerous, and it matches my danger perception, confirming the two together, it should be of no danger. Despite saying this, just to be sure, Levi still hid a Death Ember Divine Palace underground outside the relic. This has become his habit, like playing single-player games where you have to save every few steps. In addition, although he knew it wouldn't be of much use, he still summoned Happy Sheep, that lucky sheep, to sing the good luck song of the BAA version for him and activate the absolute luck state. The relic exudes the aura of time, and Levi used spells and instruments to take a bit of powder from the relic's building for a simple detection of its survival time. This relic should have been built 20,000 years ago. At that time, even if there was a powerful array, it has probably aged naturally, and if there were any guardians inside, most would have died of old age, unless there were descendants left behind or individuals with a very long lifespan. Overall, be careful, this exploration should be without hindrance. Various protective force fields lit up on his body, and an array item appeared in his hand, carefully breaking those remaining arrays. These arrays were no longer in operation, but to be cautious, it's still best to fully break them. He easily passed through the outer area of the relic without encountering anything. Before Levi appeared towering pillars, soaring into the sky, up to 1,000 meters high. Levi counted, there were 24 of them. The entirety of these pillars used the characteristic charred stone from the Charred Rock world, refined using special methods, extremely solid. Even after 20,000 years, they still looked as good as new. The surface of the pillars was carved with flying patterns of divine birds like fire phoenixes. This is the frequent image of the undying bird shown to the world. All these pillars are array items, collectively forming the 10,000 Flame Sealing Spirit Array. The 10,000 Flame Sealing Spirit Array is an 8-circle magic array of the Burning faction, generally used for suppression and sealing. The creator of this relic is suppressing some level 8 existence beneath here. If it were level 7, it certainly wouldn't need an 8-level magic array, that's an overkill. The array seems basically intact, if there were sealed objects below, they probably haven't escaped. Levi naturally wouldn't court death by removing these seals. Although he now has the courage to contend with the 8th circle, it doesn't mean he wants to face the 8th circle directly. That treasure map says that every night, a divine bird phantom flies out from here, I'll see today. Nightfall. Levi hidden in the distance, his gaze fixed on the relic. As the stones cracked the sky with clear sound, a phantom of the divine bird flew out. Its form was like the fire phoenix sculpture, its wingspan was 10,000 meters, soaring into the high sky, and then dissipated. Rumble. The 24 huge pillars trembled continuously, their surfaces patterns blazed brightly, and spell runes lit up one by one. This is the suppressed object trying to break through the restraints of the 10,000 Flame Sealing Spirit Array. The wizard who built this relic should be an outstanding figure among the 8th circle, not inferior to those top wizard leaders, quite a feat. Judging from the present, what's suppressed below is probably related to the undying bird. This is definitely not a genuine undying bird, it should be a powerful creature with an extremely rich undying bird bloodline, unlike the green fire crow, cold flame bird, or crimson netherworld sparrow. Levi rejoiced within, he didn't come here for nothing. If he can find a way to subjugate what's below, that's all he needs. The next day. During daylight, the 10,000 flame sealing spirit array fell into deathly silence again. It seems the existence below will only attempt to break the array at night. Levi temporarily didn't bother with the array and flew towards the relic's center. Not long after, he appeared before a collapsed wizard tower. Several tall, thin shadows, bright red like charred wood, moved within. These were the natives of the Charred Rock realm whom Levi referred to as the Burning Rock clan. They were born with the ability to control flames, and during the days Levi toured here, he also secretly interacted with them through the Scarlet Contract, but didn't pay much attention as their strength was average. He bypassed these alien races and continued onward. During this time, there were also traps and mechanisms enough to obliterate ordinary primordial soul wizards, all easily bypassed by him. Ultimately, he arrived safely outside the entrance of an underground lab. Danger perception sounding warnings. He then released his nightmare avatar, which turned to black smoke, passed through the array, and entered within. Chapter 2128. The laboratory is enormous, with various research instruments covered in dust, and the array for dust removal has long stopped functioning. Through the duplication's perspective, he saw the crystal container, 3 meters tall, in the center of the laboratory, with runes all over its surface. Inside the container was black water, black as ink, emitting scorching heat and bubbling vigorously, with intricate black tubes crisscrossing. It looks a bit like an instrument for bloodline modification experiments. Eventually, the duplication found some things resembling laboratory research logs. After reading them, Levi pondered. The owner of this relic, name unknown, was researching an 8-ring life extension potion called 1000-year potion. If successfully researched, it could extend one's lifespan by 1,000 years after consumption. This potion required the undying bird bloodline, so he imprisoned a level 8 undying bird, researching day and night. However, after countless experiments, he still hadn't succeeded. The final experiment was conducted just before his death. He took a desperate gamble and consumed an uncertain effect potion, hoping to succeed, but ultimately failed. He was still unwilling to accept defeat and planned to extend his life through bloodline modification. Clearly, he failed once more. Soon after, the duplication found a skeleton in the laboratory, wearing an ancient wizard robe, distinctly an ordinary quality 8th circle. Levi had the duplication strip off the robe. An 8-ring wizarding device, although old, remained usable and could fetch a price at auction. This trip had already netted him a starting sum of 10 billion ether stones. Additionally, there was a rustic ring on the skeleton's finger. Upon seeing the ring's style, Levi's heart was filled with joy. It's part of the same series as my trembling snake-eye demon ring. Looks like this fellow was also a collector of magic rings. This ring, named Laughing Magic Ring, is said to release Big Laugh skill, causing the affected wizard to dance uncontrollably, undoubtedly affecting spell casting. However, it's only a probability and hardly effective against primordial soul wizards, possessing only collectible value. The most important thing should be the contents inside, so he had the duplication store them away to inspect later. However, up to now, nothing dangerous had appeared to threaten Levi, making him highly vigilant. He ordered the duplication to gather all experimental diaries and instruments alike. 1000-year potion, a nice idea, but alas, lifespan extension is the hardest challenge for wizards, otherwise, wizards would have unified the multiverse already. According to Levi's knowledge, those capable of extending lifespan by a 1000-year level are typically 9th circle potions or heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Occasionally, there are some 8th circle life extension potions available on the market, extending life by about 300 years, with incredibly high prices, even Levi wouldn't bear to buy them. These life extension potions involve an astonishing diversity of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and their refining techniques are even more complex than breakthrough potions. Moreover, generally speaking, life extension potions can only be taken once. Nonetheless, this experimental diary holds reference value. I can ponder and research it next. If in the future, I'm truly able to refine an 8th circle potion with a 1000-year life extension, it would be of epoch-making significance. 100 Flowers and Triss, if they could gain another 1,000-year lifespan, both would have hopes to dash toward the 9th circle realm. Moreover, if the production of such a potion can be slightly increased, many 8th circle wizards in the wizard world could benefit, advancing to the 9th circle. And Levi, as the potion's inventor, could also earn handsomely. However, upon further reflection, it's unlikely due to the limitation being a lack of resources. Only if wizards achieve a breakthrough in potion materials science, possibly replacing those heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Otherwise, life extension potions remain the patent of very few individuals. Such a pity, this lab doesn't show any traces of truth oddity, it either hasn't been nurtured or has transformed into an oddity and gone somewhere unknown. 20,000 years is indeed very long. Having searched through the laboratory without finding any other usable clues, Levi withdrew the duplication and turned to leave. Just then, a sudden change occurred, as a black shadow fell at the entrance ahead, a black light shot out with unimaginable speed. Bang! 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 The Earth Dragon barrier and various protective force fields shattered one after another. The black light collided with the Snow Iron Dragon armor, piercing a hole at the left chest position, an artifact of high-grade 7 circle quality. However, after piercing the wizard tool, it was deflected by the golden scales on Levi's body, caught by his hand enveloped in golden gravity. The palm felt immense power, trembling uncontrollably, as Levi focused his eyes, seeing a black feather. The black shadow uttered a surprised sound, evidently not expecting to be unable to penetrate the enemy's armor. Levi's eyes narrowed, exuding a dangerous aura. The black shadow, seeing its attack miss, attempted to flee. Transforming into black light, it flew toward the relic's exit. Startled to find that the entire relic was surrounded by a ring-shaped silver mountain range over 20 miles in radius, the sky filled with countless black electric snakes radiating destructive intent, along with a storm vortex reaching the heavens swirling outside the mountains, and mysterious creatures emerging from the storm heading its way. A black armored figure, carrying a great sword like a door plank in hand, was staring at it with a teasing gaze. Chapter 2129. Were you thinking you could escape after ambushing me? Appearing before Levi was a woman shrouded in a black veil. She was slender, with a slim waist, her black dress billowing in the wind revealing long, fair legs, and bare feet. The woman in black suddenly spoke in the common wizard language. Wait, if I tell you I mean no harm, would you believe me? Her voice was somewhat husky, even somewhat unpleasant, completely mismatched with her beautiful figure. Levi suddenly moved, transforming into an eagle, soaring toward the 9 heavens, a sharp sword she had already slashed down. Stand still and let me strike you once with my sword, then I'll believe you. The woman in black's expression drastically changed, she raised her palm, conjuring a giant black claw to clash with the sword chi. Boom! The sword chi dissipated, and her giant claw was torn apart. She frowned and said, though you have some peculiarities, my realm surpasses yours. Do not force me. Don't forget, you were the one who intruded into my territory first. Is this the way of humans, so domineering? The human before her, his aura was only at level 7 mid-stage, while she was at level 7 late stage. Levi remained unmoved, he activated the rock and snake path, with faint manifestations of the heavenly peng and heavenly snake accompanying him. Even with the keen sight of the woman in black, Levi seemed to transform into an elusive shadow, sword chi attacked from every direction, mixed with innate spells, a barrage of overwhelming assault. The woman in black cursed under her breath. How unreasonable! With a wave of her hand, 7 black lights appeared, 7 black feathers buzzed and trembled like secret swords, tearing through the air, buzzing toward Levi. Bam! 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 Levi held his shark-tooth-shaped sword, these black lights collided with its blade, causing pain in his hand. This creature is quite tough. He simply put away the sword, Doomsday Fist emerged, entering limitless path state, becoming as if in a freedom extreme intent. His flesh-like memory fluid alloy forming ripples, transforming into golden scale shields that deflected the black lights. Meanwhile, stretching out his hand, 10 fingers transformed into blood nails, shooting rapidly. The woman in black waved her hand, a pair of illusory black wings unfolded, enveloping her. Crackling sounds came, some blood nails were deflected, others pierced through, entering her chest. Black blood flowed, turning into black flame which dissolved the blood nails. Boom! Suddenly, wind and thunder clashed, a massive sense of danger arrived, only to see a giant of 9 colors towering 3,000 meters behind her, quietly emerging. Darn, is this a wizard form? Like embracing a tree, the giant embraced her, space compressed, 9-colored divine light filled the heavens, black thunder and blue fire erupted. The woman in black's body exploded, turning into countless black lights, scattering in all directions, then reforming into a human shape, her face pale, devoid of blood, still shocked. Before she even adjusted her state, a thick purple lightning pillar descended from the sky, striking her down. Ah! A human-shaped form fell from the sky, her black dress shattering, revealing her radiance, her face surprisingly pretty. In the stormy vortex, Lei appeared human-headed and snake-bodied. Levi's fist shone brilliantly, executing an underhook earth-shattering fist, smashing the woman into the ground, her body shattered. In the next instant, the flesh began to gather again, reforming into the silhouette of the woman in black. This one is pretty resistant to beatings. The 9-colored Emperor's hand came down, Levi casually released a heavenly net lightning spell, entangling and controlling her. The exhausted woman in black hurriedly said, "Please, please don't kill me." She had thought the man in black armor, although unique, would at most match her. After all, she surpassed him by a small realm, but now it seemed, this man's strength far exceeded hers. Levi stated, "I won't kill you." His massive hand reached out, the power of Scarlet Dragon engulfed the woman, forming crimson enslavement. The woman in black's eyes went blank for a moment, then she said, "Master." Levi said, "You should only be a duplication or something, the main body is beneath that ceiling array." The woman in black said, "Yes." Levi thought, indeed as expected. The formidable immortality power of this woman was evidently related to the undying bird, Levi had suspected early on. If this woman was an undying bird bloodline creature, wouldn't she have lived for tens of thousands of years? He asked. "Tell me, in detail, about your situation, and the situation of the relic." He found a place, quietly listening to her story. Days passed. Levi brought the woman to the 10,000 flame sealing spirit array. Under this array, a tremendously powerful transcendent creature was sealed, named Black Phoenix Parrot. More than 20,000 years ago, this Black Phoenix Parrot was captured by the relic's master, brought to Burning Rock World, suppressed by the 10,000 flame sealing spirit array. Then the wizard sought to utilize the undying bird bloodline within the Black Phoenix Parrot to develop a 1,000-year potion, aiming to extend his own lifespan. This wizard was originally an 8-circle perfect wizard, exceptionally powerful, but only had 200 years left of his lifespan. Normally, he had no hope of breaking through to the 9th circle, relying solely on the life-prolonging potions. Regrettably, the wizard ultimately failed, his life ended. Though he died, the 10,000 flame sealing spirit array continued operating thanks to the rich underground fire and sky fire fortress of the Burning Rock World. The Black Phoenix Parrot remained suppressed here, unable to escape, its power gradually dropping to level 7 realm over time. Chapter 2130. 15,000 years ago, the lifespan of the Black Phoenix Parrot was nearing its end. Before its fall, it put its body into self-hibernation, and with the reincarnation divine ability unique to the Black Phoenix Parrot, chose to reincarnate. It woke up in a body it had prepared beforehand, thus becoming this black-skirted woman. She appears human, but is actually the Black Phoenix Parrot utilizing its bloodline and secret techniques, combined with a body from a multidimensional plane called the Black Pheasant Clan. It's said this race was once the tribe of the undying bird in the multidimensional plane. Over several thousand years, this black-skirted woman cultivated up to level 7 realm and thought of coming here to release the Black Phoenix Parrot's body and break the array's seal. But she's not a wizard and doesn't understand arrays, so despite countless attempts, she couldn't shake the 8-ring formation. Every night, the apparition of the divine bird flying out is her effort in trying to awaken the body using bloodline power. Thus, over the passage of time, she cultivated and grew stronger in the Burning Rock World, reaching the level 7 late-stage realm. Until one day, Levi arrived unexpectedly. She instinctively thought Levi was an accomplice or descendant of the relic owner. Then she wanted to eliminate him to prevent interference with her plan to save the body. Who would have thought she'd be caught off guard and easily subdued by Levi? Although the Black Feather clan's body is quite decent, it still pales compared to the Black Phoenix Parrot. According to the Black Feather clan's creation legend, the undying bird, supreme and altruistic, before its death, let different transcendent creatures feast on its various body parts. Then it led to the emergence of the ancestors of all kinds of undying bird bloodline creatures in this world, collectively known as first-generation undying seed. The ancestor of the black phoenix parrot feasted on the tail feathers of the undying bird and thus obtained the most magnificent tail in the world. Birds like the cold flame bird, black flame demonic bird, green fire crow are all hybrid bloodlines many generations later, far inferior to the black phoenix parrot as a first-generation species, hence their growth potential is much lower. The ancestor of the black phoenix parrot was a level 9 legendary creature named Mystic Phoenix Parrot. It's well known that unless purebloods mate with purebloods, any extraordinary bloodline factors tend to get diluted through each generation's inheritance and propagation. During dilution, various hybrid creatures are born, and by the generation of the black phoenix parrot, it can only reach level 8 standard. Of course, while diluted, it still surpasses other hybrid creatures, and if fortunate in the future, there's hope of returning to the first generation undying seed. That's why the black-skirted woman is desperate to regain her body, as the potential of the black pheasant clan is too low. Even after using the black phoenix parrot bloodline and spending a fortune to modify it, it's difficult to ascend to level 8, let alone rekindle ancestral glory and ascend to level 9. Only by reclaiming her body does she have the hope to advance further and start a new life. Honestly, the black phoenix parrot was quite miserable, being captured for pharmaceutical experiments until it died. Even used its only reincarnation opportunity, a disaster of pure misfortune. Since it's already under crimson enslavement, the black phoenix parrot is considered an ally, he can also comfortably break the seal and rescue her body. The 10,000 flame sealing spirit array is difficult to break relying solely on brute force or with his current array wizard level. It requires a combination, finding a weak point through array knowledge, and then exerting full power for hope. Following this, he settled in the Burning Rock world, intending to research slowly while sorting through the relic owner's storage ring. Inside the ring, there aren't as many things as Levi imagined. There are only over 100 million ether stones, not because the relic owner was poor. From his experimental diary, it seems he spent all his life savings on the set of experimental equipment, capturing the black phoenix parrot, constructing the array, researching medicines, and more. In the end, he was so broke that as an 8-circle perfect wizard, he only had one second-hand 8-ring ordinary witch robe. There are some more materials, however, which are the Burning Rock world's specialty divine rock iron, level 7 ores of good quality, which Levi collected to use in Holy Infant refining. After searching more, Levi finally found what he wanted. The 8-ring formation blueprint of 10,000 flame sealing spirit array, created by none other than that Geijoa wizard. Additionally, there is a magic array inheritance book. The book's cover is blood red with a mysterious eye blinking, staring at Levi. Levi's eyes narrowed as he pulled 2 more books from the storage ring, both titled Book of Cipher. The first one was acquired as a young man when he killed the second circle wizard Lost Wizard Pinaz, containing only low-level array blueprints, accompanying him for many years. The second one was obtained from the Fire Wolf wizard while exploring a secret realm during the Burning School of Thought, containing more comprehensive content, including low-level and middle-level array blueprints. This one, after browsing, contains more extensive content, with over 1,000 low-level and middle-level arrays, and even several high-level and 9th circle arrays. This is the true Book of Cipher, a complete version held by this individual. Undoubtedly, the creator of this book, Cipher, must have been an ancient grand wizard. The versions circulating outside are mostly abridged editions. This situation is quite common. Some wizards, when selling or teaching students, always keep some secrets to prevent themselves from being surpassed. Chapter 2131. The inheritance of a 9th ring array wizard. This trip really paid off. This Book of Cipher spans over 800 years, and I've finally collected it all. Levi stored the inheritance away, planning to study it upon returning home. Many arrays from the Book of Cipher could be used in the territorial development of the ancient dragon continent and in the construction of his wizard tower. It's a priceless treasure, even a grand wizard would go mad for it. Black Phoenix, you keep watch here at the relics. No one is allowed here. Report to me immediately if there's any situation. I need to study for a period of time. With his current knowledge, the 8-ring array is a bit beyond his scope. However, since he's not creating arrays but thinking of ways to cause disruption, it shouldn't be a problem. In fact, Black Phoenix has a name, she is called Nanali Royas. She nodded and then left the relics. 3 years later. Nora, year 412. Blood Battle, year 198. Before the Twilight Round Table, Levi had a conversation with 100 Flowers, having been away from home for some time. When are you coming back? Not sure, I can't return over a short period. Alright, at Tower of Dawn, another wizard failed to break through, it was Coral Witch. I thought she would succeed, being the children of the elements, with 9 talents, and yet fell short. Perhaps it's just bad luck. Additionally, not long ago, Ice Phoenix passed away peacefully, and that Cold Flame Bird followed too. Do you remember Lily Witch? One among those girls also left. The good news is that Sorit achieved 6th circle perfection. I know. Over the years, the people who first acquainted with Levi started to age gradually. Among the 24 flowers of 100 Flower, like Rosa Witch passed away early, while Violet and Lily Witch among others also departed in succession. Some died peacefully, others perished during various tasks. Among the 24 flowers, only Sakura Witch succeeded in breaking through to Primordial Soul and currently serves as a professor at Tower of Dawn. She's a relatively quiet witch, whom Levi remembers a little. In fact, given his identity and status, he seldom interacted with them. Moreover, Xavier from Starfire Wizard Academy also passed away. Rose Witch and Wizard Newt are stuck in the 5th circle realm, unable to advance, now retired and traveling the wizard world. Halfling Huffman, although his lifespan is slightly longer, still struggles to break through to the 6th circle, now living a retired life, focusing on researching medicine, aiming to cultivate a few excellent halfling successors before he dies. It's not only wizards facing this, but knights too. Dusk Holy Temple established over 800 years, those earliest knights, if lucky, promoted to rank 5, mostly stopped before the 6th level barrier, and those who weren't lucky left early. All this, Levi, as the organization leader, has long become indifferent. Life and death, whether in the transcendent world or the mortal realm, are unavoidable. Some well-connected friends, whom he fondly remembered, like attending Xavier's funeral, he personally participated, proactively brought Xavier's daughter with wizarding talent to study at Tower of Dawn, as a kind of care. Of course, death is not everything. Apart from the few who prefer to remain single, most transcendents tend to start their families early when feeling hopeless for promotion, passing down their bloodline, continuing their legacy, a solidified instinct in the bloodline. The girls of 24 flowers, those knights who died, all left behind their descendants or families. They live in mortal settlements on ancient Dragon Continent, specialized battle groups protecting them, serving as the organization's talent reservoir. Talented wizards will follow their predecessors' untrodden transcendent paths, thus continuing the cycle generation after generation. If talent and luck are on their side, a descendant promoted to 6th level in the future, becoming a high-ranking official in major organizations like Ancient Dragon Continent's Dusk Holy Temple, Tower of Dawn, or Giant Beast Paradise, would be a glorious fulfillment. Everyone on this continent has their own story. Occasionally, during leisure, Levi would engage in private tours in the mortal realm, observing from God's eye view, watching young talents and fated individuals striving in cultivation, reminiscing his own past. Levi knows in the next century, familiar faces will grow even fewer. These people, due to his influence, have gained benefits to varying degrees. Sometimes, even with some youthful encounters, acquaintances would boast about knowing Levi, swindling through deception. But no matter what, each relatively ordinary one in the story chapter of his life's first millennium will gradually step down, marking an individual punctuation in their narrative chapters. After the conversation, Levi continued researching arrays, planning to acquire the body of Black Phoenix Parrot before entering the ancient tower in 5 years. After which, he won't need to worry about the undying bird bloodline anymore. The Death Ember Dragon cultivation would be smooth sailing. Time flies, and another 2 years passed. Nora Calendar, year 414, Blood Battle year 200, Levi turned 838 years old. Recently, he heard some news from the Blood Knights, both good and bad. The good news is Feather Knight successfully achieved level 6 promotion, and the process was relatively smooth. The bad news is Halberd Knight failed to promote, barely preserving his life through rare treasure, yet the hope for another 6th level attempt is dim. Chapter 2132. Promotion failed. Although the Halberd Knight is still alive, he is somewhat disheartened. Levi let the Blood Knight comfort him, telling him that once his wounds heal, he could continue working with the battle group or choose to retire and live out the rest of his life peacefully. Promotion to level 6 is indeed a huge hurdle. The 18 Twilight Cavalry are selected from among the best of the Dusk Holy Temple, but it does not mean that everyone can reach level 6. Unless, like Levi, one ensures a nearly 100% successful promotion before beginning the breakthrough, behaving like a cheater. After a new round of competition, the Snapping Turtle Knight defeated some newcomers and returned to the ranks of the 18 Twilight Cavalry. With the lesson of the Halberd Knight's misstep, he became even more cautious about promoting to level 6. Currently, the 18 Twilight Cavalry already have 16 level 6 knights, with only the Pheasant Knight and Snapping Turtle Knight yet to reach level 6. The Halberd Knight is not an isolated case. Outside of the 18 Cavalry, such cases have occurred quite frequently in recent years. In front of the 6th level barrier, simply surviving is a blessing. Even within the 18 Cavalry, some have nearly lost their lives on the blood battlefield. If someday someone suddenly dies in battle, Levi wouldn't be surprised at all. The extraordinary world inherently has many unexpected risks, and the blood battle even more so. In these years, besides researching arrays, his meditation practice has not fallen behind. Currently, his spiritual force has reached 9,800 points, leaving only 1,200 points to reach 7 rings perfection. The spells Fire Jump and Earth to Prison have both been cultivated to level 15. Even the hardest spell, Microlysis Technique, has finally been cultivated to the level of 16 7th Circle, theoretically capable of decomposing level 7 beings. However, Levi doesn't plan to waste such a powerful spell when most enemies can be subdued with a single punch. Unless he encounters a particularly troublesome foe, there's no need to use the decomposition technique. But then it occurred to him, maybe this technique wouldn't have much side effect if not used on living beings. Why not try it on the seals of an array? Just over the years, his research has almost pinpointed the weaknesses of this array. It's time to take action. Once he releases the Black Phoenix Parrot's body and promotes the Death Ember Dragon to level 7 over 3 years, he'll head to the Netherworld Market and the Dark Ancient Tower. Time to act. Levi came to the sky above the relic, his gaze flickering. One by one, the array items fell upon the pillars ahead, serving as an auxiliary array-breaking array. The incantations echoed, and a beam of white light surged from Levi's fingertips, shooting at one of the pillars, calculated as a node of the array by Levi. At first, the pillar showed no change. Just as Levi was about to break the array with brute force, he saw the pillar starting to disintegrate inch by inch, with the space around them also beginning to shatter. The next moment, the pillar disappeared suddenly. Aside from that, everything remained unchanged. Levi even had the illusion that the pillar had never appeared, with or without it, it didn't make a difference. This is the decomposition technique, negating the existence of an object from the perspective of space. Everything in the world needs space and time as a support to have meaning. And if its space concept is erased, that thing naturally ceases to be. Thus this technique is a forbidden spell among forbidden spells because it is wholly contrary to the natural world. Levi would use it on inanimate objects at most, not on living beings. Now it seems using the decomposition technique to crack an array is indeed a good choice. It doesn't matter what array it is, it's just erased. This is the power of 7 rings lysis technique. Rumble. Once a pillar is broken, the array begins to destabilize. Taking this opportunity, Levi drew his greatsword, and ceaselessly unleashed sword chi that swept across like a storm. After several days, the 10,000 flame sealing spirit array had become a field of ruins. Levi collected the broken pillars, as they were good materials for refining arrays or wizard towers. Once he reaches the 8th circle, he can also create his own 10,000 flame sealing spirit array. Later, when he catches a black beast, if there's no place for crimson enslavement, he can temporarily seal it within and purify it slowly. Black Phoenix sensed something, her face excited, and she came to Levi's side. "Master, you are incredible. I tried for a long time but couldn't open it, and you managed it so quickly," Levi said. "Cracking arrays requires finesse, not brute force. Go retrieve your body." Black Phoenix nodded. Muttering incantations, she grasped at the void. In Levi's slightly expectant gaze, a black parrot's corpse, as tall as a human, flew out slowly. Levi asked, "Is this really the size of your true form?" Black Phoenix said, "Yes, Master. Although most transcendent creatures grow in size along with their powers to wield greater strength and physique, the Black Phoenix parrot does not. This parrot's corpse is cold, having been dead for thousands of years, yet still exudes a powerful aura, and the body hasn't decayed. This is the unique trait of her clan, capable of hibernating the body before death, ensuring it remains undecayed for millennia. Levi summoned Leon, who transmitted. It's indeed a corpse, without any true soul or remaining soul. With this assurance, Levi relaxed. Although he enslaved Black Phoenix, he was unfamiliar with the Black Phoenix Parrot clan, fearing they might play some trick to trap him. Next, he closely observed how Black Phoenix abandoned the Black Pheasant clan body and returned to her Black Phoenix Parrot self step by step. And then, the lifeless body began to regain vigor, like an ash dragon egg, recovering liveliness. As Black Phoenix gleefully opened her eyes, a calm voice arrived. "You're awake? I'll draw some blood." At this moment, Levi had been waiting for many years. Black Phoenix Parrot transformed into a black-dressed woman. She stretched out an arm and said, "Draw it, master." Levi unemotionally drew the blood. "Next, I will go into seclusion, and you will protect me. When we return to the wizard world, it's best to maintain your Black Phoenix Parrot form, avoid transforming into a human form." Black Phoenix said. "All right, as you say, master. But I do quite like the human form." The Burning Rock World. In the deserted relic, the master and servant began their secluded and reclusive life. After several days, on the other side of the world, above a pitch-black giant city, a crack suddenly tore open. A powerful level 7 aura rushed into this world. This was a fire element dragon clan with a wingspan of 1,000 meters, covered in crimson scales, bearing the most classic appearance of an evil dragon. Scientific name, fire-breathing dragon. Ha ha ha, the great hero Dick has already died of old age. You foolish insects, the great flame executioner Therese has returned. Chapter 2133. On this day, the Burning Rock clan once again recalled the fear of being dominated by evil dragons. The evil dragon is back. It's the flame executioner. Quickly, go to the West Mountain and invite the descendant of the great hero Dick. Alas, it might be too late. The evil dragon's size is several times larger than 500 years ago, and its power is likely beyond that of the great hero Dick. How could his descendant be a match for the evil dragon? Run! Inside the giant city, people were in a panic. In the Burning Rock world, there's only one level 6 expert. Others, at most are rank 5, are like little chicks in front of level 7 evil dragons. Therese laughed arrogantly, immensely pleased. 500 years east, 500 years west, with the great hero Dick dead, this world will be under my dominion. Everyone must become my slaves, mining gold for me. Those who defy will die. The evil dragon's voice echoed across the world, terrifying dragon's might swept through, dragon flames destroyed everything. The name fire-breathing dragon may be casual, but its strength is undeniable, it's the signature of the fire dragon clan. From the crowd, a level 6 aura flew out. Evil dragon! See what this is! A streak of light shot across the sky, hitting Therese's chest, surprisingly a spear emitting sharp light. Bang! The spear pierced 3 inches into Therese's chest, but could move no further. Therese laughed proudly. You frogs in a well, have no idea how vast the gap is between level 6 and level 7, still trying to use Dick's spear from 500 years ago to harm me now. It swallowed the spear in one gulp, spewed devastating dragon flames, engulfing the bewildered descendant of Dick. A charred body fell to the ground. Rebels will die. In an instant, the strongest in the Burning Rock world died on the spot, no one dared to resist. 2 years later, a powerful nation established by evil dragons appeared. The Golden Dragon Empire. The master of the Golden Dragon Empire, nested inside the Dragon Palace forged of gold. The Burning Rock people were dispatched around the world to collect and mine gold. The Empire Lord only loves gold. If anyone offers it diamonds, this false wealth, it would incinerate them to ashes. On this day, a group of miners led by a foreman arrived among a range of mountains. In the legend of the Burning Rock clan, there existed a mysterious relic here. A divine bird dwelled here, it was a forbidden zone, anyone trespassing would vanish by the next day. But, they had no choice left. The Golden Dragon Emperor's tyranny and obsessive love for gold had reached a perverse level. It wanted a life-sized golden statue of itself, if they couldn't accomplish it in time. The miners would face a fate worse than death. Hence, they pinned their hopes on the relic. Hoping to find ready-made gold to complete the task or to invite the divine bird from the relic to drive away the evil dragon. Suddenly, the sky above the relic swirled with endless ashes and flames, bringing scenes of the apocalypse. A pitch-black giant dragon, more extravagant than the Golden Dragon Emperor, emerged across the sky. What is this? Could it be the Golden Dragon Emperor? Certainly not, the Emperor is surely asleep. Under this tremendous aura, they were as small as dust, instinctively trembling, prostrating on the ground. A black armored swordsman, holding a long sword, slashed towards the giant dragon. Screech! With just one sword strike, a beam of light shot up into the sky, ripping the giant dragon apart, dissipating like smoke. Then, a red flame divine bird stronger than the giant dragon descended, divine flame swept across the sky. But it was also settled with 2 strikes by the black armored swordsman. Is this a god? So powerful, feels like it could defeat the Golden Dragon Emperor. Don't say reckless words. Immediately, even more terrifying catastrophes arrived yet were effortlessly overcome by the black armored swordsman, supremely composed. Suddenly, these miners felt unable to move. They saw a parrot as tall as a person, unknowingly appearing beside them. This parrot had black feathers and a tail thrice the length of its body, incredibly magnificent. Just its presence made them unable to breathe, nearly suffocating. Black Phoenix, bring them over. A distant voice rang out. Yes, Master. The Black Phoenix parrot flapped its wings, and the people dissolved with it on the spot. Levi looked at the terrified Burning Rock people, and asked. What are you doing here? The miners' leader fell to his knees with a thud and told Levi the truth in detail. Levi listened, smiled, and said. Black Phoenix, go to the Golden Dragon Empire, and invite the Golden Dragon Emperor for me. Black Phoenix said. As you command. It flapped its wings, pierced through the void, and vanished. Several miners looked at Levi nervously, thinking they might have encountered a god. Luckily, this god showed no intent to kill. Maybe he might draw his sword to help, assist them against the brutal Golden Dragon Emperor. They knelt down, repeatedly thanking Levi. Levi waved his hand, sweeping them out of the relic, landing outside. Too noisy. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Inferno Dragon Breathing Technique, 19th rank, 1/10,000,000, Special Effect, Death Ash Dragon Body Mythical Level, Level 7 Early Stage, Bloodline Dharma Idol, Nirvana Dragon, Blood Source Armor, Death Ash Dragon Armor, Exclusive Weapon, Indestructible Armor, Level 7, Bloodline Divine Patterns, 0/66 Patterns. Death Ash Dragon Body Mythical Level 1. You possess the ultimate physique of a Death Ember Dragon. Chapter 2134. 2. You possess an excellent Fire Element Affinity Talent. 3. You have mastered the innate abilities of Undying Body Intermediate and Nirvana 2. 4. You have comprehended a 12 km diameter Undying Divine Domain. Once the domain is activated, the Undying Divine Fire surrounds you, increasing your physique and self-healing ability by 500%. 5. You have gained the identity abilities of Ash Lord and Lord of the Netherworld. 6. You can transform into a Death Ember Dragon. Overall, this advancement mainly optimizes some of the previous abilities. The basic Undying Body is capable of being reborn even from a mass of flesh and blood. The intermediate level Undying Body is even more powerful, it allows you to be reborn even from fragments. According to this progression, Levi estimates that after reaching level 8, the advanced Undying Body should be the legendary Blood Rebirth. By that time, Levi would have no weaknesses whatsoever, already existing as an immortal demon king-like being. As for after level 9, Levi currently doesn't dare to imagine. Nirvana 2 is easy to understand. Previously, Levi could only reincarnate once with memories. Now, he can reincarnate twice, though this skill is of no practical use as it's merely a backup. Never needing it is the ideal scenario. In fact, the ability of that Black Phoenix parrot is also Nirvana. However, it only has one opportunity, whereas he has two. When Levi reaches that mythical realm of the Undying Bird, it may not be just a few times, but rather infinite times, restarting at will, which is, in a sense, a disguised form of eternal life. The Undying Divine Domain hasn't changed significantly, just enhanced based on the original. Ash Lord also hasn't changed. This ability allows travel to the Ashen World to become a lord. According to Levi's current observation, the Ashen World has already been assimilated by the Nightmare World. Besides the unyielding Silver Seat, Owens, there are no living people. He also found the Ash Dragon there, hence he rarely pays attention to it anymore. He just continually funds Owens, letting him gather some resources and search for traces of ancient ruins in the Ashen world. It's worth mentioning that Owen is still at level 6 as a grey swordsman. However, according to him, reaching level 7 might be a matter of within a century. In general, Owen's progress is still quick, but no match for Levi's monstrous pace. And the skill Netherworld Walker has advanced to Lord of the Netherworld. According to the skill description, Levi can not only enter the Netherworld but also gain his domain within it. However, unlike the Nightmare Lord, if he dies in the Netherworld, it would be true death. Thus, Levi temporarily does not plan to use this skill. The Netherworld is too mysterious, and as an ancient civilization parallel to the astral world, it's a master of the life and death reincarnation order of the Land of Darkness. Without level 9 strength, Levi dares not even consider visiting. Additionally, Levi's Death Ember Divine Palace and Dharma Idol have further advanced, with one more resurrection within the Divine Palace. Closing the proficiency panel, Levi introspects his body. Strength, physical defense, endurance, speed, and physique, the 5 blood and flesh divine palaces, operate in harmony, each radiating brilliance. Projections of different imperial robes sit proudly within each divine palace. As long as Levi exerts strength, he can channel the power of these divine palaces. Just the Nightmare Traveler breathing technique left, hopefully, those guys will be reliable. With less than 2 years until the ancient tower opens, Levi focuses on consolidating his realm, making the final enhancements. On the other side, capital of the Golden Dragon Empire, Golden City. Within the resplendent Dragon Palace, Therese is sound asleep. For a fire-breathing dragon like it, reaching level 7 signifies completion, just waiting for a life of indulgence. Advancing to level 8 would be absolutely impossible without further bloodline advancement. For the rest of its life, it desires nothing more. Only wishes to muster the world's power to build for itself a palace made of gold, statues, and a dragon tomb. Suddenly, excited voices emanate from outside as a formidable aura approaches the palace. Therese is startled. No matter the enemy, fighting in the palace can't be allowed. If those golden structures were destroyed, it would be heartbroken. Flapping its dragon wings, it tears through the void, arriving outside. It sees a black parrot hovering high in the sky, coldly staring at it. This parrot is tiny like a fly, but its presence far surpasses its own. Who are you? Why have you intruded into my domain? Have you ever heard of the fame of the flame executioner Therese? A thunderous voice echoes across the sky, causing the Burning Rock clan below to look up, flustered. Is this the legendary divine bird from ancient ruins? That tail is almost identical to the divine bird's, it must be the divine bird. The Black Phoenix says coldly. Come with me. My master wishes to meet you. Therese frowns. I don't know you, nor your master. Leave quickly, don't force me. Bam! Before it can finish, a black feather pierces through its chest, dragon blood spilling, flames bursting. The Black Phoenix says. I'll say it again, don't waste my time. It merely gave the dragon clan a slight lesson. Therese realizes that this enemy is far superior to its own level 7 early stage strength. How outrageous! Fine, I'll go. Lead the way. Below. The Burning Rock clan sees the divine bird subdue their golden dragon emperor with one strike, extremely excited. And such a strong being seems to be just a servant, then how powerful must its master be? Chapter 2135. Ha ha ha, evil meets its end, this evil dragon is likely doomed. Brothers, the divine bird has come to save us, let's overthrow that scoundrel golden dragon emperor. Therese met the master spoken of by the Black Phoenix parrot. He was a somewhat brawny human. He wore armor intertwined with black flame, with a black greatsword the size of a door on his back, sitting cross-legged on a pillar. On this man, Therese sensed an unimaginable dragon's might. From the Crimson Emperor Dragon's Majesty, especially intense for the Fire Dragon clan. Who exactly is this person? Why does he possess such terrifying dragon's might? Could he be a legendary dragon race in human form? It was apprehensive and dared not speak. Having witnessed the abilities of the Black Phoenix parrot, it could not fathom how strong this man might be. Once Levi finished his meditation, he looked at the fire-breathing dragon. This guy, quite sensible, since arriving, quietly waited for Levi to speak first. As a level 7 dragon clan, it sure knew how to assess the situation. What's your name? My lord, I am called Therese. Flame Executioner. Yes, my lord, have you heard of my name? Of course, your infamous reputation is known far and wide in this world. My lord, they are mere slanderous rumors, this burning rock world is where I was born. I don't care about your past, are you willing to acknowledge me as your master now? My lord, I am willing. So, the two formed the Master Dragon Covenant. Levi never expected to so easily possess a level 7 fire-breathing dragon. He brought the fire-breathing dragon to the ancient Banyan fairyland. In the Skyfire Fortress, some Dragon Palace members were training in the Nightmare World, while others were resting in cultivation. Sensing the presence of a level 7 dragon clan, their expressions changed, especially the Black Lotus beast. A newcomer has arrived. Yes, and it's a level 7 dragon clan. Our Dragon Palace grows stronger day by day, we have 3 level 7 dragon clans and a juvenile pure-blood dragon. One day, the Dragon Palace will become a sacred land for dragons across the multidimensional plane. For the first time, Therese saw so many from the dragon clan, and he was speechless with awe. Levi said, "Everyone, welcome our new member, Therese." After Therese joined the Dragon Palace, Levi noticed a problem. Currently, the Dragon Palace had an imbalance, with no female dragons among the sub-dragons. This couldn't continue. The turtle, though long-lived, still has its time. Those sub-dragons were gradually reaching full maturity. This meant they were generally entering mating season, and without female dragons, they might die from suppression. Then, other transcendent creatures would suffer. Moreover, crossbreeding with other species would continuously dilute their bloodline as sub-dragons. Next, we need to capture more female dragons of the same kind so that when this batch grows old, they can leave descendants. Levi considered that, after returning from the ancient tower, he would begin hunting in the land of darkness. The Burning Rock world was a good choice, vast and sparsely populated, home to the insignificant Burning Rock clan. He decided to use this place as a hunting ground, luring black beasts with a large number of 9-leaf blood datura for hunting. After some attempts, he could encounter sub-dragons. After stabilizing his realm with the Death Ember Dragon, Levi left the Burning Rock world. Although Danis remained at the Wizard World holding the fort, the newly recruited Black Phoenix was also a decent fighter. In the Burning Rock world, the locals, seeing the Golden Dragon Emperor captured, naturally felt grateful to the divine bird. They even erected a statue of the Black Phoenix for future generations to admire, becoming a legendary hero like Dick. Hell. The 7th floor. Levi did not return to the Dragonfall Valley. With his current strength, he was not enough to subdue the Death Demoness, and going there was pointless. After communicating with the Purgatory Demon Sword, he obtained some resources and 700 million joss paper, and he went to the Netherworld market. The 3 brothers under the Undying Nether Emperor still hadn't arrived. This time's merchant was the brawny man with the tiger head again. Upon seeing Levi again, its eyes twitched with pain, recalling the scene from a century ago. Levi activated his absolute luck in advance, then began treasure hunting at the stands. Without special care from the 3 brothers, the treasures at this booth were not as good as before. Levi couldn't help but ponder the importance of human relations. After selecting some underworld specialties, he bought 300,000 memory blind boxes and left. It seems, next time, I can't come to the 7th floor again. Given my current strength, it's tough to find good things here. This 7th floor Netherworld market should be attended by the 3 sisters on my behalf, it's not worth coming myself. Levi decided to start exploring the 8th floor for treasures in 100 years. Nora year 417. Wizard World. In Gundor City. The Holy Infant extracted 13 bloody scales obtained from venerable blood scales. He had been promoted to 7 rings for decades, mostly spent in honing his weapon-making skills. Now, the Holy Infant could generally ensure a high-quality rate and was ready to start refining the Heavenly Star Sword formation. Lord Victor said, "I'll handle the magic array department, you take care of the artifact department. For now, let's refine 7 secret swords to form the Divine Fall Sky Star 7 kill array and test its effect. Once we advance to the senior 7th ring realm, we'll then refine the more challenging God Fallen Heavenly Star 13 kill array." The Holy Infant said. "All right, if we succeed in refining them, it would greatly enhance both our array and weapon-making skills." Chapter 2136. In the God-forsaken continent. Gandalf went on a killing spree. In less than 10 years, he slew many demon lords, including 3 level 7 demons. Points and war merit rose rapidly. The name Demon Suppression Ming King Gandalf once again appeared prominently in the eyes of the world. At the Mountain Giant Wizard's garrison, Soraya had also recovered and led the battle group, reappearing actively in the battlefield. Gandalf was relieved to see she was unharmed, and focused on demon hunting in the god-forsaken continent. Currently, the Holy Infant and Lord Victor were busy refining the Heavenly Star Sword array, and had no time to spare. Apart from pharmacy and cultivation, he had no other matters, so he had plenty of time for demon hunting. The assassins from the Council of 10,000 Clans didn't bother him either. Relatively speaking, body refining wizards are the best at resisting secret sword ambushes. Because their bodies are strong, with a high tolerance for mistakes. Although body refining is hard to achieve, it's not as good as spell wizards. However, if practiced to the Seven Ring realm like Gandalf with the ancient 4 body refining techniques, it's still very appealing. Seeing Gandalf's outstanding performance, some people in the wizard world began to focus on the long-declined path of body refining. On this day, when Gandalf returned from demon hunting, he found the communication device ringing. Central Realm. Body Refining Department. Hello everyone, let me introduce myself first. My name is Nascimento Munoz. I come from the Metal School, of course, you can call me White Banker. I am appointed by the Wizard Council as the head of the Body Refining Department. None of you here are ordinary people, so you can probably guess what I want to discuss by inviting you excellent body refining wizards here today. The speaker was an elderly man with silver hair, whose skin emitted a silver brilliance and stood tall. Gandalf looked around and saw roughly over 30 primordial soul wizards. Without exception, they were all full-time or part-time body refining wizards. Of course, the vast majority were 6-circle body refining wizards, and even 5-circle body refining wizards. There were only 6 7-circle body refining wizards. 3 of them were dressed in blue robes, and Gandalf had seen them on the level 8 demon slaughter list. All were senior members of the Ocean Abyss Alliance. Supreme Fist Wizard, Sea Wolf, Killing Whale Dominating Fist. The first 2 were ordinary 7-circle wizards, and Supreme Fist Wizard had just recently been promoted. The last one was formidable indeed. The Killing Whale Dominator, acclaimed as the current top body refining wizard, had a senior 7-circle cultivation, of course, excluding the Black Dragon Wizard, the cave wizard who defected from wizard civilization. The Black Dragon Wizard was the only 8-circle body refining wizard known to Gandalf at present. He was likely cultivating the 10-winged heavenly dragon body tempering technique. The Council of 10,000 Clans might also have body refining wizards, but there wouldn't be many. This was the plight of body refining wizards. Gandalf initially thought there would be other 8-circle body refining wizards aside from the Black Dragon Wizard, just hidden away from the world. But now it seemed he thought too much. If there were, the Congress wouldn't miss summoning them for this meeting. The Killing Whale Dominator was the openly strongest body refiner in the wizard world. His cultivation should be the 8-armed demon god body tempering technique, possibly also the Sea Clan's body tempering technique. These 2 were the most important body tempering techniques of the Ocean Abyss Alliance. The former ranked among the Ancient 4, the latter was far less, but still pointed directly to the primordial soul realm of body tempering. Besides, there were 2 others Gandalf had also heard of. After all, anyone who could cultivate body refining to this extent was quite remarkable. Moreover, among other body refining wizards, the Ocean Abyss Alliance was a significant part, though not half of them. Worthy of being the current largest body refining wizard organization in the wizard world. Especially after the destruction of the immersed ancient castle, there were no competitors. Many of these people were Sea Clan mixed blood, naturally having better body refining talent than humans. As for the White Banker in front of him, he was also a body refining wizard, likewise possessing 7-circle body refining. He came from the Metal School, and body refining was just his side interest. His wizard accomplishments were achieved through the magic path. His talent was exceptionally high, and he had been cultivating for 3,000 years, having potential hope of becoming a legendary wizard in the future. The White Banker said. Currently, the body refining factions in the wizard world are somewhat like scattered soldiers, not forming any sizable climate. In light of this, the Wizard Council wants to establish a dedicated body refining academy, independent of any department, only subjected to the Supreme Council's jurisdiction. Any top-level wizard organizations cannot intervene in it. You here largely represent the highest combat power of body refining wizards, so I would like to invite you to be teachers at the Body Refining Academy. Upon these words, the Killing Whale Dominator looked at the silent crowd and respectfully said, Lord Walker, this is a special period, we all want to do our best in hunting demons, for the sake of Nora. If we undertake teaching responsibilities, it will inevitably affect our demon hunting efficiency. The white banker smiled slightly. I know what you're thinking. Rest assured, as academy teachers, the compensation is specially funded by the council and is particularly favorable. We will also assess your teaching performance. Excellent assessments will grant you many privileges, such as Etherstone, wizard tools, body tempering techniques, and even body refining artifacts. Gandalf was moved in his heart. He asked, Lord Walker, I wonder if the rewards include the ancient 4 body refining techniques. Upon these words, the other body refining wizards also looked expectantly. Although they were not like Gandalf, cultivating multiple factions, they needed other body refining techniques for reference and validation. Chapter 2137. The White Banker said. Other than the 1,000-eyed Titan body tempering technique, we have everything else. We are still searching for the 1,000-eyed Titan, but there are no leads currently. Gandalf pondered. So, the Congress does have the real 9-headed hell snake body tempering technique. If I could obtain it and compare it with the fake one I have, maybe I could uncover the Hydra organization's conspiracy. However, for the 1,000-eyed Titan body tempering technique, I'll have to search in the abyss. Through his connection with his duplication, Levi, who was in the ancient tower, also learned of this matter. After thinking it over, he let Gandalf agree. Being a teacher at the Body Refining Academy shouldn't be a problem. Nowadays, the Congress is genuinely trying to promote body refining. Talented individuals like Gandalf, if they seize the opportunity, could become leaders in the path of body refining, thereby relying on their position to gain more resources. By that time, the body refining system of the Tower of Dawn would also benefit from it. Overall, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Next, the White Banker introduced the specifics of establishing and implementing the Body Refining Academy. He would serve as the principal, and the other 7th Circle Body Refining Wizards present would serve as vice principals. Before leaving, a voice came from behind Gandalf. Sir Gandalf, I am the Supreme Fist Wizard. I have long admired your great name and wish to spar with you. Would you grant me the honor? The Supreme Fist Wizard wore a smile, brimming with battle intent. Beside him, Killing Whale Dominator crossed his arms, watching with interest. He also wanted to see Gandalf's strength but was embarrassed to ask due to his own senior 7th Circle cultivation level. Other body refining wizards also looked over, obviously enjoying the show. Gandalf pondered for a moment. All right. The Ocean Abyss Alliance has the most power in the Body Refining Academy. Being isolated, if he didn't use this opportunity to establish his might, he would inevitably face trouble in the future. The White Banker clasped his hands behind his back, smiling. Since everyone's battle enthusiasm is so high, let's have a friendly competition. I will fund it personally. Everyone can head to the Starlight platform for the match. Those interested can sign up. It will be divided into 3 groups: 5th Circle, 6th Circle, 7th Circle. Only body refining methods can be used, no wizard tools or rare treasures. The winner of each match will receive a piece of Earth, Sky, or Morning Star level oddity, respectively. Killing Whale Dominator was secretly delighted. The first prize is a Morning Star artifact. Isn't this made for me? Especially since wizard tools and rare treasures can't be used, Gandalf's advantage is also limited. Heaven is helping me. As he knows, the reason the Gondor 3 heroes are strong is largely because of their wizard tools. Everyone knows the 3 brothers have a great relationship, so relying on Master Fire Dragon, Gandalf, and Lord Victor, they are all loaded with treasures. If without those top-grade wizard tools, their strength would take a significant hit. Other body refining wizards were also getting excited. Soon, news of the competition for the strongest king of body refining spread within the Central Realm in a small area. Starlight Platform. A crowd of body refining wizards and other powerful beings came to watch the competition. The 5th and 6th Circle matches were intensely fought. The style of hitting with unrestrained fists had a unique charm compared to the spell duels of spell wizards. However, the most anticipated was still the 7th Circle competition. The Supreme Fist Wizard also practiced the 8-armed ancient god body refining technique. He shouted mightily, and behind him appeared a ferocious, demonic 8-armed demon god wizard form. Sir Gandalf, fists and feet have no mercy, forgives me for any offense. Boom! Black swirling gases gathered in his palms and shot out powerfully. Gandalf didn't even use a wizard form, his eyes were calm, his right arm clenched, and dark golden body refining runes glimmered. The divine dark golden power diffused out, entirely different from the black gas of the eight-armed demon god. Radiant King World Suppressing Fist. The vast, swinging fist shattered the black energy force. The dragon elephant chant resonated within Gandalf, unleashing majestic strength. His bronze palm collided with the Supreme Fist Wizard's black fist. Rumble. The two took the fierce approach, neither dodging nor avoiding, testing pure brute power against each other. But as soon as the Supreme Fist Wizard matched fists with Gandalf, his expression changed, feeling several bones cracking. The most frightening part was that his prized black swirling gas was restrained by the dark golden light. What on earth is this body refining technique? They had also seen Gandalf's methods through projection, utterly different from their impression of the four major body refining techniques. Originally, they thought Gandalf would at most be slightly better than themselves, mainly relying on wizard tools for advantage. Now that neither side used wizard tools, they realized that his strength purely based on the body refining technique was far beyond theirs. But, being a renowned figure, the Supreme Fist Wizard quickly adjusted, avoiding Gandalf's terrifying offensive. Demon God Fist Cannon. His arms swelled, like a mighty sailor, muscles rippling waves, continuously layering black swirling gas. Tenfold, hundredfold. Gandalf chuckled. Impressive power exertion technique. He changed his form and, using his self-created Radiant King martial way, soared skyward. Radiant King shocking God palm. Boom. After an earth-shattering blow, the Supreme Fist Wizard's arms broke inch by inch, flying out with a muffled groan. He looked at his limp arms and used the demon god's power to stabilize the injuries promptly. I lost. He was straightforward. Demon suppressing Ming King Gandalf, your reputation is well deserved. He flew back down. Gandalf asked. Chapter 2138. Anyone else want to test my skills? Gandalf is here. Come on. Honestly, he was just warming up. Seeing Gandalf easily defeat the Supreme Fist Wizard without using wizard forms, the body-refining wizards present couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Even the Sea-Wolf sighed inwardly. Although I ascended to the Seven Circle a few years earlier than the Supreme Fist Wizard, with his talent, our strength is evenly matched. Since he's not Gandalf's opponent, there's no need for me to embarrass myself. Being one of the Gondor 3 heroes does indeed require real skills. This Morning Star artifact still depends on the Killing Whale Dominator. The Killing Whale Dominator seemed still immersed in the recent battle. He suddenly realized that this Morning Star level oddity might not be so easy to obtain, and he thought to himself. I initially didn't want to reveal my trump cards, but to grab this oddity, I might as well use them today. From now on, I'll give it my all and swiftly resolve the fight. At least, he still had a realm advantage. The White Banker clapped and said. Well, that was a splendid battle. Is there anyone else to challenge Gandalf? Once Gandalf finishes adjusting himself, we can start. The scene fell silent, as Killing Whale Dominator ascended to the Starlight platform and said with a casual smile. Ocean Abyss Alliance, Richmond. Gandalf laughed. To compete against the current top body refining wizard is truly an honor for me. Come on. Killing Whale Dominator frowned and said. You adjust yourself first, I don't take advantage of anyone. With so many people here, the demeanor of a strong person shouldn't be absent. Gandalf said. No problem. Killing Whale Dominator said. All right, then take this. Boom. His body expanded, with millions of body refining runes flashing and circling around him. Everyone was shocked by the exaggerated number of body refining runes. Judging by Gandalf's performance, he only had 10 million body refining runes, clearly having just ascended not long ago. The gap between them seemed quite large. Faced with the senior Seven Circle power, Gandalf dared not hold back. Roaring, black clouds covered the Starlight platform, demon-suppressing Ming King Chi roared to the sky. A battle of equals unfolded between heaven and earth. Every punch and kick from both was enough to stir the space and shatter everything. The energy shock wave from the explosion of violent dark gold chi and black chi reverberated in starry ripples on the Starlight platform. This was the officially designated martial arts area of Central Realm, even a Grand Wizard couldn't destroy it. This battle was thus extremely intense. The Killing Whale Dominator saw he couldn't down Gandalf for a long time, took a deep breath, and decided to use his trump card. Evil Whale Killing Fist. His face was ruddy, his entire aura reaching its peak, as if ascended, striking out with his strongest punch. The Supreme Fist wizard below was inwardly surprised. Isn't this the killer move he just comprehended, said to be a move where one could kill 1,000 enemies but suffer 800 damage himself? Didn't expect him to be pushed to such a state by Gondaf. The Sea Wolf said. Gondaf is strong, it's a pity that under this move, the victor is still our Ocean Abyss Alliance. If he had senior 7 circle cultivation, then the Killing Whale Dominator would have no chance. Regardless, after today, the entire wizard world would know. Gondaf would become one of the top visible body refining experts. Well struck. The white elephant spiritual object appeared, fusing with Gondaf. Dragon roars and elephant trumpets echoed within him, unleashing the power of 11 dragons and 11 elephants. Ming King Dragon Elephant Fist. Gondaf and the demon-suppressing Ming King simultaneously struck out this punch. Clearly, after ascending to the 7 circle in these recent years, Gondaf further advanced his Dragon Elephant Fist. From 10 dragons and 10 elephants, it evolved to 11 dragon elephants. Dragon elephant illusions surged continuously, swelling alongside the evil whale illusion. The dark gold power exploded, obliterating the evil whale illusion. The remaining dragon elephant illusions crashed onto the Killing Whale Dominator. Already suffering from the counter damage of his killer move, he spat old blood, flying out 100 miles, then fell onto the Starlight platform. The Black Chi defensive field was shredded, and countless body-refining runes dimmed on his body. He quickly consumed medicine, then said despondently. I lost. This battle, no one used wizard tools or external aids, relying purely on their own strength. Even without the accompanying spiritual object, he couldn't withstand that punch just now. Besides, the wizard world agreed that accompanying spiritual objects and such methods don't count as external forces. After all, it was a gift from the oddity, fused and born with oneself. Good. True to Gondaf's name. Gundor 3 Heroes. Gondaf. King of Body Refining. Wizards below cheered and applauded. Compared to the lofty top wizard organizations, naturally, people preferred the approachable Gondaf to win. The wizards of the Ocean Abyss Alliance were mourning. Always priding themselves on the path of body refinement. Especially in the modern world, where the body refining path was becoming increasingly declining, the Ocean Abyss Alliance was almost half the kingdom. And now, being defeated as newcomers in their proficient domain. Such a sense of defeat was unimaginable to ordinary people. The white banker watched the cheering crowd and smiled. Looks like the king of body refining is Gondaf. Gondaf quickly said. I'm just at 7 ring cultivation, can't bear the title of body refining king. The wizard world is full of hidden talents. The white banker said. No problem, not now, maybe in 1,000 years. Subsequently, Gondaf left amid cries of king of body refining, feeling helpless. The truth oddity he obtained was called Deep Sea Call. It's not a body refining oddity, but for improving his elemental affinity talent, it's beneficial. Overall, no matter what kind of oddities, more is better. Soon, he refined the oddity, increasing spiritual force by 50 points. Created a special talent named Heart of the Deep Sea. Gondaf continued to hunt demons back at the god-forsaken continent, striving to exchange for the Bright Moon artifact. Though not wanting to call himself the king of body refining, gradually the king of body refining title fell onto him. Not that Gondaf was too strong, but rather the current body refinement in the wizard world was too weak. After the Body Refining Academy was established, Gondaf, due to his undisputable top strength, became a pivotal figure at the school. His life became busier than before. In the dispensary, academy, god-forsaken continent, with 3 pieces. The Holy Infant and Lord Victor silently developed the sword array. While in some cave of the god-forsaken continent, a black-robed black dragon wizard, who had just ascended to the 8-ring senior status, heard Gondaf's body refining king title. He couldn't help but sneer. King of body refining as if I don't exist, hey. Humph, these moves seem like a wizard council's provocation, driving me to bother Gondaf, and then design a siege for me. My primary target remains Dusk Palace Master Levi. After all, concerning the Turtle King fruit, which extends lifespan by 1,000 years, I have many competitors, cannot let Blood Vortex Venerable seize first. Chapter 2139. Ever since the Turtle King fruit came into being, the Dusk Palace Master has become a hot topic. Many venerables are drooling over his head. From what the Black Dragon Wizard knows, several colleagues whose lifespan is nearing its end are ready to gamble everything and take one last shot. Though the Dusk Palace Master is a 7-circle wizard, he is also a 7th level knight, making him nearly invincible. The venerables in their council of 10,000 clans see all of this. This is why they have not dared to decide to act against him. If they fail to kill the Dusk Palace Master and lose their lives in the process, it would be truly unfortunate. Those who are anxious now are mainly those whose lifespan is almost exhausted. After all, not everyone wants to pursue the path of the Plain Sovereign. The Black Dragon Wizard, for instance, does not. In the current era, pursuing other paths might offer a slim chance of survival. Choosing the path of the Plain Sovereign is almost a dead end unless you operate far from the Norapan Plain. Moreover, becoming a Plain Sovereign has too many limitations, with barely any benefit besides prolonging life. Being a Plain Sovereign, to put it bluntly, is like being a spokesperson imprisoned and raised by the Plain, working for the Plain. As a proud wizard, albeit a cave wizard, the Black Dragon Wizard considers it the least favorable choice. He can't keep up with the current era, but his body refining cultivation is truly unparalleled in the wizard world. An 8th ring body refinement, practicing the 10-winged heavenly dragon body tempering technique, sets him apart from conventional cave wizards. His true strength is comparable to that of an 8th circle wizard, if not superior, as he dual cultivates in body refinement and spellcraft. Although I still have a long lifespan ahead of me, I need to take action. If the Dusk Palace Master advances to the 8th environments or someone else takes the lead, my chances of advancing to the 9th circle will be slim. Whether one can extend their life by 1,000 years is crucial for some middle-range 8th circle wizards. If one's talent is ordinary, even a 10,000-year life extension is useless. But the Black Dragon Wizard is no ordinary person. Had it not been for Sauron's accursed mortal barrier cutting off their cave wizard ancestors, with his unparalleled talent, he would have been a grand wizard by now. Previously, I was not confident, but now, with an 8th ring senior realm, I have an 80% chance of defeating the Dusk Palace Master. Next, I will set a death trap on the God-forsaken continent, lure him into it, and kill him. Dark Ancient Tower. 5th level. Levi's figure appeared. Just now, I felt an inexplicable sense of danger, far beyond before. Who intends to harm me? Levi's expression was solemn as he looked inward to his mind. The Fool Rune with its smiling pig face opened its eyes, revealing a faintly discernible image. A continent shrouded in mist and fog, with dense demonic aura, rivers of blood, and a giant beast hidden in the darkness, its wings overshadowing the skies. Black gusts of wind swirling between heaven and earth, devouring all. A continent filled with demonic aura is most likely the God-forsaken continent. That giant beast seems to be related to the Dragon Clan somehow. The current Fool Rune provides much more information than before. This allows Levi to deduce more accurately, at least to know where the danger originates. It seems either the Council of 10,000 Clans or the demons will send an 8th level powerhouse related to the Dragon Clan against me, possibly a dragon descendant demon, a dragon descendant wizard, or even a sub-dragon species. This sense of danger is so intense that Levi pays extra attention to it. If it were the usual hostility and danger, he would have grown accustomed to it by now. After all, both the demons and the Council of 10,000 Clans see him as a thorn in their side. I can't go dragon hunting on the God-forsaken continent for some time. However, it doesn't matter much, as I wasn't in a hurry to go anyway. Once Levi returns from the ancient tower, he will use the Burning Rock world as a base. Begin a large-scale hunt for black beasts, seeking sub-dragons. This operation might last a long time. On one hand, it's to further enrich the secret medicine reserve and relieve some of the pressure on the Dragon Clan he has been extracting blood from, practically distributing the load. On the other hand, it's for finding mates for those dragons in heat in the Dragon Palace. To help them find a partner to say goodbye to being single. Soon, Levi returned to the Million Mountains. Along the way, he even visited the location marked as where a primordial soul wizard died, searching for a bit. These spots were where he found storage items in the past. Luckily, he found a few sky-grade oddities and rare treasures from the earth. Over the years, he has also obtained several truth oddities from various cave heaven-blessed lands within the ancient Banyan Fairyland. This made Levi quite pleased, as the ecosystem of the ancient Banyan Fairyland became more and more complete. Of course, the ancient Banyan Fairyland is still just a small world, not even as large as the ancient Dragon Continent. It still has a long way to go before becoming Levi's envisioned perfect world. During these years, aside from cultivation, he's been thinking of ways to accelerate the growth of mana in the ancient Banyan Fairyland. There are 4 routes, mainly. First is more advanced golden fertilizer. Second is godly items related to the world tree, like Pandora's root. Third is finding plain type rare treasures similar to the ice sea pearl. Fourth is seeking small planes with extremely weakened world wool that mana can easily absorb. None of these methods are easy, time-consuming, and laborious, but with an organized effort, he doesn't have to worry personally. In the Million Mountains, Levi routinely harvested a batch of fungal bombs, music fungus, and fungus breeding gear. Chapter 2140. He let his spiritual force expand, sweeping across the mountains with the momentum of a seven circle, causing countless lives to tremble in awe. A level 6 demon appeared again. He gazed at one of the demon race settlements, mumbling to himself. This should be the ancient tower's automatic collection over the past century to maintain the balance of the Io continent, so Levi did not interfere. He activated absolute luck and wandered around the Million Mountains for a few days. Although it was the 5th level, there were still gains. On this day, he descended to a valley swamp area. Ahead, was a giant beast's lair, a pile of bones constructing it. Sensing the coming of a great presence, a giant crocodile over 100 meters long, clad in green scale armor, roared at Levi. The crocodile's upper jaw had a horn pointing skywards. Though fearful, it showed no sign of retreat. Because beneath it, lay 3 green eggs, a meter in diameter. The mixed blood dragon clan of crocodiles retained many of the crocodilian habits. Thus, they care for their dragon eggs for a period until they hatch. Unlike those who become neglectful parents, abandoning their eggs. If in a natural setting, being able to hatch 1 out of 3 dragon eggs would be a blessing from God. The 3 earthquake dragon brothers were extremely lucky, protected by relics, or they would have perished long ago. Levi's face lit up with joy. Swamp dragon crocodile, closely related to Gustav, not bad. I am about to matchmake again, truly the dragon clan's matchmaker of the wizard world. Between swamp dragon crocodile and sea dragon crocodile, such closely related sub-dragons have a relatively good success rate for breeding. Shadow-winged dragon and wind thunder-winged dragon would be fine, they certainly have no problems. Levi emanated a vast dragon's might and calmly said. Come with me. You lonely orphaned creatures have nobody to care for you here, but I've found a match for you. As a mere rank 5 mixed blood dragon clan, the swamp dragon crocodile had no room for hesitation under Levi's pressure. It lowered its head in submission. Levi laughed. This is great. Next, he found a wife for Gustav. Whether he can woo her, Levi didn't worry. Even Leviathan could woo a wife and have a little whale baby. Gustav, with his high intellect, surely won't fail. Wind Spirit Tower. After a century's absence, Kidman appeared slightly aged. He was still at level 6 mid-stage, though stronger than a century ago. Heavenly Venerate, these years I've searched the continent but have yet to find the children of the elements. However, I did find special talents, I hope Heavenly Venerate will not be offended. Beside him were some young people who looked at Levi with fearful eyes. This black-armored swordsman seemed about 2 meters tall but felt as majestic as a mountain to them. He's so strong, surely a match for a supreme archmage, right? The strongest person these young people had seen was a supreme archmage. They couldn't imagine an existence even stronger than a supreme archmage. Levi glanced at them, not bad. Though not children of the elements, these special talents were quite excellent and rare geniuses. By the way, Heavenly Venerate, during these years 2 new level 6 supreme archmages have emerged in Caneland, they wish to meet Heavenly Venerate too. Levi said. You can call them here. Not long after. The 2 supreme archmages respectfully stood before Levi. Heavenly Venerate, my name is Pollock. I am Jess. They introduced their sex and specialties. Levi said. From now on, you 2 work assisting Kidman. If you do well, I shall reward you greatly. Like Kidman, after taking the oath of truth. The 2 left contented. For primordial soul wizards of the wizard world, taking the oath of truth was a cautious act. But for these land's supreme archmages, Heavenly Venerate was their only hope. Will you languish in a cage, frustrated and waiting for death, or be the sparrow flying out of the cage, soaring to the skies? All depends on Heavenly Venerate. Ancient Tower 6th Layer. Levi spent some time using absolute luck and Jinn, trying to find some sea relics. He also went to the previously marked location of a fallen level 6 expert and gained a sky-grade truth oddity. The facts proved his expectations were correct. A level 6 expert corresponds to earth-grade and sky-grade oddities. Level 7 Morning Star, Level 8 Bright Moon, Level 9 Blazing Sunday. In past lives, it was said materials are conserved. In this universe, perhaps since the creation of heaven and earth, supernatural materials have similarly been conserved. Levi increasingly felt that oddities are merely a form of continuous transformation and circulation between supernatural materials or truth. In this world, nothing is created from nothing, everything emerges from something else. All knowledge follows the laws of the universe, the comprehension and processing of the trajectories of things. Truth is always there, a wizard's task is to discover and pursue it. Wizards call these oddities, whether from fallen powerful beings or naturally nurtured by heaven and earth, truth oddities. Precisely because it's the easiest, most efficient, quickest way to pursue truth. Earth, fire, wind, and water, all kinds of energy can manifest through oddities. They can be passed down through generations via fall and rebirth, accelerating civilization's advancement. This is the existence's meaning of oddities. In a sense, oddities are the powerful life form's way of passing down their most excellent essence. Thousand variations, myriad forms of special spiritual creatures, perhaps are reflections of them during life. Chapter 2141. Besides the truth oddity, Levi also found a 10,000-year-old snow lotus in the Great Snow Mountain region. This 10,000-year-old snow lotus is crucial for refining the soul-suppressing potion, so the more he has, the better. Unfortunately, rare plants like the ice crystal snow pear tree were not found this time. The sixth layer is too vast, so he could only follow Jin to some random places. The treasures he obtained were just the tip of the iceberg. There are still many places, or the underground world, hiding truth oddities or other rare resources. But he can't collect them all. After all, these are the things Sauron prepared for the entire wizard civilization. The most he could do is enrich himself first, then gradually influence others to become wealthy, though it's uncertain when that will happen. The 7th floor. Rune Land. After 100 years, the Rune Saints gathered together, eagerly awaiting. Will the Heavenly Venerate come again? Not sure, but probably. Has your work been smooth these years? Don't even mention it, those black beasts from the giant beast restricted area constantly harass us, it's unbearable. Yes, fortunately, the balancing power of the forces like the Flame Country makes life barely livable. It'd be great if the Heavenly Venerate could eliminate the restricted area. The master of the restricted area is an absolute powerhouse in this world, controlling countless powerful black beasts. Who can flatten the restricted area? Even those powerful foreigners can't do it. Alas, true, at this rate, when will our human race ever have its day in the sun? No need to be so pessimistic, the Heavenly Venerate granted us a complete wizard heritage, which is our opportunity to rise. As they discussed, they didn't notice a figure had quietly descended on the cloud summit. Levi coughed, and the Rune Saints' expressions changed, then they greeted Levi. Greetings, Heavenly Venerate. Levi said. Report on your work during this period. The Flame Wolf Saints said. Let me go first. Levi closed his eyes and thought, listening to their reports. Over the years, another saint was born in the Rune Land. However, 2 saints also fell during the Black Beast disturbance. The Black Beast disturbance was naturally caused by the Spider King working in the shadows. Using the search for the black armored swordsman as an excuse, it launched a massive invasion of Rune Land. Fortunately, Jabba, the chess piece Levi left in Flame Country, played an important role. It persuaded the Lord of Flame to send troops to encircle the Black Beasts, preventing the giant beast restricted area from monopolizing Rune Land. Forces from the other 3 realms and 4 lands also demanded the withdrawal of the giant beast restricted area troops. They claimed that Rune Land is jointly owned territory. Because the human race is still weak, the saints have mainly relied on the 3 realms and 4 lands for the past 100 years. With their current strength, they are not yet able to confront any side head-on. Although Levi is strong, he is still not at level 8, and he can't protect Rune Land indefinitely. Therefore, the long-term plan is to produce level 8 powerhouses in Rune Land as soon American Samoa possible, then gradually control or eliminate the 3 realms and 4 lands after dividing them. Levi doesn't want to eradicate these alien races, only to ensure that the human race assumes the dominant position. Just like in the wizard world, where these alien races become vassals of the humans. Besides, the saints have also collected many wizard seedlings. In a century, they've collected 3 children of the elements, and one of them is an exceptionally rare ice element son. With double affinity, there are more than a dozen special talents. Although the human race in the 7th layer has declined, its area far exceeds that of the 5th layer. Overall, the number of geniuses born is also greater. This made Levi quite satisfied. So many special talents and children of the elements are almost impossible to chance upon in the wizard world. Every year, major wizard organizations and Congress officials expend vast resources to search for wizard seedlings in human gathering places. Children of the elements are the benchmark for enrollment performances in top-level wizard organizations. After all, as long as such a genius doesn't perish young, reaching the 5th circle realm is guaranteed. With good luck and proper training, there's also considerable hope of advancing to the primordial soul. As for the top-level talents with a combination of being a child of the elements and special talent, they are undeniably primordial soul seedlings, hard to come by. Levi has found only one such talent so far, little Toby. Most of the top talents who returned successfully from the ancient tower have reached the primordial soul and become the backbone of the wizard world. Levi said. Very good, keep up the good work. Everyone will be rewarded, and there will be extra prizes for those who discover talents. The saints showed delight and couldn't keep their mouths closed after receiving their rewards from Levi. He added. Continue focusing on development next, avoid conflict with the 3 realms and 4 lands. Flame Wolf Saint, your realm now is 7 rings perfection in the wizard world, not far from the 8th circle. Keep striving. Flame Wolf Saint naturally had good talent, being a child of the fire element and also a mixed blood of the Flame clan. This is a race with innately high fire element affinity, considered a special talent. Therefore, advancing to the 8th circle is still hopeful. Flame Wolf said. Thank you for the guidance, Heavenly Venerate, I will certainly strive hard. Several days later, Levi met with Jabba again. It had also restored its strength to the late stage level 7, and its status in the Flame Country had risen significantly. It reported all the intelligence it had gathered about the 3 realms and 4 lands to Levi. This included information on some transcendent creatures, rare plants, and clues about curiosities and oddities. Chapter 2142. Levi said. I have some combat techniques here. See if you can cultivate and comprehend them. They might be useful to you. The Flame Clan also has its combat techniques, but Levi feels they are quite crude. They rely more on spell-like ability, wasting their somewhat powerful body and vitality. In comparison, among the alien races Levi has seen, the barbarian tribe's development of combat techniques is absolutely top level. They deserve their status as a major civilization. Jabba almost wanted to kneel to Levi. Thank you, Lord. Levi said. Do good work for me, and the king of the Flame Country will soon be yours. Jabba had already started fantasizing about unifying the Flame Country and sweeping across the world. 100 years unseen, the Lord's power has grown even more unfathomable. The Lord's speed of advancement can only be described as terrifying. Regarding this, Andreas is the most qualified to speak. With the issues of humans in Runeland resolved, Levi relied on absolute luck and Jinn to begin his treasure hunting journey. This time, he first needed to head to Heartsea, the domain ruled by the Merfolk Palace. According to Jabba's intelligence, 50 years ago, a significant event occurred in Heartsea. A powerful giant beast descended from beyond the sky, occupied the depths of Heartsea, and devoured many strong merfolk. For this, the Merfolk Palace even dispatched 4 level 7 experts to track and besiege the giant beast. Rumor has it that the beast resembles a giant ape, with a blue face and sharp fangs, standing several thousand meters tall, possessing immense strength and excellent water skills. The level 7 experts who besieged it suffered 2 deaths and 2 injuries, fleeing in disgrace. This giant beast astonishingly already possesses level 7 late stage strength, and when underwater, its strength is nearly at level 7 peak. It's said that even the Merfolk King intervened but failed to capture the beast, allowing it to escape, although the Merfolk King vehemently denies the matter. Upon hearing this, Levi felt slightly excited. Judging from Jabba's description, this giant ape might be a legendary creature he has seen in ancient texts. Water Disaster Giant Ape. This giant ape is remarkable. It is a transcendent ape creature comparable to the Mu Emperor family's clan emblem Saint Ape. However, it is a catastrophe ape, a destruction ape that brings water disasters, while the Saint Ape is its holy counterpart. The ape is already not far from level 8, and moreover, ape creatures tend to grow faster, far surpassing the Dragon Clan. Perhaps soon, it could reach level 8. However, rapid growth often means a shorter lifespan. The water disaster giant ape lives at most 2,000 years, only about half the average lifespan of a legendary dragon race. In any case, if it could be captured, it would significantly enhance Levi's strength. Using it to safeguard the ancient dragon continent would be excellent. Additionally, the legendary ape's bloodline essence, without affecting its growth, can be extracted and placed in the Dusk Holy Temple for knights to exchange. Like Emperor Mu and some ape knight breathing techniques, they would thus benefit. Let's first go to Heartsea to evaluate the strength of the catastrophe ape. If this journey succeeds in capturing it, it'll be a gain. Heartsea. This place is vast and boundless, stretching out over many thousand miles. The merfolk, resembling the Sea Clan in appearance, have similar living habits. This is a convergence evolution in the civilization process. The merfolk palace has a level 8 powerhouse. Apart from the water disaster giant ape, legend has it there are countless treasures in the palace. Just like the Dragon Palace of the East Sea in Levi's previous life, known throughout the continent. Yet, no one dares attempt to steal them. In the sea, the merfolk are absolute rulers. Rumor has it that in the square before the merfolk palace, there's a pillar connecting heaven and earth. This pillar was discovered by the first merfolk king in Heartsea and has stood there ever since. The merfolk king believed this place is a feng shui treasure land, hence led the tribe to establish merfolk palace here. Mysterious symbols are carved atop the pillar, described by the merfolk king as the divine language. Throughout history, no one has been able to decipher its meaning. It's rumored among the merfolk that those who can understand these mysterious symbols may instantly become gods. Levi heard 100 Flowers also mention this topic. Even the learned wizards cannot comprehend the meaning fully. He plans first to admire the divine symbol, then go capture the water disaster giant ape. Merfolk Palace. In the vast square, there stands a blue pillar so tall it pierces through 9 heavens, reaching 10,000 meters high. A circular area with a diameter of 10,000 meters surrounds the pillar, where many merfolk warriors are cultivating. They're either refining their body or honing combat techniques and physical techniques, clearly treating this place as a sacred land for cultivation. Due to the mysterious pillar's influence, the gravity here becomes increasingly terrifying toward the center. At the outer edge, gravity is tenfold, and reaching the core, it's unimaginable. The 7th floor world is already huge, with strong gravity. With such terrifying augmentation, even the level 8 powerhouse like the merfolk king dares not step inside. The pillar presents a blue hue, with its surface adorned with beautiful texture. The surrounding ground is paved with ancient blue stone bricks, exuding traces of time. On every stone brick, countless spell runes are densely packed, extremely mysterious, evidently not the work of the Sea Clan. A burly merfolk blends into the crowd, gazing from afar at the towering pillar. This merfolk, naturally, is Levi. With his stealth ability, merging in was very easy. But now, Levi's expression is somewhat complex, internally remarking. Divine my foot. Divine symbol, it's just Chinese characters. On the blue pillar, written are 4 dragon soaring and phoenix dancing seal script characters. Chapter 2143. Ocean Stabilizing Pillar. Next to the seal script, there's a line of small text. Formed by the soaking of 1,000,000-year-old blue star wood, impervious to blades, impervious to water and fire, incredibly heavy. The core area is 10,000 times gravity, and only a person with the strength to pull mountains and overwhelm the world can dwell there. Alas, I thought it was something mysterious. Turns out it's Sauron's wicked sense of humor. This fellow countryman of mine does have a way with jokes. Text from a completely different universe, even for a legendary wizard, the meanings are indecipherable. No wonder, up till now, no one has cracked it. In the vastness of the world, perhaps only I, Levi, and that unknown Sauron, can understand. However, the good news is, this is not just an ordinary stone pillar. It's formed from petrified strange wood, it's naturally soaking water wood, it's the top-grade strange wood Gargamel spoke of. In comparison, the 10,000-year thunder pattern wood of the Thunder Divine Hall is not worth mentioning. If this strange wood were used to create the main trunk of a wizard tower, its power would be unimaginable. Levi even suspected that the most valuable thing on the 7th floor of the dark ancient tower might just be this ocean stabilizing pillar intentionally left by Sauron. Wait, this thing shouldn't be a pillar of the dark ancient tower. It shouldn't be, or else Sauron wouldn't let the later generations try to pull it out. This statement is clearly waiting for someone to come and pull it out. On the pillar, there were runes solidified that Levi could not understand at all. He could only vaguely feel that they were meant for a forbidden technique. In other words, if you wanted to use a spell to pull out this wood, never mind a seven-circle wizard. Even a grand wizard, or a legendary wizard, would likely fail. Because, this was set personally by Sauron. This approach is reminiscent of the alien emperor who had left the Sword of Victory. But if one did not use spells and relied solely on brute force to extract this million-year soaked strange wood, especially under 10,000 times gravity, it would be extraordinarily difficult. Based on a reasonable estimate of his current strength, even Levi feared he would have to advance to a level 8 knight, unleash full power, and stack various states to succeed. It would be impossible for anyone else. In terms of strength, Levi, who mastered the Crimson Emperor dragon breathing technique, had absolute confidence. As it stands, Sauron left behind the ancient saint experiment ground, Sauron's 4 treasures, ancient tower scepter, dark ancient tower, and fellow clues, all increasingly proving that Sauron intended to create a powerful bloodline physical path using knights as the blueprint, outside the path of the wizard. The initial ancient saint of the ancient saint experiment ground might have been one of Sauron's experiments. However, the initial ancient saint failed. The emergence of his fellow countrymen from Sauron was likely not a coincidence, possibly actively brought about by Sauron. He might have left many backup plans to validate this path. This ocean-stabilizing pillar was clearly intended to test later generation adventurers. On the 8th and 9th layers, there might still be subsequent testing grounds. But, all of these, Sauron never made clear, nor did he tell the wizards of future generations. Keeping these thoughts temporarily suppressed, Levi left the Merfolk Palace. Within the palace, a dense sense of danger emanated, indicating that there was a level 8 powerhouse present. The Merfolk King's treasure vault and the ocean-stabilizing pillar were not urgent. It wouldn't be too late to acquire them once his strength increased. In the seawater, Levi searched for treasures while looking for the whereabouts of the water disaster giant ape. The Heartsea was also a massive intersection point, with plenty of good items. This time with the opening of the ancient tower, he made exploring this area his primary focus, intending to finally explore the land of darkness, and probe the truth about the Spider King. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. 1 man and 1 mouse roamed the ocean. With the help of Jinn and absolute luck, Levi gained significant rewards. He transplanted many rare plants and herbs. He even captured 3 types of water element mixed blood dragon clan, all placed within the Dragon Palace. Additionally, a level 6 speed-type sub-dragon species from the water elemental named Blue Flag Fish Dragon. It was a sub-dragon species of the Sword King Dragon, rumored to be a pure-blood dragon species, its body shaped like a sword, its head like a blade. It had incredibly fast burst speed over a short distance, relying on absolute speed, and combined with its sharp head, it could slice through anything. This sub-dragon species was indeed rare. The 3-eyed guy of the seafood sub-dragon species showed strong interest in it. Unfortunately, the Blue Flag Fish Dragon was also male. Levi noticed that there seemed to be fewer female dragons among the dragon clan. He suddenly understood why those dragon-descendant wizards always had fathers who were from the dragon clan but had never heard of mothers being from the dragon clan. This could be one of the reasons. Another month passed. North of the Heartsea. Following some subtle clues, Levi tracked down the vicinity of the water disaster giant ape's lair. Ahead was a dark abyss, seemingly bottomless ocean trench. A faint sense of danger rose from below. Not too intense, but neither weak. It's not a big problem. After setting up the Death Ember Divine Palace, Levi infiltrated the sea abyss with the flickering of the hermit runes. In the deep sea, there was another realm. Levi actually discovered an entrance to a secret realm. He stepped in and disappeared without a trace. Nameless secret realm. Blue skies, white clouds, with sea breezes blowing. The secret realm was not large. Levi had barely entered when he found his target. There stood a giant ape nearly 3,000 meters tall with its body covered in white fur, wielding a 1,000-meter-long bone club, swinging it around. By the looks of it, it was practicing combat techniques. Levi was slightly taken aback. Worthy of being a legendary-level creature, it can actually use combat techniques. Usually, combat techniques were used only by humanoid species. Chapter 2144. Relative to this, humanoid creatures generally have less powerful physical bodies. They need to use combat skills to push their own strength to the limit. Powerful transcendent creatures basically rely on battle instinct, fighting without any rules. As for using combat techniques, this was Levi's first time seeing it. The secret realm wasn't large, and the giant ape's perception was quite keen, it sensed someone was watching. Suddenly, it swung a club towards Levi's hiding place. The wind from the club swept wide, splitting the vast ocean. The secret realm seemed to tremble, somewhat unstable. Levi pretended to be defeated, hurriedly escaping the secret realm, returning by the same route. Naturally, the giant ape followed out, its hiding place discovered. By any means, it had to deal with this person. Returning to the Heart Sea, Levi came to the high heavens. A water wall ascended from the sea, stretching hundreds of miles, towering 10,000 feet high. Atop the water wall, the giant ape gripped a bone club, gaze fierce, tusks exposed, extremely ferocious. Without a word, it rode the wind and waves, harnessing the force of the world, smashing a club towards Levi. With this strike, Levi looked on in awe, there was already an unspeakable meaning within it. The ocean parted, exploding thunderously. Levi's form dissipated, and when it reappeared, it was behind the giant ape. His form was small, but his presence did not retreat at all. Kunpeng Dao. What is Kunpeng Dao? When Skypeng Dao and Skywhale Dao merge into one, it becomes Kunpeng. In this state, Levi's power and speed were particularly prominent, shorthand power and speed AA. The Doomsday Fist gleamed, blasting towards the giant ape. The giant ape reacted quickly, blocking with its mountain-sized fist up front. Bang! Two monsters' powers clashing, energy shock waves shattered 10,000 tons of seawater, creating a vacuum area dozens of miles round on the sea surface, a circular tsunami spreading outward. The giant ape, although a legendary creature, was still juvenile, with only a level 7 late stage at present. Faced with Levi, if purely comparing strength, it still fell short. Its massive form, unsteady, flew backward towards the sea surface. Since unexpectedly arriving in this world, aside from the merfolk king chasing it, it had never lost in strength to others. Levi was the second. How could it not be astonished? Out of instinct, the giant ape summoned great waves, supporting its form. It roared loudly, with the twist of its body, the sea waves turned into armor, covering its entire body. After exchanging a punch, Levi felt more confident. He beckoned, laughing boldly. Big guy, let's continue. This giant ape, in terms of talent and growth potential, was no less than the dragon descendant giant. Previously that giant Levi couldn't kill. This big guy, he must subjugate it, as a long-term partner and combat technique sparring companion. Of course, the giant ape was not resigned. What excellence does this human possess, that strength is above its own? It engulfed millions of tons of seawater, relying on the force of surging waves to bolster itself. And then, its bone club tore through the sky dome, leaving a pitch-black spatial rift. Boom! This strike sealed space, splitting Mount Hawa, with indeed the majesty of creation. Good coming! Levi's extreme Dao strategy was in full swing. Sometimes a Kunpeng, sometimes a dragon whale, sometimes a dragon snake, infinite variations with a single thought. Effortlessly, he caught the giant ape's fierce club method. Ha 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 ha! Watching his extreme Dao strategy proficiency increase again, Levi was absolutely exhilarated. The giant ape seemed to find an equal opponent, and not long after, it had already engaged Levi in hundreds of rounds. Its endurance was less than Levi's, but relying on seawater, it was still sustained, as if drawing strength from it. It was repeatedly sent flying by Levi, yet flew back again and again, defiantly. Then, using its somewhat immature club methods, it opposed Levi's masterful combat skills. No matter how it changed moves, Levi could calmly respond. Levi too was fighting in high spirits, proclaiming satisfaction. Next, I will start to be serious. He drew out the greatsword, slashed forth a blade, chaotic sword energy like a white pillar, flew the giant ape's bone club, cracking its tiger mouth. This bone club was also a crude rare treasure, presumably made from the bones of some level 8 creature, and was incredibly sturdy, not broken. With a gesture from the giant ape, the bone club flew back, churning the seawater. At this moment, within several hundred miles around, seawater and even space formed a vortex, the void stagnated. Unable to dodge, Levi instantly felt extreme difficulty, as if about to be crushed by pressure. Layer upon layer of defensive fields shattered, internal bones crackled, golden scales taut, seemingly about to burst open at any moment. Obviously, as a legendary level creature, the spell-like abilities it grasped were naturally immensely powerful. Okay, I'll use magic too. Levi no longer held back. This battle was enough. After subjugating it, would slowly fight back at home. Boom! The sea surface was illuminated by 9-colored divine light, forming a 9-colored ocean. The Thunder Emperor, clad in 9-colored armor, wielding the Emperor's sword, had a demeanor of authority. The 3,000-meter-high figure, like the gods, was no less than the giant ape. The giant ape, seeing this, guzzled the surrounding sea water like a whale. Water dragons flew into its mouth. Its already 3,000-meter figure suddenly began to expand again. Reaching 4,000 meters, surpassing the 9-colored emperor in height, it pridefully looked at Levi. Interesting, but I wonder if you can withstand this move. Even more powerful chaotic sword energy swept grandly away. On either side, innate spells like Fire Dragon Tribulation, Ice Dragon Prison paved the way. 4 water giant spiritual weapons leapt from the sea, each 1,000 meters high. Between heaven and earth, the sea wind formed Maya's spirit. The Red Emperor domain opened, instantly evaporating the sea surface, the seabed turning to magma. Stacking methods like the Undying Divine Domain dazzled the giant ape. Levi's hand seal changed, chanting words. 7 suns emitting destructive aura appeared above the giant ape. You, creature, can be proud, I haven't used this much power in a long time. At this moment, the giant ape finally realized the seriousness of the problem. This man, earlier was playing with it. Boom! 7 blue suns exploded, the surface armor of seawater on the giant ape shattered instantly, flesh charred, poison fire ravaged. Amidst the flames, Levi's doomsday fist shone brilliantly, landing an upper hook sky-splitting fist on the giant ape's jaw. The giant ape's massive form flew out. The shock wave shredded the wind disaster stratum. The giant ape crashed into the summit of the dark ancient tower full of spell runes. The 9-colored emperor manifested the void, pinning the giant ape against the wall, overpowering the strong. Levi raised his right hand. Heaven and earth destruction fist brewed again. Do you yield to me? Chapter 2145. Feeling the real threat of death, the giant ape, silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. I am willing to submit to you, but with one condition. You must teach me your combat techniques and fighting skills, or else just kill me. It has been proud all its life, and even when facing the threat of death, it doesn't want to plead easily. As a legendary creature, it naturally has its pride and dignity. The reason it submitted to Levi was that this person, with a realm lower than its own, defeated it on this vast sea, which was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, it greatly admired Levi's combat techniques and was eager to learn them. Levi pondered silently. This giant ape, inherently arrogant, even if it submits to him now, is unreliable, yet it dares to negotiate conditions with him. It is not from the dragon clan, and as a legendary creature, Levi's dragon's might has little effect on it. Instead, it arouses its ferocity. Simply using crimson enslavement to control it, to prevent future troubles. Currently, he has 10 slots for enslavement, with 2 still vacant, which is sufficient. He also considered using Excalibur, but given that it is a legendary creature, its methods are not comparable to ordinary wizards. He extended his hand, the power of the Scarlet Dragon transformed into a long spear, coalescing and piercing towards the giant ape. The giant ape struggled desperately, fully unleashing the 9-colored Emperor state, firmly pinning it down. The Emperor's sword broke through everything, directly penetrating its scapula, nailing it into the void. Once the crimson enslavement took effect, the giant ape stopped moving. Its arms drooped, the arrogant aura of invincibility eventually dissipated. Master! Levi stretched out his palm, the power of the Death Ember Dragon transformed into a river, pouring into the chest of the giant ape. The blood-gushing wound began to heal and repair in an instant. After reaching level 7, Levi's healing ability also improved significantly. Previously, healing this level 7 giant ape would have consumed a lot of energy and wouldn't have achieved the current effect. Levi murmured inwardly. Indeed, crimson enslavement is most reassuring for me. He asked. What is your true name? The giant ape replied. My true name is Lopez, my hometown is in Turani's world. 100 years ago, my homeland suffered an abyss invasion. In a month it completely fell, turned into a devil's den. I was pursued by several level 8 demon lords, fled to the land of darkness, only then got out of trouble, drifted in the land of darkness for decades, and then was sucked into this mysterious ancient tower, landing in this realm, Famished, I hid in this endless sea, feeding on small insects, and then was hunted by the merfolk king leader, hiding in the secret realm to study combat techniques diligently, hoping to succeed soon, so I can seek revenge on the merfolk king. This giant ape told Levi in detail about its experiences and abilities. Hearing this, Levi thought, although the water disaster giant ape is an ominous beast, but this guy is indeed a pitiful creature. Forget it, when I have sufficient strength and confidence, and can suppress this arrogant giant ape, I might as well release the crimson enslavement and replace it with an ordinary contract method. The Turani's world where the giant ape comes from, Levi had never heard of. But being destroyed by demons in a month, it surely wasn't a large civilization, but it wouldn't be too weak either, probably around level 9. He asked. Who taught you your combat skills? Lopez replied. Master, my combat skills are self-taught. Levi smiled slightly. If you want to learn combat techniques, I will teach you. Today I will demonstrate the Ape King Battle Manual, which is most suitable for a giant ape like you, created by a friend of mine. After I bring you out of this place, you can seek his guidance. This Ape King Battle Manual was naturally created by Emperor Mu. It was modified and comprehended by Emperor Mu based on the previous Barbarian King battle skill. Lopez said joyfully. Thank you, Master. Levi said. Once you master the Ape King Battle Manual, I will then pass on to you some more profound and mysterious combat techniques. This Lopez, with immense strength and a wild and unruly personality, is most suitable for practicing the Warlord Catalog of the Sky Badger Barbarian King. The Warlord Catalog, Levi innovated and revised somewhat on the original basis. Compared to the previous version, it is even more powerful. If Lopez can train to the 9th layer, with its foundation, it can easily rival the top geniuses among the 7 circle perfect wizards in the wizard world. After all, it doesn't possess the bloodline of any legendary creature, it is a true juvenile legendary creature. In the future, it will be in existence on the same level as the Ash Dragon and Alexandra's father. At that time, it will surely become the temple guardian beast of the Dusk Holy Temple, the first guardian of the ancient dragon continent. Thank you, Master. Lopez will definitely train diligently. After Lopez's injuries mostly recovered, Levi sat on its shoulder. Lopez is a water god ape, similar to the mythical Wuzhikai from the past life, especially adept at moving through the water. It transformed into an elusive stream of water, enveloping Levi within, akin to the water escape from the past life. With a speed that even Levi marveled at, they entered a magical world. In this world, it was pitch black, seemingly without any sense of direction. Raging rivers, oceans, creeks, and mountain springs formed a dense water network. Lopez said. Master, this is the dark water dimension, I can freely enter and exit here, traveling smoothly, through these water systems, anywhere in the world, with incredible speed. This dark water dimension is similar to the shadow dimension, scarlet dark dimension, and the goddess Night's aurora dimension. They are all special dimensions mastered by powerful creatures. Chapter 2146. Levi said. Go south. He needed to head to the giant beast restricted area and have a meeting with the Spider King. He still had the pure-blood dragon corpse from the Golden Prince's storage ring on his mind. Also, the Wind Dust Dragon, which had consumed the level 9 Wind Illusion Dragon bloodline crystal, must be brought back. If this Wind Dust Dragon were successfully refined, its future would be limitless. Even if it cannot transform into a Wind Illusion Dragon and return to the 9th level realm, it can still become the strongest sub-dragon under level 9, like the Black Lotus Beast. It would be quite useful for cultivating the Sky Dragon breathing technique. Nora. Human Realm. Outer Sea Region. As time passed, the once desolate Outer Sea now had hundreds of continents. The larger ones, with areas comparable to the mortal continent, perhaps even vaster. The smaller ones, only spanning a few tens of thousands of miles, in comparison to the boundless ocean, could only be considered islands. On this day, some tens of thousands of miles west of the ancient dragon continent, an earth-shattering rumble suddenly sounded. The sea level of the outer sea inexplicably rose by a significant amount. Typically, the sea level's rise reflects the size of the new continent. Most of the new continents only alter slightly, not so prominently. Clearly, this newly descended continent is entirely different from the past. The ancient dragon continent's observation station, being closest, sensed the anomaly first. Before long, Triss and 100 flowers appeared here. Looking at the continent ahead, the sight of ravines and barrenness gave the illusion of being on the god-forsaken continent. From one of the rifts, a pitch-black, armored insect, tens of meters long, emerged, exuding a level 6 aura. The creature, upon seeing Triss and her companion, showed no fear, buzzing as it charged towards them. Triss manifested the wizard's hand, squeezing it tightly. The creature viciously gnawed at the energy comprising the wizard's hand spell. Triss scowled and killed it. This Zerg is so fierce. I have seen many Zerg, but rarely one so fierce. Elena said. Sister, I seem to recall Levi mentioning this, it seems quite dangerous. She briefly described the terror bug situation to Triss. Triss looked grave. This creature, could it be so terrifying? A mighty civilization with level 9 experts crumbling in an instant, it's hard to imagine. Given the gravity, the two immediately reported the new continent's emergence to the Black Abyss Walker, mentioning the discovery of some kind of dangerous insectoid creature. This plane landed right near the ancient dragon continent, how could they not worry? Black Abyss Tower. The Black Abyss Walker, upon hearing this, also looked troubled. At his realm, having such an expression attests to knowing the danger of such creatures. After all, the culprit behind his mentor, the Deep Blue Sage's forced suicide, was tied to these creatures. He promptly used his Great Councilman's authority to report the matter to the Supreme Council's legendary wizards. Triss and Elena anxiously waited. Not much later, a middle-aged wizard with a heroic stature, donning a red flame witch robe, appeared. He stood there as if he was the world's center, even the scorching sun above paled in comparison. Triss, taking a sharp breath, quickly said, "Greetings, Grand Council Chairman." Elena was equally shaken inside. This matter actually alarmed the Grand Council Chairman, indicating its significance. The middle-aged wizard had a smiling face, seeming approachable. Yet beneath this amiability lay an undeniable, one-of-a-kind domineering dignity. Edmund asked. "Did you two discover this place first?" Triss replied. "Yes, we were nearby on the ancient dragon continent, felt the sea's vibration, and arrived immediately." Edmund said. "Well done, but this place is dangerous, watch out for your ancient dragon continent next and strengthen defenses." Behind Edmund, the survivor of the vast sea, Hand of Netherworld Prison, Hand of Creation, and other legendary wizards manifested. They all looked solemnly at this continent. Black Abyss Walker appeared and said to Triss, "You two should leave now." Knowing significant events were looming, Triss and Elena obediently departed. Edmund said, "These creatures from the new continent resemble the Dark Swarm specimens we've collected, I'm sure there's a connection. Now the Dark Swarm's leader is dueling with the Heavenly Father in the astral world, unable to attend to other matters. Do you think we should annihilate these creatures along with the new continent, or temporarily contain them for research?" Survivor of the Vast Sea said. Judging from the Deep Blue Sage's final messages, the Dark Swarm is extremely terrifying, especially the mother nest's will, nearly omnipotent. Even if Sauron were alive, he might not handle it easily, at least it matches the Abyss Will's level of supreme existence. Keeping it might attract the mother nest's will and bring Wizard World an annihilation catastrophe. We've already struggled contending with only a portion of the Abyss's forces. Might as well completely annihilate this place. Edmund turned to Hand of Creation Rowling and asked. "Lady Rowling, what do you think? After all, your legendary profession concerns life, you might have some insights." Rowling replied. Chapter 2147. I think we can keep it. For one, from the intelligence we have, even though the mother nest's will is strong, it is now besieged by the joint forces of the Heavenly Father, especially with the Lord of Chaos and the resurrected ancient star gods. None of them are easy foes, so this battle might stretch on for millennia. During this time, we can dissect and study these creatures, preparing our countermeasures in advance. We cannot place all our hopes on the Heavenly Father. Given the traits of the dark insects, if we use a conventional war of attrition, we stand no chance against them. Only if we can research a virus medicine against these insects and engage in biochemical warfare will we have a sliver of hope. And this is precisely my strength. The Hand of Netherworld Prison said. I think both of you have valid points, but everyone must have sensed that beneath this new world, there seems to be the breath of civilization, and it is the humans. The humans in this new world have managed to survive under the onslaught of creatures, they must have some unique traits. If we study them, perhaps we might also discover something. The projection of the Frost Witch quietly appeared, her true self was still engaged in a struggle with powerful abyss beings, unable to find respite. She said, "Why not use the treasure left by Sauron to first isolate this place with the pen of the mortal world? With Sauron's means, the mother nests will likely won't notice this side. But personally, I feel that eventually, we will face the dark insects. The present Nora is not what it used to be, it has become one of the centers of the multidimensional plane. In the land of darkness, it's like the most conspicuous bonfire smoke, hiding is not an option." One by one, the legendary wizards expressed their opinions, and the decision to temporarily keep it prevailed with the majority. The Black Abyss Walker sighed inwardly. Such calamity and hardship. Since the end of the ancient age, the wizard civilization has never faced such dark and despairing times. The council of 10,000 clans, abyss demons, and the unknown outbreak of the dark insects, each one is like a heavy mountain looming overhead. Edmund said, "All right, let's isolate this place for now. Next, Lady Rowling shall establish the Insect Affairs Department, recruit suitable personnel, and conduct targeted research on the insects. The task of pioneering this continent will also be handed over to Lady Rowling. The area of this new world is the largest among the continents converged thus far, and it surely has great development value." The Frost Witch said. "The ancient dragon continent is too close to this one, to prevent any unexpected outbreaks from affecting it. Black Abyss Walker, keep a closer eye on the ancient dragon continent." The Black Abyss Walker said. "I understand." After the leaders hurriedly convened their meeting, they began executing their plans intensively. Days later, Lady Rowling held a brush that exuded an ancient aura, reminiscent of the calligraphy brush from Levi's former world. Just like the Eye of Sauron, this was one of the numerous treasures Sauron left before his disappearance, known as the Pen of the Mortal World. After the ancient wars among the Heavenly Father ended, Nora was left scarred and darkly corroded. Sauron founded the Wizard Council, reconciled with the Heavenly Father, and ventured into the subdimensional portal. The ancestors of the Cave Wizards, a small faction of ancient wizards refusing Sauron's leadership, were unwilling to enter and obstructed the establishment of the Wizard Council. Sauron used this pen, with divine power as ink, to encircle the current mortal continent, protecting it from dark corrosion and the Cave Wizards' pollution. Thus, the group following Sauron and those staying on the god-forsaken continent began developing like parallel lines. 300,000 years later, the gap between them became evident. Now, the legendary wizards of the Supreme Council will use this pen to temporarily isolate the New World, making it one of the experimental grounds of the wizard civilization until a weapon against the dark insects is developed. One by one, the legendary and grand wizards concentrated their strength into the brush held by Lady Rowling. She raised the brush with her delicate hands, and behind her, the illusion of an unimaginably vast giant tree appeared. "Wielding my brush, I seal this realm." The tip of the brush drew a circle. An invisible defensive field surfaced along the seas surrounding the New World, forming a massive shield that conceals it. Rowling addressed her subordinates. "From today onward, I will guard this place. Furthermore, we will publicly recruit wizard talents from various fields such as life science, monster studies, spirit communication studies. Oh yes, and the School of Insects." Days later, as the recruitment information was disseminated to various schools and organizations, the wizards sensed an unusual undertone. It seemed the council was preparing a major move again. Some dispersed and inconspicuous insect school or small niche school wizards, scattered worldwide, were enticed by the generous recruitment terms and rushed to sign up. The ancient dragon continent. The Tower of Dawn. Though the Ice Phoenix perished, it left behind a spark of the School of Insects. These young wizards saw an opportunity, as the official stances seemed to support the development of the School of Insects. The organization urged these youths to seize their chance, grasping the favorable policy directions of the moment. Leveraging the official power might allow such a declining school to resurrect. Without it, relying solely on civilian power or the natural order of survival of the fittest would inevitably lead such niche schools to extinction. Soon afterwards, the council commenced pioneering the New World, with a battle group of wizards besieging or containing the creatures in the underground world. During this process, they discovered a profession called bug luminist. This group, surviving the lightless depths, would have faced extinction if not discovered by the council. Chapter 2148. Subsequently, a series of new discoveries began. The council discovered that the bug luminists, through long-lasting struggles, gradually explored a method of using creatures to fight other creatures. They utilized the power of these creatures, treating it as a totem, through which they could strengthen their bodies, gain magical abilities, and further confront the creatures. This method, compared to the school of insects and the school of spiritualism, has its pros and cons. If the advantages and disadvantages of the three methods can be complemented through research, it might be possible to find a path for the rise of the school of spiritualism or the school of insects. Utilizing the power of these creatures to quickly form an effective battle group to fight against the abyss demons is not a bad idea. Moreover, in further research, the Council also discovered the sealed-off relics of the Arcanists and learned that these bug luminists were indeed the descendants of another spell-casting profession, the Arcanists, although the arcane civilization had already perished. At this time, the Council realized that the group of Arcanists rescued from the Land of Darkness by the ancient Dragon Continent was the last spark. Under the organization of the Council and the Tower of Dawn, a batch of Arcanists from the Arcane Academy launched further archaeological investigations on the AUS continent. For the Council, the most important discovery was an extremely important potion possessed by the bug luminists. Purification Elixir. This potion is even more powerful than the current stage purification elixir of the wizard civilization. Research discovered that the purification elixir could also purify the corrosive power of the black beasts from the Land of Darkness. The key lies in a miraculous fruit called Saint Fruit. The vast Land of Darkness is filled with endless black beasts. If it can be developed and utilized, it would be of great use for the upcoming blood battle and the confrontation with the Council of 10,000 clans. Manufacturing wizard tools, arrays, and medicine could reduce a considerable amount of military spending and compensate for resource losses. The Wizard Council specifically selected talents from various professions in several new worlds to begin cultivating Saint Fruit. Other than the purification elixir, much of the knowledge and experience in combating creatures possessed by the bug luminists is also invaluable. Levi, in the Dark Ancient Tower, also learned of the emergence of the New World through the 100 Flowers. That day has finally arrived. From now on, the black beasts of the Land of Darkness are likely to suffer. He murmured to himself. For him, it's both a joy and a concern. Previously, the black beasts belonged solely to his blue ocean. He planned to make a secret profit for some time until his strength advanced further before submitting the purification elixir to the Council to benefit the wizard civilization. Now that the AUS continent has been integrated into Nora, the purification elixir is obviously not a secret anymore. However, Levi came to terms with it. He had almost completed his initial accumulation, and with civilization in a crisis, the bigger picture mattered most. With the power of the Council intervening in the AUS continent, it's only a matter of time before those terror bugs are eliminated. If a method to combat the insects can be developed, it would be a good thing. He had witnessed firsthand the terror of the insects. The addition of the bug luminists might create a new transcendent system in the wizard world, allowing more people to embark on the path of the transcendent and become a power against the abyss. With the deepening process of the Great Plane Convergence, the future norm might become a flourishing scene dominated by wizard civilization coexisting with various transcendent systems, which is quite an expectation. Levi no longer pondered these matters, he had now arrived at the giant beast restricted area. In this operation, I will play with the dragon form with that Spider King, to prevent it from causing trouble for the humans in Rune Land. From the memories of the Golden Prince, he also learned of the slumbering place of the Wind Dust Dragon. He let Lopez temporarily hide in a large river within the restricted area. After concealing himself, he first went to subdue the Wind Dust Dragon and then caused a ruckus in the restricted area to probe the strength of that Spider King. Several days later, in a barren desert, Levi easily found the Wind Dust Dragon, which had been in slumber for 100 years without showing any signs of awakening. The Wind Dust Dragon had an elongated body resembling a feathered serpent with 4 legs, curled up within a massive blood-colored crystal. Perhaps due to refining the bloodline crystal, there seemed to be faint traces of a wind illusion dragon, with auspicious clouds swirling around its body, exuding immortal aura. This Wind Dust Dragon has not been discovered by the Spider King yet, which spares me a lot of trouble. Levi, without a second thought, directly took the Wind Dust Dragon away, a significant gain yet again. The Heavenly King Dragon breathing skills cultivation has now found a direction. Previously, he had been using the bloodline essence extracted from the deceased wind-shaped dragon and wind thunder-winged dragon Raja. Having resolved one matter of concern, Levi let Lopez rampage within the giant beast restricted area. Meanwhile, he hid near Lopez, scavenging bodies and fishing for enforcement, observing how the Spider King would respond. Lopez's strength was sufficient to escape from under the Merfolk King's hand, so self-preservation within the giant beast restricted area was assured. Furthermore, in the past 100 years, Levi had also been researching the Spider King's duplication and had made some progress. Even when facing the true form of the Spider King, he was confident in retreating safely with Lopez. In the core of the restricted area, the star-devouring Spider King, through its spies, had already found that a giant beast had intruded into the restricted area, wreaking havoc everywhere. Such a formidable giant beast, this seems to be that giant ape that appeared in the Heartsea decades ago, unmatched in strength below level 8. Why has it come to my giant beast restricted area? Could it be the Merfolk King diverting disaster eastward, trying to weaken my power? Chapter 2149. Among the giants of the 3 realms and 4 lands, there is cooperation, but more often there is overt competition and covert maneuvering. Thus, they are all mutually wary, suspicious, and neighborly relations are not good. The Spider King is different from the other giants. Besides itself, it only has mindless puppets or black beasts, no strategist, no advisor, everything must be figured out by itself. Humph, no matter your intentions, I will test you. The Spider King knew Lopez was formidable, and without hesitation sent out its duplication. In a certain area of the giant beast restricted area, there's a black lake full of corpses, reeking of stench. On this day, the lake water suddenly erupted, and in the mist, hundreds of 10-meter-long tentacles could be vaguely seen, with suction cups full of sharp teeth on the surface. Number 2, go tackle the giant ape. If I can make it into a duplication, my strength will advance further. The Spider King's heart remained like ancient wells, never casually showing itself, always sending duplications, and anyone who had seen its true form was dead. Number 2 is one of its strongest trump cards. Its body is the centipede giant demon, a ruler among the sirens, already at level 8 early stage, with a trace of the legendary creature Black Sea Giant Demon's bloodline within. The Black Sea Giant Demon is a giant beast wandering in the land of darkness, possessing countless tentacles that, when expanded, can encircle the world and stir up the heavens and the earth. The centipede giant demon, like a giant mountain, broke through the void, and all beasts fled, causing unrest in the restricted area. Lopez wielded bone clubs, sweeping across armies, employing a bit of skin-deep knowledge of the Lion King battle technique just recently learned. Levi realized he'd truly found a treasure. Lopez's combat skill talent was no less than the 18 Twilight Cavalry. With cultivation, he would surely become a mighty general on the battlefield. Rumble! Rumble! Suddenly, the sky and the earth cracked into countless fissures abruptly. Thick tentacles surrounded from all directions, attacking Lopez. Lopez had long been waiting and was utterly fearless. He shouted, surrounded by flowing water armor on the surface, wielded a bone club, and fiercely smashed. He could feel the enemy's strength, but he was indeed a legendary level creature. This centipede giant demon merely had some legendary creature's bloodline. Here it comes, this fellow indeed possesses an 8th level black beast duplication, and its ability is quite formidable, surprisingly part of the Siren clan. Levi hid in the distance, not engaging yet, letting Lopez first test the strength of the Spider King's duplication. The level 6 sea demon paw he caught on the 4th layer could only be seen as a little brother in front of this centipede sea demon. Centipede giant demon and paw are 2 types of creatures, but both belong to the Siren clan. Levi speculated internally, if he could subdue it, perhaps his sea demon knight order could advance further. Currently, the sea demon song battle group is limited by the Siren bloodline, at most rank 5. Previous knights attempting to break through to level 6, failed. Excellent, the Spider King here, all good stuff, I'm growing increasingly expectant. Lopez and the centipede giant demon had not fought many rounds before falling into the downside. In the face of the dense attack of tentacles, he was truly unable to resist, not to mention the realm suppression was too great. Suddenly, the wilderness began to tremble, and the land over 100 miles cracked. From the crevices, red light emerged, fire pillars shot to the sky, and magma flowed out. Accompanied by terrifying roars, a sea of red flames covering 40 miles rose. From the magma beneath the earth, strong red dragon claws extended. Roar! A giant dragon with a wingspan of 3 kilometers, robust in form, stout in limbs, covered in menacing crimson scales, descended. Dare to disturb my slumber, you are seeking your own demise. The dragon appeared only at level 7 middle stage, yet the vastness of its aura made heaven and earth change color. A surging dragon breath shot out like the eruption of a doomsday volcano, instantly blasting into one of the giant demon's tentacles. Explosion swept, tentacles instantly bloodied and almost scorched off. It hurriedly retracted, and at the same time, the void cracked, a lightning-fast tentacle crossed space, and struck the dragon's back. Boom! The dragon was struck heavily, fell to the earth, its scales torn, but recovered in an instant. This giant demon's power compared to that 8th level thunder elemental spirit is still lacking greatly, mediocre in strength, lacks lethality, though its attack is very swift and difficult to dodge, but with my level 7 middle stage Crimson Emperor dragon form, plus the undying body and other triangles attributes, it's not like I don't have the power to fight, especially with Lopez aiding by the side. Levi was assured, reopened the Red Emperor domain, Undying Divine domain, and many other domains, and with flames, lightning, and other abilities, charged towards the giant demon. Core area. Watching number 1 getting besieged again by the suddenly appeared giant dragon, the Spider King's heart was aghast. There is actually a level 7 giant dragon under my restricted area. Moreover, it seems to be pure-blooded dragon clan. What's going on today? Consecutively 2 legendary level creatures appear in my restricted area. It couldn't comprehend despite thinking thoroughly, only able to watch the changes silently. Besides number 2, it still has 1 level 8 duplication, but that duplication is currently at the crucial moment of a strength breakthrough and cannot be deployed. Even if both are legendary level creatures, so what, the realm gap is here, number 2, swiftly take them down. On the other side, the dragon and the giant ape, one intertwined with thunder fire, the other overturning the seas, the energy unleashed from each move and gesture was unimaginable. Chapter 2150. Where the battle passed, the earth shattered and mountains crumbled, all life perished, and the skies tore asunder. Let alone ordinary black beasts, even the black beast lord wouldn't last long if caught in the battle, being torn to shreds by the terrifying onslaught. After advancing to the level 7 middle stage, Levi can now transform into the Crimson Emperor dragon for a much longer time, making half-day battles no problem. Fighting against an 8-level giant demon now, without the need to be cautious, he can fully unleash his strength, enjoying the battle thoroughly. The giant ape's bone clubs swung mightily, stirring rivers, and each strike could carve a canyon stretching hundreds of miles in the earth. The battlefield spanned thousands of miles around. Heavenly thunder, underground fire, floods raged, and tentacles danced wildly between heaven and earth, indeed a scene of apocalypse. After hundreds of rounds, the giant demon's tentacles were severely scarred, several even severed, still writhing on the ground. The Crimson Emperor dragon was also bloodied, but fortunately, after Levi's Death Ember dragon reached level 7, his self-healing ability became unimaginably monstrous, plus the endurance of the Sky King dragon, keeping him in peak condition at all times. In the Spider King's view, he saw the red giant dragon fearlessly attacking number 2, exchanging injury for injury. The most absurd thing was that number 2's injuries were real missing limbs while the red giant dragon could instantly heal from any grave wound and then leap back energetically. The Spider King, despite his vast experience, had never seen such a giant dragon. Even a mythical level dragon in its juvenile form couldn't be this freakish, could it? No, we have to pull back. If this continues, number 2 might get worn down to death. It would not be worth even if we take them both down. The Spider King immediately ordered number 2 to retreat, intending to disengage. On the battlefield, seeing the giant demon about to leave, Levi had already prepared Silver Mountain Skyfall and the Wind Illusion Realm to descend. The giant demon released endless black ink, and in an instant, day turned to night, casting the land into chaos. When clarity returned to the world, Levi noticed that his ceiling barrier had a large hole in it. The giant demon had already made its escape. After all, as a level 8 powerhouse, it would be too difficult to stop it if it was determined to flee. Levi looked at the scattered tentacles, collected them with delight, and sneaked underground. Lopez turned into water flow and dissipated into the world. From that battle, Levi felt that working with Lopez, they were already able to contend with a level 8 force directly. For the sake of caution, they decided not to delve any deeper this time. Next century, once he progresses further to 7 rings perfection, he plans to venture deep into the Forbidden Zone with Lopez to face the Spider King and flatten the area. At the core of the Forbidden Zone, the Spider King watched as 1/3 of the centipede giant demon's tentacles were gone, his heart bleeding. Though the tentacles could grow back, it would take a considerable amount of time. These giant dragon and giant ape are in cahoots, aiming to take me down. How could there be such coincidences in the world? Someone in the 3 realms and 4 lands must be pulling the strings. After driving away the level 8 black beast, Levi frequently transformed into the Crimson Emperor dragon and, alongside Lopez, hunted black beasts on the outskirts of the giant beast restricted area, probing the Spider King. Unexpectedly, after the previous setback, the Spider King seemed to have lowered his flag and stopped sending duplicates, choosing to let Levi have his way. Levi was quite pleased with this, went on a spree of black beast slaughter, causing chaos on the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone. One day, a 12-winged black beast centipede was pinned to the ground by a massive claw, unable to move. Though it was a centipede, its body was covered in dragon scales, its head was dragon-shaped, exuding dragon's might, surrounded by black water, remarkably majestic. Not bad, another 6-level sub-dragon. This sub-dragon, scientifically named the 12-winged black water dragon centipede, although a centipede, carried the bloodline of a legendary dragon race. Moreover, this bloodline was the same as that within the 10-winged Sky Sea Dragon King. Levi had an idea to extract the bloodline crystal within this dragon centipede to refine an evolution potion for spiritual beasts, giving Melina, the head of Giant Beast Paradise, a chance to advance to level 6. Melina had long been at 5th circle perfection, yet she rose through spiritual beasts and faltered by them as well. The 10-winged Sky Sea Dragon King's potential had reached its limit. Without further advancement, like the Ice Phoenix, she faced an imminent end for herself and her spiritual beast, facing demise together. With no way to change her spiritual beast, she had but one path left: advance the 10-winged Sky Sea Dragon King. Though Melina's cultivation was not high, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to Giant Beast Paradise, nurturing many talents and contributing significantly to the breeding of transcendent creatures on ancient Dragon Continent. Within his capacity, Levi decided he would lend a hand. A month later, after hunting many black beasts in the giant beast restricted area and gathering numerous resources, Levi and the giant ape decided to call it a day as the ancient tower was about to close, and they left leisurely. Back in the Burning Rock world, Levi established it as a stronghold, bringing along Lopez, Black Phoenix, Fire-Breathing Dragon, and his Shadow Dragon group to the Land of Darkness to hunt black beasts. With 9-leaf blood datura present, as long as he waited patiently, there would be a constant stream of black beast armies coming towards him. He seized the opportunity to hone his combat techniques and spells, quickly improving himself. Isolated from the world, far from the land of Nora, Levi cultivated in silence, away from worldly concerns, only occasionally conversing with 100 Flowers through the Twilight Round Table to learn about major events in the wizard world. Years passed, and all those black beasts around the Burning Rock world suffered terrible luck. Levi, like a vengeful celestial body, became a ruthless slaughter machine, soon clearing the surrounding black beasts, living like nomadic tribes, moving along with the black beasts in the Land of Darkness. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Year 427 in Nora. The quality of the Shadow Dragon group steadily improved, with more and more reaching level 5 Shadow. This development was like a snowball rolling, allowing them to kill even more black beasts. Of course, there were some incidents during this time. Once, the 9-leaf blood datura attracted a level 8 middle stage black beast king. Fortunately, with Levi's danger perception, he fled hastily with Lopez. The most perilous moment saw an appearance of a level 8 late stage black beast equivalent to the leader of a top organization. No sorcerer activities were present here, the land was vast with few people, so both the density and quality of black beasts far surpassed those near the Nora world. To Levi, it was like a land of peach blossoms. He hadn't encountered any level 9 black beasts, though. Legendary creatures in the Land of Darkness were like isolated islands, not easily encountered. One day, Levi was chasing black beasts as usual. He had gone far from the Burning Rock world, reaching the edge of an unknown medium-sized world. He intended to browse around, seeking resources to acquire for free. His eyes narrowed. Outside the crystal wall, he saw a spaceship. Standing on it were several members of the Amethyst race. They seemed to be transporting the natives of this world, engaged in some population raiding activities. In the vast universe, what a small world it indeed is. To think I would run into my good brothers. Congratulations to me, Levi, on this serendipitous encounter. Chapter 2151. Amethyst Clan. The God of Weapon Refinement. The Holy Infant cannot be without the Amethyst Clan, just as the West cannot be without the Holy City. Levi did not rush to act, although his danger perception did not respond. The Amethyst Clan had already joined the Council of 10,000 Clans. Their appearance here must be to carry out some task. He wanted to first figure out what they were doing here. If he could follow the trail to find the council's stronghold and take it down, he might gain even more. The few Amethyst clan members before him were merely level 6 in standard, not worth much. The reason the Council of 10,000 Clans is troublesome is that they do an excellent job of maintaining secrecy. Moreover, its members come from all over the Pan Plane, hide in the Land of Darkness, and continuously engage in guerrilla and lightning warfare with the Wizard Council, never fighting head-on. On the spaceship, 3 level 6 Amethyst clan members led a small Amethyst clan unit, escorting a group of burly, heavily haired humanoid alien races onto the ship. These aliens had vigorous vitality. Levi did not recognize them, but they seemed physically strong, like the Amazons and the barbarian tribes. The leader of the alien races was also a level 6 expert. Standing 3 meters tall and clad in stone armor, it looked at the Amethyst clan with hostility but dared not speak. Not long ago, these foreigners invaded their world without warning and began burning, killing, and looting. They killed all the elders among the aliens, leaving only the young men, women, and children. The leader of the Amethyst clan was a level 6 late-stage expert named Kodak, an advanced walker of the council. Have all the people been captured? Lord, all have been captured. Very good, let's head back. This time we found another batch of seedlings for the Law Destruction Warriors, which is indeed a great achievement. Inside the spaceship, rows of slaves from various alien races piled up like cargo in the cabin. Anyone who dared resist would be killed outright and thrown into the Land of Darkness to feed the black beasts. Watching the spaceship turn into a stream of light and disappear into the plane, Levi, with a thought, quietly followed. With his speed, tracking this spaceship was a piece of cake. That plane had already been pillaged by the Amethyst clan, presumably leaving nothing of value. Several months later, the spaceship flew into a small plane. The plane was small, hence very concealed, hidden in the Land of Darkness, and passing travelers would hardly discover it. This world was desolate, yet it was spotted with military structures. A group, consisting of alien races and Amethyst clan members, arrived to meet them. Levi pondered secretly. It seems to be a small stronghold of the Council of 10,000 Clans. According to danger perception, there should be no level 8 venerable experts here. Venerables in the Council of 10,000 Clans are prominent figures, with high status, able to command all alien emissaries and walkers within their jurisdiction. Kodak, it appears the harvest was good this time. A level 6 Amethyst clan member grinned. Kodak said proudly. Naturally, unload the cargo. Its subordinates began to drive the alien slaves off the spaceship. The slaves, who had never left their homeland, were now filled with despair. Where are you taking us? What do you want to do? Soon enough, the group of slaves was taken underground. Here, there was a massive factory. The workshop was filled with tanks of purple liquid. In each tank, an alien was immersed, still breathing. Within the liquid, runes flickered, mysterious and complex. The skin of these aliens seemed carved with arrays. Their skin was tinged light purple, covered with a thin layer of amethyst. From time to time, an alien would be pulled from a tank and placed in a training ground. One by one, wizards or other spellcasters in starry robes, shamans and the like, recited incantations, using spells to attack them. Some withstood the spells, while most were shattered. At some point, a towering figure radiating a level 7 late-stage aura appeared there. A member of the Amethyst clan stood with hands behind its back and asked indifferently, "How are the experiments going?" A wizard in experimental robes respectfully replied, "Lord Zungu, among the current experimental subjects, a small portion has begun to exhibit some degree of magic resistance akin to the Amethyst clan. Though far inferior to the Great Purple Crystal Saint clan, they should pose a significant challenge when fighting wizards. Ordinary wizards will not be a match." Zungu said. Kodak delivered a new batch of alien races. Their initial physical strength is stronger, perhaps the chances of successful modification will be higher. The wizard asked, "What kind of alien races are so formidable?" Zungu replied, "They claim to be the Black Barbarian clan, not sure how they relate to the barbarian tribes. In the multidimensional plane, many races claim to be the barbarian tribes, but the most famous are those in the ancient tower. Others are mostly uncivilized primitives." The wizard said, "We strive to create stronger law destruction warriors as soon as possible." Zungu advised, "Hurry it up. Lord Sage is becoming impatient. If we can make progress on Tianwu Star first, it will greatly benefit all of you researchers." After drawing the big cake, Zungu's figure dissipated. Meanwhile, on this stronghold called Tianyu Star, Levi's hermit runes flickered as he spent several days examining. This council of 10,000 clans, truly ambitious, as Laplace predicted, they are researching warriors to counter wizards, attempting to transform alien races into low-cost versions of the Amethyst clan. Moreover, there are over 100 such strongholds within the Pan Plain, led by the Amethyst Saint of the Council of 10,000 Clans. Chapter 2152. Looking at it now, the Sea clan being taken away by the Council of 10,000 Clans might also be for the execution of this plan. I wonder what the situation is like in Baghdad now. He only maintains a servile relationship with Baghdad through Excalibur, and now that Baghdad is in a foreign transcendence, no news has come from him. After days of investigation, Levi can confirm that there are no level 8 powerhouses on Tianyu Star. The strongest is a level 7 late-stage Purple Crystal clan member named Zungu, a high-level envoy of the Council of 10,000 Clans. The positions within the Council of 10,000 Clans are divided into 4 tiers: low level, intermediate level, advanced level, and top level, corresponding to the 4 minor realms under the general realm. Now that I've discovered it, this stronghold cannot be allowed to remain. Opposing the Council of 10,000 Clans is everyone's duty. Moreover, Levi and his duplications are constantly harassed by them. His frustration has been boiling for a long time, and if he could raise this place, it would be a loss as significant as losing a venerable blood scales for the Council. A malicious thought arose, and the will to kill stirred. Levi's figure quietly appeared. This world isn't very large, covering a span of only tens of thousands of miles, not even comparable to Blue Star of the past life. From the shadows behind him, dozens of shadows emitting the 6th level aura emerged. Most were born from Levi's previous hunts of black beasts and demons. Moreover, thousands of level 5 shadows arranged uniformly on one side. Levi said coldly, "You go and seal this world entirely, prohibit anyone from entering or exiting." Whoosh! 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 10,000 Shadow Dragon group members vanished into the shadow dimension, covertly infiltrating this small world. Levi then summoned Lopez and said, "Lopez, you are responsible for supporting the shadows. If a level 7 expert escapes, intercept and kill them immediately." Lopez responded, "No problem." After hiding the Death Ember Divine Palace, and completing all preparations, Levi then leisurely flew towards the Law Destruction Warrior Factory. Zungu was his first target, this realm's only level 7 Purple Crystal clan member, and the task of dealing with the 2 level 7 early stage alien expert fell to Lopez. Zungu at the moment was still in his palace, devouring the ore metals presented by his subordinates. Among them were some 6th level ores, truly a waste of resources. Suddenly, Zungu's eyes narrowed, raising a fist and striking out into the void. The seemingly casual attack formed a purple wave, raising the palace to the ground. With the void trembling, Levi's figure appeared. Levi had to admit, the combat instinct and intuition of the Purple Crystal clan were indeed strong. This was an innate talent. Zungu said, "Who are you?" "Wait, you are the Dusk Palace Master." He looked at the figure before him, clad in black flame armor, with a red cloak draped over his back, golden cloud stepping boots underfoot, wearing the iconic Nightmare Black Dragon helmet, with 3,000 wind thunder feather blades swirling around like a star ring, never ceasing, and carrying a massive shark tooth-shaped sword, glowing with a crimson hue, its heat even causing the void to distort. To the Council's powerhouses, Levi's gear was all too familiar. He hadn't planned to disguise himself, as it was meaningless. Once action was taken, his identity would be revealed anyway. The Council of 10,000 Clans was constantly examining his methods, magnifying glass in hand. More importantly, his strength now no longer required him to be as cautious as before. Levi laughed and said, "That's right, dare you fight me fairly in the land of darkness?" Zungu was not frightened, instead, he laughed heartily and said, "Searching high and low only to find it effortlessly, those fools are always thinking about catching you in the wizard world, and here you come to me, delivering yourself, so I can claim your life and avenge my good brother, Taigu. You want to lure me to the land of darkness? No way, today I'll defeat you right here." He had always heard about how powerful this Dusk Palace Master was, his ears almost grew calluses. He and Taigu emerged from their stone origins on the same day, month, and year. Upon hearing that his good brother Taigu was slain by him, he wanted revenge on Levi. However, the organization tasked him with guarding this area, so he could only comply. Kill. Zungu stepped forward, shrinking to an inch, coming to Levi's side. Holy skill Dian seeing. He pointed a finger, purple light directly targeting Levi's forehead. Levi was already prepared, dodging the attack. The light shot out hundreds of miles, shattering a distant giant mountain. Good movement skills, let's see how long you can keep dodging. Zungu praised, while also dodging Levi's punch, striking back with a palm at Levi. The palm wind was fierce, opening a 100-mile chasm on the earth below. Zungu's strength was indeed formidable, no wonder he was placed to guard such a crucial location. Even an 8th circle wizard might not easily deal with him. Levi's vambrace was shaken, forming numerous fine cracks. This was level 7 divine weaponry. He realized all the more that these law destruction warriors must be eliminated in the cradle. Should the council of 10,000 clans succeed, there would surely be calamity in the future. Unfortunately, only the Amethyst Saint knows the other stronghold locations. Otherwise, he would have to report to the Wizard Council, seeking ways to annihilate these strongholds. Today, it was by sheer luck that he stumbled upon one of their bases. The battle between Levi and Zungu, hailed as the strongest below level 8, was truly earth-shattering, moving mountains and overturning seas. Chapter 2153. This small world, in pursuit of concealment, is inherently not large. With a casual strike, they can cause widespread collapse and obliteration. The entire world is genuinely trembling. The crystal wall at the perimeter of the world is as fragile as paper, riddled with holes in an instant. Zungu knows that if this continues, even if Levi is dealt with, the underground factory will be completely destroyed. While fending off Levi, he orders everyone to evacuate the experimental equipment, test subjects, and all other resources, move elsewhere to establish a stronghold, while he holds off Levi. In the underground world, alien or purple crystal race experts, well-trained, are gathering researchers, experimental equipment, and boarding ships, preparing to leave this world. Retreat quickly. This place is exposed. Who is coming? By the look of it, it seems to be the Dusk Palace Master Levi, the top wanted criminal of the organization, valued at a 9-level treasure or a Turtle King fruit that extends life for 1,000 years. Is he alone? Yes. Then why should we fear him? So many of us, each taking one hit, can cooperate with Lord Zungu to kill him. No sooner had the words been spoken than there were screams. In the shadow of an alien, a shadow of a sea clan being, standing 100 meters tall and burly, emerged. It was the giant Whale King. With a clap of its hands, like smashing a watermelon, it crushed the alien's head. As a shadow creature, the Shadow Dragon group are masters of stealth and assassination, moving through the shadow dimension with ease. In other parts of this world, terrifying shadow creatures emerged beside those fleeing aliens. There was the 10,000-legged centipede, 600 to 700 meters long, exuding frigid cold. There was a wizard in a black robe, and more of them were mountain-sized flame demons. Among the burning expeditionary army, the most numerous level 7 demons were the flame demons. Levi alone had killed a dozen of them, now all transformed into ferociously fierce shadow creatures. The earth rumbled, in this world's core, flames began to rise, magma burst forth, forming volcanoes. The experimental equipment and test subjects not yet evacuated from the underground world were all consumed in the sea of fire. The strength of the garrison at the Tianmu Star stronghold was not weak, comparable to an elite battle group of wizards. However, they were no match for Levi's battle-hardened shadow army. Not to mention, outside this world, in the void of the land of darkness, stood a 3,000-meter-tall giant ape, bone club in hand, its eyes piercing through all, observing the battlefield situation. In an instant, Lopez's eyes shifted, and he roared. "Where do you think you're escaping to?" His form turned into a stream of water, swiftly catching up to a ship. From within the ship emerged a level 7 early-stage alien, with red hair, green skin, an iron fork in hand, and dressed in beast skin. "What the hell is this thing?" The alien couldn't help but exclaim. In itself, it was tall and mighty, 100 meters high, but in front of the giant ape, it was like a little mouse. It hurled the iron fork, which was also a rare treasure known as Thundershock. The iron fork transformed into purple lightning, striking Lopez with blinding speed. Lopez didn't dodge, entwined with apocalyptic lightning, he swung his club. Secret technique Ape King Flying Rainbow. A beam of golden light shot out, shattering the ship where the level 7 early stage alien was. It jumped out with a cry, iron fork in hand, and turned to flee. Flood torrent. Lopez's palm gestured as if controlling all waters, as countless mighty rivers and streams materialized out of thin air in the land of darkness, surrounding and trapping the level 7 alien. Lopez jumped in, becoming a stream of water, teleporting around while toying with the alien. When he got bored, he swung his club suddenly, and the alien was decapitated on the spot. Lopez picked up the thunder iron fork, with a wave of his hand, hundreds of water monkeys emerged. They dragged the other aliens to the bottom of the water, annihilating the fleeing soldiers swiftly and thoroughly. As a legendary level creature, his ideal opponent should be Zungu. Dealing with these ragtag forces utterly failed to spark his interest. On the other side, the immense Black Soul Demon Tower emerged, turning hundreds of miles into a death storm zone, with 2 dark evil souls appearing mysteriously, constantly harassing Zungu, leaving deep wounds occasionally on his otherwise impervious body. The battle between Levi and Zungu reached a boiling point. At this moment, through the calls from his subordinates, Zungu sensed something was amiss. His subordinates kept falling like autumn crops, one after another. The stronghold's garrison was being slaughtered crazily by the shadow creatures, not to mention the 3,000-meter-tall giant ape, standing firm on the battleground, allowing no one to escape. He was inwardly terrified. Indeed, the Dusk Palace Master was an army on his own, with thousands of shadow guards mirroring his movements. Isn't this bullying an honest person? Here I am having a one-on-one fight with you, and there you are, using many to bully the few. Even so, Zungu had no intention of retreating. Firstly, as a part of the strongest tribe, the Purple Crystal Warriors don't have the word retreat in their lexicon. Secondly, being the person in charge of this crucial stronghold, having lost a city and so many Congress members, even if he escaped by himself, what good would it do? It would be better to fight with abandon here, and if he could counter-kill the Dusk Palace Master, he could not only redeem himself but also earn rewards and establish his name henceforth. Chapter 2154. Holy Skill Burning Heart. Within Zungu, intense purple flames burned, and his aura surged even higher. His fist wind grew more concentrated, pouring in from all directions, blocking the battlefield completely. This small world could no longer endure. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, there were vast pits, tens of miles deep everywhere. The ecosystem of the small world was fragile. Those shattered crystal walls could not quickly heal like Nora's. The corrosive power from the land of darkness flooded in like torrents into a ship's cabin. Holy Skill Heavenly Fall. Zungu transformed into a burst of purple light, soaring into the sky and returning. A purple foot, 1,000 meters in size, collided with the Emperor's sword of the 9-colored Emperor. The Emperor's sword pierced the foot, which then fell upon the Emperor's shoulder. Rumble. The Emperor was smashed from the heavens, plummeting into the ground. Within the clouds, a nearly 10,000-meter-tall purple giant appeared with a ferocious grin. Evidently, it was Zungu, who had just vanished, having used some grand ability similar to the heavenly earth transformation. The giant stomped on the Emperor, shattering the crust, breaking through the earth, and delving deep into the earth's core. The two continued their battle and surprisingly ended up at the plane's core. Though it was a small world, the high temperature and pressure here were enough to instantly crush any protective force field below that of a primordial soul wizard. Even a primordial soul wizard could not stay long. If it were a medium or large plane, even a primordial soul wizard wouldn't dare to venture into the Earth's core, as it would be tantamount to seeking death. 4 magma-formed spiritual weapons explosively ignited on the giant, like moths to a flame. Seizing this opportunity, the 9-colored Emperor turned over and slashed the giant's right leg with his sword. Accompanied by the clashing of metal and countless sparks flying. The giant's right leg staggered unsteadily, revealing a deep gash. The power of the Death Ember Dragon clung to it, making it difficult to heal. Otherwise, the body of the Amethyst race would quickly recover. Holy Skill Sea Swallowing. The purple giant pushed the Emperor aside with both palms and drank the lava of the Earth's core, transforming his chest and abdomen into a boiler, purple tinged with red. Holy Skill Star Annihilation. Boom. A red pillar of rock swept across the Earth core world, wreaking havoc. The 9-headed Emperor wielded a shield, advancing against the flow. Levi's figure appeared, and with the charged underhook earth-shattering fist, sent the purple giant flying. Can't these damn Amethyst race fight in the land of darkness? He looked at the devastated Earth core world and secretly lamented. After this battle, this small world might be severely damaged, or even face extinction. Mana sensed that the nascent plains will of this world had fallen into confusion. A tacit rule respected by wizards colonizing or traveling is that no matter how resources are plundered, the world itself must not be destroyed unless absolutely necessary. The world is the pearl and creation of the land of darkness, and destruction is taboo. An invisible will exists in the land of darkness, of which Levi, frequently suffering from the dark tribulation, is most aware, so in all his travels, he never assaults worlds. From the start of this battle, he intended to lure Zungu out of the land of darkness. Unexpectedly, Zungu was stubborn, refusing to leave, and now the fight had reached the Earth's core. According to legend, the plains will usually resides here. The nine-colored emperor and the purple giant were locked in renewed combat, evenly matched. Within Levi, the 5 divine palaces roared in unison, each true form rising. He activated Dragon Whale Path, entering a state of unparalleled strength. Strength runes and holy image lore radiated brightly. Crunch, crunch, numerous artificial energy cores shattered. Heaven and Earth Destruction Fist. Levi hesitated no longer, first killing this amethyst race before considering anything else. Otherwise, if it dragged on, this world was beyond salvation. Boom! Zungu, battling fiercely with the 9-colored emperor, was attacked from behind. Levi's fist slammed into the purple heart at the back. Heaven and Earth Destruction Fist, representing the pinnacle of his current physical attack power, exemplified strength breaking all techniques. Zungu's expression changed dramatically, an unimaginable energy raged within him without vent. First, the purple crystals on his back cracked like glass, streams of amethyst light emanated from his body. Rumble! A cataclysmic explosion shook the Earth's core constantly. Levi's arm was fractured by the recoil, bloodied, as he breathed heavily, watching the wounds heal. Around the 9-colored emperor, Silver Mountain Skyfall and Wind Illusion Realm surrounded him, shielding him from the dispersing energy shockwaves. You. Zungu, despite the severe blow, was astonishingly not completely dead. The shattered purple crystals everywhere trembled incessantly, persistently trying to recover. Meanwhile, the 9-colored emperor and Sile unleashed all-encompassing lightning, delivering a devastating strike that obliterated Zungu's consciousness. Leon quickly appeared, pulling Zungu's true soul from the void, expending much effort to subdue and contain Zungu. The ancient Banyan fairyland opened. Mana looked toward the Earth's core, sighing involuntarily. It's done for. Being just a small world, even a level 6 battle could injure it, let alone level 7. Levi said. Is there a way to remedy it? In his previous battles, he either fought in the land of darkness or on large plains like Nora. In those places, he could pierce the heavens without causing damage unless a legendary wizard intervened. Mana shook her head. It's impossible. The life and death lifespan of a plane is predetermined, beyond human alteration, not even governed by the underworld, but determined by the unseen decisions of the land of darkness, which creates all worlds and lives. Chapter 2155. Levi said. In that case, why not take this opportunity to fuse with the will of this plane? After all, it's either death or making use of the remaining value. Otherwise, if I face the dark tribulation in the future, wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? Now that Zungu is dead, if the land of darkness seeks revenge, it will undoubtedly be aimed at Levi. Throughout his journey, he has always gone against fate, accustomed to risk, so he knew he must proceed with caution. Mana said. Then I'll give it a try, but this might take some time. I'm worried about enemy reinforcements. Levi asked. How long exactly? Mana said. If it's just devouring the will of this world, it will take only a few days, no more than 7. However, to completely fuse with this world, it would take decades to accomplish. By merely devouring the world's will, the benefits Mana would gain would certainly not be complete. But considering safety, there was no other choice. Such an important stronghold, with its commander and garrison completely wiped out, the enemy would surely come to investigate. But considering the distance, unless level 9 or level 10 individuals come by special means, they shouldn't arrive in a short time. Just a few days shouldn't pose a problem. Levi said. We must act swiftly. Go ahead and fuse, I'll keep watch for you. Mana nodded. If I can fuse with the will of this small world and fully assimilate it, I should reach level 6 peak. With some more growth, I'll naturally advance to level 7. Thank you. Levi laughed. No need for formalities among family. With Zungu dealt with, the remaining insignificant enemies were easily eliminated by the Shadow Army and Lopez. As Mana commenced the fusion, Levi began inventorying the spoils of the battle. The first thing was the still intact experimental equipment for creating law destruction warriors, as well as some dormant test subjects, including several researchers. Among them were alien scholars, as well as wizards. Levi placed a magic prohibition on these people, planning to give them to the Wizard Council as a form of exchange. Such a large project couldn't be absorbed by the ancient dragon continent alone and might arouse the Council's suspicion of rebellion. Of course, before handing them over to the Council, he needed to copy all experimental data and notes. These are knowledge and might be useful someday. Next were 3 level 6, 11 rank 5 amethysts, and of course, the level 7 late-stage amethyst formed after Zungu's death. These items were the main incentives for Levi's action. There were also a large number of rare minerals, discovered within the bodies of the amethyst race members, who traditionally accumulated minerals and gradually absorbed them to refine their bodies. The Holy Infant will surely be delighted. With top-grade material for weapon refinement, it's more than enough. Then there were various rare treasures, including the Iron Trident Thunder Shock used by the alien race. Altogether, they captured 1 level 7 treasure and 4 6th level treasures, which were useless to Levi. He planned to store them in the treasuries of major organizations for everyone to exchange according to their respective contributions. Lastly, from the alien races and wizards, they retrieved combat techniques and some knowledge, which were better than nothing. Before long, at Levi's urging, Leon quickly devoured the collected souls of the garrison, turning them into memory discs for Levi to examine. Within these memory discs, many areas were evidently restricted by some powerful prohibition means, making them inaccessible. Yet the leaked information already made Levi's expression turn grave. The plot of the Council of 10,000 Clans is quite ambitious. They aim to make Nora their dominion, for which they have devised numerous plans. The Law Destruction Warrior is just one of them. Within these memories, there were also some combat techniques and knowledge, all of which Levi recorded. It's worth mentioning that the sacred skills of the Amethyst race were always shrouded in a layer of mystery. Even Leon could not decipher them. This was undoubtedly the means of the Amethyst Saint. Sacred skills are incredibly powerful, created as part of the Amethyst race's unique combat skill system by the Amethyst Saint. Levi's desire for reference had to be temporarily shelved. The tall alien slaves captured by the Amethyst race were fortunate to be freed by Levi. After understanding them, Levi learned they were from the Black Barbarian clan, possessing innate divine power and a thick hide, making them ideal candidates for law destruction warriors. He cast the sleeping curse and magic prohibition on all these Black Barbarian clan members, along with the captured prisoners from the Council of 10,000 Clans, and threw them into the Black Soul Demon Tower. After returning to the wizard world, Levi planned to keep the Black Barbarian clan on the ancient dragon continent to supplement his battle group forces. At Earth Core, a shadow of a giant tree was rooted in the fiery magma core, and Mana's expression was serious. Green branches were inserted into the core as though drawing some mysterious power, presumably the world's will. Levi watched silently, and the danger perception started alerting him, suggesting the enemy had noticed and was dispatching troops here. He didn't rush Mana. Opportunities like this were rare. In this tense atmosphere, time passed second by second. On the 5th day, Mana opened her eyes, and the green branches retracted into the giant tree's shadow. Her cheeks were flushed as if she were drunk. Levi, let's go. I'll slowly absorb it when we get back. Levi was already prepared. Let's go, retreat to the wizard world. He kept Mana away, turning his form into a wind thunder power, with the Sky King Dragon's shadow guarding him, soaring into the heights, and upon reappearing, they were already in the Star Realm Ruined Sea. Here, he was essentially safe. Few could master such an ability. Chapter 2156. The next day. In the land of darkness surrounding the small world, a short and stout figure clad in an imperial robe appeared in the void. It was none other than the dwarf emperor, Dagon. Being closest to the scene, he was dispatched to investigate immediately. All that remained for him was a small plane collapsing into destruction, devoid of life. From information left by some of the garrison members, it was known that the culprit who devastated this place was the Dusk Palace Master. A level 7 late-stage amethyst race like Zungu, even I would struggle to subdue, and yet he fell just like that. The danger rating of this Dusk Palace Master is still underestimated. I must report to the organization to increase the bounty. Ordinary level 8s are no longer qualified to partake in this, they might even be killed by him. Anyway, with my sufficient lifespan, I will not pursue this Dusk Palace Master. My target remains Grandmasters like Ace, the strongest weapon craftsman. Dark Temple. Upon the vast starry sky, a towering dark figure opened its eyes. Dagon Venerable respectfully said. Ancient One, the one who attacked our stronghold this time is the Dusk Palace Master. With his strength alone, he slew Zungu, Tai Lei and 2 other level 7s. The guards stationed in this realm were entirely wiped out, and the experimental equipment and subjects were taken. The experimental world was also completely destroyed. The towering dark figure coldly replied. Everyone sees this is what wizards are. Heartless and without humanity. Killing our people is one thing, but enacting world-ending actions as well. Sooner or later, they'll face retribution from the land of darkness. Continue tracking the whereabouts of the Dusk Palace Master, monitor the wizard world closely, and publicize the evil deeds of this person to the alien races across the multidimensional plane. 5 years later. The year Nora 432, the 218th year of Blood Battle Land, Levi returned to the wizard world at his own leisurely pace, learning along the way, and having had an uneventful journey. Seeing Levi return safely, 100 Flowers was delighted. You've been gone for decades, I was really worried. Levi smiled and said. See, I'm fine, no worries. Triss also had a smile on her face. Did you have any interesting findings or experiences on this trip? Levi laughed and said. Come with me, I'll show you something good. He led 100 Flowers and Triss to the ancient Banyan fairyland. Outside the Dragon Palace, a giant ape 3,000 meters tall was swinging a club with great skill. A group of Dragon Clan admirers watched Lopez perform and clapped enthusiastically, including the little ash dragon which, though a legendary creature, was still a baby unlike Lopez, who was now a juvenile. Levi somewhat proudly said. This is the water disaster giant ape, a legendary creature I just captured. 100 Flowers looked up at the 3,000-meter tall giant ape, gasping. What? A legendary creature, really? The water disaster giant ape was too obscure, unless someone like Levi, who was a zookeeper and biology enthusiast, most wizards were not familiar with it. Triss also had her mouth slightly open, feeling a bit excited, although she had heard of this beast, she had never thought she would one day encounter a living one. In Nora's ancient antiquity age, legendary creatures like dragons and giants were also common. But with the rise of wizards, these creatures withdrew from the historical stage. Now, even if they were around, they wouldn't come close to Nora, lest they be captured, which would be folly. 100 Flowers said. Given time, our ancient dragon continent could have legendary guardians like the sleeping dragon realm, wouldn't that be splendid? Levi recounted some of his travels, including encounters with Maya and the insect races that killed gods, which made the 2 women long to hear more. The giant ape Lopez was too shocking, so Levi decided not to let it appear outside but stay in the ancient Banyan fairyland. While he wasn't afraid, he preferred not to be overly conspicuous. The Golden Prince's level 7 wind dust dragon was placed in the fairyland to continue its slumber, and Lopez was tasked to watch over it, with reports to Levi on any developments. The Black Barbarian clan in the Black Soul Demon Tower was awakened by Levi, who coerced them into swearing on Excalibur to settle on the ancient dragon continent. Levi had them accompany the Wind Spirit clan in the Intis mountain range and arranged for the night instructor from the Dusk Holy Temple to systematically teach them combat techniques, preparing to form a battle group against demons in the future. The wizard seedlings brought out from the ancient tower were also placed into the Tower of Dawn. Professors and teachers from various sects were visibly excited to see the 3 children of the element and so many special talents. These seedlings already had some foundational cultivation, having received systematic wizard theoretical education from saints or the supreme archmage in the ancient tower. Given their superior talent, they were mostly already official wizards, with some older ones reaching 2nd or even 3rd circle wizard levels. These years, the growth of the Tower of Dawn has been remarkable, but the organization has only nurtured 2 primordial soul wizards so far, who are Shadow Queen Aya, Thunder Sword Sta. Aya needs no introduction, she's one of the supernovas of this era, renowned alongside the Fire Dragon Knight as the ancient dragon twins. Sta is Saurit's apprentice, and he just ascended to 6th circle wizardhood recently, having cultivated for precisely 500 years. This pace is average for a thunder wizard, but he achieved perfection in 9 talents, which is quite laudable. After Sta's ascension to the 6th circle, he left mentorship, serving as the deputy director of Thunder Academy, assisting his mentor Sorit. Sorit was highly rewarded by the organization for successfully teaching a 6th circle wizard. Besides, of the first-generation wizard seedlings recruited early on, few have survived until now. Some perished in war or missions, some failed to break through and faced their demise. However, several dual-class and even triple-affinity wizards have reached 5th circle perfection, posing potential to ascend to the 6th circle. These individuals often have their own fortuitous opportunities, as this current era of multidimensional plane convergence is an unprecedented change. The blood battle gradually disrupts the monopoly and norms of the wizard world, offering resources and opportunities that far surpass the past. Even with mediocre talent, the chance for a primordial soul is not entirely lost. Legendary stories like that of the Black Pearl Boy are bound to happen in this golden age. Overall, it's still the lack of accumulation and foundation of the Tower of Dawn that hinders it. Given another millennium, it certainly would be much better off than now. Chapter 2157. After properly settling those ancient tower seedlings, Levi went to the Black Abyss Tower. The aura of the Black Abyss Walker had grown even stronger over the years. Instead of being crushed by war, the Seven Sin Sword behind him had become even sharper. On the day when all 7 Sin Swords are complete, it will be time to synthesize the legendary artifact 7 Sins Proof. At that time, the Black Abyss Walker will fuse with the legendary artifact, establishing his own legendary path and profession. The Black Abyss Walker said. "What brings you to me?" Levi said. "While wandering in the land of darkness, I stumbled upon a council of 10,000 clans stronghold. After following the clues and dismantling it, I obtained some things related to the Law Destruction Warrior project and wish to hand them over to the council for official handling." The Black Abyss Walker said. "Oh, let me have a look." Levi then brought up the experimental equipment, data, and several council of 10,000 clans captives for the Black Abyss Walker to inspect one by one. After reviewing, the Black Abyss Walker was overjoyed and said, "Good, good, I will report this to the Supreme Council. Consider it a major achievement on your part. You can go back and wait for the council to reward you." Levi said. "I take my leave." The Black Abyss Walker was particularly attentive to Levi's matters and promptly contacted the Supreme Council. The Frost Witch said. "Black Abyss, take Levi to the Blood War Temple and allow him to select 1 Bright Moon level artifact and 2 Morning Star artifacts at will." The Black Abyss Walker thought to himself. The council is quite generous this time, unlike in the past. If these were really to be auctioned off, they would be worth close to tens of billions. Even an 8th circle wizard would find it hard to afford these. Ancient Dragon Continent. Levi was at home cultivating. He wasn't particularly looking forward to the council's rewards, not because the council was stingy, but with his current realm and resources, common items which might seem precious to other wizards were nothing special to him. When the Black Abyss Walker contacted him, Levi was indeed surprised. 2 Morning Star artifacts, 1 Bright Moon artifact, and I get to choose. Blood War Temple. A number of primordial soul wizards, exuding a heavy murderous aura, were here exchanging their war merits for artifacts, when they saw 2 figures descend gracefully. One of them was the Black Abyss Walker. His expressionless face and imposing aura made him unapproachable. The other was the Dusk Palace Master, following the Black Abyss Walker, exuding grandeur and impressive talent. The Hall Master of the Blood War Temple was also a grand wizard from the Earth School of Thought, looking rather young. "Greetings, Black Abyss, long time no see." The Black Abyss Walker spoke telepathically. "Ofo, bring me a list of your Bright Moon and Morning Star artifacts." The Hall Master of the Blood War Temple smiled and said. "I have been waiting for a long time, please follow me." The Black Abyss Walker said. "Levi, this is Wizard Ofo, he became a Grand Wizard 300 years ago, known as the Rock King. Levi hurriedly said. "Greetings, Senior Rock King." He knew the Black Abyss Walker was taking this opportunity to introduce Levi to more Grand Wizards in the Central Realm to help him establish connections for the future. The Rock King smiled and said. "Single-handedly dismantling a stronghold of the Council of 10,000 clans, even killing a late-stage level 7 Amethyst race member, so young and promising. Keep it up, when you reach the 9th circle, your achievements will be limitless." Levi said. "Thank you, Rock King." In conversation, the Rock King led Levi and the Black Abyss Walker to a room and handed Levi a list. The list displayed all the current Morning Star and Bright Moon artifacts in the Council's possession, with each type also indicating its quantity. Gazing at the densely packed list of artifacts, Levi was amazed. Truly, the Wizard Council was well stocked, just deliberately keeping it hidden. Levi first looked at the Morning Star artifacts, certainly wanting to exchange for a rare body refining artifact if available, otherwise opting for others. Though ordinary Morning Star artifacts were useful, their relevance wasn't great compared to providing them to his 3 avatars. After browsing, he indeed found a body refining artifact, though it hadn't been open for exchange before. Rhino Horn Moon Gaze, Earth Faction Morning Star level oddity, stored by Thousand Mountains Immortal. Trapped Dragon Stepping into the Sea, Ocean Faction Morning Star level oddity, stored by the Frost Witch. Power King's Heart, Earth Faction Morning Star level oddity, stored by Radiant Sun God Wizard. As he followed the list of artifacts, Levi noticed many had annotations indicating who had contributed them. He hesitantly asked, "Senior Rock King, can all these artifacts be exchanged?" The Rock King seemed to discern Levi's doubt and smiled, saying, "You just go ahead and exchange, the list I showed you is internal and usually not disclosed externally. The names at the end indicate the contributors of these artifacts." Sauron previously left a testament that every legendary wizard or grand wizard, during their tenure, must contribute a certain amount of artifacts, rare treasures, and resources to ensure the council treasury always has ample resources and treasures. While these artifacts might be insignificant to grand wizards or legendaries, they could be a lifeline to young wizards, possibly changing their destiny. Hence, this tradition has continued for hundreds of thousands of years, and remains adhered to today. Levi suddenly understood. "I understand now." Clearly, Sauron's management of grand wizards and legendary wizards, who stand at the peak of civilization, was quite stringent and a bit better than Levi expected. Chapter 2158. In a certain sense, he was the same. He now stored many unused earth, sky artifacts or other resources into his organization for everyone to use. It's just that his vision was a bit narrower, focusing on his small family, while Sauron and these legends did it for the wizard civilization at large. After some deliberation, Levi chose Trapped Dragon Stepping into the Sea and Power King's Heart. The former is an earth oddity of the Ocean faction. Gandalf has not yet refined it. This is obviously most useful for Gandalf in cultivating the thousand-handed ancient god body refining technique. The latter, according to the illustrated guide of strange items, has the chance to birth a special physique called Power King body. Combined with Gandalf's current Elephant King body, his future cultivation will be like a fish in water. Rock King asked, "You want to choose these 2 body refining artifacts?" Levi nodded. Rock King didn't ask much further and sent someone to fetch Trapped Dragon Stepping into the Sea and Power King's Heart. Besides these, there were many body refining artifacts available, but after comprehensive evaluation, Levi found these 2 most suitable for Gandalf. The highlight of what followed was the Bright Moon artifact. Before long, he saw what he had been looking for. Thunder God's Drum, a Bright Moon level artifact of the Lightning School of Thought, deposited by Lady of Thunder. He hadn't seen this artifact on the public battle merit exchange list, he thought it wasn't available, but it seemed it just wasn't listed. Levi has now refined 2 kinds of Bright Moon artifacts, namely the White Emperor Holy Sword and Thunder God's Heart. The former is a unique artifact he created by chance, unique even in the multidimensional plane. The latter belongs to the Thunder God series. Levi has already refined the heart and fingers and naturally wants to collect the complete set to consolidate the Thunder God's body. Rock King smiled and said, "This is indeed excellent, something many Lightning faction wizards dream of." Black Abyss Walker said, "Sorry for the trouble, I'll be taking Levi away now." Before leaving, Black Abyss Walker said to Levi, "In the future, if you encounter a council of 10,000 clans stronghold, you still need to be cautious. After all, you are far from Nora, and neither I nor the legendary wizards can reach you. Moreover, before you made a big disturbance at the stronghold, your bounty in the council of 10,000 clans was already as high as 1 level 9 treasure or 1 Turtle King fruit. Many people wanted your life. After this disturbance, your bounty will only get higher. If a level 9 expert goes after you, it wouldn't be surprising. So be careful and strive to master the spell Luck Changing Coin, as it might be greatly useful in the future. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be endless firewood to burn. Self-preservation comes first at any time." Levi, hearing this, gratefully said, "Thank you for the reminder, Senior. I will be more cautious in the future." After returning to the ancient dragon continent, thoughts weighed on Levi's mind. "I didn't expect I'd be worth 1 Turtle King fruit," which extends life by 1,000 years. That's a valuable item. He opened the proficiency panel. Over the years, while honing in the land of darkness, he frequently practiced spells. The luck-changing coin was not far from reaching level 15. The Black Abyss Walker specifically emphasized this spell: I need to focus on it, practice until it reaches the 7th circle standard, and see its effects. A few days later, Gondalf returned from demon hunting on the god-forsaken continent to meet Levi. Throughout these years, Gondalf was somewhat like a professional demon hunter, instructing and cultivating alongside demon slaying. He entrusted the Gandalf pharmacy to subordinates for management. Additionally, Triss is now a major shareholder of the pharmacy. She herself spends more time on medicines and uses the Gandalf pharmacy as a platform to sell them. The Witch's family also collaborated with the Gandalf pharmacy to open their medicine market on the Midland continent. On the level 8 demon slaying list, because Levi was away on a mission for decades, his ranking had dropped to 4th. Gondalf, Lord Victor, one ranked 97th and the other 100th, with tens of millions of points between them, not the best but more than sufficient. The Holy Infant fell outside the top 200, lost in the art of weapon refinement. Over these years, Lord Victor and the Holy Infant were focused on developing the Heavenly Star Sword array, rarely leaving Gondor City. In general, among the top 100, 3 were Levi or his avatars, practically milking the council. Levi suspected he was not the only one doing this. Those 8th Circle wizards might also be arranging for their 7th Circle avatars to farm for rewards. This way, they could exchange for an extra bright moon or even sun refining artifact. Levi said, "You take these 2 artifacts to refine. Also, donate the self-created bronze statue body tempering technique and deep blue sage body tempering technique to the Body Refining Academy in person to hand them to the White Banker. By doing this, you'll facilitate your development there and possibly gain unexpected benefits." Gondalf replied, "I understand. Thank you, sir." In his left-hand jar was a blue giant dragon's shadow bound by chains, all composed of truth runes. Upon focusing, one could see the anomaly of giant waves crashing against the shore. In his right-hand jar was a golden heart with a rough, knotted surface like that of a dragon, seemingly containing infinite power. Levi asked, "With these 2 truth artifacts, when can the 10-winged heavenly dragon body tempering technique be accomplished?" Gondalf answered, "Within 100 years, before advancing to a senior 7th circle, I will strive to merge the 10-winged heavenly dragon and the 1,000-handed ancient god, making further progress." Chapter 2159. After Gondalf left, Levi finally had time to open the 300,000 blind boxes bought from Hell earlier. To ensure a sense of ceremony, he had Happy Sheep play a little lucky tune before opening. Opening the first blind box, his consciousness immersed in the memories of a stranger. In a daze, he seemingly arrived at a desolate and barbaric, vast and boundless continent. This atmosphere felt somewhat familiar to Levi. Barbarian tribes. This is the heavenly world. Above the sky dome, hideous cracks appeared, stretching countless miles, revealing a gigantic creature standing about 10,000 meters tall, covered in black scales, with the head of a snake and the body of a human, bearing 18 arms and wielding 18 different weapons, descending with a weird, chuckling laughter. The 18-armed snake demon, it's akin to a grand wizard demon expert. Among snake demons, only a few reach 18 arms, beyond that, the legendary 20-armed snake demon is the god of snake demons. Opposite the snake demon was a burly man over 10 meters tall holding a pitch-black long spear, presented entirely from his perspective, likely the owner of these memories. A tangible aura surrounded him, with a fierce black python tattooed on his back, muscular and powerful. A world-shaking battle unfolded between heaven and earth. This man was clearly a level 9 expert, fighting fiercely with the snake demon. The snake demon was also skilled in combat techniques. Those many arms were not for show. The two fought for a good half day. Ultimately the man took the upper hand. His spear struck like a dragon, piercing through the snake demon's impenetrable defense, exploding the black spear light, shattering it into pieces. What an impressive spear technique! As a combat skills master, Levi couldn't help but comment. The next moment, from beyond the crack, more demons surged, faintly visible as a giant sinister eyeball emitted a dark light, instantly killing the black python man. I Demon Lord Aegis, the Lord of Abyss's 202nd layer. Eye demons were not unfamiliar to Levi. His early breakthrough potion included the Eye Devil's Gaze potion. It seems the heavenly world was also invaded by demons, but as a large plane, the heavenly world has more than one level 10 strongman and should not have been annihilated. Heavenly world isn't within the Sauron plane, but Levi had discovered a nascent space channel in a secret realm, seemingly leading there, for some reason. Levi initially thought it was randomly formed during a plane convergence, but now it seems not so simple. Usually, plane convergence doesn't affect outside the pan plane, perhaps this is related to the blood battle. After withdrawing consciousness, with the thought, Levi's right hand transformed into a black long spear, earnestly practicing, entering a state of complete absorption. Unaware, 3 days passed until a proficiency panel's prompt awakened Levi, and he opened the panel. Levi. Python God Sky-Cutting Map, Level 1, Maximum, cannot be upgraded. Special Effect, Stab Sky Soldiers. Stab Sky Soldiers, the essence crystal of spear technique supreme masters, containing all their life's insights. Cultivating any spear technique yields twice the result with half the effort. For techniques below level 6, mastery upon practice, perfection in up to 99 practices. Levi's expression turned serious, it's his first encounter of this kind. He initially thought he comprehended a combat technique but unexpectedly gained the item termed Stab Sky Soldiers. According to the Black Python Man's memory fragments, the Python God Sky-Cutting Map is the inheritance diagram of one of the 6 top tribes in the heavenly world, the Python God tribe. This tribe excels in spear techniques. Their totem is a level 10 giant snake rivaling gods, named Python God. With extraordinary talent since childhood, within 3,000 years he became a soldier lord level strongman, only second to the clan leader of the tribe, comprehending the Stab Sky Soldiers from the Python God Sky-Cutting Map, but ultimately perished in an abyss invasion. Levi's previous information on barbarian tribes all came from the descendants in the ancient tower. Actually, that barbarian group had long lost many crucial inheritance knowledge due to isolation. They are only half barbarian. True barbarian tribes, like wizards, have a complete cultivation system from level 1 up to level 10. Level 6 barbarian tribes must condense barbarian soul within, through which they possess combat techniques and can harness the mighty power from totems, displaying some incredible wizard methods of the totem. Barbarian souls are categorized as lower, mid, and upper grade, representing level 6, 7, and 8 realms, collectively known as soul lords. After level 9, barbarian soul fully integrates with the body, becoming barbarian pattern, like the tattoo behind the Black Python Man, maintaining strength even if the totem falls. Totem spirit forms post-downfall can persist for a while, parasitizing on the barbarian pattern, forming its symbiotic totem, similar to special spiritual creatures. Thus, as long as the barbarian strongman survives, the totem spirit won't perish, achieving mutual fulfillment between barbarian strongman and totem spirit. Additionally, after reaching level 9, apart from barbarian pattern, the significant change is cultivating a combat technique to level 9, comprehending soldier species. Those mastering soldier species are the true level 9 experts, also known as soldier lords. Chapter 2160. Once becoming the soldier lord signifies that this person has reached a godlike state on the path of mastery in weapon combat techniques, achieving a supreme realm. Henceforth, for any combat techniques below level 6, at most 99 practices will be needed to attain peak mastery, and if it's an ordinary technique, achieving the maximum is but a single learning away. At this point, one has reached the pinnacle of the path of combat techniques. To progress further and become the supreme level 10 strongman of the barbarian tribes, relying solely on such techniques is already insufficient. To advance to level 10, one needs to hone their body to the peak, choosing one or more paths among the 6 dimensions of strength, defense, speed, perception, physique, and endurance, to challenge the supreme existence of the barbarian tribes, the heavenly will. The heavenly will grants the opportunity for the heaven ascension trial, with various trials and intricate steps. Those who succeed will receive the corresponding sky seed for each path attempted. Moreover, if one completes several paths in a single breath, they will be awarded more sky seeds. By doing so, they can achieve level 10 in the barbarian tribes, completely transcending beyond the totems to become a heaven angel, officially named as the barbarian lord. The realms before level 6 are collectively termed as the warlord realm, primarily focusing on honing combat techniques. The structure is hence as follows. Warlord, level 1 to level 5. Soul Lord, level 6 to level 8. Soldier Lord, level 9. Barbarian Lord, level 10. This is the full structure of the barbarian tribe's realms, incredibly complex, each with its own operating rules. If not for Levi obtaining the memory fragments of a level 9 expert, many secret pieces of information would likely be unknown to the barbarian tribes. This heavenly will is not simple, no wonder it could once invade the dark ancient tower, forcing Sauron to take personal action. From the memories of this barbarian strongman, Levi learned that the heavenly will also could not truly descend upon the world but had become some abstract rule of the barbarian tribe's faith. This reminded him of Sauron, who might have already achieved eternal life, merging with the path. According to the sayings of the wizard world, Sauron is now in this state. So far, Levi has known about 5 types of will existences. The heavenly will, the golden will, the origin will, the abyss will, and the mother nest's will, which Black Abyss Walker informed him of recently, said to be the supreme existence of the insects. Apparently, anything called a will is likely to be in level 11 existence, but as for the origin will, which is the ancestor of all world trees along with the abyss and mother nest's will, they might be even stronger. From this perspective, I must at least cultivate the Crimson Emperor Dragon to the supreme realm to be able to contend with strong beings like the heavenly will. Levi withdrew his thoughts. If the sky falls, there's always someone tall to hold it up. As it stands, the barbarian system is still inferior to that of the wizards. To reach level 10, one must rely on the favor of the heavenly will. Moreover, he discovered a pattern according to this strongman's memories. From antiquity to the present in the barbarian tribes, there have never been more than 6 level 10 strongmen born at the same time. Furthermore, if an era saw the birth of a barbarian lord who obtained 2 of the sky seeds, there would be only 5 barbarian lords in total. This indicates that there are only 6 slots for barbarian lords in total, and if someone can dominate 2 major dimensions, it squeezes out the slots of others. In the era of the Black Python Man, there were 6 barbarian lords. On the contrary, the wizard civilization differs. From having no legendaries in ancient times, to Sauron becoming legendary, to today parallel to 300,000 years ago, 12 legendary beings have emerged, and there will be even more in the future with reincarnations. Wizards can choose paths suited to themselves, creating their own legendary artifacts without suppression from above. No matter what. The transcendent system of the barbarian tribes provided Levi with much inspiration. The knight's practice also follows the path of body cultivation. He will have direction for the future, no longer completely ignorant. Levi continued to open blind boxes. Perhaps the first level 9 blind box had used up his luck. Out of the following 300,000, he only got 1 primordial soul spell, the rest were useless oddities. However, when he saw this spell, Levi looked delighted. Absolute Ice Point, 7 circle top grade spell, Frost Faction. If this spell cannot be cultivated to the maximum, the effect would be ordinary, only releasing a beam to freeze the enemy, which can be easily countered via defense. The effect is merely an enhanced version of the 7 rings ice arrow technique. But once it reaches peak expertise, it becomes formidable. It can freeze the target's space-time for an instant, during which they cannot shatter the void or move, being in a time-stopped state, with even their consciousness suspended. The most impressive thing is that this spell is effective even against wizards 1 major realm above the spellcaster, although the effect will be greatly reduced. Naturally, this spell is ineffective against legendary wizards. Top grade indeed. Levi couldn't help but exclaim. He eagerly began practicing spellcasting. This spell must reach level 17 to be useful to him. At that time, facing the 8th circle, Levi will have more confidence. Moreover, after reaching the 8th circle, relying on this spell would greatly increase his chances of escaping from a grand wizard. Despite being a 7-circle spell, it can be used indefinitely. The spell is quite difficult to master, yet Levi is the man who succeeded in practicing the microlysis technique. After several days, he achieved its entry level, naming it Levi's 10th 7-circle witch mark. Having properly managed the harvests of the past decades, Levi then commenced the refining of the Thunder God's drum. Chapter 2161. 3 years later. Nora year 435. Blood Battle year 221. Gondor City. Gandalf has already refined the 2 major body refining artifacts, Trapped Dragon Walks on Sea and Power King's Heart. The 2 artifacts have increased his spiritual force by 100 points, saving him many years of arduous cultivation, with his spiritual force approaching 7,300. Trapped Dragon Walks on Sea gave birth to a special physique called Trapped Dragon Body, which harmonizes with his Elephant King body, achieving a synergy greater than the sum of its parts, which Gandalf named Dragon Elephant Body, and then together with Power King Body, forming the unprecedented talent known as Dragon Elephant Mighty Body. Of course, these eccentric names are all concocted by Gandalf and have nothing to do with Levi. who is in seclusion. With the birth of Dragon Elephant Mighty Body, Gandalf's body refining talent can be said to be the best in the wizard world, with only the dual cultivation Purgatory Demon Sword being comparable. According to the evaluation of the original Gandalf, the second brother's talent is one level above those top-level geniuses, comparable to a reincarnated legendary wizard. However, he married into the demon fox tribe in Hell, not considered someone of the wizard world. Thus, declaring Gandalf as the best in body refining is perfectly reasonable. Thanks to the powerful body refining talent and the improved elemental affinity talent, Gandalf's training progress in the two supreme body tempering techniques, Thousand-Handed Ancient God and Ten-Winged Sky Dragon, has significantly increased compared to before. He boldly declared that he would inevitably reach the Seven-Circle Senior Realm within 200 years. Additionally, the artifact Trapped Dragon Walks on Sea has birthed Gandalf's second companion organism, a blue dragon's phantom, thus named Blue Dragon, like the white elephant, both being combat spirit items. The white elephant can move mountains, the blue dragon can overturn seas, both possessing immense strength, together capable of stabilizing 3 mountains, subduing 4 seas, which Gandalf calls Left and Right Dragon Elephant Guardians. As a result, Dragon Elephant Mighty Body, Left and Right Dragon Elephant Guardians, together with Radiant King Marshal Wei's Radiant King Dragon Elephant Fist, Gandalf has formed his unique body refining journey, with limitless future achievements. In the human realm. Silver Continent. This is a medium-sized continent managed by the principal of the Body Refining Academy, where the academy is established. Gandalf had early completed the class and arrived at the principal's office. He presented the early self-created body tempering techniques, prepared for a long time, under his name, as a donation to the academy. The white banker's eyes flashed with surprise upon seeing Gandalf's submission of Copper Elephant Body Refining Technique and Deep Blue Sage Body Tempering Technique. "Did you create all of these yourself?" Gandalf replied. "Yes." The white banker praised. "As expected of the King of Body Refining, Gandalf. Although my body refining is not as good as yours, I can see these techniques are extremely excellent." Then he said seriously. "These body tempering techniques are quite valuable. Just earning fees for using them should make quite a lot of money. Do you truly intend to donate them to the academy?" Gandalf said. "Those who learn these body tempering techniques are mostly body refining wizards without choices, unable to see a future. I am not lacking in money, so I won't charge them any fees." Upon hearing this, the white banker's evaluation of Gandalf ascended to another level. "How about this, if you ever encounter difficulties in cultivation, feel free to let me know." Gandalf hesitantly said. "Principal, I noticed that the Battle Achievement Shop does not currently have body refining artifacts for exchange. I have accumulated some war merits, but there's nothing suitable for exchange. I wonder if you have a solution." The white banker suddenly understood and smiled. "You don't need to worry about that. The reason those artifacts are not publicly available is mainly to prepare for the Body Refining Academy. Soon, they will be added to our academy's internal exchange system, then you will be able to exchange them. Since you are the academy's first teacher to donate body tempering techniques, I'll let you choose a Morning Star level body refining artifact as a reward, but don't tell the other teachers." The next day, Gandalf went to the Central Realm and exchanged a body refining artifact, named Rhino Horn Moon Gaze. After obtaining the artifact, he specially visited the white banker to express his gratitude. The body tempering techniques he submitted were all of early stage, and though of quality, their level wasn't particularly high, yet he was able to exchange for a Morning Star level artifact, thanks to the white banker's recognition. Before long, Gandalf refined Rhino Horn Moon Gaze, significantly improving his Earth faction talent, laying a solid foundation for future cultivation of the challenging Thousand-Eyed Titan body tempering technique. Miraculously, Rhino Horn Moon Gaze seemed to trigger some kind of chain reaction with Trapped Dragon Walks on Sea, further transforming his companion organism Blue Dragon, causing a white jade-like rhino horn to grow on its forehead, majestic and awe-inspiring. Moreover, Gandalf's spiritual force upper limit increased by 50 points. Having consecutively refined 3 Morning Star artifacts, Gandalf felt compelled to test his strength and headed to the God-forsaken continent. Mountain Giant Wizard Group. Soraya had long since regained her strength and recently progressed further, reaching the Seven Rings Perfect Realm. Her promotion to the Senior Seven Rings had been long-standing, with a solid foundation, benefiting greatly from the tempering of the Deep Sleep Curse. Laplace gradually emerged from the pain of losing companions, embracing new life, progressing towards the Seven Rings Perfect Realm. Chapter 2162. I've come to visit you, my old friends. How's the battle going recently? Gandalf looked rather pleased with himself, rubbing his hands eagerly. Sarai replied irritably. You've probably run out of war merits again. Laplace laughed and said. Gandalf, it seems you've had quite the stroke of fortune lately. You've arrived just in time. The Deep Blue Expeditionary Army plans to launch a full-scale attack against the demons. 6 months later. On a certain battlefield. 2 gargoyles at level 7 early stage and a chain demon at level 7 middle stage were surrounding a white-robe wizard, with layers of chains imprisoning the heavens and earth, the aura terrifying. The chain demon sneered and said. Gandalf, who would have thought, you'd face this day? Now you're surrounded by the 3 of us. Prepare to die. Although Gandalf wasn't as renowned as the Dusk Palace Master, he was nonetheless a key target of the demons. They had laid a trap, ambushed him, and today, they finally succeeded. Gandalf remained unruffled, smiling with composure, saying. Looks like it's just the 3 of you this time. The stone statue demon attacked while sneering coldly. On the verge of death, yet still so stubborn. Their formation was scientifically matched. The stone statue demon had strong magic resistance, and the chains of the chain demon were most suited to dealing with body-refining wizards who favored close combat. Gandalf's fists moved like the wind, clashing with the chains, creating the sound of metal clashing. He shouted. Dragon Elephant Guardian, Bright King Demon Suppression. Accompanied by booming roars and surging tidal waves, a towering white elephant and a majestic single-horned blue dragon suddenly appeared. The Bright King, stepping on the white elephant with one foot and the blue dragon with the other, appeared like a thousand-handed deity, his palms pressed together, with divine light composed of countless body-refining runes, making the Bright King look incredibly holy. The Bright King and Dragon Elephant Guardians exerted their power simultaneously, the chains trapping Gandalf instantly snapped. The chain demon's expression greatly changed. How is it possible, in just a few years, Gandalf's strength has increased so drastically? Their formation could absolutely suppress Gandalf from 10 years ago, having rehearsed it many times. Who would have thought Gandalf could, over several years, consume 3 heaven-defying Morning Star-level body-refining artifacts? Ha ha ha! I just love seeing your surprised faces. Never get tired of it. And there's more surprise coming. Bright King Dragon Elephant Fist. 12 Dragon Elephants. Boom boom boom. The Bright King and Dragon Elephant Guardians combined into an irresistible, invincible ancient god. These years, the martial way of the Bright King, through the grinding of blood and fire, advanced further to the realm of 12 dragon elephants. 12 dragon elephant phantoms shattered the heavens and earth, tore through the void, turning an area of dozens of miles into a purgatory on earth. The chain demon failed to escape, enduring a whole set of damage, instantly blasted into pieces, while the 2 gargoyles at level 7 early stage, due to their strong bodies, did not die instantly. How can it be? The intelligence was wrong. They looked at Gandalf, who appeared like a heavenly deity descending. The blue dragon and white elephant flew out, head-to-head fought, entangling the gargoyles. The Bright King's enormous palms, taking advantage of the situation, smacked down, pushing one gargoyle into the ground, again and again, incessantly, until the gargoyle was smashed into a pulp, dying a horrific death. Soon, the battle ended, and Gandalf, fully exerting himself, felt immensely satisfied. Panting heavily, he grasped one demon's soul, decided to spiritually redeem it with the holy light of the Sun King's sword. Ha ha, as long as I improve fast enough, your intelligence department can't keep up with me. Several months later. Deep Blue Expeditionary Army Command. Ms. Lucy stood there clad in a blue robe, blue hair flowing, hands behind her back. In front of her, a blue crystal ball projected a giant sand table, the map of the god-forsaken continent, where blue dots launched large-scale offensives against densely packed red dots. The blue dots represented a wizard group, while the red dots were the demon army, both fighting fiercely and relentlessly like water and fire. Apart from these blue dots, there were smaller blue dots as well, those being free demon hunters. Only with the powerful functions of the Heart of Skynet combined with the demon-slaying bracelet can the positioning of the wizard battle group and demon hunters be realized. Naturally, only legendary wizards and marshals like Lucy had such authority. Levi has been away from demon hunting for a long time, seemingly having gained a lot from his previous travels. This is good, many monsters and demons on the god-forsaken continent are watching him. And Gandalf has done quite well too, in less than half a year, single-handedly uprooted 2 demon strongholds, one of which was guarded by a level 7 middle-stage demon. Lucy smiled knowingly. The Gundor 3 heroes, 2 of whom were still in hiding, she rather looked forward to seeing these heroes, once gathered on the god-forsaken continent, to hunt demons together. It was bound to be a magnificent spectacle. A year later. Year 436 of Nora. Years of blood war, on the god-forsaken continent. The full-scale war between the Deep Blue Expeditionary Army and the Burning Expedition Army had lasted for over a year, with the flames of war spreading throughout the territory. In various subdimensional portals, Mortal Continent, and other places, the frequency of demon ravaging was increasing. On the higher-level battlefield that ordinary wizards couldn't see, grand wizards and legendary wizards, along with those powerful demons, engaged in battles that were equally perilous. Recently, a grand wizard even fell, but to stabilize morale, the military hasn't announced it. Otherwise, it would only further shake some people's resolve, possibly abandoning wizard civilization and joining the Council of 10,000 Clans. Ancient Dragon Continent. Hunyuan Palace. On this day, Emperor Mu, the White Wolf Girl, the Flower Knight, and even the Demon Tears Divine Sword who had been hunting demons long-term, all gathered here, waiting for the annual sermon of Saint Emperor Zhou. 1,000 miles away from Hunyuan Palace, the void cracked, and a figure emerged, clad in a grey robe, his aura restrained, form indistinct. What energy sect? See how I, the emissary, will kill you one by one. He was a 7-circle wizard from the Black Sun Steeple, who called himself the Deadly Poison Sword, had betrayed wizard civilization and joined the Council of 10,000 Clans following the Black Sunday. Black Fire Poison Sword, go! Muttering under his breath, the terrifying 7-circle secret sword charged in the direction of Hunyuan Palace. On the day of the sermon, plenty of so-called energy sect geniuses gathered there. If he could extinguish them, it would indeed be a great achievement. From what he knew, the energy sect area didn't even have a level 7 expert. Even if other organizations from the ancient dragon continent came to rescue, it would surely be too late. The secret sword, burning with black sun demon fire, sliced through the void, and in an instant, approached Hunyuan Palace. Sensing the attack, the surroundings of Hunyuan Palace sprung forth beams of light, connected like heavenly stars, forming a starlight barrier, the 7-ring formation known as the Realm of Stars. Over the years, the ancient dragon continent has frequently been attacked. How could there be no precautions? All major organizations' important strongholds and gathering locations are equipped with 6th circle, even 7-circle formations. The secret sword and array barrier clashed, creating ripples. Enemy attack. It's a secret sword attack. Most likely those sons of the Council of 10,000 Clans. Chapter 2163. Ancient Dragon Continent. At Hunyuan Palace, an array of well-trained figures flew up, collectively maintaining the barrier. Elena, using her innate spell, expanded the protective barrier. The Tower of Summer Flowers grew countless vines adorned with flowers and leaves, enveloping Hunyuan Palace in an impenetrable, secure embrace. In all directions of the continent, the improved demon extermination shuttle sensed the enemy attack, streaking across the sky like a meteor, patrolling the air, filled with the sound of sword chi whistling. Elena sighed with relief. Fortunately, she had the whim to listen to the Holy Emperor's lecture today, blending in here to take the class. Everyone, stay calm. Get into the barrier range of my wizard tower. She was prepared to set the wizard tower here and go find the assassin to capture them, when the Holy Emperor's voice transmission came from an unknown location. Elena, you stay here to guard against the enemy's scheme to lure us away. I'll go check it out. Elena looked around the void, but couldn't see the Holy Emperor's silhouette. It seems the Holy Emperor has elevated to level 7, reaching a realm rarely attained even by the energy sect. Such skills are indeed formidable. On the other side, the grey-robed wizard, seeing his initial attack fail, tried a bit more but eventually gave up, knowing any further delay might lead to being discovered by the ancient dragon continent's powerful detection systems and then encircled by guardians. This was a lesson learned from those colleagues who had previously failed allying with him on the ancient dragon continent. Damn it, even this land of the energy sect has a 7-ring formation. It seems the Dusk Palace Master really values this place. They had initially thought that aside from the Dusk Holy Temple and the Tower of Dawn, other places on the ancient dragon continent might be more vulnerable, offering better chances for breakthroughs. Unexpectedly, even against alien races, the Dusk Palace Master is willing to invest. Such an automatic sensing 7-circle barrier array indeed costs a considerable amount. However, as he retreated into the void, he was suddenly expelled. He then saw a winding yellow river flying out like a dragon, encircling him. "Since you've come, don't leave." Saint Emperor Zhou, majestic and exuding a powerful level 7 aura, had the demeanor of a grand master. The grey-robed wizard felt things were amiss. What happened? How is this person also level 7? Talent magic black fire destruction city. With a wave of his hand, boundless black demonic flames erupted, covering the sky and burning the winding yellow river to ashes. Saint Emperor Zhou, with flowing robes, played a jade flute, the sound of flowing water echoing across the heavens and earth. In the shattering void phase of the energy sect, there are 3 realms, corresponding to the primordial soul levels: breaking void, crossing void, and returning void. The current Holy Emperor was at the crossing void realm, seamlessly merging with water chi, traveling through void effortlessly and with ease. Clear Spring Sect's absolute skill 9 song river dance formed around him, a perpetually swirling blue chi, never ceasing. The chi moved like streamers, able to attack and defend, and control as needed, sometimes like a longsword, sometimes like a swift whip, hard to counter. The grey-robed wizard, whose strength was decent, used various innate spells to withstand the Holy Emperor's attacks. Unwilling to engage in a prolonged fight, he attempted to use void travel several times, only to be easily thwarted by the Holy Emperor's crossing void method. In this realm, the Holy Emperor was the absolute master. Yet, having just reached level 7, his foundation was unstable, and he couldn't capture the grey-robed wizard immediately. Just a brief delay. From afar, a version 2.0 of the 9 heavens and 10 earths demon-slaying divine shuttle, over 100 meters long, glowed with amethyst luster and was entwined with thunder flames, hurtling in. This version, crafted from rare materials like amethyst and locust armor, with an upgraded and iterated power system, was enormously powerful, capable of slaying a level 7 being when fused. The grey-robed wizard was horrified. Using his wizard form to counter Saint Emperor Zhou, and barely defending against the amethyst great sword with his soul artifact, the great sword shattered with a bang, dispersing into countless tiny swords, swarming like a locust horde. From a distance, several level 7 presences seemed to be approaching, with constant dragon roars and elephant calls. They must be the level 7 guardians from various organizations on the ancient dragon continent. Seeing this scene, the grey-robed wizard hesitated no longer. He suddenly pulled out a black crystal orb and threw it out. Explode! It was a special one-time use wizard tool designed by the Black Sun Steeple, containing endless black sun demon fire, capable of shaking mountains and altering the battle scene, ideal for breaking free of control and escaping. With good luck, it could even directly kill a level 7 expert. Boom! An explosion comparable to the full force of a 7-circle senior wizard tore apart the Saint Emperor Zhou's blockade, shook off the subunit of the demon-slaying divine shuttle, and damaged some of the subunits. 100 secrets now show a flaw. Until next time. The grey-robed wizard waved his grand sleeve and embedded into the void, intending to escape. The demon extermination shuttle and the Holy Emperor pursued once again, but the next moment, they were blasted back by a terrifying black flaming giant palm. The winding yellow river surrounding the Holy Emperor was instantly scattered, black demonic flames clinging to his body, causing him excruciating pain. His face paled. Are there other enemies? The demon extermination shuttle also failed, turning into a pile of small swords, buzzing and trembling. In the void, a gaunt black-robed wizard appeared, exuding the aura of 7 rings perfection. He held the grey-robed wizard in his hand, his expression also not looking well. As the Holy Emperor had feared, to be safe, this time the Council of 10,000 Clans did not merely send the grey-robed wizard. He had originally been lurking in Hunyuan Palace, intending to wait for the grey-robed wizard to lure away strong opponents attending a lecture at Hunyuan Palace, like Elena, before launching a massacre. Chapter 2164. Who would have thought that aside from Elena guarding the Hunyuan Palace, the Holy Emperor lecturing had also broken through to level 7. Moreover, he paired with the demon extermination shuttle to suppress his comrade, nearly costing him his life. Over at the Hunyuan Palace, Elena has a wizard tower and a senior 7th circle cultivation, along with the Dusk Palace Master's bestowed trump card. Knowing he couldn't take her down shortly, he never made a move and decisively chose to rescue his comrade instead. In a flash, a ghostly bone dragon, a giant elephant as large as a mountain, came charging forward, and a corpse demon giant wielding a bone knife exuded overwhelming arrogance, with the sharp blade light slashing towards him. This ancient dragon continent is really tough to chew. He released the prepared primordial soul spell. 7-ring spell, Adam's dull sun. This was a spell originally created by Black Sun Adam, with even more advanced versions above it, which could only be learned by Black Sun's most trusted followers. A terrifying great sun with a diameter of 10 kilometers rose between heaven and earth, prompting the Holy Emperor and other arriving level 7 guardians to reveal their divine capabilities, either fleeing or resisting. The ghostly bone dragon assassin was so frightened that its soul fire almost melted, but at the critical moment, the dragon descendant giant, holding a black scale giant shield, conjured a 10,000-meter-high wall, sheltering their level 7 comrades within. Rumble. The shockwave, sufficient to instantly kill ordinary level 7 experts, swept across, colliding with the dragon scale shield. Danis's veins bulged, his legs like pillars plowing deep furrows in the earth, yet he withstood the terrifying blow. This dragon scale shield, made from the shed skin of pure-blood dragons, could withstand even 8th circle attacks for a moment. Saint Emperor Zhou shouted fiercely. Damn Council of 10,000 clans, despicable and shameless. Fortunately, Elena stayed in the Hunyuan Palace, or else those Qi sect disciples would be in life-threatening danger. The other guardians were also in lingering fear. If it weren't for Danis's shield protection, even if they survived, they wouldn't escape without injury. That black-robed wizard must be an elite of the Council of 10,000 clans. In the Tower of Dawn. The Tower Master controlling the demon extermination shuttle sighed inwardly. Alas, those two managed to escape. The power of the demon extermination shuttle is still insufficient. I must enter the realm of mechanical soul unity as soon as possible. In the void. The black-robed wizard and grey-robed wizard, having just escaped the enemy, traversed shoulder to shoulder, when suddenly the black-robed wizard sensed an approaching danger. Rumble. A black lightning pillar, as thick as a few meters, suddenly struck through the void. With skillful means, he dodged the strike, but the grey-robed wizard wasn't as fortunate. At the spot, the grey-robed wizard's figure was gone, presumably struck out of the void. He had no time to mourn his teammate, for in an instant, another lightning pillar struck, a second, a third, a fourth. Boom! 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 After 4 lightning pillars, the black-robed wizard's primordial soul clutched its storage ring, fleeing under the protection of a disc-shaped rare treasure, cursing inwardly as he escaped. Damn, what the hell, is there a grand wizard hidden on this ancient dragon continent? And outside the void? In the view of Danis, Saint Emperor Zhou, and other level 7 experts, 5 black lightning pillars, towering to the sky, exploded successively across heaven and earth. Yet, due to the very short intervals, it appeared as if they were unleashed at the same moment. These 5 lightning pillars spanned an entire 1,000 miles, with an interval of 200 miles between each. Assassin murmured. What is going on here? Saint Emperor Zhou hesitated. Could it be that the Council of 10,000 clans has angered heaven, inciting divine punishment? Or has a powerful figure from the Wizard Council taken action? Danis said. It should be my master. It seems that my master's power has advanced further. Saint Emperor Zhou was startled. Such means, this doesn't look like a 7-circle wizard's power, does it? Even for an 8th circle wizard, it's nothing more than this. 5 lightning strikes spanning 1,000 miles, like divine punishment, impossible to avoid. Moments later, a body charred black, entwined with black lightning, fell from the void. It was the grey-robed wizard, dead with eyes wide open, already breathless. The demon extermination shuttle hovering around couldn't find the enemy, so it turned back, with some subunits damaged, yet not hindering it as replacements could be made. Everyone looked at the corpse, their hearts deeply shocked. How could a 7-circle wizard who had already escaped to the void be killed so instantly within? In the remote control room, Herman also wore a colorful expression. With Levi's methods, even my Sky Dome system pales in comparison. 100 Flowers had already gathered all the Qi sect disciples inside the wizard tower and was flying to support Saint Emperor Zhou. The commotion here was so enormous that even though she was thousands of miles away, she could still sense it. Are you all right, everyone? The Holy Emperor smiled bitterly. Fine, Sir Levi has already taken down one of them. The other 7-circle perfect wizard is missing, probably fled. In her mind, 100 Flowers thought. Levi is still in seclusion at the Emperor's palace, thousands of miles away from here. This guy must have grasped some incredible means again. At the Emperor's palace. Levi looked at the corpse delivered by the servant, though calling it a corpse was an overstatement, it resembled nothing more than charcoal. The only relatively intact items were the soul artifact and trophies, the body turned to ashes at the slightest touch. I didn't expect this thunder god's drum to be so powerful. That feeling just now, I seemed to transform into the thunder god atop the 9 heavens, controlling everything, the overwhelming lightning left nothing unscathed. It's a pity that black-robed wizard had extraordinary means, relying on treasure to let his primordial soul escape. No wonder he's a 7-circle perfect wizard. Chapter 2165. In his eyes, lightning flickered, and behind him appeared an illusion of the thunder god, whose size was similar to his own, clad in purple scale armor, with muscles coiled like dragons, and a purple war drum hanging at its waist. The drumhead was adorned with the pattern of a giant beast with a human face and serpent body. It was precisely as I lay. Not long ago, Levi refined the thunder god's drum, gaining numerous benefits. First, it increased his mental strength by 180 points, raising Levi's spiritual force level to 10,300 points, just 700 points shy of 7 rings perfection. According to his current cultivation speed, within a cycle of 60 years, he could achieve 7 rings perfection before his next entry into the ancient tower. Secondly, because the Thunder God's heart and Thunder God's drum are primary oddities of the Thunder God series, Levi's Thunder God body, impaired, transformed into the Thunder God body, semi-impaired, meaning he is now a half Thunder God body. Saying he is half Thunder God isn't an exaggeration. According to the Illustrated Guide of Strange Items, the Thunder sect possesses more glorious sun-grade oddities, such as Thunder God's breath and Thunder God's feet, which Levi has not redeemed yet. However, he felt that even if he collected all these, he wouldn't be able to assemble a complete Thunder God body. So far, there must be crucial oddities beyond the guide's records, and their grades aren't low, potentially bright moon or even glorious sun-grade oddities. After refining the Thunder God's drum, Levi did not gain any extra accompanying spiritual creatures, but Sile underwent further metamorphosis. It confused with the Thunder God illusion, becoming the pattern on the drum at its waist, thereby transforming into the true Thunder God's drum. Moreover, Levi mastered a unique ability named Thunder Magic Net. The Magic Net refers to Levi being able to perceive the elemental power of thunder in the heavens and earth, forming a spherical perception network with a diameter of 5,000 kilometers centered on him, encompassing an area of 10,000 miles. Such a range of perception exceeds the maximum perception radius of a 7-circle wizard. Within his perception range, Levi only needs to strike the Sile war drum with the Thunder God to ignore space and attack enemies within 10,000 miles with lightning punishment, like a true god. The ancient dragon continent is already not large. Levi's Thunder Magic Net covered a vast area, especially the core bases of various major organizations, forming a star-surrounded moon formation around the Emperor's palace, all within his strike range. Therefore, he could easily perceive the presence of the grey-robed wizard, even if they escaped into the void. As long as they did not exceed the perception radius, he could use the Thunder Magic Net to unleash lightning punishment and kill them in the void. This is a more powerful long-distance attack than the Secret Sword Flow, although the Secret Sword Flow can be learned with talent. This Thunder Magic Net requires the collection of so many precious Thunder God oddities and enough luck to understand it, only attainable with luck. From now on, I, Levi, am the little Thunder God among humans, within 10,000 miles, all is my domain. He murmured to himself. Of course, although such abilities are defiant, they also consume a considerable amount of mind and spiritual force, akin to mastering methods comparable to the gods prematurely with a mortal body. Those 5 lightning pillars, unexpectedly consumed a small half of Levi's spell power and spiritual force, enough to cast many primordial soul spells. Levi completed the inventory of the loot from this person. Apart from the soul artifact, there were no valuable items, just a few 6th-ring magical artifacts and some materials that Levi did not find worthy of attention. However, a few black crystal balls caught Levi's attention. They seemed like disposable sorcery tools storing flame energy to unleash when needed. Levi also had a similar 6th-level treasure flame gathering pot early on, which he gave to the Holy Infant as an auxiliary means of weapon refinement. 100 flowers appeared. Levi, have you finished your seclusion? Levi said. Finished for a while, but kept absorbing and assimilating, hence I've not left. 100 flowers asked. What was that lightning pillar just now? Was it a strike in the Emperor's palace? Levi smiled and said. Yes, it can be considered a small divine method. It was the gain from my previous refinement of oddities. 100 Flowers couldn't help but say. This is so formidable, it reminds me of the Dragon Flame God Sorcerer's Dragon Flame attacks. Levi naturally thought of that too. He suspected that the Dragon Flame God Sorcerer's ability to cover the whole Nora likely relied on a method similar to the Thunder Magic Net. However, even for a legendary wizard, covering an entire large plane like Nora with perception is rather absurd. 100 Flowers said. This council of all races is increasingly rampant, however, losing a level 7 expert this time, they should recognize our prowess. Levi said. Indeed, but we still mustn't let our guard down, we must persist a little longer. Once Herman advances to a level 7 mechanic, the overall defense level of the ancient dragon continent can further ascend. His thunder magic net is very powerful, but given the current realm at 7 circles, it cannot be activated constantly, only occasionally used. To improve the overall defense of the ancient dragon continent, we must rely on the cooperative level of the mechanists and various battle groups. After mechanical soul unity, Herman's control and coordination ability over machinery will vastly improve. By then, the Sky Dome defense system covering the entire ancient dragon continent and the Demon Extermination Shuttle Strike system can basically be formed. Even a level 7 expert attempting a surprise attack must weigh their strength. Chapter 2166. To some extent, on the ancient dragon continent, aside from Dragon King Li, the most terrifying person is not 100 Flowers or other supernovas, but the low-key Herman. Mechanics are a late-stage profession. Once fully developed, one can form an army alone. In terms of coordination and complexity of military types, Levi's Shadow Dragons, who can only join the battle directly, are worth next to nothing. After witnessing the divine methods of their Hall Master, members of various organizations on the ancient dragon continent were reassured inwardly and continued their normal work and life. It is now the Nora calendar year 436, and Dragon King Li is already 860 years old. After CO cultivating with 100 Flowers for dozens of days, 100 Flowers went to the god-forsaken continent to hunt demons and earn war merits. Levi stayed at home, continuing to digest the gains over these years and focused on cultivation. Land of Darkness. A wizard tower emanating endless black demonic flames, towering 10,000 meters high, floats in the void. Inside the wizard tower, a wizard in a black robe is meditating with closed eyes. His face appears quite delicate and amiable, yet there is an overwhelming aura and an indescribable evil inside him. His surroundings resemble a black hole that engulfs light, profoundly dark. Black Sun Adam, once the sole survivor among the 3 giants of the Endless Sea's dark wizards. About his origins, no one in the Endless Sea knows. He appeared like a heavenly demon star, named Adam, calling himself Black Sun. He made grand claims upon his arrival, vowing to overthrow the Wizard Council and establish a truly free wizard world. After advancing to the 9th circle, following a series of maneuvers, he completely broke with wizard civilization and smoothly joined the Council of 10,000 clans, becoming the Hidden One. Failed, hey. But considering that ability, the Dusk Palace Master is already halfway through refining the oddity from the Thunder God series. He really is a lucky person. The Black Abyss Walker protects him, the Frost Witch watches over him, even that red sun in the sky has cast down its noble gaze. Who is he really? A legendary reincarnation? Or someone fated to soar on? And the 3-headed dragon abomination who once caused chaos in the dark ancient tower is also him. I've seen it, those old folks surely recognize it too, yet they all turn a blind eye. Interesting. For the death of a 7-circle wizard, Black Sun seems completely unconcerned. He only cares about himself. Tools breaking are quite normal. Suddenly, in front of Black Sun, a projection emerges. It is a black shadow standing in a sea of stars. Adam, before the Dusk Palace Master advances to Grand Wizard, eliminate him, or it will impact our plans. This day. Nightmare World. On the chaotic wilderness, Lopez leads the Dragon Palace people, galloping freely, battling a group of nightmare lords. The flames of the 8 Kings' chaos extend here, making the situation in the Black Dragon territory increasingly unstable. Fortunately, before he secluded himself, Levi arranged for Lopez and the fire-breathing dragon to be in the Nightmare World, appointing them as the guardians of the Black Dragon territory. With Lopez there, unless the 8 Kings themselves come to the Black Dragon territory to stir trouble, other small fry are just courting death. Moreover, in the Nightmare World, Lopez can freely hone his combat technique and even consult with Emperor Mu, a human and a primate, building a friendship that transcends race. Transcendent creatures naturally battle, but this instinct is also worthy of knight's study. Many knights in ancient times researched combat techniques based on beasts, adding their creations to form them. Recently, the lust among the Seven Sins generals successfully advanced to level 7, appointed by Levi to guard the original territory belonging to Seven Sins City. Though sloth and greed have not yet reached level 7, they are not far off, now assisting lust as deputy generals. Over time, in the early days among Levi's group of veteran nightmare creature commanders, 9 Infant and Sledgehammer also successfully advanced to level 6. Red Cloak and Butcher failed to advance, turning into nightmare crystals and departing regretfully. After hundreds of years of development, even excluding members of the Dragon Palace, there are quite a few native nightmare lords in the Black Dragon territory. The Black Dragon territory has now become an undeniable local force in the Blood Rain realm, inevitably catching the attention of the 8 kings. Recently, the Black Death King among the 8 kings even sent an emissary to negotiate peace with the Black Dragon territory and other vassal kings. After receiving Levi's permission, the emissary was killed by Lopez with a single strike. With the strength of the Black Dragon territory, unless an overlord-level powerhouse comes to negotiate, he might consider the offer. Seeing that Black Dragon territory was unyielding, Black Death King dispatched troops to campaign against it, leading to the battle today. The east wind blows, war drums pound, both armies engage in intense combat. Under Lopez's fierce assault, the enemy's 2 level 7 generals retreat step by step. As the timing was right, Levi raised his hand, the amethyst light sword slicing through the sky. In no time, it decapitated the 2 defeated generals, swiftly claiming the kills, and his 6th level shadow grew by 2-fold. Seeing it was Levi, Lopez was thrilled, boasting presence as its master bolstered its confidence. Kill. Leave no one. The fire-breathing dragon roared. Those who die at your hands will be at the hands of Flame Executioner Therese. Behind the 2 great commanders are dozens of mixed-blood dragons and sub-dragons constituting the Dragon Clan Special Forces, showcasing their various divine means. Behind them, there's a dense army of nightmare creatures. Levi stood with his hands behind his back, watching the defeated army fleeing. This Black Death King has courted his demise. Once my strength reaches further heights, I must take him down as a warning to others. After the battle, Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Dragon Palace members gathered together, discussing merits and distributing the dragon scale fruit, each excited, jumping around. Levi, as Dragon King, exercised both kindness and authority, giving a speech sprinkled with assorted topics. Chapter 2167. Finally, he said that the Dragon Palace plans to form a special forces team named 108 Dragon Generals, divided into 72 Earth Dragon Generals and 36 Heavenly Dragon Generals. The selection of these Dragon Generals will naturally focus on the martial arts tournament of the Dragon Clan and the war merit in the Nightmare world. As of now, because there are not many members in the Dragon Palace, all Dragon Clan members of level 6 and above can be ranked as Heavenly Dragon Generals, and all level 5 Dragon Clan members can be ranked as Earth Dragon Generals. If one can advance to level 6 in the future, they can be incorporated into the Heavenly Dragon Generals. Levi serves as the king of all Dragon Generals. Upon hearing this, the dragons cheered in excitement, eager to get started. This way, their enthusiasm for either cultivation or going into battle greatly increases. After 700 years of development, the Dragon Palace is no longer what it once was. Excluding the undead bone dragon and the like, there is now 1 pure-blood Dragon Clan member, 5 level 7 Dragon Clan members, 8 level 6 Dragon Clan members, and dozens of level 5 Dragon Clan members. Among them, the Earthquake Dragon brothers are now at the peak of level 5. Some time ago, they all went into slumber together, beginning their metamorphosis before advancing to level 6. Unless they're extremely unlucky, they should all succeed. Currently, among the sub-dragons, the slowest in progress is the Turtle Minister, and it will take some time to reach level 6. Levi is in no rush, treating it like a mascot similar to the Ash Dragon. Let them accompany him in witnessing the changes over the years, the sea and the field, the separations and reunions. In addition, there are some transcendent creatures, such as the Black Phoenix, Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant, Green Fire Crow, although not from the Dragon Clan, but Levi has included them in the Dragon Palace's ranks. After all, in the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, there are distinctions like Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals, Turtle Minister and Clam Girl, Flying Yaksha. Of course, transcendent creatures like Paul, Old Shell, Diabo and the Giant Elephant King, who are long-term stationed on the ancient Dragon continent, are not included in the Dragon Palace's ranks but are part of another organizational structure, receiving the same treatment. The mixed blood dragon clan members who accompanied Levi the earliest have already advanced to level 5 under his special care. Characters like Leviathan, Raja, Night Fang, and Crimson Horn have reached the peak of their dragon lives and find it hard to progress further. Even Raja and Night Fang's offspring, the Wind Shadow Winged Dragon, has advanced to level 4. After some pursuit, Gustav finally succeeded in winning over the beauty and tied the knot with the swamp dragon crocodile. Together, the couple took care of the dragon eggs that they acquired until they hatched. Mountain Giant Bogang has now grown into a peak level 5 giant, and is also a rare giant wizard. With its talent, it may find acquiring a primordial soul difficult, but as a pure giant, advancing to level 6 is still hopeful. Over hundreds of years of propagation, the Shell Demon Clan and the Flying Scythe Beast Group have both achieved considerable development, thriving in numbers. The former is responsible for nurturing and maintaining plants and animals in the fairyland, while the latter is responsible for scouting and patrolling the ancient dragon continent and exploring the wizard world. As the Scythe Weasel God, Levi occasionally receives some small benefits. In various cave heaven-blessed lands, the rare plants Levi transplanted over hundreds of years, like the Netherworld Soul Date Tree and Fire Dragon Fruit, are thriving. With increasingly advanced fertilizers promoting their growth, the fruit-bearing cycles are getting shorter to meet the growing demand. As for the Iron Tree, which blooms only once every 10,000 years, it remains a mascot among plants and won't be seen for a while. However, its blossoms yield rust fruit, the sacred relic for body-refining wizards, and consuming it holds infinite wonders. In the Golden Light Cave, the Sword of Victory remains on its long journey to nurturing the King's Sword. Half a year later, beside the small stone pond, Levi muttered incantations to himself, pointed with one finger, and an ice beam shot out, freezing the void ahead. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Absolute Ice Point, Level 15, 1/700,000. Just short of Level 2, and I can master the legendary Time Stop skill. Something to look forward to a bit. Levi murmured. Over the years, most of his 10-7 circle spells have been cultivated to the limit, with only Microlysis Technique, Luck-Changing Coin, and Absolute Ice Point still in progress. Thanks to the power of the Thunder God Body, the two hardest to master spell-like abilities of the Letni family, Undying Thunder and Heavenly Net, have already been practiced to their limits by him. Due to the proficiency panel, and coupled with his now strong talent, unless it involves the knowledge of space and time in these two major domains, cultivating to the limit is no big deal for him. Just 17 primordial soul spells left, aiming to cultivate them all before reaching the 7-circle limit of spiritual force. Suddenly, Levi sensed a rumbling sound coming from beneath the ancient Banyan fairyland, like muffled thunder. On the 4 seas, huge waves rolled up. Mana has broken through. At the center of the fairyland, the towering ancient banyan tree was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, its branches stretching crazily in all directions, as if trying to embrace the entire world. Once the growth momentum stopped, the ancient banyan tree already stood over 5,000 meters tall. Its canopy spread wide, covering over 30 miles in radius. To supply the nourishing growth of the banyan, its root system underground extended close to 1,000 miles in radius. One could say, in terms of size, Mana is currently the largest being Levi has encountered, surpassing even the lava dragon. The kilometer-long Allen drilled out from the soil, evidently still trying to grasp the situation. Inside its body, the dark crystal core, about the size of a basketball, was pitch black like a black-purple chicken egg. This was the purified power of darkness it had refined over hundreds of years, already mutated into one of its organs. When required, it could unleash a dark beam, its power formidable, comparable to a 7-circle spell. Chapter 2168. After a moment, Mana's increasingly solid figure landed in front of Levi. Hehe, I'm level 7 now, just like you. Levi smiled and said. Congratulations, congratulations. I thought it would take a bit longer. Mana said. It's mainly because of the great level 8 fertilizers, which pushed me even further. The level 8 fertilizer comes from the tentacles of the giant demon in the giant beast restricted area. Since most places aren't suitable for weapon refinement, Levi let Long consume them. Testing showed that level 8 fertilizer can enhance plant growth speed by 400%, with extraordinary effectiveness, and he immediately gave it to Mana. Mana said. Now, The ancient Banyan fairyland spans 50,000 miles east to west, 30,000 miles north to south, with a sky 10,000 feet high and a ground 20,000 feet thick. Although it's still far from naturally nurtured medium-sized plains, it should be top-notch in the inner world. Levi mused. It's not easy. The ancient Banyan fairyland, initially as small as a secret realm, has grown step by step to its current size, almost as vast as the ancient dragon continent. In the future, if the wizard world indeed declines, Levi could take all major organizations away for a wandering earth adventure. In fact, the demi-plane of a legendary wizard is generally only as large as a small plane, and to have a larger plane size within one's world usually requires a level 10 world tree to nurture it. Mana started late and has reached today's achievements. Levi is very satisfied. When his strength is sufficient, he can travel further into the land of darkness, find those planes destined to fall for Mana to absorb, further increasing its area. Cultivation knows no years. 4 years later. In the year 440 of Nora, the 226th year of Blood Battle Land. The development of the 3 avatars is increasingly flourishing. After refining 3 body refining artifacts, Gandalf himself transformed, having irreversibly exceeded the Super Saiyan physique. Initially entering the ordinary 7 circle, he could overwhelmingly defeat 3 level 7 demons. His real combat power already surpasses so-called top geniuses. If Levi's goal is to continually surpass himself, then Gandalf's goal is to surpass beings like Destruction Realm Thunder. Next, Levi no longer needs to worry about Gandalf anymore. The future Bright Moon artifact, Sun Refining artifact, and various opportunities, rely on him to strive for himself. Levi has already laid the deepest foundation for Gandalf. Within Gondor City, Holy Infant and Lord Victor are still engrossed in researching the Divine Fallen Sky Star 7 Killing Sword Formation, a project they've been working on for decades. It seems this sword formation is extraordinary, destined to amaze when it emerges. Alexandra and Elsie, after refining the Morning Star artifact, have been in the Fire Dragon shop, refining weapons and cultivating with the goal of ascending to the 7 circle. Madame Triss had success again at the Blood Battle auction a few years ago, and now she's busy in seclusion, perhaps preparing to break through to the 7 rings perfection. In Hunyuan Palace. With the Holy Emperor surrounded by the 4 sons of Energy sect, guiding the sect to glory. These years, the cultivation of the 4 sons has been quite impressive. The slower ones are at level 6 middle stage, while the faster ones have reached level 6 late stage. However, entering the level 7 crossing void state is extremely difficult. As Energy sect integrates into the ancient dragon continent, or rather into Nora, it not only hasn't weakened but even shows signs of revival. The Holy Emperor's promotion to level 7 is proof, in today's Energy sect, it has already attained prosperity within any era of Panda Plane, albeit not comparable to the Mixed Element era and White Emperor era. Apart from the 4 sons, there's a batch of level 5 Energy sect seedlings born with the times. The Panda clan has also changed its previous gentle nature, adopting the Energy sect's capability to protect their homeland, resisting demons and the villains of the Council of 10,000 Clans. If they find opportunities or gain enlightenment, they might even shatter the void. The Tower of Dawn. On this day, accompanied by the dispersing tribulation clouds in the sky, a graceful silhouette, adorned with a colorful streamer, gracefully descended. Behind her, a wizard form resembling a colorful dolphin emanated a dreamy sheen, leaping through the heavens and earth. The Sakura Witch, Sta and Aya, who had already advanced to 6th ring senior, along with other primordial soul wizards, flew out from their wizard tower, offering congratulations. Congratulations to Kalina Wizard on advancing to primordial soul, gaining fame across the endless sea, in a lifespan of 2,000 years. Wonderful, our Tower of Dawn has gained another primordial soul. These younger primordial souls were classmates or teachers and students, having good relations. Kalina smiled gracefully, happily saying, "Thank you all, after over 500 years of cultivation, I finally achieved primordial soul, living up to the expectations of my teachers." Soon, a knight with moonlight armor, a tall build, and handsome features, at level 6 middle stage, flew over. It was the Dark Moon Knight. "Kalina, you've reached primordial soul, that's wonderful." Kalina smiled and said, "Thank you, Dark Moon Knight, for saving me in the past." Years ago, the knight who rescued Kalina from the place of debauchery was none other than the Dark Moon Knight, who was genuinely handling proper business. Seeing that Dark Moon Knight and Kalina might want to say something, everyone intelligently made their excuses to leave, their gossiping souls ablaze. Over the years, besides cultivation, Dark Moon Knight had always been in contact with Kalina, and they had a decent relationship, only not clearly articulated. Dark Moon Knight said. Kalina, although I'm 200 or 300 years older than you, and. Kalina interrupted and said. No need to say it, I understand. You were worried I wouldn't reach Primordial Soul and thus couldn't stay with you, so you didn't dare to propose. Now that I'm Primordial Soul, there's no need for convoluted words. Dark Moon Knight laughed heartily. Great. Understanding my feelings is all that matters. In the sky appeared a black-armored swordsman and a blonde woman in a dress of 100 flowers, none other than Levi in 100 flowers. Levi smiled and said. I sensed a primordial soul breakthrough and thought it might be Kalina. It seems we arrived at an inappropriate time. 100 flowers, holding Levi's arm, said. You keep talking, come on, let's go, don't linger here. Dark Moon Knight solemnly said. I was born into a mortal noble family, it was the commander who brought me onto the true transcendent paths. My family and elders are gone, and so is Kalina, why not seal this marriage under the witness of the commander and madam? 100 flowers laughed and said. All right then, have me host the wedding, I'm a professional. Chapter 2169. A month later. A small wedding was held on the ancient dragon continent, and Levi mused that yet another member of their group had settled life's major events, evoking a sort of parental pride from his past life. The Dark Moon Knight was a level 6 knight, paired with Kalina, the primordial soul witch, truly a match made in heaven. After their wedding, the couple eagerly set out to have children. For them, reaching level 6 meant entering a new phase, levels 7 and 8 were yet uncharted territories, necessitating offspring to inherit their bloodlines and legacies early. The knight bloodline aspect was largely assured, only varying in concentration, but wizarding talent remained an unknown factor. However, historical research from the wizard world suggested that children born to primordial soul witches were often imbued with the affinity talent, and the odds of birthing talented offspring were not low. It is seen that most top-level geniuses are the descendants of dual primordial souls. Regarding having children, Levi also discussed this with Elena, and after a thorough discussion, they reached a surprising consensus. For now, they wouldn't have any. Firstly, both of them were currently focused on cultivation, aiming for level 9 or even legendary status. Given their potential, this wasn't a mere fantasy. Secondly, both had busy schedules, making it hard to care for offspring, let alone accompany them. Leaving them entirely in the care of servants would turn the kids into latchkey children, which was clearly irresponsible. Besides these reasons, they simply weren't inclined towards having children at the moment. Otherwise, Levi, with his lover's rune ability, could have children even if their dragon clan's bloodlines were difficult to merge. They've thought about it, though if the 100 flowers reached level 9, or if Levi attained legendary status, once either condition was met, they would consider having children. There was no need to delay until reaching an invincible state in the universe. Even though he wasn't planning on having children anytime soon, Levi consistently encouraged the 18 Riders and Dusk Holy Temple members to start families at suitable stages and leave behind bloodline inheritances. The path of knights is fundamentally about bloodline inheritance, nothing is more befitting for growth and expansion than natural procreation. He even established a complete set of rewards and measures to encourage childbirth. Considering the current resources and wealth of the organization, even offspring with limited talent could live and work comfortably in the mortal settlements on the ancient dragon continent. Under such measures, most of the ordinary knights had, except for those solely dedicated to cultivation, established their own families, thereby forming many small knight families on the ancient dragon continent. Centuries of proliferation later, talented descendants from these knight families could enter the Dusk Holy Temple for learning, while the average ones could secure minor positions in the mortal settlements, aiding in the protection of mortals and maintenance of order. Fearing the potential for familial power abuses as seen in past kingdoms, which could disrupt the social order, these knight families primarily served to produce knight seedlings, ensuring bloodlines continued with little power or influence. The same principles applied to wizard families and transcendent families, as Levi manipulated the familial concepts on the ancient dragon continent to align with the organization's collective ideals. Among the 18 Twilight Cavalry, the Golden Lion Knight and the Divine Light Knight had been partners for a long time, though they hadn't held a wedding, they were already a couple in practice. In the Yellow Earth continent, when the old Golden Lion was around, he frequently urged his beloved son, dreaming of grandchildren. As a filial person with a strong family sense, the Golden Lion had long since had 2 daughters and a son with the divine light. Among the 2 daughters, one inherited the Golden Lion bloodline, while the other inherited the Peacock bloodline. The youngest son's luck was unfortunate, inheriting both bloodlines simultaneously led to a near-fatal conflict, and while he was saved, he lost his bloodline inheritance. Such occurrences were common in interfamilial marriages among different knight families. During the Doomsday Era, many knight families opted for close-kin marriages or used mortals as reproductive tools to avoid the so-called bloodline curse. However, with the evolution of knight civilization, the Knights of the Dusk Holy Temple came to understand that the bloodline curse was merely a bloodline conflict, which was later resolved. Now, different bloodline knight combinations can stably inherit one side's bloodline. Achieving the inheritance of both bloodlines without conflicts remains a significant research challenge for the Dusk Holy Temple. The Golden Lion Knight's 2 daughters are gifted, both having reached level 1 knight status and officially joining the Dusk Holy Temple, embarking on their own journeys. Although the youngest son didn't inherit a knight bloodline, he possesses a dual affinity talent and an extraordinary talent Frost Breath, placing him on par with talents like Anya and Sarit, with great potential for a promising primordial soul if he diligently cultivates. Since the youngest son did not inherit the Golden Lion bloodline, the Golden Lion Knight, respecting the divine light, was keen on having another son. Yet, transcendent beings are not mere reproductive tools, on the contrary, compared to mortals, their unions and offspring entail greater consumption, sometimes severely affecting their cultivation, so the couple wasn't in a hurry about the matter. The situation of the Goddess Knight and Saint Abe Knight was similar. After the Goddess Knight advanced to level 6, the couple began seriously considering having children, especially the Goddess Knight, who felt that level 6 might be her limit and she might not keep up with Emperor Mu in the future. Hence, she wanted to leave behind a talented offspring to accompany Emperor Mu. Chapter 2170. Other knights, either like the Blood Knights, have long since let go of worldly emotions, focusing solely on cultivation, unimpressed by the so-called bloodline inheritance. Or their time has not yet come, thus they have not met a partner. It's fine for those indifferent to emotions, but those who want to be with someone for the long haul would surely prefer a female knight or witch who is at least level 6 or above. Levi can understand all of this. Such matters are ultimately mere spices in the lives of long-lived transcendent beings, unlike in past lives where mortals could almost die without romance. In any case, leaving one's inheritance before death is considered a perfect accomplishment. After the wedding, Levi also learned from Triss that Celia from the witch's cabin had recently passed away peacefully, having reached the senior 5th circle realm. He still vaguely recalls the witch he first saw reading in the witch's cabin, with whom he later collaborated a lot. Celia reaching the 5th circle was not without a little help from Levi. Time passes, and everything fades away. At Celia's funeral, Levi and 100 Flowers personally went, making Celia's children feel anxious and fearful, clearly not expecting a figure like the Dusk Palace Master to attend their mother's funeral. Months later, Gundor City. While refining the sword array with Lord Victor, the Holy Infant arrived at the entrance of the Fire Dragon shop. The sign for Fire Dragon shop had been taken down. In its place was a plaque that read Fire Dragon Skywork. The attendants were busily setting up for tomorrow's press conference, and Gundor City seemed to be lively. The times have changed. The Fire Dragon shop is no longer the small workshop of the past but a major manufacturing plant with a complete industrial chain, based in Gundor City and reaching across the Midland continent to the Wizard world. Therefore, following the owner's intention, it was renamed Fire Dragon Skywork, reflecting the ideas of creating with ingenuity. Although the name Fire Dragon shop has changed, the spirit and mission continue. The Holy Infant looked at all this, feeling that life had entered a new phase, and everything was full of hope. Suddenly, he felt something and took out a broken soul token, his eyes slightly dazed. It read Mia. He sighed softly. Farewell. Yes, just now, Mia died. When they met in the ancient tower, Mia was already several hundred years old, having lived longer than the average lifespan of a 5th circle wizard. She must have had some lingering thoughts, unwilling to depart. Lord Victor, having come out some time later, said, "Death is also rebirth. To pass peacefully in this age is the greatest fortune." The Holy Infant informed Mina, who had just advanced to the 3rd circle, of this, and she was overcome with sadness. "Shopkeeper, I was picked up by Grandma Mia. I wish to take leave to see her and arrange her funeral affairs." The Holy Infant said, "Go ahead, and be careful on the road. The old are gone, but life must go on, and everything needs to look forward. The next day, the Fire Dragon Skywork press conference was held, attended by the Holy Infant and various primordial soul artifact masters like gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin. Alexandra and Elsie held a banner, and the Holy Infant personally cut the ribbon. Gandalf also attended, muttering, "Shouldn't I also rename my Gandalf Pharmacy to make it sound more impressive?" Lord Victor said. "What name do you want to change it to?" Gandalf said. "Jishi Pharmacy, what do you think?" Lord Victor retorted. "Not great, it doesn't sound as impressive as your name Gandalf." Gandalf thought for a moment and gave up since his name itself was already a golden signboard. After the press conference, Gandalf returned to the god-forsaken continent to continue hunting demons. He must accumulate 50 million war merits before reaching a senior 7th ring to exchange for the Bright Moon artifact. Time is not on his side. Land of Darkness. Norapan Plain. IKA World. This is the homeland of the Long-Armed Clan, a medium plane, where the world's guardian is an 8th-level powerhouse called the IKA God. The IKA God stands high above, protecting the Long-Armed Clan from external invasions. On this day, in a city at the foot of a mountain, morning smoke rose gently as the residents enjoyed a rare morning free from the Black Beast invasion, a scene of peace. People looking human in appearance but with arms long enough to drag on the ground, the Long-Armed Clan lived indifferent to the world. The void suddenly tore open, and a swordsman clad in black armor, carrying a great sword, silently descended. What a beautiful day, but unfortunately, all beautiful things are destined to perish. The black-armored swordsman drew his great sword and without hesitation slashed toward the city, the terrifying sword light tearing through the heavens and earth, splitting the city in two. Numerous long-armed clan members died under the sword light. What invader dares disturb my IKA world? An 8th-level aura surged skyward, and a hand seemingly traversed the void, reaching to grasp the black-armored swordsman. The black-armored swordsman sneered. "Why should I, the Dusk Palace Master, explain my actions to you? From the day I was born, I was here to announce the advent of dusk to weaklings like you." The black-armored swordsman leaped into the air, disappearing into the void, while the hand that crossed over ended up grasping nothing. The highest peak of IKA world. A bald elder sat cross-legged within a temple-like structure, his long arms wrapped around the mountain, their length immeasurable. Dusk Palace Master? What is his background? Is he a demon from the demon realm? Chapter 2171. The bald old man had never heard of the Dusk Palace Master. His brow furrowed as he vaguely sensed the impending threat. Over the years, such events, like sparks, continued to play out in some small and medium-sized worlds of the Pan Plane. The only clue that could be found in these cases was the word dusk, and then a terrifying message began to spread gradually in some Pan Plane black markets. An ancient demon, born before anyone can remember, is growing stronger through slaughter and apocalypse. So that one day, it could become the first demon god of the Land of Darkness, destroy the universe, and bring catastrophe to all living beings. This demon is called the Twilight Demon. It hails from the wizard world, which plunders countless worlds, causing countless races to perish daily, leaving billions of lives homeless. It reincarnated as the leader of an organization named the Twilight Temple Knights, commanding 18 heinous demons and over 10,000 murderous disciples akin to vampires and devils. It wears the black demon flame-entwined demonic armor, which once burned a group of unarmed alien civilians, causing the extinction of a small world. Its left hand holds the catastrophe shield, said to be a treasure earned by destroying 10 worlds. In its right hand, it grips the catastrophe sword, a weapon of destruction, and wears the doomsday gloves, a rare treasure of the Iron Fist clan said to be able to destroy half the life of a world with a snap of fingers. Behind it flutters the bloody cloak, forged from the blood of a billion living alien beings. Upon its head sits the helmet of despair, enough to plunge all beings into a nightmare. Those who have seen its face invariably fall into an eternal nightmare, never to awaken. Surrounding it is the Demon King's blade, 3,000 blades forged from the remnants of countless worlds, collectively known as 1,000 blades. Within it resides the soul of the universe's foremost monster, destructive 9-headed dragon Ghidorah, along with the soul of Thunder Demon Emperor, a once tyrannical and ruthless master of an era. The Twilight Demon is the epitome of wickedness in the world, even surpassing the extreme evil dragon such as Dragon Calamity Venerable by a vast margin. Even demons and devils pale in comparison before the Twilight Demon. Now, the Twilight Demon is making a comeback, with a new identity trying to conceal its crimes. Its disciples call it the Master of Ancient Dragons, Dusk Palace Master, Supreme Knight, under the name Levi. The Demon King is currently sheltered by the evil colonizers from Wizard World, those selfish, civilization-ignorant wizards. And Wizard World is attempting to swallow the plain home of all clans with evil spells, dragging everyone down with the Demon King and Wizard World as their grave. Every conscientious life in the Pan Plane should be aware that only by nipping the Twilight Demon in the cradle can this catastrophe be averted. Defeat the Twilight Demon. Defeat the Twilight Temple. Defeat the Wizard World. Dark Temple. A majestic figure above the vast stars spoke. Remember, do not attempt to explain to those alien races, just masquerade as the Twilight Demon to kill. With so many people and races in this world, there are bound to be fools who will believe it. Properly arrange for our people to intervene, guiding more to become our soldiers. All clans have never been weak, but lacked unity and a leader. Our council of 10,000 clans will be their leader, our doctrine shall illuminate their path. Everything we do is for justice, the process doesn't matter. The rise of wizard civilization is built upon the blood of endless alien races, those so-called truth oddities are the best evidence. Go forth, warriors of all clans, we need more fearless and sacrificial soldiers. We will assassinate wizard geniuses, ambush wizard civilian areas, schools, cutting off the sources of those villains, and completely erase the Nora people from the Pan Plane. Remember, our home has never been called the Sauron Plain. 4 years later. The 444th year of Nora. The 230th year of the Blood Battle. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. In a valley, piles of fate coins covered the ground, truly a golden and splendid display. This day. In the sky, countless earth elemental powers gathered to form the phantom of a magnificent earth yellow giant dragon, named Earth King Dragon, a typical and common pure-blooded dragon clan member, and the bloodline source of the Earthquake Dragon Trio. Roar. Amidst the roar, a 300-meter-long giant dragon covered in armor with a heavy hammer at its tail soared into the sky to battle the Earth King Dragon's phantom. Big Brother is undergoing tribulation, how exciting! Yes, we're almost up to, let's watch how Big Brother undergoes tribulation. At a distance, Trist and Winston of the Earthquake Dragon Trio were observing, with Gangster, the elder brother, undergoing tribulation. Sensing the change in this place, Levi emerged silently from his cultivation, watching quietly. The success rate of tribulation for sub-dragons is much higher than that of knights and wizards, and so far, there has been no failure. For them, tribulation is merely a rite of passage, at most a coming-of-age test. Before long, Gangster successfully completed the tribulation, exuding level 6 upper-level aura. Chapter 2172. Ha ha ha, I, Gangster, have finally been ranked among the Sky Dragon General. From now on, I am a dragon atop a dragon. Second brother, third brother, grow up quickly. Seeing their eldest brother successfully pass the tribulation, the two younger brothers also breathed a sigh of relief. Levi said, "Not bad, go claim your dragon scale fruit and gold." Gangster was overjoyed and hurriedly went to receive his reward. "Thank you, Dragon King." Seeing Gangster advance, Levi's eyebrows didn't relax much. In recent years, his danger perception has been irregularly warning, very erratically. The Fool Rune also cannot display clearly, and he couldn't figure it out. "I've been quietly cultivating at home, not going anywhere. Why are so many people concerned about me? Strange." Unable to understand the reasons, Levi didn't think much more. After all, as long as he continues to grow stronger, these issues can be resolved. In these years of retreat and cultivation, Levi has already pacified the spiritual force that surged from refining the Thunder God's drum, and his foundation is deep and solid. The Heavenly King Dragon breathing skill also recently advanced to level 7 middle stage. The abilities of Black Annihilation Divine Thunder, Wind Illusion Realm, and Silver Mountain Skyfall have further improved, and the summoned Mu Spirit's strength has caught up to Levi's level, reaching level 7 middle stage. The range of Storm Domain has a diameter of 15 kilometers. Most importantly, the speed of traveling the void increased from 30 times the regular flying speed to 40 times. For Levi nowadays, this is like delivering coal in the snow. With the purification elixir and saint fruit relatively widespread, plus official participation, there are no more black beasts to hunt near Nora's land of darkness. It has proven that as long as something benefits a wizard, there are no enemies that cannot be eradicated. Fortunately, with traveling the void, Levi can leave the novice village and hunt black beasts far away from Nora directly. In this way, he has advanced half of his 6-dimensional breathing technique to level 7 middle stage, and the Scarlet Dragon is not far from the mid-stage, and the work of seeking dragons from the clan is ongoing. Levi is currently most troubled by the Dream Dragon's advancement issue. Given Levi's cultivation speed, the faceless infant dragon is not dependable. In these years, although his subordinates in the Black Dragon territory are also diligently searching for level 7 nightmare dragons, there have been no results so far. The only confirmed nightmare dragon is the one who disappeared after battling the Blood Rain Overlord, the Tyrant of Horror. Levi thinks, given the dragon nature of the Tyrant of Horror, there must be sub-dragon offspring left behind, but he is unaware of it. In recent years, he has collected some spear techniques to verify whether the Heavenly Cutting Soldiers is truly as formidable as the proficiency panel suggests. Levi opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Demon Spear Battle Manual, Level 6, Maximum. Unicorn Centipede Spear, Level 6, Maximum. Breaking Army Spear Technique, Level 5, Maximum. On the proficiency panel, there are quite a few spear techniques already cultivated to perfection, totaling over 10. These spear techniques, even at the level 6 battle technique standard, Levi didn't have much difficulty in mastering them. For those lower level ones, he could perfect them almost at a glance. These heavenly cutting soldiers are indeed formidable. If I could gather more soldier species, my 10 absolute extremes would truly reach the pinnacle. After some time, Levi fully absorbed the perfected spear techniques he mastered and created a level 7 battle technique, which he named Silver Spear Battle Manual, integrating it with 10 absolute extremes. He initiated the first weapon form, naming it Gun Extreme Deo. The 10 absolute extremes and 10 evil martial arts are parallel. The former is the path of weapon techniques focusing on combat skills, and the latter is the path of bodily transformation emphasizing attribute variation and strengthening a dimension. Both can freely combine, adapting to battlefield changes, making various extreme and martial forms as needed. The weapon itself is not significant because Levi has the limitless path form, allowing him to use any body part to transform into any weapon, possessing the traits of that specific weapon, rather than simple change. By referencing the barbarian tribes system, Levi speculates any combat skill path reaches its peak at level 9. Of course, after level 9, combat skills remain important, but it's the foundation attributes that decisively impact realm and strength, while techniques are mere embellishments. Therefore, whether it's barbarians or knights, after reaching level 9, to attain level 10, it's necessary to choose any of the 6 dimensions to step into the divine realm. Knights refine the physical divine palace, barbarians receive the heavenly will-empowered sky seed. Using the terms from some of those fantasy novels of his previous life, after level 10, all physical body practitioners, no matter how they transform, must comprehend the so-called power deo, body deo, and similar paths, materializing the abstract 6-dimensional attributes. From then on, they continually progress on this path, perhaps even breaking free from the bloodline shackles and entering a new realm, without necessarily relying on secret medicines, potions, and similar means to advance. It's like Gondifa's conception of body tempering technique, refining the body mimics the operational patterns of powerful life forms, strengthening oneself, but upon reaching a certain realm, one must not be confined by appearances and should see through to the essence, forging one's own path. 2 years later. Nora calendar year 446, the 232nd year of the Blood Battle. Chapter 2173. At 870 years old, Levi is still cultivating on the ancient dragon continent. In recent years, while browsing the War Merit store, he discovered 2 very useful and top-grade 7-circle spells, and spent 10 million War Merits to buy them. They are Wildness Sound and Shadow Wind. These 2 spells come from the School of Spiritualism and the Shadow School of Thought, respectively. The former is similar to Levi's Music Fungus. It is a sound wave that can stimulate beasts and transcendent creatures, enhancing their combat power. Transcendent creatures within range can receive a temporary boost. If cultivated to the maximum, their overall strength can be increased by up to 1/5, with no limit on numbers. For Levi, who possesses Lopez and the Dragon Palace, this is simply a god-tier aura skill. He soon cultivated it to level 14, and this spell can always be used continuously, effective even on transcendent creatures that surpass Levi's realm. Shadow Wind, similarly, when cultivated to the maximum, summons a wind from the shadow plane. Any shadow creatures touched by the wind can have their movement speed increased by 1/3 for a short time, becoming a weapon on the battlefield. This spell is a must-learn for 7-circle wizards of the Shadow School of Thought, and even more so for Levi. The Shadow Dragon group can be considered an epic level boost. These years, the Fool Rune constantly warned of ominous signs from the God-forsaken continent. So, instead of rushing to hunt demons, he focused on enhancing his power, planning to act after reaching 7 rings perfection. He looked at the demon-slaying list and found that there was no one who could threaten his exchange for the Shadow Emblem. The Destruction Realm Thunder points surpassed the 200 million mark, but based on intelligence, he belongs purely to the Lightning faction, with no competitive relationship with him. For Levi, he just needs to exchange the Shadow Emblem, then try his best to exchange for a higher-ranked Sun Refining artifact. So he is not in a hurry. He hasn't hunted demons for decades and is still 5th on the demon-slaying list. The speed of those behind him earning points is not in the same league as his. The 100 Flowers, on the other hand, have gained a lot in the God-forsaken continent during this time, having killed several level 7 mid-stage demons, and even fighting on par with a level 7 late-stage demon. Currently, their points have approached 25 million, and within 100 years, they can exchange for a Bright Moon artifact. The Burning Expeditionary Army offered a heavy bounty on the 100 Flowers, making the couple a thorn in the side of demons. Even a level 8 demon tried to capture 100 Flowers alive to lure Levi out, but failed. Because 100 Flowers possess the level 7 Dragon's Protection Ring, which can summon Levi for assistance. Once the power in the ring is insufficient, she returns to the ancient dragon continent to recharge from Levi. Only after the energy is full does she go demon hunting, satisfied. Thus, even if a level 8 demon acts, her safety is not greatly threatened. Moreover, Ms. Lucy takes good care of 100 Flowers, even personally dispatching an 8th Circle General to support them on one occasion. This made Levi very grateful. Gondalf is even busier. Apart from demon hunting, he was also appointed by the White Banker to lead a major project. Purple Crystal Body Refining Technique Research Group. Perhaps inspired by the destructive mage plan provided by Levi, the Wizard Council took a different approach, aiming to restructure the Law Destruction Warrior from a wizard's perspective. Since the powerful body refining techniques of antiquity were created by imitating powerful beings, let's go straight to the top and imitate the Amethyst race, the strongest tribe, to create the purple crystal body refining technique. This is undoubtedly an extremely challenging task. Historically, wizards have tried to imitate the Amethyst race but failed without exception. But times have changed. Among the body refining wizards are absolute talents like Gondalf, as well as top geniuses like the Killing Whale Dominating Fist and the Supreme Fist Wizard. Most importantly, there is support from the Wizard Council, with Grand Wizards and even Legendary Wizards personally guiding this project. In this light, the purple crystal body refining technique is not impossible. This kind of body refining technique doesn't need to make every wizard as powerful as the true Amethyst race. Even if they have 1/3 of the Amethyst race's power, leveraging the numerical advantage of wizards, they can perform a dimensional reduction strike on the Amethyst race. This project is extremely well funded, and the authorities have promised that as long as a low-level body refining method can be developed, Gondalf can receive a Morning Star level body refining artifact. A middle-level body refining method would earn a Bright Moon level body refining artifact, and additionally, one can choose any of the 3 ancient body refining techniques available for free. If a high-level body refining method targeting the primordial soul can be developed, then it would be a sun refining artifact. The rewards for other major researchers will naturally not be less. Speaking of body refining artifacts, Gondalf is no longer sleepy. Just refining 3 Morning Star level artifacts had already achieved a qualitative leap, making fighting across realms as easy as eating and drinking. If he can get a Bright Moon or even a sun, wouldn't he be ecstatic? After the research group was established, receiving Amethyst race test subjects previously captured by the Congress, they began working tirelessly. The Ocean Abyss Alliance is also very attentive, as they have the most talent in body refinement and are the sacred land of body refinement in the wizard world. If they perform well in this project, they will surely gain substantial benefits. And the experimental data from the Destructive Mage project provided by Levi also came in handy. The various prisons under the Wizard Council hold many vicious alien races as prisoners, some with strong bodies. Chapter 2174. These people will become the Council's experiment objects. The Council handed the Destructive Mage project to Lady Rowling's research group. Lady Rowling is now responsible for 2 important projects and seems to stay at AUS continent for a long period to conduct research. This is good news for Levi. AUS continent is merely tens of thousands of miles away from the ancient dragon continent. For a legendary wizard, this distance is equivalent to none. If a level 9 demon or other alien races dare to come to the ancient dragon continent to cause trouble, Lady Rowling would naturally detect it. Presumably, she wouldn't stand idly by, especially since the mages from the Tower of Dawn have contributed a lot of Spirit Communication School and School of Insects wizards for labor work. The communication device rang, and after reading it, Levi got up and headed to the giant beast paradise. During those years in the Land of Darkness, he captured a batch of black beasts and assigned the purification task to the giant beast paradise. Melina smiled and said, "Hall Master, all black beasts have been purified, please take a look." Levi looked satisfactorily at the transcendent creatures in the cages, which were mainly divided into 3 categories. The first category is the Dragon Clan, with a total of over 30, none particularly strong, except for one fierce scale dragon of 6th level intermediate sub-dragon species, while the others are mixed blood dragon clan, ranging from 3rd to 5th level. Also, 1/3 are female dragons, and there are too few female dragons. Levi has done his best. To gather the 72 Earth General Dragons is still far off, and the 36 Heavenly General Dragons are even more out of reach. The second category consists of other special fur-bearing transcendent creatures with levels ranging from level 1 to level 5. There are many pairs of males and females, including 2 6th level creatures known as red-faced foxes, a married pair intentionally left by Levi. According to Levi's tests, red-faced foxes possess the bloodline factor of Phantom Beast, and in the future can provide bloodline essence for the cultivation of Thousand Illusion Night. Previously, she used 5th level fox-like transcendent creatures as mounts, without a stable source of 6th level bloodline essence, so her cultivation was always lukewarm. Of course, the real purpose of collecting so many fur-bearing creatures is for experimentation. He wants to further modify and research the art of talisman making, to develop divine talismans that allow ordinary wizards to successfully spell cast. Currently, the divine talismans are limited to the Holy Infant level, unable to fully exert their talents, especially during the blood battle when they are not of great use, which is somewhat regretful. If he could, like the Supreme Archmage, create a divine talisman deo learnable by all wizards, it could gradually evolve into a wizard 4th art on top of the 3 arts of wizardry. The reason he has undertaken this task only now is that the divine talisman deo is somewhat sensitive and would certainly be astonishing if revealed to the world. With his past strength, it was entirely insufficient to establish a foothold in the wizard world, and he could easily be targeted by ill-intentioned individuals, harming himself. Times have changed, now his strength places him just below those at the apex of the wizard world's pyramid. In the entire wizard world, counting the hidden powers, those stronger than him are likely just a few thousand. He also has the attention of such high-level figures as the Black Abyss Walker and the Frost Witch, and need not act as cautiously as before. Since that's the case, he can proceed boldly. The last category of transcendent creatures possesses special functions or is very rare and precious in the wizard world. Levi retains them to ensure biodiversity and satisfy his collection habits. Levi said, "Thank you for your hard work, Melina. By the way, how is your 10-winged Sky Sea Dragon King doing now?" With a slightly weathered face showing a grateful smile, Melina replied, "Thanks to the 12-winged black water dragon centipede from the Hall Master, my spiritual beast recently underwent another metamorphosis and is still asleep. Once it wakes up, it might evolve into a new sub-dragon species. I am now at the 5-ring limit, and also have perfection of the 9 talents. If it advances, I might, with luck, touch upon the primordial soul wizard realm, a long-cherished wish of my father." Levi encouraged. "Do your best, the rest is not worth worrying about. Is the 6-ring breakthrough potion ready?" Melina said. It's ready. I ordered a batch from Gandalf Pharmacy." Levi smiled and said. "Then I'm relieved." Watching Levi's departing back, Melina couldn't help but recall the scene when she first met Levi by Mirror Lake on the Yellow Earth continent. Back then, he was just like her, a second circle wizard, refining his mind in the mortal dust of Mirror Lake. Now, he is a 7-circle wizard, renowned in the wizard world and commanding respect. Without Levi's help, she would have been long forgotten in a corner. Alas, our meeting at Mirror Lake was the only crossing point with the Hall Master. Since then, as he soared, I, though considering myself a genius wizard, cannot even aspire to match him. Half a year later. Realm of Death. Undead Spirit Steeple. Low Secret Realm. In the sky, the boundless blood clouds rolled and surged like tides. In it, a pair of bat-like wings expanded, spanning about 5,000 meters, able to stir a bloody storm covering 100 miles with a casual flip. From the clouds, a dragon head with a pig snout protruded, featuring an ugly and hideous appearance, the fang gleaming coldly. Ha ha ha, 100 years of anticipation has ended, the blood slaughter bat dragon has finally advanced to its complete form. The low wizard laughed heartily to the sky, extremely delighted. Suddenly, the blood slaughter bat dragon looked ferocious and lunged at him, but before it could get close, it suddenly experienced excruciating pain and wailed as it plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground. Rumble. Dust clouds erupted. Damn hairless beast, do you truly think advancing to level 8 would free you from my control? In Lo's hand appeared a blood-colored chain, engraved with blood-colored runes, resembling blood clan methods rather than wizard runes. One end of the chain connected to the blood slaughter bat dragon's head. This dragon trapping lock is truly handy, even an 8th level sub-dragon species cannot escape it. Suddenly, a phantom projection emerged from the chain. It was a tall figure, with a shoulder height of 3,000 meters, a body length nearing 5,000 meters, 4 sturdy legs, covered in blood-colored scales, exuding an aura of level 8 late stage. If Levi were here, he might recognize this giant beast. The 9th general under the 7th true ancestor of the blood god, Venerable Blood Scales. In the past, the Blood Demon Tower Master summoned the blood scales projections with forbidden techniques, later slaughtered indiscriminately by Levi and obtained 13 life-bound blood Chilinis, which now are being forged to create the Heavenly Star Sword formation. This incident has become a thorn in Venerable Blood Scales' heart. Chapter 2175. Venerable Blood Scales is an Upper Blood Clan member. And this Lo, is a wizard from the School of Death. As one of the earliest races to invade the wizard world, the Pure Blood bloodline, along with werewolves, ghouls, and other evil forces, is collectively known as dark creatures. To humans, these races are absolute evil, no different from demons and devils. This Lo wizard, surprisingly, covertly colludes with the Upper Blood clan. In fact, Venerable Blood Vortex's true form, the Vortex Beast, though an ancient strange species, belongs to the insect type, but it also has some connection to the Blood River world, though it is not considered part of the Blood clan. Venerable Blood Scales said. The bloodline origin of the Blood Slaughter Bat Dragon can be traced back to the strongest dragon of ancient times, the Blood Dark Dragon King Odyssey. This giant dragon is the most powerful negative energy dragon of its time, even surpassing the Red Lotus Dragon. The Blood Dark Dragon King is too strong, giving rise to a large number of legendary dragons, such as the Blood Sea Dragon, the Blood Dragon Beast, the Ender Dragon, the Dark Energy Dragon, the Ghost Prison Dragon, and the Dark Dragon. Among these dragon clans, the Blood Sea Dragon and the Blood Dragon Beast inherited the strongest bloodline abilities of the Blood Dark Dragon King. These two dragons have each spawned several sub-dragons, with varying strengths. The outstanding ones are the Blood-Sucking Demon Dragon, a sub-dragon of the Blood Dragon Beast, and the Blood Slaughter Bat Dragon, a sub-dragon of the Blood Sea Dragon, both possessing the potential to advance to level 8. But merely relying on the Blood Slaughter Bat Dragon and you may not be enough to kill the Dusk Palace Master, even if you surpass him by a major realm. The Dusk Palace Master has escaped from the hands of level 8 demons more than once. He is proficient in void travel and has many secret techniques for self-preservation. Being cautious by nature, he surely won't confront you head-on, so how to trap him becomes a problem. As far as I know, in Hell's 8th layer, there is a level 8 adult black prison beast, a sub-dragon of the Ghost Prison Dragon, best skilled at the arts of space confinement. As long as you use it well, and set an ambush, even if the Dusk Palace Master has immense capabilities, it would be impossible for him to escape. Lo frowned and said. What do you mean, have me go to Hell's 8th layer to seek the black prison beast? I'm only at 7 rings perfection cultivation, even if I encounter it, I couldn't subdue it. Although my real power is at the level 8, I'm bound to this plane, making it inconvenient to leave. Venerable Blood Scales said. You just go. Hell is the gateway to the underworld, and my blood god was once the Nether Emperor. There are people in Hell, that person is a friend of the Black Prison Beast. I'll give them a heads up, you take some gifts to visit that person, make arrangements, and they will certainly give blood god a favor. Besides, you don't need to subdue the Black Prison Beast. That beast has a proud nature, never yielding to anyone, if forced, it would rather die than submit. You only need to invite it to cooperate with your actions. In front of a Turtle King fruit, the efforts you've made are nothing. Lo pondered for a moment. That sounds more reasonable. Venerable Blood Scales said. If you succeed in killing the Dusk Palace Master, you may take his head for a reward. But his body, you must give it to me, for I have great plans. Lo said. Rest assured, I will certainly act according to the agreement. If the Black Prison Beast agrees to act, I suppose there will be no problem. It wasn't long. Lo Wizard, along with the Blood Slaughter Bat Dragon, delved into Hell's 8th layer, beginning to seek the Black Prison Beast. He had to hurry, lest other venerables from the council get there first. Ancient Dragon Continent. As Levi was researching the Divine Talisman Deo, he suddenly furrowed his brows. The Fool rune on the pig's face revealed a bloody scenario, with a sinister death energy and the howls of lost souls. A disaster of blood. Levi muttered to himself. This time's enemy, judging by the death energy, is either related to the school of death or hell. But it's been a long time since I made trouble in hell, those Grand Dukes shouldn't be thinking about me constantly, then it's that person from the school of death, Lo Wizard. Levi analyzed the omen and quickly guessed who the enemy was. Whatever, I'll just practice quietly on the ancient dragon continent, not going anywhere for the time being. Even if he wants to kill me, what can he do? If he dares to come to the ancient dragon continent, it would be a blatant attack on me, a primordial soul wizard, and then he will have no place in the undead spirit steeple. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that this person was originally a spy from the Council of 10,000 Clans, so he might try to kill me and then flee the wizard world, which needs to be guarded against. Moreover, given the intensity of this intuitive danger, Lo surely has a level 8 trump card, something he can't achieve with his own 7 rings perfect cultivation. Levi then ordered all departments to strengthen vigilance and checked the 7-ring formation 10 directions absolute prison heavenly dragon formation set around the Imperial Palace. It was a newly researched 7 rings level array, based on the early 8 heavenly dragon formation and purgatory 9 dragon formation. The 10 directions absolute prison consists of earth, fire, wind, and water, frost, thunder, metal, shadow, death, and light. Though no one hosts the array core yet, it remains a top grade 7-ring formation, able to trap even a level 8 powerhouse for a while. As for the array core, Levi doesn't plan to use a dragon clan member or other transcendent creatures, he's waiting for the alchemical creature being developed by Fire Dragon Skywork. Divine Weapon Titan. The Titan is a composite 7-circle alchemical creature composed of the 7 elements of the elementalist schools, with just one being enough to suppress the 7 layers of hell, enhancing the array's power. The Shadow Hell, needless to say, is presided over by Levi's own Shadow Dragon group. Chapter 2176. Death Hell, with Levi's Black Soul Demon Tower and countless undead within, it's even more powerful. The last Bright Hell is more of a buffer, primarily to deal with potential demon attacks, mostly unnecessary. With his strength, combined with the 7-ring formation, Black Soul Demon Tower, Lopez, Dragon Descendant Giant, he indeed could battle even a level 8 expert, perhaps even counter-kill. And if the enemy can't instantly kill him, surely the big shots concerned with Ancient Dragon Continent wouldn't just watch him die. He has contributed a lot to the Congress. The fungi submitted, the equipment and experimental data of the Green Tribe and Destructive Mage Project, the demons he hunted, as well as his demonstrated talent, these are all his chips. What's more important, those in the Supreme Council are certainly aware. With this in mind, Levi settled down to continue his cultivation. Midland Continent. Gundor City. Fire Dragon Skywork. In the weapon refinement room, 7 secret swords shining with red and purple light, arranged in a by 7 stars formation, suspended midair, exuding astonishing sharpness. On the sword blades, countless miniature arrays and runes are engraved, enough to dizzy the mind if an ordinary person were to even glance at them. Around 2 of these secret swords, phenomena that appear only with top-grade wizard tools were apparent. When a sword descends, stars rain. Lord Victor chanted and snapped his fingers. All 7 secret swords rushed into his mind. He said, "Thank you, 5 top quality, 2 top grade, more than enough. With this sword formation, I even have the confidence to duel with a 7 rings perfection." Holy Infant breathed a sigh of relief, smiled, and said, "This 7 stars sword formation is the most expensive wizard tool I've ever crafted in my life." Setting aside the invaluable 7 level 8 blood scales and the late-stage level 7 amethyst, the other miscellaneous expenses exceeded 10 billion, enough to buy an 8-ring wizarding device. Ha ha ha, you must cherish it. Lord Victor sighed. Of course, in the wizard world, aside from the wizard tower, there's probably no 7-ring witch artifact as valuable as this. Once the God-fallen Sky Star 13 kill sword formation takes shape, I can't even imagine its power. Holy Infant said. You should first try out the sword formation's power in the nightmare world. If it needs any adjustments, we can modify it. Don't encounter problems demon hunting on the God-forsaken continent later. Lord Victor nodded and left the room. He checked the demon slaying list. After decades of seclusion refining weapons, that scoundrel Gandalf had already surpassed him in the rankings. Now that the sword formation is complete, his offense and defense balanced, unmatched in the art of killing. It won't be long before he catches up. On the 7th level demon slaying list, the Supernova Link, with the 6th ring senior cultivation, had broken into the top 50, leaving those with 6th circle perfection behind. This made Lord Victor smile knowingly, thinking this kid is quite good. It seems, in another 100 or 200 years, Link could also reach 6th circle perfection. By then, he should be able to break into the top 10, aiming for the top 3, bringing much glory to the Metal School. Lord Victor had been a 7th ring for over 100 years, and now his spiritual force had already surpassed the 8,000 mark. The senior 7th ring wasn't far off. Upon emerging from seclusion, his first task was to hunt demons for war merit. Once he exchanged for the Bright Moon artifact, within a century, he could step into senior 7th ring, and subsequent cultivation could proceed more swiftly. After handling Lord Victor's affairs, Holy Infant wasn't idle. He had become a 7th ring half a century ago, and besides basic cultivation, he was refining weapons for his true form and Lord Victor. Now he could finally forge for himself. After decades of honing, he could steadily produce top-quality 7 rings, and the rate of top grade was quite high. His Purgatory 9 Dragon Umbrella, Frost Sky 7 Feather Fan, and Snow Iron Dragon Armor, these commonly used wizard tools all need a good upgrade. Once all are raised to 7 rings, he and Lord Victor, Gandalf, the 3 of them will continue hunting demons and cultivating on the God-forsaken continent. Being an ice and fire holy body, his cultivation speed is extremely fast, currently with a spiritual force of over 7,700 points. If he can further himself through the Bright Moon artifact, advancing to the 8th ring will be easier, with more time to imprint witch mark. Nightmare World. Black Death City. One of the 8 kings, the Black Death King, resides here. The Black Death King commands nearly 30 territories and has over 50 Nightmare Lords under him, 9 of whom are level 7 experts, known as the Black Death 9 Disciples. However, just recently, bad news arrived at Black Death City. The 7th and 8th disciples of the Black Death 9 Disciples were surprisingly killed by an obscure general from the Black Dragon territory. According to the soldiers who managed to escape and return, the Black Dragon territory had a 7-level late-stage giant ape sitting guard, calling itself Sky-Splitting Stick Lopez. Its stick skills unparalleled, strength boundless and intimidating, capable of confronting 10,000 troops. Conversely, the Black Dragon Lord was not worth mentioning. Though he had a Dragon Clan army under his command, the numbers were few, mostly rank 5 and 6, unable to change the tide of battle. On the throne, a sinister, mouse-headed creature with a body covered in black fur and a rat's tail wore a black robe, exposing an ominous glare. You useless bunch, can't even capture the mere Black Dragon territory, who will volunteer to campaign against the Black Dragon territory for me and take down that Black Dragon Lord, to forever banish those foreigners from the nightmare world. The disciples and generals below remained silent. Clearly, Lopez's might left a deep impression on them. Chapter 2177. Do you want me to personally go to war? The Black Death King naturally dared not leave easily. Now, with the 8 kings in a chaotic battle, the Yellow Fever King, Dengue King, and Cholera King were all eyeing his territory covetously. At this moment, an unusually fat rat man stood up, patted its belly, and said, "Let me go in your stead, brother. It's been a while since I've fought a strong opponent, and my hands are itching for a fight." The Black Death King said, "Great rat, fine, you go. You can command these disciples at will, and I'll give you 100,000 Black Death army." Great Rat was his sworn brother, with strength at the level 7 peak. Previously, it had single-handedly slain several level 7 subordinates of the Yellow Fever King, including some late-stage level 7 experts. If it were to go, with the assistance of several disciples, capturing Lopez should be no problem. Soon, Great Rat, along with 4 main disciples, gathered 100,000 elite troops and marched aggressively toward the Black Dragon territory. Black Dragon territory. The Black Death King's army is coming. Quickly assemble. Go and fetch General Lopez. Sky Dragon General, Earth Dragon General, assemble. Upon hearing the news of the impending arrival of the Black Death King's army, Lopez hurried over, holding a bone staff, eager to fight. The Master's bestowed Ape King battle manual had long been mastered by him, and he had achieved small success. The last battle with the Black Death King's army was unsatisfactory, ending before he even got warmed up. Before long, the Dragon Palace people quickly assembled, each exuding a formidable aura with waves of dragon's might. Recently promoted to level 6 late stage, the Black Lotus Beast stood at the front, leading the Dragon Palace people. As a veteran of the Dragon Palace, Black Lotus Beast's realm wasn't the highest, but its prestige remained, and it was granted the title Heavenly Lotus Dragon General by the Dragon King. Now, with sub-dragon species like fire-breathing dragon, fierce scale dragon sharing the pressure, its growth was even more favorable. Once it matured into its complete body, it could reach level 8 peak strength with much room for improvement. Thanks to the dragon scale fruit, its younger brother, the blood-sucking demon dragon, followed closely behind Black Lotus Beast's footsteps, not far from level 6 late stage, titled Sky Speed Dragon General. The younger sister, Sky Crying Dragon General Faceless Infant Dragon, was now also level 6 mid-stage, unwilling to be outdone. Promoted to level 6 peak, Sky Snake Dragon General Snake King Dragon was the only one among level 6 sub-dragon species that could spar with Black Lotus Beast. Its complete body reached level 7 standards and would mature in a few hundred years. Sky Mad Dragon General Wild Electric Dragon Eel also advanced to level 6 late stage. Together with its close brother Sky Violent Dragon General Thunderstorm Wolf Dragon, they were known as the Fierce Two Generals of the Dragon Palace. Their complete bodies were both level 7, with some room for growth. The Three-Eyed Guy, Four-Eyed Shrimp Dragon, was titled Sky Disabled Dragon General, currently also at level 6 late stage strength. Its complete body was level 7, and upon promotion, perhaps the lost eye could even be restored. Sky Damaged Dragon General Blue Flag Fish Dragon was originally level 6 mid-stage, skilled in underwater combat and constantly stationed in the lakes outside the Black Dragon territory, famed as the Blue Line in the Waves. Sky Tiger Dragon General Fierce Scale Dragon, with an explosive temperament, was one of only 2 female dragons among the Sky Dragon Generals, highly rare, yet no dragon had yet managed to conquer it. However, the most formidable were still the level 7 Dragon Generals. Snow Mountain Dragon King, with level 7 middle stage cultivation, was nearly complete in form, the level 7 peak being its limit, titled Sky Slaying Dragon General. Earth Splitting Dragon also at level 7 middle stage, was complete in form, titled Heavenly Mountain Dragon General. Four-legged Snake, Fire-breathing Dragon were at level 7 early stage, also complete in form with little room for further growth, titled Heavenly Water Dragon General and Heavenly Fire Dragon General respectively. As for Wind Dust Dragon, it was still sleeping, unknown when it would awaken, and was given Heavenly Leisure Dragon General. As for Bone Dragon and the like, because they inherently belonged to undead creatures, they weren't considered traditional dragon clan, thus not listed among them. Moreover, they were stationed on the ancient dragon continent, responsible for guarding there, having no time to fight in the nightmare world. Of course, other transcendent creatures also had other titles and reward systems, also members of the Dragon Palace, and the Lord Dragon King treated them all equally, but they weren't listed within the Heaven and Earth Dragon Generals arrangement. In total, 14 Sky Dragon Generals hovered between Heaven and Earth, their dragon's might connecting, forming a vast dragon-scale cloud that subtly created an invincible domain within a 100-mile radius. Other nightmare lords of the Black Dragon territory, leading their numerous nightmare creature armies, also came to defend the territory. Soon, a dense mass of enemy forces was seen rolling in from the heavens and earth, surging like a great wave. Leading them was a fat giant rat of level 7 peak, standing upright, wielding a scythe weapon, with a fierce expression. Beside it, 4 disciples lined up in sequence, the weakest among them possessing level 7 middle stage strength, with 2 even at level 7 late stage. Among the military formation, there were more than 10 level 6 lords. Currently, it appeared that both sides were equally matched in strength, with Black Dragon territory having an advantage in level 6 experts, but lacking in top-tier combat power, having only Lopez at level 7 late stage. Lopez showed no signs of panic, calmly saying, "Go invite Madame Triss, and inform the master of this matter." The Black Dragon territory also had level 7 experts, but they were stationed at other territories, unable to attend to here. Soon, a witch in a blue robe, with an elegant and mature demeanor, gracefully descended and said, "I'm here, but from the looks of it, the Black Dragon Lord needs to step in personally." The enemy, with a level 7 peak, 2 level 7 late stage, and 2 level 7 middle stage, possessed enough power to sweep across any high-level wizard organization in the wizard world, warranting careful handling. Chapter 2178. Lopez said, "Leave the level 7 peak to me. Madam, can you handle the level 7 late stage for a while? Once I finish dealing with the main enemy, I'll come to help you." Triss said. "No problem at all." Having ascended to the 7th ring for 500 years, she has now branded 9 witch marks and has long reached the standard of 7 rings perfection, only lacking some spiritual force, which she will likely acquire within 100 years to ascend further. In addition, with her special spiritual creature, the Blue Knight, the projection of the Black Queen, and the level 8 exotic treasure demon Dragon Whip, she can contend not only with a level 7 late stage but also hold her own against a level 7 peak. Lopez said, "There's one more level 7 late stage, we need the master or mistress to come, or perhaps invite Danis." Just at that moment, a sword light tore through the high sky, landing straight beside Lopez. His face was handsome, clad in the loose golden starry robe of the energy sect, with black hair flowing, hands behind his back, exuding an otherworldly aura. He was like a sharp sword, with endless sword chi buzzing within him. "Let me handle this last one," Victor said with a smile. Lopez and Triss exchanged a glance and said, "All right." Even though the newcomer was only in the 7 rings ordinary realm, he was Victor. So they chose to trust him. Rumble. The army pressed forward, its momentum soaring to the sky. Countless auras of strong individuals intertwined, forming a terrifying storm that swept the heavens and earth. Great Rat said, "The Black Dragon territory slays our Black Death King's envoy, deliberately inciting conflict. Today, I, the general, lead the army to expel you foreigners and flatten the Black Dragon territory." Lopez laughed and said, "Fat Rat, take a strike from me." With overwhelming momentum, he took a step forward, transforming into a stream of water, instantly appearing before Great Rat's military formation. The Bone Club transformed into a length of 10,000 meters, crashing down with a roar. Humph! General Great Rat was not to be outdone. His flabby body turned into devil muscle, wielding the Death God scythe vigorously. The clashes of blade light and club wind sent shockwaves tearing the clouds and earth. Kill! Whoever takes the head of the Black Dragon Lord will be heavily rewarded. In an instant, the sounds of battle erupted everywhere. Triss targeted the third disciple, a level 7 late-stage creature resembling a hairless rat, exposing its red skin, wrinkled, grotesque, and ugly. It was surrounded by black clouds swarming with countless flying rats, making one's scalp tingle. The second disciple, on the other hand, was a filthy monster full of pus, with yellow liquid constantly flowing. Revealing crooked yellow teeth, the pungent liquid transformed into a surging river, attacking the Dragon Palace people. At the crucial moment, the 7 stars descended from heaven, their starlight forming 7 ethereal long swords slicing through the river of plague and pathogens, which split apart upon hitting the ground, bubbling. Victor, like a sword immortal fallen to the world, had 7 secret swords revolving around him, forming an unbreakable defense. Relying on the power of the sword array, he fended off an attack from a level 7 late stage, despite being 2 minor realms apart. The second disciple was shocked, not expecting the Black Dragon territory to have such a master. It immediately manipulated the endless yellow water, shaping it into countless poisonous arrows, which filled the sky as they shot forth. Golden Star Tebe. Victor pointed with a finger, a vast white star appearing behind him, within which immortals could be seen dancing with swords. Sword pointing to 7 stars. The 7-star light sword chi emerged from within the star, and everything in its path was annihilated. Rumble. The countless poisonous arrows were all destroyed by the sword chi. A secret sword pierced with a swish, going through the head of the second disciple. Pow! The second disciple turned into a sky-filling pus again, then reformed its shape. Numerous yellow chains appeared from the void, reaching for Victor. Disease chains. Victor, encircled by his 7 swords, transformed into a formless and intangible golden sword chi, soaring straight into the sky. Unbeknownst to him, he had stepped into the realm of breaking void on the path of the energy sect, comprehending the White Emperor sword sect shattered invisible sword chi, achieving true man and sword as one, able to come and go freely. Victor felt the rapid depletion of spell power and spiritual force within him, understanding that with his 7 rings ordinary cultivation, freely managing the heavenly star sword formation was still a bit of a stretch, given the need to control 7 circle secret swords simultaneously. A quick victory was necessary. After reaching the senior 7th ring, it should become much easier. Sky Star Sword Formation Full Sky Stars. Seeing around the second disciple, a span of several dozen miles of sky, consecutively light up with the ethereal images of 7 stars a kilometer in diameter. They formed a temporary large-scale array, using 7 secret swords as the array items, imprisoning the second disciple within. Divine Fall 7-star life-taking. Whoosh! 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 7 consecutive sword chi beams connected like the Baidu 7 stars, constantly refracting in the sky, forming a dense network of sword chi, trapping the second disciple in a prison of sword chi, unable to break free. Victor, though pale in the face, had a hint of pleasure in his eyes. This is the sword array I desire. Rumble. With a world-shaking explosion, the prison of sword chi shattered open. Out of it flew a mountain-like monster, its surface pitted, its aura weak. As a level 7 late-stage powerful being, the second disciple had never been so battered, suppressed by a level 7 early stage. Sea of pus. Endless yellow water gushed from its body, with countless small pus-filled blisters appearing from the void, surrounding Victor. Explode. The small pus blisters exploded with a roar, triggering a chain reaction, enveloping an area of 50 miles, while Victor maneuvered his shattered invisible sword chi within, weaving through. His 7 secret swords formed a protective barrier, safeguarding him. Chapter 2179. Die. The second apostle launched a flesh bomb attack, descending from the sky. 7 swords united. The 7 secret swords instantly merged into one, transforming into a starlight great sword over 3,000 meters long, piercing the skies. The flesh bomb collided with the great sword. The great sword shattered and dispersed into 7 swords, protecting Lord Victor as he retreated. The flesh bomb was also pierced, accompanied by the painful howl of the second disciple. Die. It exploded completely, and a yellow ocean appeared across the sky. Yet, from the ocean, a figure flew out. It was Lord Victor. The 7 secret swords appeared somewhat dim, and the 7 circle top quality dragon locust armor was pitted and scarred, no longer shining with divine light. The previous 6th level treasure, golden apple armor, had dissolved in the yellow water, no longer existing. Luckily, this was the nightmare world, and all these were manifestations of nightmare power. If this were the real world, even though today's battle would be counted as a victory, Lord Victor would have suffered heavy losses. The second disciple's yellow water could taint wizard tools, extremely formidable. But to be able to reach such a level of battle with just an ordinary 7-circle cultivation against the second disciple under the Black Death King's throne, Lord Victor's goal of experimenting with the sword array had been achieved, given their realm gap was too wide. Triss had originally been somewhat worried about Lord Victor, but after witnessing the terrifying power of the sword array, she was completely reassured. On other battlefields, the situation gradually heated up. Led by the Sky Dragon General, the Dragon Palace people, commanding countless nightmare creature armies, resisted tenaciously, with corpses lying all over. Many Dragon Palace members returned to the city one after another. Within the ancient Banyan fairyland, some returning dragons, ignoring fatigue, returned to the Black Dragon territory to fight, becoming engrossed and unable to extricate themselves. The Great Rat General, after fighting Lopez for hundreds of rounds, saw that it couldn't take down the giant ape and was even faintly at a disadvantage. It knew that this expedition would end in defeat. In this Black Dragon territory, there are so many heroic people, and they're all foreigners. Just who is this Black Dragon Lord? How can he make so many foreigners willingly risk their lives for him? Accompanied by Lopez's earth-shattering blow, the Great Rat was violently blasted away, spewing countless fat-laden blood. Retreat. The entire army retreat. Do not get caught up in battle. Retreating was shameful, tarnishing the reputation of the 8 kings, but this way they could preserve the vital forces of the Black Death King. If so many elite soldiers and generals were lost here, the other 7 kings would inevitably rush to extinguish the Black Death King at the first opportunity. On the ground, the Nightmare Army retreated like a tidal wave. The silhouette of the Great Rat General flickered, and a golden portal appeared before it, into which it intended to dive. Wait till my brother comes personally, you will definitely pay the price. Duan. The great rat's body seemed to hit a wall of copper and iron. The golden portal shattered with a loud noise, and a silver mountain range and storm barrier descended, crushing everything on earth. On the peak of Thunder Mountain, a black dragon with breaking wings, shimmering with a dreamy luster, spread its wings and transformed into the figure of the black-armored swordsman. Levi raised his hand, and a water dragon's song fell upon the third disciple battling with Triss. The emperor appeared, throwing a giant shield that sent the second disciple trying to retreat flying, while the nine-headed emperor dragon released the primordial soul spell Heavenly Net Lightning, forming a net of lightning that trapped it. He had been waiting here for a long time after hearing the news. Single-handedly, he stopped the great rat and two late-stage level 7 disciples. I give you a choice, surrender and submit to me, or die. The great rat grasped the scythe, slashing toward Levi. You think you can? Levi said. I can. He waved his hand. Danis, holding a spiked club, charged out heroically. With 4 spiritual weapons and the Mya spirit following closely behind. Levi grasped the great sword, clashing with the scythe. A giant force erupted, sending the great rat flying far away. It showed a look of shock. How is it possible? The Black Dragon Lord's strength is even greater than that of Lopez. All along, Levi rarely made appearances in the nightmare world. It had assumed that Levi was a trophy lord depending on Lopez and Triss, never expecting his true strength to be this terrifying. The Shadow Dragon group, under the blessing of the Shadow Wind, was swift as the wind, transforming into the reaping scythes on the battlefield. Nightmare, Abyss, and Black Beasts were Levi's main methods of supplementing level 5 shadows, otherwise, even if he slaughtered all the primordial souls of the wizard world, he wouldn't be able to gather 10,000 level 5 Shadow Dragon group members. The wildness sound echoed on the battlefield, with the Dragon Palace people brimming with beastly bloodlust. Even the nightmare creature army seemed to receive some enhancement. If Levi mastered this spell to the maximum, its power would be even greater. I'm filled with strength. The fire-breathing dragon spewed flames, mercilessly taking enemy lives. The Black Lotus beast also felt an incredible power pouring into its body. Not long after, a disciple at level 7 middle stage was blown apart by Levi's 4 spiritual weapons and Mya spirit, vanishing into nothingness. Its true soul soared into the sky, only to be captured by an invisible net. In the net's center, Leon sat calmly, leisurely making canned food on the spot. As the 9-colored Emperor sword descended, the second disciple, exhausted and at its wit's end, was annihilated by Chaos Sword energy, finally dead. It had already been severely wounded by Lord Victor, just waiting for Levi to claim its head. The third disciple, who was being overpowered by Lopez and Triss, was also beheaded by Levi's secret sword. To enhance the strength of the Shadow Army, Levi was desperately grabbing heads. As Levi arrived on the battlefield, the situation underwent a shocking reversal, with the Great Rat General watching helplessly as the 4 major disciples all perished, while his lords and armies fell like wheat before the Shadow Army. Chapter 2180. Black Dragon Lord, spare my life, I am willing to pledge allegiance to you. The Great Rat hurriedly said. Behind Levi, the Black Soul Demon Tower emerged, forming a death storm covering hundreds of miles, from which 2 terrifying evil souls manifested, revealing vicious glints. It's too late. Levi activated Gun Extreme Deo and Dragon Snake Path, his right arm transforming into a blood-colored spear, the spear like a dragon, moving like a snake. Under the fierce storm-like offensive, the level 7 peak strength of the Great Rat General couldn't withstand it at all. It had already been severely depleted after a battle with Lopez, and in the face of Levi's full-force attack, it truly couldn't hold out. The 9-colored Emperor also rushed to support. The Fire Dragon Tribulation, 7 Suns Falling Domain, Thunder Beast Technique various spells swept in overwhelmingly, leaving it no room to dodge. High in the sky, the Thunder God Illusion stood upon the clouds, a thunder war drum hanging at its waist. It struck the drum, causing a terrifying thunderous pillar to crash down, resembling divine punishment. Under such a saturated attack, the Great Rat was covered in wounds within moments, its aura faint. If not for the strong physical defense provided by its fat, it would have already turned to dust. Lying on the ground, exhausted of its last fighting strength, it merely gazed at the black-armored swordsman. In a trance, it seemed to see its brother's future. This Black Dragon Lord must be a calamity for the Blood Rain realm. The talents under him are all beings capable of fighting beyond realms, and if they are allowed to grow, it would be disastrous. Boom! Another lightning pillar shattered the great rat into pieces, its fat igniting in flames. Such was the tragic end of a level 7 peak powerhouse in this desolate black dragon territory. Levi retracted his powers and landed on the ground. With the addition of the Shadow Dragon group, the gap in strength between the two sides widened further, and the enemy's forces collapsed and fled, chased far by the Black Dragon territory's soldiers, until they finally sounded the gong to retreat. After sorting out the spoils of war, Triss looked at Levi. With ease, he killed that level 7 peak enemy. Could even level 8 powerhouses not match Levi now? And Victor, with level 7 early stage cultivation, using that secret sword formation, could contend against level 7 late stage without disadvantage. Truly terrifying. Levi said. Thank you, lady, for your help. Take whatever spoils of war you need from the battlefield. Being old friends, Triss did not stand on ceremony with him. This battle was a great victory, fully demonstrating the military strength of the Black Dragon territory. Unless the Black Death King personally came, he would surely not dare to disturb here. The same goes for the other 7 kings. Next, it would either be a quiet and peaceful period, or they would have to prepare for level 8 enemies. In any case, Levi was already prepared. After the battle, because of the involvement of the Shadow Dragon group, the Nightmare Army's loss in Levi's territory was not excessive, while the enemy's elite soldiers had less than 30% escape, which was a heavy loss. Levi held a grand banquet, rewarding and punishing the soldiers according to their war merits, and everyone was delighted. Some were happy, some were sad. Black Death City. The Black Death King on the throne had already learned of his younger brother's death. Besides this, of the 9 disciples, now only 3 remained, and the other losses were even more severe. Not even during a war with the other 7 kings had he suffered such heavy losses, which could be termed destructive. This means that the desolate Black Dragon territory has already become an 8 kings level power, regardless if it has a level 8 powerhouse overseeing it or not. Gather all the territory's army to Black Death City, to defend it against any vulnerabilities that the 7 kings or Black Dragon territory might exploit. Also, send emissaries with top-grade gifts to the dark web path of the Blood Sea domain to ask my great-grandmother to come forth. This concerns life and death for Black Death City, and she would not sit idly by. The world did not know, but the Black Death King's great-grandmother was a level 9 dominator named Dark Dominator, serving under the level 10 powerhouse Blood Sea Mosquito Lord. The great-grandmother was one of the earliest founders of Black Death City, later retiring to the Blood Sea domain, where she led a group of rats and established a vast underground rat empire. This is also why the Black Death King dared to rebel, for even if he failed, he had a retreat. Even if the Blood Rain Overlord were alive and sought revenge later, he could simply hide in the dark web path and avoid disaster. 4 years later. Nora year 450, the 236th year of the Blood Battle. Levi obtained an 8th circle robe from ancient ruins. Finding it unused for a long time and requiring repairs, its quality being mediocre, he had the Holy Infant auction it off in the black market, gaining 800 million ether stones to maintain the cash flow needed for Holy Infant's refining. The Holy Infant also upgraded his main wizard tools and soul artifacts to 7-ring wizard artifacts. The Purgatory 9 Dragon Umbrella and Frost Sky 7 Feather Umbrella both advanced to top grade 7-ring, being formidable in attack and defense. The Snow Iron Dragon Armor upgraded to top quality 7-ring Dragon Locust Armor, paired with the level 7 Treasure Flame Shield, provided immense security. The Crimson Dragon Ring and Extreme Fire Wheel, both ordinary 7-ring treasures for control and escape, were more than sufficient. The Red Infant Sword was upgraded to top quality 7-ring, and as the wizard tools advanced, the Crimson Python artifact spirit within the sword fully restored its peak power, transforming from a python to a flood dragon, achieving a level 7 artifact spirit. With such a comprehensive array of top quality and excellent wizard tools, combined with the Snow King and Lion King special spiritual creatures, the Holy Infant's overall strength was comparable to Gandalf and Lord Victor. After years of metamorphosis in strength, although his 3 duplications were only of ordinary 7-ring cultivation, if fully unleashed, contending against 7-rings perfection was not difficult, but to easily slay 7-rings perfection like his original form was far-fetched. After the wizard tools were refined, the Holy Infant no longer secluded himself. He had the 2 women and other primordial soul wizards oversee the wizard tool shop, then headed to the god-forsaken continent. Gandalf and Victor were already there hunting demons. Just the previous year, the 2 teamed up to slay a level 7 late-stage flame demon, causing a huge sensation in the wizard world. Now, with the 3 heroes gathered, Cooperating with each other on the god-forsaken continent, they could easily dominate, defeating whoever stood in their way. Nightmare World. Inside Triss's steeple. The lady was conducting an experiment, focused intently. After finishing the experiment, she looked towards Levi, who had been waiting for a long time. Levi said, "Lady, I wish to research a type of medicine with you." Triss asked, "What kind of medicine?" Levi took out the experimental notes he obtained from ancient ruins previously. "A medicine that might allow us to extend our lives by 1,000 years. Chapter 2181. Extend life by 1,000 years. Triss held the experiment log that Levi handed over, somewhat surprised. Levi said, "Yes, I got this from an ancient ruin. The owner of the relic researched for a long time but never succeeded." Triss said, "A longevity potion, if the materials cannot become relatively more accessible, is actually of no real use. For example, there's a 9-ring life-extending potion called the Turtle Life Potion, which can extend life by 1,500 years. In fact, the impressive aspect of this potion is not the technical content of the potion itself, but because it uses the Turtle King fruit, which, once ingested, can extend life by 1,000 years. Such life-extending potions are hard to reproduce, as they are limited by materials." Levi said, "I looked at this person's research content, and he seems to want to study an 8-ring life-extending potion with relatively low costs, refined using the Undying Bird bloodline plus other relatively easy-to-find herbs. If successful, although it cannot be universal in the wizard world, at least it could grant us another 1,000 years of life." Triss said, I understand, but this is an 8-ring potion, and with our current level of knowledge, I fear we are still not enough to research it." Levi said, "Could we bring in Ms. Lucy? I've heard she is also skilled in the field of potions." Triss said, "Ms. Lucy herself is not an issue, but she's currently busy commanding wars and may not have the time to attend to other matters." Levi said, "No worries, we'll take it slow. Throughout history, so many legendary wizards, grand wizards, none have researched an extended life potion that is relatively universally applicable. The difficulty is imaginable." Triss sighed. Indeed. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while longer, and then Levi left. He copied the relevant knowledge of the 1,000-year potion and gave a reference copy to Triss, including the experiment log. The academic level of the relic's owner in pharmacy was very high, and his notes were of great use for Triss's research on other potions. Nightmare World. Crossing the Blood Rain realm and continuously stretching across the boundless Pale Domain, one would arrive at a Scarlet Wilderness, which is the land of the Blood Sea Domain. The so-called Large Domain refers to the territory governed by a nightmare monarch, under which there are many small realms. The Blood Rain realm is under the jurisdiction of the Pale Domain, the owner of which is the Pale Monarch whom the Blood Rain Overlord serves, the same owner of the white-bone giant claw that Levi saw in the Ash Dragon egg. And the Blood Sea Domain is another monarch's territory, named the Blood Sea Mosquito Lord, whose true form is a mosquito beast, claiming the title of Master of Billions of Mosquitoes. Within this large domain, many nightmare overlords reside. The Dark Web Path is one of them, located underground, eternally dark and damp, like a city's sewer, crisscrossed. The overlord of the Dark Web Path, whose true form is a nightmare rat that has been alive for countless years. It was currently lying on a soft bed in the underground kingdom, smoking a pipe, its physique hunched. Cough, cough, who would have thought that such an unambitious descendant would be so frightened by an unknown minor lord that their soul scattered. However, that Black Dragon Lord can mobilize foreigners to the nightmare world on a large scale, to wage war on its behalf, and possess an almost immortal body, such ability is rare. Looking at it now, this suddenly emerged Black Dragon Lord's origin is not simple. Horror torture, you are also a nightmare lord, what do you think of this? From the shadow, crawled out a dragon radiating a violent aura, thick-bodied, its form resembling a small dog. It was the former overlord of the Tyrant Realm, with its true form being a pure-blood dragon, the Brutal Dragon. It was severely wounded by the Blood Rain Overlord, almost to the point of death. Although it managed to survive, its strength fell to a level 8 realm. It fled the Tyrant Realm, became a wandering tyrant, but was captured by the Dark Dominator who planned to take advantage, and is now a prisoner, enduring humiliation and striving to survive. Horror Torture said. I had heard before that a new Black Dragon Lord arrived on the border of the Blood Rain realm, but I didn't pay much attention then, never thought it had such methods, likely a pure-blood dragon like me. There's a chance it's an advance force sent from the wizard world, since many under its command are wizards. The Dark Dominator said. Haha, wizards? Such a weak civilization, daring to actively invade our nightmare world, perhaps they have forgotten the previous lessons. Previously, a group of wizards captured the offspring of the lost monarch, Pan, and were eternally imprisoned in the body maze of the lost monarch, forever unending. Horror Torture's eyes moved. How about I go meet this black dragon lord? The Dark Dominator coldly laughed. Don't play tricks, I know you want to escape from Grandma's grasp, you better behave and stay here, I have my own plans. Black Dragon Territory. Levi listened to the report from his subordinates, a look of contemplation on his face. Just a few years ago, the growth and reproduction speed of the mother flesh tree in Black Dragon Territory suddenly surged, with the production of nightmare creatures increasing annually, but the cause is still unclear. Generally speaking, this kind of situation, either something has changed in the nightmare world, like a locust plague, or the nightmare lord itself advanced in strength, or the negative influence on the prime material plane increased. Now, it's been a long time since the Millennium Locust Plague passed, and the benefits from that wave have long been digested, so it should not be due to external reasons, it should be because of me. No, I treat people gently and kindly, the people of the ancient dragon continent are also grateful to me, although I occasionally kill some people, very few know, it shouldn't lead to a significant negative impact. Chapter 2182. Could it be that I've killed too many demons, causing many to live in fear, to have nightmares daily, fearing me, dreading me? That shouldn't be it. While I have some influence among the demons, it's not significant. Besides, demons are inherently chaotic creatures, fearless of heaven or earth. Fear is insignificant among their emotions. After some reasoning, Levi was utterly perplexed. Regardless, this is a good thing. On one hand, it can aid the development of the Black Dragon Territory. On the other hand, once Levi's Nightmare Dragon advances, the proficiency experience gained idly in the Nightmare World can also increase. The Nightmare World, vast and boundless. Crossing the Blood Sea domain and several other domains. In a place extremely far from the Black Dragon Territory, there is a domain known as the Lost Domain, the domain of the renowned Lost Monarch. After the Millennial Locust Plague, many unclaimed lands and mother flesh trees emerged. Among the major lords, constant warfare ensued to seize these new territories. Inside one of the mother trees, a twisted shadow is being nurtured. The fear power from the multidimensional plane transforms into an endless stream of strength, pouring into the shadow. Twilight Demon King! Twilight Demon King! Twilight Demon King! It seemed as though countless beings, in the day, at night, in dreams, were fearfully calling out a single name. Twilight Demon King! They hadn't even seen the real Twilight Demon King or knew who it was. But due to word of mouth, it became an urban legend. Mentioning the name Twilight Demon King itself instilled fear, dread, and trembling. The nightmare world is mysterious, vast, and bizarre. In this unknown corner, a new nightmare creature is quietly being nurtured. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Apart from his cultivation studies, Levi's few indulgences include watching memory discs. On one hand, it's for gathering useful information, spells, and knowledge. On the other, it's for entertainment, much like watching a movie, and quite amusing. Most of the time, he only watches discs of level 6 or above, too lazy to look at the low-level ones. Master, take a look at this disc. Leon handed a level 5 Flame Demon's disc to Levi. Levi took it, and after examining it, his expression shifted. In the scene, an endless red wilderness. A level 5 flame demon mingled within a large army, seemingly fleeing for its life. Through its perspective, Levi saw a level 7 middle stage flame demon being killed by a wizard in red robes using a spell. The face of the red-robed wizard was unclear, but from the iconic red flame wizard tower, Levi knew its identity. Flame Servant Gorwin. This person is actually in the Flame Mountain world. From the memory disc, it was known that at the onset of the blood battle, this level 5 flame demon had followed the army to invade the Flame Mountain world. Over there, it encountered the Flame Servant, survived the battle by luck, but was conscripted into the Burning Expedition army and came to the God-forsaken continent. Levi didn't know when he had killed this demon, but inadvertently he learned the whereabouts of the Flame Servant. To be honest, Levi had given up hope. He had secretly searched for a long time without finding the person. The wizard world was vast, and once the Flame Servant decided to hide, Coupled with his powerful family's concealment, Levi indeed couldn't find him. So he had resigned to leaving it as a regret, considering him the second wild-born knight. Unexpectedly, fate opened a path. It was as if the karmic connection between him and the flame servant hadn't yet severed. Ha ha ha, Flame Mountain World, so you've been hiding here, not even daring to enlist on the demon-slaying list, just afraid I would find out. Levi calculated, it had been over 300 years since he last saw the flame servant. Over time, with his talent, he should have long advanced to a 7-circle senior wizard. But he should still be quite a distance from 7 rings perfection. No matter what, this kind of person could now be easily eliminated with a flip of his hand. With his traveling the void speed, it wouldn't take a year to reach the Flame Mountain World. To leave no regrets, after a preliminary divination and specifically searching for extensive Flame Mountain World data to ensure no danger, Levi left the wizard world. A year later. Flame Mountain World. Levi descended there, frowning. Surveying the area, this world was heavily laden with demonic aura, exceptionally dense. An inkling of danger lurked, suggesting the presence of a powerful level 8 demon. It seems the Wizard Council has abandoned it. As the blood battle progressed, 1/4 of the Plain Confederation had already fallen, an unavoidable outcome given the vast scale of the blood battle, far exceeding the previous havoc the 4 evil gods wreaked upon the 5 Realms Federation. To concentrate its forces on defending the Wizard World, the Wizard Council couldn't station too many troops in other Plain Confederations. Up to now, the resources and alien races from these planes had mostly been transported back to the Wizard World, now all turned into demon nests and garrison points. It's been hundreds of years since that demon and flame servant last met. Who knows if they're still around the area? Levi's hermit rune flickered, planning a carpet search for the flame servant. If no leads turned up, he'd withdraw without alarming the demons there. Drawing the attention of a level 9 demon would be unwise. Vengeance isn't worth risking one's life. Chapter 2183. Time slipped by. A month passed. Levi scanned the Flame Mountain World roughly. Finally, he was basically certain that the fiery flame servant had already left this place. Forget it, let's go back. In life, it's impossible for everything to go your way. Levi quietly departed. In the boundless land of darkness. Burning Flame World. This place was already very far from Nora. In the land of darkness, a red flame wizard tower floats silently. The fiery flame servant gazed at the crimson world in the deep void, his face lit with joy. After breaking through the 7 rings senior realm previously, the fiery flame servant, realizing Levi's growth potential, abandoned his plans for revenge. He sensed that the Flame Mountain World would inevitably fall to the demon army, so he left there early. Relying on the wizard tower, he wandered the land of darkness, heading to more distant places to find a paradise suitable for himself. This brief moment turned into a century. During this time, although he encountered many dangers, he passed them without incident. Heaven always leaves a path. Amid the vast darkness, there's such a treasure land, albeit not large, but suitable for my cultivation and very safe. Except for some black beasts, there's no sign of demon invasion. It seems to have traces of indigenous civilization, and if enslaved, it can still find resources for me. Ancient Dragon Continent. Levi returned safely, despite his fruitless journey. To him, this was just a minor episode, completely unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, 4 years have rushed by. Nora 454. Year 240 of the Blood Battle. Levi's spiritual force had already reached 10,520, less than 500 away from 7 rings perfection. Over the years, his wildness sound and shadow wind cultivation reached level 15, the Destiny coin spell also cultivated to the 7-circle standard of level 16, already able to cast luck-changing magic on himself. According to the spell's descriptive effect, after casting, it can transform misfortune into fortune. But Levi tried it and didn't notice any difference. Fate-related magic is deeply involved, and sometimes, being in the midst of it, is hard to see the full picture. He believes that since the Black Abyss Walker encouraged him to focus on learning, this spell surely has unexpected effects. Just like the Lover's Rune, in the unseen, there is destiny. This itself is a kind of rule, but unlike earth, fire, wind, and water, it's not obvious. In recent years, Levi also learned one top-grade 7-circle spell from the Bright faction, though it involves space knowledge, named Exile Light. Upon casting, it has the chance to banish dark creatures, including demons, to a cage-like space-time dimension, exiling them for a period until the spell's effect dissipates, then they can return to the real world. During this time, the wizard can take the chance to escape. This spell is mainly intended to be cast on powerful demons that are unbeatable for the wizard. If practiced to the maximum, it has a 90% chance of successfully banishing demons of the same realm upon hitting. For demons beyond one major realm, it has a 30% chance of success. 2 major realms have a 10% chance, ineffective for level 10 demons. In other words, if Levi masters it, there is a 1 in 10 chance of a level 9 demon being exiled for some time, allowing him to escape smoothly. Of course, the length of exile also shortens with the increase in demon power. This is similar to the Frostblood sect's Absolute Ice Point, the same type of spell. Absolute Ice Point involves the path of time, Exile Light is the path of space, both extremely hard to cultivate. Once mastering these 2 spells, Levi's ability to preserve life greatly increases. Of course, it's not completely invincible, as spell casting time and successfully hitting are still needed. Level 9 beings aren't foolish enough to wait for a spell to hit, but it's certainly a method. Meanwhile, Levi's Scarlet Dragon breathing technique also advanced to level 7 mid-stage. The power of various spell-like abilities has been enhanced. The diameter of the domain range of Scarlet Blood Prison increased to 12 kilometers. The Strength Rune advanced to level 16, Power Boost reached 200%, Moon Rune advanced to level 9, Lifespan Boost reached 80%, Fool Rune advanced to level 7, Fool and Power of Foreknowledge Boost reached 60%, Magic Rune advanced to level 5, Casting Speed Boost reached 40%. The current rune language has long diverged from the original intention when the author initially created it, and under the proficiency panel's influence, has veered onto paths the original author had not envisioned. Even if the original author were alive, the achievements would be challenging to compare with Levi's. After all, he merely compiled and translated the Starforger civilization's language of stars, his cultivation was not necessarily better than Levi's. Now that the Fool rune has advanced, let me see who intends to harm me. Levi's consciousness entered his mind, only to see a pig face with death energy swirling around it, a scene of Montenegro mountain filled. It should be hell, but I'm unsure where exactly. He edged the image down, then summoned the skeletons Little Pink and Little Black. You two take the slate to the sorceress of the sensual realm and ask her to see where this is. Little Pink nodded obediently, pulled Little Black, and returned to hell. At the same time, they also brought news of the second brother this time. After Levi read it, his face filled with joy. Second brother has actually branded 21 witch marks already, not far from the 22nd. It seems within a century, he can advance to 7 rings, and become a rare dual cultivation of body refinement and spell in history. Chapter 2184. After calculating, the Purgatory Demon Sword has indeed been stuck at 6th circle perfection for several hundred years for the sake of those 22 witch marks. Any other genius wizard would certainly lack the courage, patience, and resources for this. My second brother, he possesses the demeanor of a legend. Soon after, news arrived from the Hell's 3 sisters. They said the place Levi saw seemed to be in Hell's 8th layer, but precisely where, they couldn't say yet and have sent people to investigate. 2 years later. Nora year 456, Blood Battle year 242. In the realm of cultivation, time flows unheeded. Levi was now 880 years old. With a luxurious lineup of secret medicines like the Black Lotus Beast, Crack Kylan Dragon, and Fire Breathing Dragon, the Crimson Emperor Dragon breathing technique cultivation became increasingly smooth, not far from the late stage of level 7. The same went for the Golden Brilliance Dragon. The combination of 4-legged snake and earth-splitting dragon was far superior to the previous level 6 secret medicines. Although the Inferno Dragon breathing technique broke through to level 7 later, with the combination of Black Phoenix, Ash Dragon, and Fire Breathing Dragon, it also began to accelerate, nearing the middle stage of level 7. Though the Ash Dragon was young and of low level, being a pure-blood Dragon clan member meant its secret medicine's effects were quite good. Levi only worried it wouldn't grow, so he paired it with other Fire Dragon clans. The wind-shaped dragon secret medicine of the Sky King Dragon is already used up. That heavenly leisure dragon general, Wind Dust Dragon, was still sleeping. Levi dared not wake it forcefully, for fear of hindering its evolution. He previously checked on its condition and faintly felt a very pure dragon's might. When it awakens, it might undergo an earth-shattering change, possibly becoming the first dragon general of the Dragon Palace. The Scarlet Dragon still uses the blood-sucking demon dragon secret medicine, although not at level 7 it can cultivate slowly. Levi wasn't in a hurry. What made him somewhat anxious was the Nightmare Dragon's breakthrough. There had been no news of the Nightmare Dragon clan for a long time, and with other breathing techniques nearing mid-level 7, the Nightmare Dragon hadn't advanced. He began deploying more subordinates to search for information on the Nightmare Dragon clan, while also assigning specific personnel to review and organize Leon's memory disks, regardless of their quality. Previously, an accidental acquisition of information about a fiery flame servant alerted Levi that even low-level beings might possess memories beneficial to him. Every being is a point, seemingly inconspicuous but part of the great multitude. More or less, they intersect with other points, forming a complex web of interpersonal and causal relationships. From among them, gathering useful information, organizing and summarizing it for his review and reporting, is the job of this group. Over the years, the 3 avatars and 100 flowers have been thriving on the god-forsaken continent, each bearing huge bounties, becoming thorns in the demon's eye, playing out cycles of siege and counter-siege. Ms. Lucy also took an interest in the 1000-year potion but was too busy with warfare to personally participate in the research, so she compiled her past insights and experiences on life-prolonging potions into knowledge notes, as a return gift to Levi and Triss. In his spare time from cultivation, Levi would explore potion research with Triss through the Nightmare World, sharing knowledge. 100 Flowers would join such discussions during her leisure breaks. Although progress was slow, everyone became somewhat familiar with the foundational theoretical knowledge of life-prolonging potions. On this day, within the steeple of the Nightmare World, Levi and Triss had just finished a delightful potion discussion. Shortly after, a subordinate came to report. "Lord, clues about the Nightmare Dragon clan have been discovered. In the easternmost section of the Pale Domain, bordering the Blood Sea Domain, there is a glow city ruled by Flayer Ben, who keeps an evil dragon in the city named Golden Spear Engong. That should be the Nightmare Dragon clan you seek, Lord." Upon hearing this, Levi couldn't help but smile. Good, there's finally news. The Blood Rain realm alone is vast, not to mention the entire Pale Domain. The size of the Nightmare World is unimaginable. Most Nightmare Lords spend their entire lives in their small territories, rarely traveling far. His Black Dragon territory lies on the edge of the Pale Domain, requiring a full traversal of a domain to reach Glow City. But to advance, he had no choice. Without delay, he instructed everyone to take good care of the territory and asked Triss to assist in overseeing things temporarily. Then, with Lopez, he embarked on his first Nightmare World expedition. Glow City. Also known as the Golden City, the City of Wealth. Lopez transformed into an ugly little water monkey, perched on Levi's shoulder, gazing at the city ahead. According to Levi's gathered intelligence, Glow City Lord is a level 8 powerhouse, its true form a creature called Flayer. Flayer's real name is Ben, known for being dictatorial, brutal, miserly, enjoying exploitation, and draining resources. From afar, Glow City, unlike most nightmare cities Levi had seen, featured many steampunk-style buildings, factories, and chimneys standing, belching black smoke high into the sky. Along the way, he saw numb-faced humanoid nightmare creatures moving mechanically like zombies. These beings, dressed in tattered clothing, emaciated, had featureless faces resembling a fate coin. In the center of the coin bore an image of a human, wearing a top hat, portly, donned in a tailcoat, smiling to reveal a mouthful of large golden teeth. Chapter 2185. Welcome to the City of Wealth, the dream-chasing city. Above the city, such a tempting phrase was drifting, and Levi seemed to see endless fate coins waving at him. In the nightmare world, there is nothing too bizarre. Levi had already grown accustomed to these things. He roughly understood how the Glow City Lord was born. Skin-stripping Ben is a level 8 early-stage powerhouse, similar in strength to the Black Death King. Although I'm not afraid of him, there's no need for a direct confrontation. If I were to die, I'd have to be resurrected from the Black Dragon territory and make the long journey back, which is truly too much trouble. He was staking out nearby, observing the situation in the city, and killed another fate coin person, allowing Leon to read their memory. After watching the video disc, he muttered to himself. Skin-stripping Ben loves fate coins. Every 7 days, he leaves the city to collect fate coins from his territories. This day is known as the Mercy Festival. I should act on this day. The Golden Spear was a giant dragon captured by Skin-stripping Ben in the chaotic wilderness. Rumor has it that it was covered in golden armor, inlaid with golden teeth, and clad with golden dragon wings, personally crafted by skin-stripping Ben. It was imprisoned in a giant factory beneath Glow City, where many foreigners brought into the nightmare world by skin-stripping Ben were held. Like the man-faced spider, many nightmare lords invade the multidimensional plane, dragging some foreigners into the nightmare world, keeping them captive to provide emotional value. But unlike those brought in by Levi, these poor foreigners, if they die in the nightmare world, are truly dead. Levi's nightmare lord ability was synthesized through the proficiency panel, and it is unique. Several days later, above Glow City, a figure was laughing heartily, dragging a sack, leaving the city, talking to itself. Today was such a fulfilling and complete day. In the shadows, Levi watched the powerful figure leave. Skin-stripping Ben is taking the sack to collect money. Hurry up with your work. I haven't rested, and yet you damned servants dare to rest. In a massive factory whose purpose was unknown, a group of foreigners of various appearances gazed with fear at the floating golden dragon in the sky. Its form was close to the archetype of an evil dragon, akin to a fire-breathing dragon, but decked in gold and silver, appearing even more lavish. I'm so tired, Dragon Lord, I request a break. A foreigner seemingly human said. The dragon squinted its eyes, exuding a dangerous aura. Fine, rest now, and then make up for the time doubled during your next shift. The human hesitated. But Dragon Lord, a day only has 24 hours, how can I make up the time double? The dragon snorted coldly. I don't care, this is an order. If you all don't work hard, how can my golden armor be maintained? The human dared not rest and continued doing meaningless work in the factory. Oh, dear, in this damned place, nobody even knew what was being produced. When will this nightmare end? I want to go home. So tired. Countless negative emotions, fear, despair, helplessness, resentment formed invisible threads, rushing out from the factories, pouring into the territory's mother flesh tree, nourishing the nightmare lord, while also spawning more nightmare creatures. Level 7 late stage, stronger than I imagined, not sure if it's a sub-dragon of the Tyrant of Horror. After hesitating for a moment, Levi took action. His form took a step forward, appearing out of thin air. The whole person shot like light to the front of the golden spear. Feeling danger approaching, the golden spear's golden armor shone brilliantly, forming a golden barrier. The armor on the giant dragon, though called gold, was actually some special precious metal from the nightmare world, unlike what mortals of the material plane called gold. Crack! Levi's fist became the blood-red drill, spinning fiercely. The barrier, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a level 7 late stage, shattered in an instant. Levi grabbed the golden spear's tail and with a powerful burst, their two figures crashed through the factory roof, soaring into the sky. Who are you? I'm skin-stripping Ben's pet. Golden Spear still couldn't grasp the situation. Levi paid no heed, his fist the size of a sandbag smashing into the golden spear's head, breaking the golden armor, knocking out several of its huge golden teeth. Ouch, it hurts. Golden Spear cried out in pain. It tried to escape but was sucked into the Bag of Gluttony. The Bag of Gluttony, now a 7-ring witch artifact, had no problem containing this giant dragon temporarily. It was not a place to linger, so Levi carried the golden dragon in the bag over his shoulder and left Glow City aboard the Silver War Chariot. After some void travel, he was thousands of miles away in no time. The golden spear broke through the Bag of Gluttony's seal, opening its mouth to unleash endless golden scorching flames. The red flames left golden molten iron in their wake, coating the surface with a layer of gold. Levi's golden gravity dispersed the scorching flames, and Lopez transformed into a 3-kilometer giant ape, launching a surprise attack from the back of the golden spear. Boom! With a solid whack, the golden spear's golden helm shattered entirely, its head buzzing, crashing to the ground. Levi snapped his fingers, and a terrifying lightning pillar fell from the sky, engulfing the golden spear. The sea of lightning raged, destroying everything. In just a few exchanges, this level 7 late-stage dragon clan was effortlessly taken down by Levi and Lopez, left in a half-dead state. Chapter 2186. Who exactly are you? The golden spear only wanted to figure out this question. Levi landed on the ground, with red flames burning in his palm. Behind him, a formidable, awe-inspiring image of 6 dragon illusions appeared, with dragon's might intertwining, forming waves that crashed into the mind of the golden spear. I am your master. Acknowledge me as your lord, and you shall survive. The golden spear lamented. I acknowledge it, so why did you have to attack right away? Just after acknowledging its master, Levi sensed an overwhelming sense of danger descending. Skin-stripping Ben is here. The heavens collapsed, and beams of golden light descended from the sky, encircling Levi and sealing the void. A fate coin broke through the air, transforming into a gentlemanly figure in a suit and top hat. It smiled with a hidden menace and said, "Do you know who I am? How dare you kidnap my pet?" Without a word, Levi snapped his fingers again. Bang, bang. 2 consecutive bolts of lightning struck. Skin-stripping Ben, stepping with graceful dance steps, nimbly dodged Levi's attack. With a flick of its finger, a fate coin shot towards Levi's face. Levi's figure flickered, and the fate coin exploded violently. A golden shockwave swept across 100 miles, instantly tearing through several layers of his protective force field, sending him flying. The indestructible armor trembled and buzzed, clearly reaching some limit, but still held up. This skin-stripping Ben is formidable. Levi raised his hand, and the 9-colored emperor emerged from the heavens, standing firmly behind him. Lopez also appeared from the void, wielding a bone club towards skin-stripping Ben. Countless fate coins flew out from skin-stripping Ben, swirling around it. Duan! Lopez's bone club almost got knocked away, but she steadied herself, staring cautiously at skin-stripping Ben. On the other side, the Mu Spirit and Wind Spirit weapons roared in, their innate spells thundered, and the Emperor's sword slashed down from the sky. Facing an 8th-level enemy, Levi dared not be careless. Terrifying attacks approached, and skin-stripping Ben's expression slightly changed, evidently not expecting this mid-level 7 enemy to have such strength. Boom, boom. One after another, fate coins flew out, clashing with Levi's mesmerizing innate spells and primordial soul spells, like dazzling fireworks exploding, unveiling an apocalyptic scene across hundreds of miles. The Black Soul Demon Tower soared out, with Levi sitting atop it. The Death Storm, covering hundreds of miles, pulled skin-stripping Ben into its midst. 2 elusive dark evil souls coalesced, with death scythes slashing towards skin-stripping Ben. This skin-stripping Ben was truly fierce, no matter what means Levi used, it could dissipate with a single fate coin. Wizard Tower, it seems you're a foreigner. A fate coin appeared in skin-stripping Ben's hand, its form shifted, bursting through its tailcoat, transforming into a towering 3-meter hideous creature with sharp claws and a scarlet tongue flicking out. Its body was covered in scales formed by numerous fate coins, each bearing twisted faces of its victims skinned alive. In a flash, countless distorted evil spirits surged towards Levi. Levi raised his hand, unleashing the Shadow Dragon group. In quantity and quality, they surpassed the ragtag creatures. With the Wizard Tower and numerous other techniques, Levi was evenly matched with the skin-stripping Ben, Lopez occasionally harassing the opponent. Yet, as skin-stripping Ben, it could not tolerate having its possessions taken, worse than being killed. As time passed, with the Sky King Dragon's powerful endurance and sustained combat, and the Death Ember Dragon's undying body, Levi gradually gained the upper hand. Skin-stripping Ben's versatile fate coins were not endless, each use needed time to gather. The coin scales across its body now reduced by a third. As an 8th-level powerhouse, unable to subdue an enemy for so long, skin-stripping Ben was quite shocked. Reigning over this region for years, it was the first time encountering such a situation. In contrast, Levi fought more fiercely with time. 7 Suns Falling Domain. Thunder Beast Technique. The 7 circle spells he had practiced to the maximum were no less powerful than conventional 8th circle ordinary magic. Under such relentless bombardments, skin-stripping Ben showed signs of withdrawal. With a resolute heart, it released another wave of fate coins, which exploded consecutively. Levi did not dare to withstand it directly, using the Rock and Snake Path's evasive technique to dodge the core impact, transforming his arm into a spear. Gun Skill Path and Rock and Snake Path. At this moment, he became the god of spear techniques, navigating through a hail of gunfire. A point of cold light arrived first, followed by the spear striking like a dragon. Slicing through, Levi pierced skin-stripping Ben's head, causing its figure to explode into countless fate coins. Its voice echoed. "I won't forgive you." Boom. The barrier seal woven by Levi shattered explosively. He looked at the badly hurt Lopez and the quivering golden spear in the corner, quickly taking them away from the place. That skin-stripping Ben was not dead, its methods were strange, not a typical early-stage level 8. Miles away from the battlefield, someone in the wilderness dropped a fate coin. Moments later, the coin morphed into a golden dimensional ring from which a severely wounded figure emerged, none other than Skin-Stripping Ben. I've been pushed to this extent by a level 7. Skin-Stripping Ben pocketed the coin and quickly left, gravely injured. It dared not linger in the wild. Time passed swiftly. After much hustle, Levi successfully abducted the golden spear and returned to the Black Dragon territory, far from Glow City, so he wasn't too concerned that Skin-Stripping Ben would come to trouble him. If Skin-Stripping Ben hadn't fled, opting for a fatal duel, Skin-Stripping Ben would have undoubtedly perished. Through this battle, Levi gained more confidence in his strength. He settled the golden spear at the Black Dragon territory, having Lopez keep watch over it. Then, after obtaining the bloodline essence, he returned to the real world. Now, everything was ready, only the promotion was left. 2 years later. Nora year 458. Blood battle year 244. Good news came from the God-forsaken continent. The Burning Expedition Army suffered a major defeat in their full-scale war against the Deep Blue Army, losing nearly 10 level 8 powerhouses, while the wizard side had only 1 death and 4 injuries. The most important aspect was that Nova, the leader of the Burning Expedition Army, had his hiding place found by Lucy, leading to a world-shattering battle between them. Unexpectedly for many, Nova turned out to be a hidden level 9 demon. Lucy found herself in deep peril but managed to engage for a long time with powerful means. With Lucy's distraction, Nova perished under the Dragon Flame strike by the Dragon Flame God. After achieving significant accomplishments, Lucy ascended to the top of the 9th level demon slaying list. Subsequently, leading her legion, she seized victory, uprooting numerous demon nests on the God-forsaken continent one after the other. Laying these great merits, Lucy reached the summit of the 9-colored Emperor rank on the demon slaying list. However, this battle was only the tip of the iceberg in the blood battle, with frequent demonic pandemics in other parts of the wizard world, and the intensity of demonic aura in Nora steadily increasing over 200 years, turning the God-forsaken continent into the abyss demon soil. The blood battle was far from finished, the wizard world still had much to strive for. Chapter 2187. AUS Continent. Amidst the plains, stood a verdant wizard tower. On the tower walls, branches twisted and twined, lush leaves vibrant, flowers in bloom, and wild fruits dotted around, as if this weren't a wizard tower, but a towering giant tree. Surrounding it were numerous small wizard towers, laboratories, and various other buildings. From time to time, well-trained wizards returned with captured creatures, accompanied by a group of pale-skinned, strange-faced bug luminists with creatures clinging to their backs. This was the research base on the AUS continent, where Lady Rowling led a team in studying the mysteries of bug luminists and creatures. Additionally, the Law Destruction Warrior project was also underway here. Loyalin Half-Plane, Inverted Tree Realm. A sky-reaching giant tree stood like a pillar, dividing the earth and sky, while many wizards busied themselves in the experimental fields on the Golden Land. Madam, Oasis 1 now has the ability to absorb demonic aura. Upon absorption, it can convert it into ordinary elemental power, with a conversion rate of about 1/10. Rowling listened to the report, beaming with joy. Finally, it has been successfully developed. Next, accelerate the work on nursery and breeding, aiming to spread it throughout the land as soon as possible. As the number of demon deaths increases, the concentration of Nora's elemental power will continuously rise, and the cultivation speed of the wizards will significantly improve. After the blood battle, the new world in the future will be even more habitable. Oasis 1 is the second generation of the Green Tribe, born from the combination of fungi and the advantages of the Green Tribe. Compared to the traditional Green Tribe, Oasis 1 can absorb demonic aura, while retaining the Green Tribe's strong adaptability and evolution abilities, capable of differentiating into various industrial plants with powerful destructive capabilities. These plants have been specially genetically edited to only exhibit intense aggression towards creatures containing demonic aura, and will not attack ordinary people or wizards. This allows them to be widely planted throughout Nora, without worrying about the plants harming people. Emperor's Palace. Levi looked inside his body. Within one of his cells, the 6th Divine Palace had already formed. The 6 Divine Palaces perfectly arranged themselves into a hexagonal shape within the cell. Nightmare Dragon Breathing Technique, successfully reached level 7. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Nightmare Dragon Breathing Technique, 19th rank, 1/10 million, Special Effect, Nightmare Dragon Body Legendary, Level 7 Early Stage, Bloodline Dharma Idol, Nightmare Fog, Blood Source Armor, Nightmare Dragon Armor, exclusive weapon, the Nightmare Helmet, level 7, Bloodline Divine Patterns, 0/45. Compared to level 6, the abilities of the level 7 Nightmare Dragon are merely an enhancement of the original, such as the expanded range of Nightmare Domain and the increased authority of Nightmare Lord. With Levi's current authority, he could pull a maximum of 30,000 people into it. With the increasing number of transcendent individuals from various organizations on the ancient Dragon continent, there's an opportunity to include more people for pioneering. However, the forces are presently concentrated on the blood battle, so Levi temporarily doesn't need so many slots. Having solved the Nightmare Dragon breathing technique issue, Levi felt immensely pleased. The next step was to advance towards level 8. On this day, Dusk Holy Temple. Levi rarely attended meetings, and he took the opportunity to inspect the proceedings. Once all 18 riders were in place, the Blood Knight began reporting the work. Despite the annihilation of the Burning Expedition army, the demon offensive did not slow down but became even fiercer. These years, casualty numbers at the Dusk Holy Temple have been rising annually. Fortunately, the Green tribe planted along the coastline has grown significantly, greatly reducing the losses among knights. The Green tribe's performance in actual combat has been outstanding, especially effective against low-level demons. Current casualties are within the organization's tolerable range. Additionally, with fresh blood from mortal gathering places, the impact has been minimal so far. Among the old generation of knights, except for Golden Lion, Saint Ape, and Goddess, all others have already reached the level 6 late-stage realm. Blood Knight has even begun preparations to advance to level 7, hopeful to break through in a century or two. The Golden Lion Knight recently achieved 6 talents at perfection and entered the 5th Circle Wizard realm. Were it not for him being a level 6 knight, now nearing 900 years old, he would have faced his limit year. Fortunately, with the knights as a safety net, coupled with ample wizard cultivation resources, he proceeded unhurriedly to ascend to 5 circles. The same can be said for the Goddess Knight. Her wizarding talent is also outstanding, with a double affinity. Consistently advancing smoothly, she is now in the 5th Circle Senior realm, having also ascended with 6 talents at perfection. Not long ago, she and Emperor Mew had a son, named Eddie, who possesses her Aurora bird bloodline and also inherits the Ice Element Sun talent. This made Emperor Mew delighted for quite some time, never missing a chance to mention the children of the elements in 3 sentences when among other knights, reminiscent of parents from a past life. In the meeting, Levi also rejoiced for this. It marked the first time in recorded history that the Knights of the Dusk Holy Temple had naturally born descendants with children of the elements, especially the rare ice element. Considering this a meritorious event, he immediately bestowed upon the Goddess Knight an Earth-level frost artifact he previously obtained, as a full-year anniversary gift for young Eddie. Once little Eddie grows a few more years older, he can start learning the meditation art, at which point his mother can teach him spell knowledge. With the combination of Ice Element Sun and Truth Oddity and personal guidance by a 5-circle wizard and sufficient cultivation resources, little Eddie is starting with a veritable royal flush. Chapter 2188. Reflecting on Levi's earlier days, even stepping onto the wizard path was fraught with obstacles, starting as a child of chaos with nothing but the panel. Therefore, little Eddie's early cultivation will undoubtedly be swift, with no hurdles at least until 5 circles. This phase's cultivation speed may surpass what Levi achieved back then, but post 5 circles, it will be up to him. Taking Simon's precedent into account, he advised Emperor Mew and Elsa not to overly pamper little Eddie, lest he too easily thrive without necessary trials. Leaving ancient Dragon Continent, he won't stand in the wizard world if he becomes arrogant due to his talent. Emperor Mew, having scrabbled through his human realm days, naturally understands this. While Levi worries Elsa might coddle him, she once had a child, though just a church saint, who later returned to the Star Realm Divine Kingdom, which remains her regret. Other knights generously gifted little Eddie small tokens, blessings from the elders, moving both Emperor Mew and Elsa deeply. Certainly, although little Eddie is a child of the elements, should he wish to follow the path of a knight, his parents wouldn't interfere. Levi once again encouraged single knights to find suitable partners and start their own families. Despite having many comrades in the Dusk Holy Temple, loneliness still visits at night. Even transcendent beings need a touch of familial, friendly, and romantic affection to brighten life. The middle generation of knights has successively reached the 6th level mid-stage realm, needless to say. Among the new generation of knights, the Snapping Turtle Knight recently reached the 6th level through accumulated effort. The Pheasant Knight also quietly achieved level 6. The 18 Riders of Dusk, finally reaching all level 6, now truly possess the stature befitting the 18 Riders. As for the Fire Dragon Knight, who has advanced to the 6th level late stage, and now is a supernova, along with the Shadow Queen, both rank in the top 20 of the 7th level demon slaying list, becoming stars of ancient dragon continent and the wizard world. Of course, in terms of direct combat power, the Fire Dragon Knight is stronger. The Shadow Queen is still just a 6th ring senior, ranking prominently mainly for her strong Shadow Crown talent, granting her an exceptional number of summoned creatures, surpassing common Shadow faction wizards, echoing a lower-tiered Levi. Besides the 18 Riders, the Dusk Holy Temple boasts several candidates at peak level 5, hopeful for future advancement to 6th level. With Levi's rare treasure safeguarding the Dusk Holy Temple, these individuals have some chance of surviving blood tribulation despite failing promotion, preventing the loss of key temple forces, similar to elite wizard organizations. After the meeting, Levi proceeded to the Empire Senior State Assembly. Leveraging the strong foundation laid by early ancient saints, the Empire birthed 15 6th-level experts. However, due to wars over the years, 2 were lost, leaving only 13. The 3 kings, such elders, all possess mid or late-stage 6th-level cultivation. Furthermore, the development of the Lizardman's Shinik Academy has been promising, though no 6th Circle spellcasters emerged, plenty of 5th Circle experts can assist the Tower of Dawn. In the Fur Clan's domain, the progress of the White Wolf Girl has been smooth, achieving evolution and steadily improving to mid-stage level 6. Sadly, Taiga and Simba, 2 early elders, did not successfully advance to level 6, one retained life, while the other fell, leaving Levi lamenting. Currently, only the special White Wolf Girl, Algerda, in the Fur Clan has successfully advanced. Levi speculated that current artificial night bloodlines might still have some shortcomings. Additionally, Levi, in collaboration with the authorities, established a non-bloodline breathing technique cultivation base on the mortal continent, named Twilight Academy. The initial aim of Twilight Academy wasn't to cultivate top-tier powerhouses but to offer non-night family mortals a chance to walk the night's path. Provide them martial training to enhance physique, hone combat techniques, at least gaining basic combat prowess, withstanding the cannon fodder of some transcendent races. Twilight Academy collects, refines, and optimizes existing shallow non-bloodline breathing techniques, charging only small fees for enrollment. Graduation criteria are also set. If unable to achieve necessary degrees within time limits, the Academy will cease resource expenditure, and students can seek work within civilian security organizations. If one's talent in breathing techniques or combat skills shines, they'll be discovered, possibly advancing to Dusk Holy Temple for further training on ancient dragon continent. All based on the absence of wizard or other transcendent skills. If other talents exist, they're prioritized, making non-bloodline breathing technique a last resort. In the long term, the average strength of humans will undergo qualitative enhancement, providing mortals some self-defense capabilities during civil wars. The development of the giant soldier roar group, including the ice and fire giants, has been impressive. Apart from the commander Bizeta, 2 6th-level experts emerged over centuries. The Doomsday Valkyrie battle group birthed a second 6th-level Amazon warrior. The potential of the Amazon tribe is notably greater. Chapter 2189. The story of Valkyrie law has been passed down through their clan for generations, a being said to have the power to contend with the gods. Later, the Valkyrie was vanquished by the Heavenly Father, and her bloodline was cursed, making it difficult to produce powerful beings. As for the Tower of Dawn and the Arcane Academy, they have both flourished by relying on war. Mechanics have prospered much more compared to hundreds of years ago. Apart from the Tower Master and his wife, many excellent mechanics like Anya have emerged. The 9 Heavens and 10 Earths demon-slaying divine shuttle, such a great weapon, is updated with a new version every few decades, continually increasing in power, from initially unable to contend with level 6 to now being able to pose a threat even to level 7. Mechanical reconnaissance organisms spread across the ancient dragon continent monitor the demons attempting to invade here around the clock. With cooperation from the Congress, mechanics have been widely applied in this blood battle and have played a significant role, with the Tower Master's research funding entirely coming from Congress grants. Just a few years ago, the Mechanical Deo and the School of Alchemy officially merged to become the officially recognized School of Wizardology, the Mechanical School. And the Tower of Dawn is the headquarters of the Mechanical School, while the former School of Alchemy's headquarters of the Burning School of Thought has become a branch. The batch of wizard geniuses Levi brought out from the dark ancient tower have also grown sturdy and become the backbone of the Tower of Dawn. Not long ago. To meet the growing expansion needs of the ancient dragon continent, the Tower of Dawn repurchased a small continent from the Congress, which is less than 10,000 miles away from the ancient dragon continent. This continent is mainly used to settle the increasing number of mortals, establish gathering places, and dispatch special battle groups to construct fortresses of the mechanical school to maintain order and ensure the safety of mortals. On this day, Levi, in his cultivation, suddenly received a message. After seeing it, he left the ancient dragon continent a bit excitedly and headed for the AUS continent. Inverted Tree Realm. For the first time, Levi entered the legendary wizard demi-plane, looking around with curiosity. Please sit down. Lady Rowling sat at the tea table without any concern. Levi sat properly, upright and solemn. What matter do you have with me, madam? Rowling said. Did you not previously submit samples of the fungi and green tribe? I have currently researched and developed the plant life forms you envisioned. Levi was shocked in his heart. As expected of the number one figure in the history of the life school of thought. Such efficiency is terrifying. Rowling said. I am currently accelerating the cultivation of seedlings and seeds here. By then, you can be the first to come to me to collect them and plant them on your ancient dragon continent. Levi hurriedly said. Thank you, madam. Rowling said. You're welcome. Mainly, the two plant forms you provided are themselves unique enough, especially those fungi. I once dealt with the fungus lady, intending to obtain her fungal spores, but unfortunately, I was unsuccessful. Levi said. I was just lucky and obtained them as a fluke among the war trophies. As they spoke, the ground of the inverted tree realm trembled with a rumble. Beneath the towering giant tree, an enormous beast emerged, 100 li in length, with a spiral horn on its head, covered in a semi-transparent earthy yellow scale armor, and its abdomen had a black hole-like thing that seemed to absorb everything including light. Rowling smiled and said. Apologies, this is my companion creature acquired in my early years making mischief. I call it Earthwalker Rocha, responsible for loosening and fertilizing the soil of my demi-plane. The reason I could so quickly develop Green Clan No. 1 owes much to it, though it might have startled you. Levi's heart stirred. The 100 li long giant beast reminded him of his own long. It seems that Rowling also once acquired the same type of truth oddity and was equally fortunate to get a companion creature, which she nurtured to legendary status. From the looks of that horn, there's a high probability it has undergone evolution as well. Though just a functional companion creature, it gave Levi a feeling of facing a grand wizard. No, an ordinary grand wizard would probably not be its match. A companion creature reflects the owner's realm of strength, so it wasn't that the creature was powerful, but that Rowling, the newly risen legend, was too strong. The Earthwalker placed its enormous head in front of Levi, its heavy breathing puffing out, curiously observing Levi. Rowling said. Rocha, don't be naughty. Upon reprimand, the giant beast burrowed underground, glanced at Levi, and disappeared. Levi guessed that it might have sensed the presence of a kindred spirit from him. Levi said. Madam, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Rowling paused, then said. Okay, I'll be residing mainly on the AUS continent, you're welcome to visit anytime. Return to the ancient dragon continent with a trembling heart. Faced with Rowling, Levi always felt the illusion that everything would be seen through. Of course, it might not be an illusion, being seen through is quite normal facing a legendary wizard. As the pinnacle of human combat power and a great existence rivaling the Heavenly Father, their realms are beyond Levi's comprehension. Ordinary wizards may never see a legendary one in their lifetime. Yet Levi had already met two up close, Rowling and Gullwig. And these two, he had acquaintance with long before when he was still a mortal. For a moment, he felt quite emotional. The issue of the demonic aura has been initially resolved. As long as the seeds of Oasis 1 are scattered, the Abyss's plan of sacrificing cannon fodder to pollute Nora can be delayed. To the ever-changing wizard civilization, the longer the blood battle line stretches, the more advantageous it becomes. A millennium has no effect on the abyssal civilization, but it is enough for the wizard world's theoretical innovation and technological explosion to reach new heights, especially in this golden age of plane convergence. Chapter 2190. Currently, within the wizard historians, the establishment of the Congress 300,000 years ago is considered the first knowledge explosion of wizard civilization. The current Grand Assembly of Planes might be the second. 2 years later. Nora 460. The 7 circle alchemy creatures from the fire dragon skywork were finally completed and delivered. The Emperor's Palace's 10 directions absolute prison heavenly dragon formation was completely finished, greatly enhancing the sense of security. He secluded himself daily, observing the changes in the war while silently cultivating. As the Abyss God-forsaken continent faced defeat, the remaining demons were gradually encircled and annihilated by the Legion and various demon hunters. Meanwhile, the demon army divided into 2 paths. One continued to strike at the God-forsaken continent, using the demon land already created in the human realm to establish a bridgehead. The Flame Demon Tyrant and the Angry Lord formed the Angry Flame Alliance, consisting mainly of flame demons and sky anger demons, supplemented by various other demons with diverse functions. The strength of the Angry Flame Alliance far surpassed that of the Burning Expedition Army. The individual strength of the Sky Anger Demon exceeded that of the Flame Demon. They not only have strong bodies but can also incite human anger, causing them to lose reason and behave irrationally. Relying solely on the Deep Blue Expeditionary Army was no longer sufficient to counter the Angry Flame Alliance. Thus, the Wizard Council mobilized elite forces from the Frost School and the Earth School of Thought to support the Deep Blue Expeditionary Army. Individuals such as the Gundor 3 heroes and Elena, who possess formidable individual strength as independent demon hunters, continued to hold firm on the God-forsaken continent, alleviating the pressure on the official battle groups without retreating. The second path of demons formed the Endless Alliance led by the Master of Deep Diving and the Faceless King. This legion focused its attention on the subspace territories which occupy the largest area in Nora, the Endless Sea. The Endless Sea is vast and boundless, with loosely distributed wizard organizations, and due to some reasons, the legal order is not as stringent as on the Midland continent. Moreover, as the Ocean School of Thought now has only one legendary wizard, it seems easy to pick on, thus the demons chose this as their second breakthrough point. The Endless Alliance mainly consists of the formless demons and bottom-dwelling fish demons, one specializing in disguise and stealth, the other in sea combat. The Wizard Council took this issue very seriously, as the Endless Sea, unlike the God-forsaken continent, is home to numerous mortals and low-level wizards on its various islands. These are the fresh blood of the wizard world. The Endless Sea is also an important cradle of modern wizard civilization. Under the organization of the Wizard Council, led by the Star Tower, a large wizard legion named Star's Sword emerged. The legion was led by the Grand Wizard Wanderer of the Vast Sea, bringing together elite wizard battle groups from the Witch's family, Lilith's Cabin, Letney family, and other 6 star towers. The leaders of the battle groups are all geniuses or even top-tier geniuses of their respective top-level organizations. Individuals like the Snow Lotus Witch and Son of Hurricane also took this opportunity to be active on the military's battlefield, making a name for themselves. Apart from the God-forsaken continent and the Endless Sea, there are many other battlefields, but they are small in scale and need not be elaborated upon. Levi, on the ancient Dragon continent, upon learning about the opening of the Endless Sea battlefield, also showed a change in expression. Madame Triss is still in the Witch's family. He immediately sent a message to inquire and learned that Triss, being responsible for medicine research, did not join the Star's Sword. In the past, those geniuses from the Dark Ancient Tower who survived have all grown to become the mainstay of the wizard world, already figures of renown. Most have reached 6th circle perfection, and the Sky Dragon Wizard has even recently advanced to 7 rings. This child is not simple, having learned to be low-key and steady after escaping from the 3-headed dragon abomination, achieving 7 rings unharmed. In the following years, war reports continuously poured into various regions of the wizard world. Levi often read the reports to keep abreast of the situations. Once he reaches 7 rings perfection, he intends to engage in demon hunting for a significant period before advancing to 8 rings, exchanging for the 2 sun refining artifacts limited to 7 rings. And thus, 16 years flew by. Nora 476. The 262nd year of the Blood Battle. Messages from the wizard world arrived, indicating that numerous outer circle regions, including the 9th district of the Outer Circle area, had fallen under the control of the Endless Alliance. The elusive combination of bottom-dwelling fish demons and formless demons was indeed difficult to deal with. The Star's Sword erected a defense line at the junction of the Inner Sea region and Outer Sea region, blocking most low-level demons in the Outer Sea region, while arranging rescue teams to use airships or secondary space rings to evacuate mortals. The Yellow Earth continent had already begun a full strategic withdrawal, with the Dusk Holy Temple's branch over there being forced to retreat and assist the authorities in transporting personnel. In the outer sea of the ancient Dragon continent, large appearances of bottom-dwelling fish demon armies started to emerge. The Holy Temple dispatched the Song of the Sirens battle group, skilled in naval warfare and assassination, aided by the swinging water algae of the Green Tribe planted earlier, achieving numerous victories, slaughtering countless demons. Based on war merits, the Knights of the Dusk Holy Temple's various battle groups could exchange for bloodline essence not available within their organization at the merit shop, or even bloodline crystals, supporting war with war, and continually growing stronger. This year, Levi also turned 900. Since returning from traveling in the Land of Darkness, he had been in seclusion for nearly 6 decades. Now, his spiritual force had finally broken through the barrier of 11,000 points, reaching the standard of 9 rings perfect. His aura, compared to before, had improved significantly, naturally exuding an elusive majesty. Chapter 2191. This is because the soul of reality and illusion in his mind has reached the final stage. In the divine ring tower of 7 layers, a somewhat elusive and unpredictable primordial soul sits solemnly, with many primordial soul spells imprinted on it, blending seamlessly with the soul. Levi casually points a finger, and the fire dragon tribulation explodes high in the sky, flames shooting up as the void collapses, causing a cataclysm. The power of my innate spell is also stronger. Even an 8th circle wizard wouldn't dare to face it head-on. Levi opens the proficiency panel. Levi. Microlysis technique, level 17, maximum. Ever since stepping into 7th ring cultivation, this spell has reached perfection. Now it's just waiting to cultivate the little decomposition skill after reaching the 8th ring. In addition, Fire Jump and Earth to Prison have also advanced to level 17. Absolute Ice Point, Wildness Sound, Shadow Wind have been upgraded to level 16. The latest Exile Light has also reached level 15. All other spells are at maximum. With about 13 brands, I should polish my spiritual force to the limit next and then learn 14 spells. For other wizards, increasing spiritual force is very difficult. However, Levi doesn't feel much about it. He is now over 2,000 points away from his limit, planning to make a trip to hell for a batch of soul stones, and then refine the upcoming sun refining artifact. In about 100 years, he should reach his goal. The challenging part is imprinting 27 brands. However, with the proficiency panel at hand, everything is foreseeable. Just proceed step by step. Besides spells, the chariot rune has been elevated to level 16, increasing speed by 200%, expanding the void travel distance by 2,000 miles, reaching 12,000 miles. The luck rune enhancement is raised to level 12, with a 110% luck boost. Through continuous sparring with Lopez's Nightmare World, Levi's Extreme Deo strategy has reached the late stage, and the power of his combat techniques has surged accordingly. In terms of breathing techniques, the latest advancement of the Nightmare Dragon breathing technique is swift. On one hand, it's thanks to the bloodline secret medicine of the Golden Spear. On the other hand, because after level 7 of the Nightmare Dragon breathing technique, Levi can gain idle experience whether or not he is in the Nightmare World. These experiences aren't substantial, but they are steady and lasting. This led the previously slowest progressing breathing technique to now transform into the fastest developing one. At this pace, the progress of the 6 main breathing techniques should even out. Already reaching 7 rings perfection, Levi is determined to go out and hunt demons. For Triss's safety, Levi brought her from the Endless Sea to the ancient dragon continent. After all, conducting research is the same anywhere. Triss gladly agreed. Levi placed the dragon descendant giant beside Triss, and instructed the guardians to await her orders before leaving. Forsaken Continent. Levi opens the level 8 demon slaughter list. After slacking off too long, I'm about to fall out of the top 10. The Destruction Realm Thunder leads with over 350 million points, followed closely by the Light Divine Sword and Hand of the Fire God, with just a few million in difference. Levi is currently the 10th gatekeeper with 120 million points. He can't help but sigh. Even for a 7th ring genius wizard, to exchange for a sun refining artifact, with their hunting efficiency, it would take at least a millennium. The number of demons hunted during this time is incalculable. The Wizard Council calculated really well. The transformed warband demon hunting wizards couldn't possibly spend 1,000 years just hunting demons without any other activities they surely need to cultivate and rest, though not as leisurely as Levi with 3 days of fishing and 2 days of sunbathing. The Gundor 3 Heroes and 100 Flowers are approaching 30 million points as well. With the intensified war situation and a surge in demon numbers, they're not far from exchanging for a Bright Moon artifact, provided they can stay alive. The 3 avatars CO operating seamlessly can at least push back a level 8 demon without worry. I don't need to join them. Elena as a senior 7th ring has a wizard tower as well and doesn't need me. With this in mind, Levi chose not to join them, opting for his usual lone wolf strategy. Of course, he will always keep track of the situation there and will rush to help if there's ever any danger. With his ability to travel the void, as long as they can hold the fort for a while, he can arrive in time. Meanwhile, he has decided that before demon hunting every day, he will cast the Destiny Coin and Luck-Changing Coin spells to predict any omens of good or ill. Though meritorious, safety comes first. Several days later. Deep Blue Army Command Center. Levi met Ms. Lucy. Lucy seemed a bit surprised to see Levi. "Why did you come looking for me?" Levi smiled and said. "Madam, I've been in retreat for too long. Recently, my strength has made some breakthroughs, so I'm here to help you hunt demons." He wandered around for several days and found that the large-scale demon gathering spots he could locate were mostly guarded by level 8 demons. Out of caution, he didn't act and instead came to Lucy. Lucy gave a slight smile. "Not bad, you're almost at the 8th circle. If you want to hunt demons, you can support the Endless Sea front. The battles there are much more intense than on the Forsaken Continent. Here, we have myself and the Deep Blue Expeditionary Army keeping watch, so there's no immediate worry." Chapter 2192. Levi suddenly realized. "I understand now, thank you, madam." He turned around and left. Lucy watched Levi's silhouette fade away and continued her meditation. Endless Sea. Outer Ring 9th District. Levi once again set foot on the sea area where he first entered the wizard world, gazing around, a faint demonic aura lingering. In just over a decade, the Outer Ring has been corrupted by demons to such an extent. He arrived at the former residence on Blackfire Island. On the island, there were still some remnants of broken walls, revealing traces of time. As he walked, not a single wizard was seen in the Outer Ring area, clearly abandoned. The figures of bottom-dwelling fish demons were everywhere on the sea surface, all killed by Levi with a wave of his hand, turning them into war merits. "Next, I'll center my demon hunting from Blackfire Island and see how long it takes to clear demons from the 9th District." With a wave of Levi's hand, the shadows behind him surged with the Shadow Dragon group. The shadow wind swept across as the Shadow Army rushed into the sea and sky, starting the slaughter. Levi followed a trail of 7th-level demonic aura, starting his search. It wasn't long before he discovered his first target. It was a demon camp located on the seabed, thick with demonic aura, where numerous armies of bottom-dwelling fish demons were stationed. There were 4 level 6 demons alone, led by a 1,000-meter-long pitch-black fish demon, ugly and ferocious. On the outskirts of the camp, human skeletal remains and some belongings of low-level wizards were scattered everywhere. This was the commanding demon overseeing the 9th District, responsible for wiping out the remnants of wizards and responding to the continuously arriving demon army. Suddenly, a menacing thunder beast phantom leaped over the waves. Sparks of electricity flickered around it, black electric snakes conducting underwater with crackling sounds, exploding over the camp. Boom! Within a radius of 50 miles, it was completely transformed into an ocean of lightning, and a myriad of lightning beams shot out like squid ink. Levi descended, looking at the demon camp turned to nothingness, expressionless. After one strike of the Thunder Beast technique, the only ones left alive were the 7th-level commander and scattered demons. Having occupied this area for so long, they thought the wizards had abandoned the Outer Sea region. How could they have expected a fierce strike like Levi's sudden raid, utterly unprepared, being wiped out in an instant? You are the Dusk Palace Master." The commander actually recognized Levi. It tried to escape with a heavily wounded body but was casually taken away by Levi with a fire dragon tribulation. Although the power of combustion spells was reduced underwater, it was more than enough to kill this level 7 early-stage demon. Before long, over 2 million war merits were credited. Levi sat cross-legged, waiting for Leon to clean up the battlefield. Inside the storage bags, the cores of the abyss above level 5 were piled high, with many level 6 and 7 as well. A portion was for mind flayers and succubus cultivation, while the rest was hoarded by Levi. He did not plan to sell them. During the blood battle, the value of the core of the abyss was severely depreciated due to inflation, so it was better to keep them for pharmacy crafting, weapon making, and arrays. For other demon materials, Levi was too lazy to bother with low-level ones. If destroyed by spells, so be it, if not, they were thrown to Long as food. Only middle-level and high-level ones were specifically collected and taken back to the ancient dragon continent for organized sorting. In the land of the 9th district, Levi embarked on a long demon hunting journey. He didn't stay in one place for long to avoid being targeted by the demon army's experts, but instead, moved from place to place, engaging in guerrilla warfare with the demons. 6 months later, as Levi's points began to rise sharply again, wizards who frequently monitored the points board noticed that the Dusk Palace Master, long immersed, had emerged once more. Outer Ring 53rd District. On the deck of a state-of-the-art battleboat flickering with lightning, Destruction Realm Thunder was immersed in an ancient book. The slender Thunder Fox came over with a bitter smile, saying, "Commander, we need to speed up. The Dusk Palace Master has started demon hunting again, and the first place is at risk of being lost." Destruction Realm Thunder looked up, his presence subdued, seemingly like an ordinary person, not a seven-circle wizard. "It's fine, if he can single-handedly hunt down all demons in the Outer Ring region, it would be right for the Wizard Council to directly reward him with a glorious sun-grade oddity. At my level, you'll find we're no match for him, just do our best." Thunder Fox's eyes showed some surprise. Since knowing the commander, she had found those so-called top talents to be just so-so, and the commander had never paid them much mind. Yet, in the commander's tone, she heard a hint of helplessness. Had the Dusk Palace Master grown strong enough to make the commander feel a bit disheartened? Outside, there were some hearsay rumors that the top wizards on various major demon-slaying lists might be reincarnations of those great legendary wizards in the history of the wizard world. Though the commander never admitted, Thunder Fox already regarded him as a legendary reincarnation. If the Dusk Palace Master was even more powerful than a legendary reincarnation, what could he possibly be reincarnated from? Could it be, like the Frost Witch, he is the descendant of an extremely powerful god? Thunder Fox asked again. "Commander, you have already accumulated 48 brands, and your spiritual force has long reached its maximum. When will you advance to the 8th circle?" Destruction Realm Thunder laughed heartily. "Soon, I just want to see where my limits lie." Harvis's past life advanced to Grand Wizard at 69 brands and later successfully entered the legendary realm, becoming Dust World's Thunder Isu. But before his fall, he was still some distance from level 11. In this life, he possessed the top talents as a child of the Thunder element and a Thunder Prince, with the memories, experience and knowledge of a legendary wizard, and resources accumulated for this life, along with the favorable conditions of this golden era. He certainly wouldn't settle for 69 brands, he aimed to reach higher levels, and how far he could go would depend on his efforts and creations in this life. He gazed into the distance, his eyes holding a sense of expectation. "I wonder how many legendary wizards I've heard of have reincarnated in this vast era." When young and impetuous, he only regretted not being able to be contemporary with certain legendary sages. Now, with the chance, he was eager to see who could first step into level 11. Chapter 2193. Legendary reincarnation comes with significant uncertainty. Most legendary wizards choose to reincarnate within their original faction, allowing their previous life's spell knowledge and experience to seamlessly integrate. They only need to continuously grasp it as their realm advances, resulting in swift progress. However, some defy the heavens, and for certain considerations, choose to retrain within a new faction, even opting for those with dual affinity talent to walk the path of dual factions. It is well known that dual affinity talent is far inferior to that of the children of the elements, naturally slowing down the cultivation process. These legends often prepare numerous truth oddities required by factions before their death, possibly even a complete set from Earth to Glorious Sun grade, to improve their aptitude by layering special talents. This way, the issue of slow meditation is resolved, and plus the accumulated knowledge, wisdom, experience, resources, and spell cultivation from the past life, it won't be difficult. Apart from legendary reincarnation, ordinary wizards who wish to pursue dual or multiple affinities will find the path extremely arduous, meaning they need to exert twice the effort with subpar talent. Thus, Harvey still chose Thunder. Based on some information left by Sauron before leaving, a single faction can also reach level 11, the choice between multiple factions or a single faction depends entirely on the wizard's preference. One thing is certain though, after achieving legendary status, a dual faction legendary profession will be stronger than a single faction, and the difficulty to reach level 11 will also be slightly lower compared to a single faction. After becoming legendary, the power gap between wizards further narrows. To the extent that two legendary wizards with similar strength might battle for 100 years, ultimately ending in a draw, unable to overwhelm each other. Low level, middle level, high level, Grand Wizard, Legendary. As wizards advance in their realms, with continuous selection, refining the best among the best, the individual differences inevitably decrease significantly compared to before. Hence, achieving legendary status with multiple factions provides an incomparable advantage, and stepping into level 11 subsequently follows the same logic. In the early stages, some top genius wizards can often cross several minor realms, or even major realms to fight, and can sweep their peers invincible, possibly defeating 10 of the same level. However, after the primordial soul stage, even top genius wizards generally only cross one minor realm to fight. Those who can leap 2 minor realms, or like Harvey, achieve 7 rings perfection to confront an 8th circle, are typically legendary reincarnations. This is also the basis for the popular speculation that certain leading talents on various rankings are legendary reincarnations, because many believe only a legendary reincarnation can explain their freakish and otherworldly abilities. Without the accumulated methods, treasures of a legendary past life, crossing major realms is still quite challenging, even if the gap between the 7th circle and 8th circle is not significant. The same reasoning applies. A while ago, North Sea fish Lucy, with an 8th circle perfected body, confronted a Grand Wizard. Upon seeing the news, Harvey could confirm that Lucy is a reincarnation of a legendary wizard and undoubtedly an outstanding one among the legends. Between the 8th circle and 9th circle lies a chasm, a sky chasm. If Lucy didn't have legendary means and treasure assistance, it would be impossible to contend with a level 9 demon. Of course, this is also because the level 9 demon Nova was suppressed by the will of the Nora plane, not fully exerting its strength. Harvey currently can't deduce which legendary wizard Lucy has reincarnated from. Throughout history, the number of legendary wizards born in the Ocean School of Thought slightly lags behind the Earth School of Thought, ranking second, with Burning, Storm, and Thunder following after. However, he suspects it might be the Deep Blue Sage. Because among legendary wizards, the Deep Blue Sage's battle achievements are quite remarkable. During the 5-sector expedition, he was the only one who killed the 4 evil gods of chaos. It should be known that the 4 evil gods were the 4 major subordinates of the Lord of Chaos, a powerful god, and considered intermediate gods in the astral world. Each was significantly stronger than ordinary weak gods. The intermediate god's power manifested in the astral world is not significantly different from its power in the astral world. Being able to slay the father of plagues, causing its true soul to return to the astral world for rebirth, it is clear that the Deep Blue Sage has gone far on the legendary path. Of course, before Lucy discloses their identity, all this remains speculation. The sea breeze blows, seagulls call out. During the battle's intermission, the team members either cultivated or entertained themselves. Harvey drew a yellowed envelope from his sleeve. On it was written to the future, to new worlds, to ISO Sauron. Indeed, Sauron had personally written some letters before disappearing. These letters were written by Sauron at the time for possible future legendary wizards. It seems through unimaginable methods of astrology and foreknowledge, he had already deduced the names of every potential future legendary wizard, leaving behind letters written in his own hand. These letters were sealed in the core part of the Wizard Council, personally safeguarded by each Grand Council chairman, and as soon as a new legendary wizard emerged, the letter would automatically fly to their hands. To date, without exception, all who received a letter from Sauron became legendary wizards and also received a letter from Sauron. However, even the Grand Council chairman would not, and dare not, sneak a peek at these letters in advance, so before a new legend emerges, no one would know to whom Sauron had written. This is why, despite the ancestor of wizards having been absent for so long, so many legendary wizards continue to hold him in such reverence and awe. Because Sauron's methods truly defied logic and astonished the world. Chapter 2194. Since the establishment of the Congress, from ancient times to the present legendary wizards, there might have been frictions, internal conflicts, machinations among them, but in the grand scheme of things, very few have betrayed the Wizard Council. Humans act, while Sauron watches. He is not a god, yet stronger than any god the wizards have encountered. This letter to ISO, Harvis has read many times in his past and current life. He always keeps it close, treasures it carefully, viewing it as more important than any treasure. He muttered to himself. Sauron once said, "This millennium is a great change for the wizard civilization since antiquity, a change never seen in the ages, where an existence beyond common sense will lead the council, lead the legendary wizards, allowing the Nora plane to break free from the cyclic laws of life and death of the multidimensional plane, casting off the shackles of the land of darkness, becoming a super-large plane like the abyss, underworld, astral world, and nightmare. If this step can be taken, it will be a golden age for the humans of Nora and the multidimensional plane. But for Nora to pass this hurdle, it must inevitably face 3 unprecedented tribulations from the land of darkness, a common tribulation for Nora and the entire wizard civilization, countless wizards' shared destiny. Looking at it now, the Council of 10,000 Clans is the small tribulation of Nora, the Abyss Blood Battle is the medium tribulation of Nora. These 2 tribulations have already been fulfilled one by one, and the insects causing great suffering to the astral world are the great tribulation that Nora will face in the future, yet to be fulfilled. The wizard world now has only 12 legendary wizards, who can handle the small tribulation without much issue, it's just a matter of time. For the medium tribulation, with those reincarnated legendary wizards, they should be able to overcome it successfully. However, if the Great Tribulation, which even leaves the gods of the astral world with broken bones and injuries, falls, even dozens of legendary wizards may not be able to pass through safely. The wizard world urgently needs an 11th level existence to support the ceiling, to resist the terrifying will of the mother nest. Harvest often wonders who will become the first 11 level in the wizard world. Currently, it seems the greatest possibility is the current Great Council chairman, Blazing Sun God Wizard Edmund. He is a very peculiar person. Obviously, as a possessor of the terrifying 3 flames talent, theoretically, he should be an extreme person, yet never shows such a temperament. On the contrary, sometimes, from some news, it can be seen, when he faces the public, he is somewhat smooth and sophisticated, with a full smile, and a gentle temper. As the most powerful person, he seems to lack some of the dominance that the most high-ranking ones should have, sometimes, making people feel hypocritical. But in reality, such a strong person's heart is inevitably proud, after all, standing atop the multitudes of living beings. Of course, Edmund's strength is beyond doubt. Among the legends throughout history, those stronger than him are less than a handful. At least from some of Edmund's achievements, the once legendary wizard Harvest finds himself inadequate by comparison. The second potential 11 level is the Frost Witch. Although she is a rising star, she has a close relationship with the Frost Giant ancestor of ancient times. The Frost Giant ancestor was the strongest of the once incredibly prosperous giant civilization, and should be an 11th level existence, similar to Sauron's level. He led the powerful giant kingdom, commanding a group of titan-like gods and thousands of giant warriors, to launch the ancient great expedition against the oppressing giant dominator Star Realm and lost with honor. His position in the hearts of the giant race is comparable to Sauron's in the wizard civilization, and with her relationship to him, how could Gulwig be ordinary? But after all, she became a legend relatively late. Although she advanced quickly before becoming a legend, her qualifications and strength still have a large gap compared to the Blazing Sun God Wizard, hence she can only rank second. And the third. For some unknown reason, Harvest thought of the Dusk Palace Master. Because he is too extraordinary, even someone like Harvest, a legendary reincarnation, feels dazzled, as if seeing a second Gulwig. The record holder for most sect cultivation. The pioneer of the Path of a Night. During the demon hunting on the God-forsaken continent, his achievements were so terrifying that they brought him to despair. Harvest suspects that the Dusk Palace Master is the existence beyond common sense mentioned in Sauron's letter. Whoever it is, I hope the new world in Sauron's letter can come soon. As time passes by, accompanying Levi's demon-expelling journey. While the wizard world gazes over, there are also those eyes hidden in darkness, stirring restlessly. God-forsaken continent. In the cave. The Black Dragon Wizard's gaze was deep. Has the Dusk Palace Master finally left the ancient dragon continent? It's truly a rare golden opportunity. After advancing to 8 Ring Senior, he had been waiting for the right moment. This wait has lasted a full cycle of 60 years. He has made all preparations, just waiting for Levi to leave the ancient dragon continent. That Turtle King fruit must belong to me. Let me become the first body refining great wizard of the wizard world. I am the king of body refining throughout the ages. Realm of Hell. Undead Spirit Steeple. Within a certain secret realm. The low wizard opened his weathered eyes. Around him, the aura of twilight had begun to coil. Only a cycle of 60 years remains until the final limit, and I still need at least 200 years to reach the 7 rings limit. Alas, I only had to wait another 200 years for the bright moon-level truth oddity in Dragonfall Valley to form. After refining it, not only can I step into the 8 rings, but also reduce some difficulty in advancing to the 9th circle. In the end, there's just not enough time. Humans are good in every way, except that their lifespans are too short. High above, the blood slaughter bat dragon spiraled. On his shoulder stood a little black dragon cloaked in black scales and bearing 4 wings. This was the black prison beast he had invited at great cost from Hell's 8th lair, with the true name Yegan. It had been some years since it advanced to level 8, its strength somewhat stronger than the blood slaughter bat dragon. Chapter 2195. Lo took a deep breath. Whether it succeeds or not, I won't regret it. Fighting to the death is better than watching myself die of old age. 4 years later. Nora calendar year 480. The 266th year of the Blood Battle. Area 7 of the Outer Sea region, Yellow Earth continent. Once the capital of the Lion King, now only a small group of mortals and low-level wizards remained, trembling under the siege of the demons outside the city. Suddenly, a towering figure of a black-armored swordsman appeared high in the sky, holding a great sword and an austere gaze. The Shadow Dragon group descended like divine weapons from the sky, slaughtering both inside and outside the city. The once imposing demon army melted away like snow in an instant. Levi didn't even bother to make a move. He said flatly, "I have already contacted the authorities, you can wait here for rescue." After saying this, the Shadow Dragon group soared into the sky, disappearing behind him. The black-armored swordsman left gracefully. The people, having survived the calamity, showed joyful smiles. "Which wizard is this? Don't you know? This is the Dusk Palace Master, a friend of our former city lord. Perhaps out of old feelings, he specifically came to save us. So powerful. He didn't even move, yet those shadows easily annihilated the demon army that besieged us for 3 days and nights." In some place on the Yellow Earth continent, Levi was resting. He had experienced many things like that over the past 4 years. He couldn't even remember how many weak ones he had rescued casually from forgotten corners. Over 4 years of demon hunting, with all his might, the demons in Area 9 and Area 8 were turned upside down by Levi alone. Currently, the large-scale demon camps have been pierced by Levi, leaving only some scattered demon nests. Since it would take too much time, he left them for the civilians and official demon hunters to finish off. In these 4 years, Levi's points skyrocketed by over 80 million, reaching 200 million points, and he has now entered the top 5. As long as no level 8 demons come to disturb him, his speed of demon hunting isn't constrained by his strength but by the number of demons. But even with his incredible speed in earning war merit, he still has a long way to go to redeem the Shadow Emblem, which requires 1.6 billion war merit. Calculating an average of 20 million war merits per year, it will still take him about 80 years to exchange for the Shadow Emblem. Levi quietly mused to himself. To quickly accumulate war merit, I must conduct large-scale hunts of demons level 6 and above. Relying solely on low-level demons for accumulation, who knows how long it will take just to find them, which is already a waste of time. Perhaps next I should attempt to hunt level 8 demons. Even the weakest level 8 early-stage demons start with tens of millions of points, and slightly more powerful ones can be worth several tens of millions. This is the real deal. Even demons of the same realm offer different points depending on their type. Among the mainstream demons in the wizard world, the highest points are given for the formless demon. Killing a level 8 early-stage formless demon can offer over 50 million war merits. Such demons are somewhat like the mind flayers, adept at concealment, disguise, and transformation, often serving as spies and undercover agents. They are the hardest to guard against and pose the greatest harm to wizards, thus the reward is extremely generous. In contrast, for the relatively weakest bottom-dwelling fish demon, killing a level 8 early stage one can yield about 10 to 15 million. The flame demon gives about 20 million, and the sky anger demon about 30 million. Over these 4 years, Levi mainly hunted bottom-dwelling fish demons, as they gathered in swarms at major wizard outposts, far outnumbering formless demons and were easier to find. After these years of probing, Levi has also basically understood the tactics of those level 8 demons in the Endless Sea. He came to the ancient Banyan fairyland and saw Lopez sitting grandly in the wilderness, his aura surpassing that of the past. The water disaster giant ape had also recently advanced to the peak of level 7, with the hope of advancing to level 8 within a few centuries. Lopez at level 7 peak, combined with me, is powerful enough to dominate the Endless Sea. With this thought in mind, Levi's figure shimmered, flying towards Area 6. Over there is the demon headquarters of the 6th district, which includes a level 8 early stage bottom-dwelling fish demon commander, along with several level 7 demons. Levi, having previously scouted the situation through Crimson Enslavement, was very familiar with it, but had never dared to make a move. If he could succeed this time, it would account for a year of hunting. Area 6. Location of the Shining Gold Defense Line. The Shining Gold Defense Line is mainly led by the Radiant Gold Battle Group under the command of the Shining Gold Witch King, one of the 4 great Witch Kings of the Letni family, supplemented by various other battle groups and civilian demon hunters. As one of the 4 great Witch Kings of the Letni family, the Shining Gold Witch King has senior 8th circle cultivation, with more experience than the Molten Gold Wizard King. On this day, the Shining Gold Witch King stood with hands behind his back, gazing towards the distant smoke-filled horizon, contemplating the future of the family. The Letni family, one of the 6 pagodas of the Endless Sea, has thrived and perpetuated its legacy to this day by relying on the powerful golden lightning. Though not an ocean school of thought, they have thrived in the Endless Sea's Ocean School of Thought's dojo in spectacular fashion, their comprehensive strength surpassing even that of the Witches family or the Ocean Abyss Alliance, the Ocean Schools of Thought. But all of this changed with the opening of the ancient tower this time. In past years, the invincible Golden Lightning family first lost the Golden Light Wizard, a top-level genius, within the ancient tower. In the following centuries, Electric Eel Wizard, Golden Prince, and Lightning Nun, these genius primordial soul wizards, successively died prematurely. Chapter 2196. Yes, the golden lightning illuminating the sky has begun to decline, as if an invisible hand has extinguished the flame of fortune for the Letni family. Who exactly is targeting our Letni family? The Molten Gold Wizard King sighed in his heart. Suddenly, a primordial soul wizard flew in. Wizard King, we just received a distress message from Area 6. While performing rescue tasks, the Black Cat battle group from the Witches family was trapped on Skid Island, surrounded by a demon army. Should we send troops to assist? The Molten Gold Wizard King asked. How long have they been trapped? The person replied. It's been half a day. They are currently relying on the group's array to barely hold on, but it's uncertain how much longer they can last. The Molten Gold Wizard King asked again. What's the strength of the leading demons? The person replied. There are 4 level 7 bottom-dwelling fish demons. The Molten Gold Wizard King sternly said. If it's only these demons, it's manageable. The fear is that we might fall into the demons' trap. If we rashly go to rescue them, our Shining Gold defense line might suffer a sneak attack and collapse. This would only allow more demon armies from the outer sea to break into the inner sea and affect the already tense warfare in the inner sea, delaying greater opportunities. The person hesitated and said. Then what should we do? The Black Cat battle group is an elite unit, all allies of the Star's Sword. If they suffer losses in our Area 6, it wouldn't look good. The Molten Gold Wizard King pondered for a moment and said. We can't just watch them perish. So, broadcast this matter to the nearby civilian demon hunters and issue some rewards, let them first go to support. I'll find a way to arrange for someone to lead a rescue. Skid Island. This is the largest island in Area 6, with an area about 1/5 of the Yellow Earth continent. As the war arrived, most mortal gathering places and small witch cities have been relocated, only the inland Luozha city remains to be moved. Luozha Witch City, a constantly flickering yellow protective barrier. Inside the barrier, a wizard group of about 100 people is in various corners of the city, some hosting arrays, others responsible for attacks. This is the Black Cat battle group, led by the 7-circle wizard Cat Witch, under which are 4 primordial soul wizards, as well as elite demon hunting groups from the Witches family and the civilian. On top of the barrier, a large group of bottom-dwelling fish demons are attacking it. Although they are aquatic demons, they can also fight on land, but their strength is far inferior compared to underwater. However, relying on absolute numerical superiority, they still put the Black Cat battle group in peril. In each corner of the city are enormous black demon mountains, thousands of feet tall, emitting pillars of light that seal the city, preventing the wizards from escaping through void travel. On each demon mountain rests a level 7 demon lord, with strengths ranging from early to late stage level 7. The Cat Witch, furrowing her brows, contemplated. With such formations, the enemy probably has an ambush planned. In such considerations, the nearest Radiant Gold battle group would likely not come to our rescue. The relationship between the Witches family and the Letni family is not good. What can be done about this? Other wizards, seeing the demon lords not rushing to attack, just letting the cannon fodder surround and die, guessed the intent of the enemy. Commander, how about we fight our way out? Exactly, rather than being trapped to death, it's better to fight with all our might, whoever can survive should. The combat array won't hold for much longer, Commander. The cat witch said. When the combat array is about to fail, I will use my trump card. Everyone's attack will be combined with mine, see if we can break through the Demon Mountain's blockade, and then you all enter my dimension ring, I'll take you away. Even saying this, the journey is feared to be fraught with danger. The cat witch knows well, in 2 centuries of blood battle, many 7-circle wizards have died. Outside the city, thousands of miles away from Luozha City, Levi was hidden here, using his powerful thunder magic net ability to have already taken in the situation in the city. On his communication device, a message from Triss on the ancient dragon continent was left. Just got information, a friend of mine, the cat witch, is trapped in Luozha City. Take a look at the situation, if you can, save her life, consider it a favor I owe you. If there is danger, you can ignore it, everyone has their fate, war is ruthless. Levi's reply was simple. No problem. He originally intended to find that level 8 demon but now temporarily came here. After all, she's from the witch's family and Triss' friend, worth saving. Moreover, killing all these demons, plus the bonus from aiding the official battle group, the war merit won't be lower than killing a level 8 demon. Having seen the situation on site, Levi suspected that the demons were fishing, intentionally besieging without conquering, likely hiding a strong demon nearby, planning for a full harvest. His danger perception and divination confirmed this. Meanwhile, around Luozha City, there is also a demon hunter group roaming in the outer sea region, including primordial soul wizards, named Star Sea Battle Group. They are cautiously watching the besieged city, considering whether to rescue. A wizard said. Commander, it looks like there are just 4 level 7 demons, about 10 level 6 demons, and the rest are some low and mid-level demons. We should strike, earn a wave of war merits, and help the wizards inside escape. The Star Sea commander calmly said. Don't rush, it might be the demon's trap, don't act on impulse. Recklessness is a great enemy, be cautious, this ensures longevity. Chapter 2197. Within the city, the cat witch watched the power of the array begin to weaken, knowing it was time to make a decision. Everyone, prepare spells with me to attack one of the demon mountains and break the demon's blockade. As soon as she finished speaking, 4 pitch black holes suddenly appeared high in the sky, surrounded by dark clouds covering the heavens, with thunder snakes spreading. These 4 holes perfectly aligned with the demon mountains in 4 directions. Boom! 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 4 thick lightning pillars fell from the sky. Like 4 descending nightmare black dragons, exuding a destructive aura, the black light illuminated the world, a scene of apocalypse. 3 demons stationed at the demon mountains were instantly killed, they had already died before the screams were heard. Only 1 level 7 late-stage fish demon remained alive, but it was weak and heavily injured, its copper bell eyes wide open, staring at the shattered demon mountains and the 4 large pits on the ground. What? What is happening? It could not understand how its comrades it was just laughing and chatting with suddenly were gone. Meanwhile, in Luozha City, the wizards of the Black Cat Battle Group were also dumbfounded. What happened? What just happened? Why did Black Thunder suddenly descend? Could it be friends from the Lightning School of Thought coming to support us? These wizards spoke one after another, their hearts excited. The cat witch looked at the Black Thunder on the ground, attached like bone maggots, remembering Triss's message on the communication device just now. Don't worry, someone will save you. The cat witch's heart surged with emotion, her chest slightly trembling. Could it be him? The Dusk Palace Master is nearby. She knew Triss had a good relationship with the Dusk Palace Master, closer than colleagues at the witch's family, frequently living on the ancient dragon continent for cultivation. Although the Dusk Palace Master did not appear, her previously uneasy mood calmed down. That man was too dazzling. In 4 short years, he captured 80 million points, rose rapidly, and entered the top 5 of the level 8 demon slaughter list. With him here, the Black Cat Battle Group was saved. Meanwhile, farther away, the Star Sea Wizard Group preparing to act were dumbfounded, especially the commander with 7 circle strength. Is there an expert nearby? The aura of level 7 demons vanished instantly, leaving only 1 barely surviving. 4 level 7 demons wiped out in the blink of an eye, Truly terrifying. Commander, can we attack now? Otherwise, there'll be nothing to gain. The commander suddenly said. Don't move, a great fear is coming. In the distant sky dome, the pitch-black hole reappeared above the lucky surviving level 7 late-stage demon's head. It quickly drove its sea of black water, viscous tar-like liquid oozing from its surface, as the lightning pillar struck again. Crack! Amidst the terrifying shock wave sweep, the demon showed an expression of terror, yet realized it was still alive. The sky suddenly tore open, revealing a giant fish figure over 5,000 meters long, covered in fierce black scales, human-like face with 6 catfish-like whiskers dancing in mid-air. A violent unmatched level 8 aura swept like a storm, shaking the protective array in Luoxia City. Who's sneaking around? Come out and fight me openly, only daring to ambush. Roaring sounds echoed across the world. The Black Cat battle group's initially kindled hearts turned cold, like a roller coaster. It's over, indeed a level 8 is lying in ambush. The strong one just now probably left. Sigh, Commander, since that's the case, let's charge out and fight, at least dying with dignity. Only ace battle groups like the Thunder Light Wizard group can deal with and slay level 8 demons. The Star Sea Wizard group far away dared not breathe. It's over, it's a level 8 demon, demon fish venerable villains, luckily we didn't act, we might not be exposed. Let's act according to circumstances, we can't help the Black Cat battle group, that damned Shining Gold Witch King is hiding behind, letting us tread the muddy water. Shining Gold defense line. The wizard self spoke. Indeed a level 8 demon is laying in ambush, but if it's only demon fish venerable, it's no matter. He let the battle group continue guarding here. He quietly set off, heading to Skid Island, planning to handle the demon fish venerable and earn substantial war merit. Skid Island. Thousands of miles outside Luoxia City. Levi's expression was calm. As expected, there's a level 8 demon ambushing nearby, and it's the one I'm planning to find, the demon fish venerable, commander of Area 6. He buried the Death Ember Divine Palace 1,000 miles underground, stepped out, body flickered, and vanished. On the other side, the demon fish venerable saw the hidden enemy was silent. It sneered, sweeping its fish tail, raising smoke and dust within 100 miles, uprooting mountains and smashing them onto Luoxia City's array. Boom! The array shattered instantly. The cat witch had already placed everyone in her dimension ring. Seizing the opportunity, she dodged the attack and escaped into the void. The next moment, black water gushed out to sweep her out, rapidly corroding the protective force field. Her expression changed, she unleashed an innate spell toward the demon fish venerable. The demon fish venerable did not dodge but let the innate spell hit, leaving minor injuries that quickly healed. It laughed eerily. Looks like you've been abandoned, wizards are just like us demons, half a dozen of each. Chapter 2198. Since no one is coming to save you, then die. Behind the cat witch, tentacles emerged from the void at some unknown time, instantly binding her. Mucus slid over her smooth legs, abdomen, shoulder, and neck, disgusting and icy. Her innate spell shattered the tentacles, but more surged forth, enveloping her. Just as she was about to be fed into the abyssal maw of the demon fish venerable, a stream of red flame sword energy descended from the void. The sword chi severed the tentacles, and the red flames rolled back, melting them all. The locked void shattered like a mirror. And a black armored swordsman stood in the air, surrounded by demon flames, confronting the demon fish venerable like a giant kun. The cat witch looked at this silhouette, and her earlier suspicion was confirmed. It was the Dusk Palace Master. Leave this place. A calm voice entered her mind, making the cat witch, who had intended to stay and fight, smile bitterly in her heart. If she stayed, she would just be a burden to him. Seeing this, the demon fish venerable, millions of tentacles emerged from the void, aiming to hinder the cat witch. Levi activated the Crimson Emperor domain, covering a radius of 50 miles, roasting all the tentacles. In intense pain, the demon fish venerable had to quickly withdraw the tentacles. Thank you. The voice transmission from the cat witch was heard, but she had already vanished without a trace. Luoxia City had turned into ruins. The enraged demon fish venerable howled furiously. Die, worm! Boom! From all directions, black water walls pressed in, twisting and shattering space, and the earth was upheaved. In Levi's mind, a small pagoda flew out, growing rapidly in the wind, reaching a height of 10,000 meters in an instant. The pages turned swiftly without wind. Boom! The death storm and black water walls collided, and two massive energies exploded, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The shockwave scattered in all directions, and before Levi could act, many low-level demons had perished on the spot. Oh gosh, run quickly! This mysterious powerhouse turned out to be the Dusk Palace Master. He's damn fierce, daring to solo a level 8 demon. Isn't it? He didn't even bring a battle group. Fortunately, he kept the level 8 demon in check. The Star Sea Wizard group, who had intended to act bravely, immediately fled, no longer concerned about earning war merit. Good, worthy of being the Dusk Palace Master, truly has some skill, but let's see how long you can last. The Demon Fish Venerable also knew the Dusk Palace Master was capable, having escaped from level 8 powerhouses multiple times. But being able to escape and being able to fight are vastly different. It didn't believe it, a dignified level 8 demon, a figure dominating one side of the abyss, couldn't defeat this person. Within the death storm, a dark evil soul suddenly emerged, its death scythe slashing towards the Venerable, but the Venerable's fish tail nimbly wrapped it, crushing it into countless ghosts and undead souls. Taking this opportunity, the nine-colored Emperor blinked to the side of the fish tail, fiercely slashing down. Sparks flew as the indestructible fish scales collided with sword chi, producing a harsh cutting sound. Break! Crack! Accompanied by the Venerable's cry of pain, a section of the fish tail was severed and fell to the ground, still twitching. The tail leapt up, trying to reconnect, but it was captured by the bag of gluttony appearing in the void. It couldn't contain the eighth circle, but containing a severed tail was more than enough. Give me back my tail! The Venerable spewed out poisonous water everywhere, transforming into countless poisonous creatures and monsters, engulfing the nine-colored Emperor. The nine-colored force field expanded, stubbornly resisting the poisonous water. 4 spiritual weapons and Maya harassed the Venerable from the side. Meanwhile, Levi's Doomsday Fist was already charged. He activated the Dragon Whale Path, surrounded by the Crimson Emperor domain, the Holy Image Law flickering, and the Great Light King body cloaked him in holy light. Levi's agile figure was like a drawn bow, his core exerting force, and then he transferred it all to his right fist. The 5 energy cores on the gauntlet lit up completely, destroying heaven and earth. Boom! An invisible fist wind tore through space, forming a tangible, shattered passage, like a scar between heaven and earth. A terrifying explosion sounded at the Venerable's massive head, countless scales shattered and flew off in an instant. Following was the creaking sound of bones cracking. The Venerable's head split like a watermelon, black water flowing out. At the same time, beside the nine-colored Emperor, a series of fire dragons roared over, the 7 suns falling domain, thunder beast technique, and various other spells arrived in quick succession. The light pollution formed by the magic radiance was enough to blind an ordinary wizard. The Demon Fish Venerable, truly a level 8 demon, endured Levi's ensemble of attacks, which could easily one-shot any level 7. Yet, it still managed to hold on. However, its entire body was now thoroughly battered, with thick demonic aura constantly leaking out, no longer as formidable as before. The higher the demon's level, the more it cherishes its life. Seeing it couldn't kill Levi, it wanted to retreat, launching terrifying spell-like attacks to create a chance to escape. Levi, while stalling with the Wind Illusion Realm and Silver Mountain Skyfall, simultaneously suppressed with the Black Soul Demon Tower, and activated multiple layers of defense, leaping onto the body of the Demon Fish Venerable. The great sword pierced its body, determined not to let it escape today, lest the energy core be wasted. After activating Limitless Path, his entire body transformed into an array of 18 weapons hooks, spikes, all deeply embedded into the fish's skin and flesh, his arms transforming into scythe-like blades, akin to a whirlwind as he swung them madly, flesh and blood flying. The demon fish struggled incessantly, using various means to attack Levi, all intercepted and restrained by the nine-colored Emperor. Even if it did cause Levi some injury, his undying body allowed him to recover quickly. Thus, Levi and the demon fish Venerable battled from Skid Island to Void Land, then 1,000 miles beyond, continuing the fight on the ocean surface. Upon seeing the ocean, a glimmer of hope ignited inside the demon fish Venerable. Just moments ago, it was at a disadvantage on land, but now, the fish dragon entering the water should surely give that worm a hard time. Suddenly, colossal waves surged over tens of miles, transforming into a terrifying ape's palm that smacked the demon fish Venerable from above. As the water disaster giant ape, newly advanced to level 7 peak, and also a legendary creature, This strike from Lopez carried immense power, exceeding the Venerable's expectations, and sent it flying into the clouds. Levi maneuvered deftly, dragging the great sword, thoroughly tearing apart the Venerable's shattered body, demon blood flowing into the sea like rivers. As the demon soul appeared, it was caught by a net from the sky, and Leon flew out with a rosy face, exclaiming excitedly. Fish, such a big fish! Chapter 2199. Demon Fish Venerable, Fallen. Leon has now advanced to level 7 mid-stage. Although still far from catching up to the Demon Fish Venerable, with his specialized skills, it didn't take long for him to capture its soul and carefully roll it up. Levi waved his hand, extracting the level 8 abyss core from the Demon Fish Venerable, then sliced its damaged body, storing it in his storage ring. He looked at the sea surface, stained with demon blood, took out a wizard tool resembling a jade bottle, chanted an incantation, and absorbed all the blood and sea water into it until the ocean was clean. Can't waste it, and can't pollute the environment either. A level 8 demon is a treasure trove. Some materials can be used for weapon refinement, while the other useless flesh is fed to Long, producing level 8 fertilizer, which is very effective. Lady Rowling's companion spirit growing to 100 miles in length must have consumed plenty of level 8, even level 9 corpses. Chapter 2200. Witch's Family. The Black Cat Wizard group successfully returned, the cat witch gracefully walking on invisible steps, slowly descending. The old witch looked at her with concern and said, "Are you all right?" The cat witch replied, "I'm fine, Lady Witch." This matter was fraught with twists and turns, but luckily a path appeared from the heavens, and we were rescued by the Dusk Hall Master. The Hall Master and Triss are my benefactors. The witch turned pale and said, "That damned shining gold wizard, even when fellow wizards are in danger, is still scheming. Standing firm at the defense line is just an excuse. I must go to the Star Tower Master and lodge a complaint." The cat witch said, "The Letney family thinks our group of witches is easy to bully." Sigh. The old witch said, "The kindness of the Dusk Hall Master indeed needs to be repaid. In a few days, we will invite him and host a banquet. All the witches who are not engaged in battles in our home should attend. Notify them." The cat witch said, "No problem, but I left in a hurry. I don't know if the Dusk Hall Master managed to get away safely, after all, he faced a level 8 demon." The old witch said, "Don't worry. I know the strength of the Dusk Hall Master quite well. Even if he's not a match for the level 8 demon, he can surely escape. Over the years, many level 8 demons have tried to capture him but haven't succeeded yet. He is cautious and wouldn't trap himself in risk, maybe he can even counter-kill that demon." The cat witch laughed upon hearing this. "Lady Witch, please don't joke. Even if the Dusk Hall Master can defeat the Demon Fish Venerable, capturing it is unlikely. There is a major realm difference, after all." After she finished, she muttered to herself, "Is it really possible?" Thinking of this, she opened the level 8 demon slaughter list. Since the Dusk Hall Master ranked highly, she was familiar with the points of the top 10. In the next moment, the Cat Queen's small cherry mouth slightly opened, her complexion changing several times, then she suddenly exclaimed, "Lady Witch, you really guessed right. Just recently, the Dusk Hall Master's points suddenly increased by 20 million. I can't think of anything other than killing a level 8 demon." The old witch was originally joking. She didn't expect it to become a prophecy. Her aged face broke into a brilliant smile. "Ha ha ha, we really guessed correctly. This child repeatedly renews our understanding of him. The Demon Fish Venerable wreaked havoc in Area 6 for over 10 years and was slain today." The cat witch patted her chest and said, "Triss really understands the Dusk Hall Master. She said he'd save us, and he did. No wonder she doesn't want to return to the witch's family, always in the ancient dragon continent. Nightmare World. Black Dragon Territory. Inside the Wizard Tower. Levi's form emerged. "Madam, your friend is safe. Mission accomplished." Triss said. "Thank you. I owe you a favor." Levi waved his hand and said, "Madam, don't be so formal." "It was nothing." Triss asked. "Judging by your points, you must have killed the Demon Fish Venerable already." Levi nodded. Triss clapped and extended her white fingers to give Levi a thumbs up. "Impressive, truly deserving of being my apprentice." Levi laughed heartily. "I'll take my leave first." Triss sighed in her heart. The once young Levi now officially surpassed her in cultivation and overwhelmed her in strength. Sai, and Anya, who was Levi's age back then, is still struggling at the 6th circle senior level. Is this the proverbial neighbor's child? God-forsaken continent. This Levi, so audacious, going after a level 8 demon. Elena pouted, watching the demon slaying list inside a shelter. He told us to be cautious and conservative, yet he goes on to hunt a level 8 demon. Even if he's strong, he shouldn't take such risks. Just rescuing people would suffice, why engage in a life and death battle? Despite her words, Elena felt proud inside. Any woman would be proud to have such a dazzling and powerful husband. Calculating, she'd been demon hunting and cultivating on the god-forsaken continent for over a few decades, yet her accumulated points are comparable to just one of Levi's demon hunts. It's quite disheartening to think about it. Elena shrugged it off and continued focusing on her cultivation. Half a month later. Star Sea, Nether Capital. Levi hadn't returned for a long time, and the city inside which city seemed increasingly desolate. Due to the endless sea war, many nomadic wizards had fled or gone to the battlefield to hunt demons. Recently, he received an additional 10 million point war merit reward, likely a government reward for saving the Black Cat battle group. While it's a marginal improvement for a glorious sun-grade oddity, it still saved Levi a lot of time. During the past half-month, his daily divinations consistently warned of considerable danger. From the Fool Rune's hexagrams, it seemed the danger wasn't related to demons but was connected to death, most likely still regarding Lo. He speculated that Lo Wizard might be plotting against him, perhaps even now, trying to track his whereabouts, making him vigilant. Lo must have a considerable backing to plan Levi's demise for years. Levi can't revel complacently in the glory of slaying a level 8 demon. It's different now, and he can't avoid being in the spotlight.